love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. often hear, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And I've been here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be done tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me higher, taking me higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. I need you like I need air to breathe. I need you to save me from me. I'm caught in your wave, I'm drifting away. I need you to save me. Please don't let me drown. 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 Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. Perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. You need me like you need air to breathe, and you want me to save you from me. I know that you're trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. Perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul.
Nealon from GamersLegion is with me now, opening the B stream here at Gamers8 up against Apex. This is such a hard format, this like single elimination. You cannot start slow. Are you coming in with a different game plan, or do you guys just plan to do what GamerLegion does best?
We're just gonna do what we're usually doing. Yeah, I mean like best of 3 single, do or die, but it is what it is, right? So we're gonna do our best.
Do you like the format? Do you think it adds a little bit of intensity and anxiety, or not a big fan?
Or it's gonna be a trophy, or it's a vacation. One or the other. But we are here for the trophy, so.
I like that, a trophy or a vacation. That sounds like a win-win in my books, to be fair. Who do you think is the biggest competition when you look at the other 15 teams competing? Which is the team that you're like, that is the scary one?
I'm not scared of anyone, but I think this, like, all the teams that here, they're really good. So I think it will be a really interesting tournament. So yeah, I'm not scared of anyone.
Do you think that sometimes fans and, you know, the analysts underestimate GamerLegion? You always come in and surprise us, and I feel like you do such a good job, but when will people change that narrative and not be surprised by the fact that when the stakes are high, your team performs?
We don't care what other people are saying about us. We are just like, know what we can, and we don't want to prove to anyone. We're just like, know our, like, what we can do, and that's it, you know.
You don't have to prove anything. I think you've done more than enough. Good luck. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الافن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing. Come on.
Paradise through dirt in our
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
Ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free.
perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. You need me like you need air to breathe, and you want me to save you from me. I know that you're trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. Perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. كفو كفو يا
one man must become the light. His name is Nasir the Falcon Sharif, master of weapons, Kung Fu.
What's the gig?
I want you to.
All right, I'm in.
The mission is simple.
Wow, it's like a computer game.
Defeat the terrorists. Good night.
Good morning.
And defuse the bomb.
I'm gonna need a lot of weapons.
I think a pistol will be totally fine.
But when it's one man against 5 terrorists, the Falcon comes in clutch.
Bravo! You defeated my henchman. But tell me something, Falcon. Can you defuse a bomb?
When danger strikes, the Falcon counterstrikes.
Actually, I specialize in using bombs.
This summer, the event of the decade.
Time's almost up!
Join the global offensive at Gamers8.
It's day one of Gamers8 2023, and we're here in Saudi Arabia looking at this beautiful sunlight right now where it's crazy out here. Now I'm in a place which Gamers8 is set up in where there's lots of fun and games to be had. It's like a Disneyland for gamers, I would say. But you know what? We're not talking about that. We're talking about the serious Counter-Strike action that's going to be happening right now. It's $1 million on the line. Some of the best teams from around the world going head-to-head in a single elimination format. It's incredibly tough. It is not going to be easy. It's do or die from start to finish. But let's see how it goes on day one.
Woo. Well, I don't know if I've seen many intros quite like that one, but boy, was that just a spectacle.
It's beautiful.
That was great. Welcome to G8, everybody. My name is Trace Saranthus. You might know me as Stunna, but it's not important today. What is important is the rising temperatures outside and the rising pressure on the teams to perform in what is a single elimination best of 3 bracket with a lot of dollaroos there at the very end. Of course, here on the desk with me, I've got Maniac on the very end, a little Y&K in the middle. Boys, what'd you think of the performance there?
I want to meet the Falcon.
Yes.
Like, that's
Is he around here?
That's my one goal before I leave here. Like, that guy's awesome.
If I can be half as cool as he is, that would be my goal.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen someone throw a pistol outside of, like, Tom Sizemore and Saving Private Ryan. Like, that was the last time I've seen it almost effective. And
can Chad do that? Because it was like a boomerang?
Yeah, I wonder if it'd come back to him, though. That's a
maybe
question.
Chad was actually the stunt double for the whole trailer.
Maybe Chad was the voiceover the whole trailer. We don't know, but I'm sure Chad is out there watching somewhere. That's Sponge. They're going to be joining us a little bit later on. We've got a whole bunch of things to run through, boys. So let's go ahead and jump into the Savvy pre-show. And in doing so, we've got a lot of Counter-Strike to cover. We've got some faces and teams and names here that we haven't seen for some time, the likes of Virtus Pro. But really and truly, this is cutthroat, Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. The massive difference to what the people are used to seeing and what we're used to working at is this is single elimination. Basically meaning the first game you lose, you're out of the tournament, no second chances, right? Which is going to be weird for a lot of these teams. You know, they're not used to only double elimination, but triple elimination these days, quadruple elimination. Like, I don't know how many games you need to lose to be eliminated. So here it's you have to hit the ground running. That's the main thing.
Yeah, and that's, to me, is the most fascinating aspect of this whole format, is the first round. Because if you think about it, that is the true difference between this and what we usually have in Counter-Strike. From the quarterfinal on,
it's just a simple elimination playoff bracket. We're used to this. All the biggest events have it. But usually there's a group stage, GSM, whatever format. Here it's one series, you're either in or out.
You talk about stages, and it's not just about the Counter-Strike here. We're talking about the Gamers8 Festival. We had the opportunity to walk through there yesterday, take a look at the stage, and see everything that's going on out here in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh. And yeah, it's bussin', I think is the appropriate terminology. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty great. I mean, in terms of stimuli, visual stimuli, you're extremely out there. You see tons of activities being here. It's quite a spectacle, to be fair. We walked yesterday. It was hot. It was great to watch.
It's hot. Ain't nobody going to deny that, I think, ever. It's definitely hot here. Hell, we've got music acts, Yeko.
Yeah, I think this weekend it's what, Trace? It's Steve Aoki, it's Tyga that are performing. We had Macklemore I saw before, right? All that sort of stuff. And there's even a Peaky Blinders theme house. I didn't get to check it out yet, but there's a lot
There actually is. He is right.
What?
Matter of fact.
Yeah, man.
Tell me about that. What is that? What is that?
It's like a massive house, and it says Peaky Blinders. It looks like those haunted houses. Like, I guess, we don't have theme parks when I'm from Trace, but
no fighting.
That sort of stuff. So, yeah, looked interesting.
Yeah, we'll have to check it out should we get that opportunity, but still a lot of Counter-Strike to digest. Before we even get into that, there are several clubs around here. We're talking about awards for those clubs. In doing so, you think about a lot of the things that we saw in the concourse, if I can call it that, and I believe that's where the awards are going. So you're going to go ahead and nominate Peaky Blinders for that, is that before we even get the...
What category are we doing? Like,
I'm not sure what.
Academy Awards, is that what we're going with that one? Or?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Yeah, so tell me who you'd give your Academy Award to, Maniac.
Do I have to choose like a club, or where am I going for that? I think Liquid is doing pretty good in that whole like ranking, which is great. Counter-Strike's been a bit complicated, so there's other games out there around points.
There are plenty of other games. You know what? Check this out. Instead of us doing it, instead of us trying to do it justice, rather, let's go ahead and check out those club awards.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers8 Club Awards will be honoured as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
Yeah, so I was just joshing with all of you. The actual Gamers8 Club Awards look like this. There's been a couple attempts at this in the past. I'm not even going to go down the CGS route, but the realities are this. If your team, or excuse me, your club comes through and performs here across all titles, you've got your shot at the top placing here. Liquid, well, they're up there for now.
Not bad. What is your knowledge of the other titles, Trace? You dip your toes in that pool?
Yeah, you know, I understand there's some like Street Fighter, there's some Rocket League, there's several different
Dota,
games. There's Dota, I'm pretty sure.
PUBG, probably mobile.
Yeah, PUBG, they're doing that
around
right
here.
down the
This is where all those clubs, Trace, who have teams in multiple esports are like, yes,
that's
finally it's worth it. Finally, this is going to mean something.
A calling almost. Now, adding Counter-Strike to that, of course, it makes it just that much more interesting.
Obviously, you get the most points for Counter-Strike.
Obviously,
at least
most
in our
prestigious
book.
event, best game, the whole time, the whole superlatives, all of them, all accolades.
The superlatives, got it. So those are the club awards. Of course, we'll have to keep an eye on that. We won't really even know how that kind of shapes up until all of Gamers8 has completed. However, what we do need to go over is the format. Of course, we did say this is a single elimination, best of 3 bracket, 16 teams. There's no room for oops around here.
No, listen, should we kick things off with a little bit of a hot take right there out of the gate?
Yeah, absolutely.
I do believe
he does one show with Thorin.
Yeko just
immediately goes into hot take.
Keep quiet for half a second. 2 teams from the top 5 won't make it past round 1.
Okay.
Yeah,
Which 2 teams?
No, that's my hot take. What's your hot take?
My hot take is I'm not a hot take artist. I think like for this, it means 2 things, right? We already said you have to hit the ground running. And the second thing is I think teams that focus more on themselves rather than countering their opponents, they're going to have a better time in this tournament.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, especially when you look at the prize at the very end. $400,000. first place.
That is pretty great.
That's a good chunk of change. I'm just saying.
1 week event, you possibly play 1, 2, 3, 4 games. That's about 100K a game if you win the whole event.
Well, when you break it down like that, it just
sounds pretty cool.
Yeah, it adds so much more emphasis. It's actually kind of crazy. Yeah, overall, there's a lot to grab onto here if you're a team coming out and perhaps you haven't had the best of showings or you got put in unfortunate situations like Cloud9 and Cologne. You know, this is a chance to sort of vindicate yourself right there.
Yeah, and not only that, we have them in the first game. I said this before, you know, the fact that they're a new roster doesn't give them excuses to lose to Fnatic, for example, here. You know, like you just have so much firepower on this roster where I think they need to make, looking at the bracket to some extent, like they can make a deep run here.
Yeah, and I think we can obviously watch that. Now, would they be one of your dark horses? I think that's what we were talking about yesterday, right?
Probably, yeah. I think Cloud9, you have to put them up there because they just look so much better even with Buster in Cologne.
Yeah, and well, Cologne really wasn't that long ago. Check out all the teams that are attending, though. Virtus Pro coming out of the shadows.
It's great to see VP coming out here. I feel like I've lost track of what they were doing. There was an event, of course, Katowice. There was an event in Argentina. They even went there for like 1 game. They played 1 series against 9Z. I was talking with Kickert about it. It's great to see them here. Mir, we're going to have to figure that out. It's great signing as well, coming out of the shadows from the Spirit Realm. I'm ready for that one.
Yeah, 9 over there looking to put Polish Counter-Strike back on the map in Riyadh. But yeah, overall, we've got a pretty stacked environment. I don't think there's any way to avoid saying that.
8 teams out of the top 10, 14 teams out of the top 20.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's for teams like MIBR and Falcons that did a great job for making it here and playing. It's going to be tough, you know, with Falcons having to go against Heroic in the first round, MIBR having to go up against Vitality. Those are some tough games, you know, to open up the tournament.
Yeah, they most certainly are. Speaking of opening up the tournament, we are a few minutes away from doing that, so perhaps we take a look at that schedule over here on the stream of A. Cloud9 Fnatic is what we are starting with, and that is roughly 19 minutes away, maybe a little less, but we're also looking at Heroic Falcons as that middle game of the day, followed by Navi Furia to round it out. Navi Furia.
That's beautiful, isn't it? It's got something to it. The matter of the fact is Furia have been very disappointing in their beginning, their kickoff as a lineup, but on paper, you can't help but think that this one could really end up being a firework.
Yeah, you've got to watch it.
A little bit of turning of the tides, you know, Furia failing even in some of to get out of the open qualifiers for Sydney, losing in some best of 1 games to lower tier, pretty unknown teams, right? So a win against Navi today would definitely be a feel-good moment and sort of boost their confidence going into deeper stages of the tournament.
Yeah, it absolutely will. So the stream B, this is also what we're looking at. If you have multiple monitors, today is your lucky day. We're looking at GamerLegion taking on Apex, MIBR Vitality there in the middle, and then Liquid Ints to round out the day as our last best of 3. So GamerLegion and Apex.
Thoughts? Can I talk about Liquid Ants?
You could. I mean, you definitely
diversion on that one. No, listen, the Apex GamerLegion is low-key hard to call out. It's really hard to call out. We don't really know what to expect from Apex. GamerLegion kind of turned the tide, as Jenko would say, in Cologne between day 1 and the rest of the event. They made a run for it. They had C9 really sweat for that qualifying game to the playoffs. But the Liquid Ants is also low-key super interesting. Like Ants, one of the teams that solidified their position in the top 5 of Counter-Strike right there, but you cannot help but shake the feeling things could go badly really for them against Liquid. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and only time will tell, which is something that a few of these teams have more of than others when you talk about just getting started today, just getting boots on the ground. However, the match of the day, that's what we're looking at, guys, and I'm pretty sure, without a doubt, it's brought to you by LG. So take a look at this. That Furia Navi game with Alexi B in a Navi jersey side by side with Simple, the likes of JL there as well. Fallen find himself as a front runner in the Furia photo. What does that say about Furia and Fallen?
Not much, because if you were to think that based off of a photo, you'd be wrong, because the guy to his left really is his right-hand man, when, you know, there's no need for that. Fallen has 2 hands already.
That is correct.
Right?
Yeah,
he does have 2 hands.
I do have
enough hands to handle everything on his own. But we'll see. You know, Furia, interesting wording coming from their camp early on about the cooperation between Fallen and Art on the approach and the calling and all of that stuff. Let's see how it all pans out. And on the other side of things, you have Navi, who still obviously has plenty of work to do. Such a massive change, moving to an international lineup, having to communicate in English, getting everyone to sort of be on the same page is a long process.
Yeah, it's kind of like herding cats, and that's a long process. Right?
Did you say herding cats?
Herding.
Okay,
Not
you got me scared for half a second.
You know, PETA, please.
I did grow up with cats.
Sorry,
no cats were hurt.
No cats were hurt in making of
absolutely.
this segment.
Yeah.
However, feelings might get hurt when we start to talk about Cloud9 Fnatic. That is going to be the first game we jump into. And let's start that discussion around Cloud9. They made a playoff appearance there in Cologne, but not even with their full lineup, right? We used Buster. They didn't have Axile. Axile, is he one of the driving forces of this team?
I mean, he's going to be a focus point for us. Straight up, that's the one player that you're going to have to keep an eye on. I think his situation in Cologne was very hard to handle. Like being just parachuted into an immediate playoff game. Your team have made it through with Buster. You play against Vitality. He's obviously got cold feet at the very beginning of the game. It took a while to warm up. And now, with a little bit more playtime with the lineup and actually starting it, I'm expecting a much better Axel than what we saw against Vitality, which was pedestrian for what this guy is capable of doing.
Ooh, electronic.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I think it also speaks of the quality of this roster that they were able to make the playoffs of a tournament like Cologne without one of their star riflers, and some of the early signs were positive for Cloud9. You know, I saw a little bit more of calculated risk-taking. I saw a little bit more pace on their T sides, just enough variety to add an element of unpredictability to their game, which is, I think, something they sorely missed with the previous lineup. And then on top of that, you just look at the roster and the 5 players, and that's an incredible amount of firepower.
Yeah, definitely. I'm right with you, Janko. I'm personally very hyped by Cloud9, and I have very high expectations from the get-go. But the reality is, like, the namesake of the teams they've beaten in Cologne is nothing to write home about. 9, Monty, GamerLegion. These are the 3 teams that they've beaten in series. There's a loss against Vitality. The second map was competitive. But here, we're like...
Be careful, bro. That was Vitality's major title run.
Yeah, well, that can happen, you know? Not that I had anything to do with that one.
Oh, you
We'll have to see against... Oh, actually, don't talk about it, okay? I have a role in the shadow.
He's hard. He's faster.
I don't have a heart.
Yeah, I think you have to give that up when you stand behind the desk here. There's no heart to be had, but there is some heart to be found. You've got to have heart if you're on the Fnatic side of things. So tell me where this lineup stands when we walk into here.
I mean, Fnatic, I think you have to talk a little bit from the organizational point of view. You know, this was a organization that had the world's best team, you know, some of the best players in the world when it was the Swedish lineup. And I think you can tell by the last 2 lineups in the roster additions, they just really don't have the budget to compete with some of these other teams like Navi, like FaZe, like G2 and so forth. So they have to really, you know, dig deep to find talents who are also affordable really for them. And I think they actually did a pretty good job at that, even with the previous roster. And even now, you know, you see Mezzi when he's actually able to just play, you know, he's putting out an incredible amount of just fragging power and impact. And then also Afro seems to be a little bit of a revelation in his approach.
Yeah, I'm understanding that Afro is the man to watch, or at least that's what Henry Greer keeps saying time and time again.
Energy, man. He wanted to bring him on that Cloud9 roster.
Yeah, well, didn't happen.
Who knows what would have been.
Might have been the tide changer. However, we did get to hear
project.
from Dexter before we jump into the game. He's obviously over there in the Fnatic camp, so what's he got to say?
It's our opening game here for Gamers8. And Dexter, the thing I want to start off by asking you, single elimination, it's a terrifying scenario, but what does that change for you guys? How do you approach it?
We're just gonna go like full energy going in. That's the only thing you can do, really. Yeah.
Full energy going in. Okay, so you got to make sure everyone's on the best form possible. How have you felt coming into this? How's practice been coming off the back of Cologne?
Practice has been pretty productive. We've been working on a lot of different things. Like, you're not going to win all the practices, but no matter what, after practice, we've been always just talking and getting something done. So it's a good feeling.
Now, you may have beaten Cloud9 last time, but now it's the full roster in there, right? It's a much more deadly Cloud9. What does this change for you guys? Do you think they're going to be acting very differently in the server?
Yeah, I think he's going to be a little more playing his own role with how he defaults and all that kind of stuff. So we're just going to have to be a bit more aware of how he takes space, because I think he has his combos and his routines and stuff a lot more written down than what Buster had. So yeah, we just have to be aware of that coming.
And what have you told Mezzi? Still 30?
40.
40. Okay, well, let's see if Mezzi can grab 40. That's going to be tough to do, but Dexter believes. Let's see if they get it done. Thank you very much, man. Cheers.
Now, I know there's a lot of hype around, you know, the Fnatic lineup. You look at it, you think about some of the pieces of this puzzle here, but do they all fit? You know, is this a time for Fnatic to shine, or is it going to be a grind time again?
I mean, it's tough having to go up against Cloud9 immediately. I think even in the previous lineup and with this one, Fnatic has done a good job of sort of hitting the ground running, really, and showing us a decent level of CS even without too much time to practice. I think they've meshed, again, pretty well with this roster, and now it's just about seeing how much can you get out from Mezzi, Afro, and Roy probably as the three guys that you look toward the most, and how can they match up as a trio compared to some of these other teams?
Yeah, and honestly, I think both Roy and Afro probably have some improving to do. I think Mezzi, from the get-go, is going to provide what he needs to provide. Roy sometimes has games where he can do whatever he wants. He's super aggressive, and I rewatched the game against Cloud9 in Cologne, and he had just moments where he was straight up opening, multi-kills on top, and that's great. But this aggression needs to be reeled in a little bit, and Afro will just warm up into the role. Like, he was brought in from Double Poney. I know people like that little accent on that one.
Double Poney?
Exactly, Double Poney. He was brought up from that project, and honestly, the jump up is huge in terms of like quality of opponents. Now he goes up against Cloud9, but I have faith. I have blind faith about what Afro is about to do. I think he's already done more than Nico does in like basically 9 best of 3s or 5 or 6 they played.
However many it might be.
However many that might be.
Yeah, I mean, still, we talk about best of 3s, we talk about the confines of, you know, what's a comfort zone for some of these teams. Well, map vetoes dictate a lot of that. Again, no room for error, none whatsoever.
And also a little data to work with.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I think what was interesting from some of the really conversations with, you know, Hobbit in Cologne, it was like when we asked him about it, he was like, well, yeah, with Buster we just played Vertigo for a couple of days. I mean, with Exile, maybe it was something different, almost as if, wait, are they going to play Nuke or what are they going to play? But I think they had a couple of good performances on Vertigo, and that's why we see it banned again. And Fnatic going back to that pick, which really last time around, I mean, Cloud9 won that map. That was the one map they won in the series. Cloud9 picked Anubis last time around. I think that was a little bit of a punish. They also said it worked great for them in practice. So do they go back to Anubis, or do they go to something a little bit more standard?
I think
maybe an overpass.
Oh, no, there it is.
They actually
Anubis
stick that to me is a big surprise. It must have meant that some work was done or put down between Cologne and now, because that Anubis was really fragile.
It's
Fnatic,
also, I mean, Exile plays A anchor, you know, so that's a big position to have someone stand in. And this was the first game for Buster of the tournament, right? So that's where he was going to obviously struggle the most while he gets into the swing of things. The guy also didn't touch CS like a month and a half since he was banned.
Yeah, he definitely said that. Ancient is the last.
The actual, it's a mirror. It's a mirror veto of their matchup in Cologne. Absolutely same matchup. We're going to have to see if the maps score are the same. I have to agree. I have little faith in either team's pick. That's my situation. I don't think Fnatic is going into Vertigo with like a guaranteed W. Not at all. Again, we watched the series. There's a bunch of openings. I think Fnatic did good at abusing the lack of money that Shiro had to work with. Not a whole lot of AWPs on the CT side. I don't think they can just redo it right now.
Well, gents, I know what that sound means. I know it means only one thing. We're not playing 007 Goldeneye, but what it does mean is it's time to start the first best of 3 here for Gamers8, and we're going to be doing that first and foremost. Let's go ahead and head on down to the stage before we get this game started.
The sun is blazing, the moon is shining. In a land of heroes, where the stars are rising. Nobody can stop me, I walk through the fire, right here for fame. Who will us the gusts of the storms in the desert, this is not a game. We fight for glory. that the national scrubs from my love with the glove. Are you ready to show from above the spine?
Welcome everybody to Gamers8 2023, and it's time for some amazing Counter-Strike. We've got my man Fancy to the side of me. He's going to be joining me throughout this epic adventure, but it's a tough one for these teams, man. Single elimination the whole way.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal for everyone. The fact that it's single elimination is going to change everything. أعزائنا المشاهدين يا أهلا وسهلا، حياكم الله معنا في بطولة Gamers8 CSGO اللي محتمل تكون آخر بطولة في تاريخ لعبة CSGO. راح نشهد اليوم كثير من الفرق جايين من أنحاء العالم ينافسون على هذا التروفي اللي ورانا. شفنا قبل شوي باشا بايسبس يقدم التروفي على المسرح، وراح نشوف وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه كل الفرق اللي معنا في هذا اليوم.
Now, I'm very glad it was Pasha that took that trophy, because that's 15 kg. That is a heavy trophy. We needed the man with the biceps to come through and deliver it. But now it's the start of the competition. It's $1 million on the line for these teams to fight for in probably the most grueling competition of their careers. Back and forth, we've got some of the best teams in the world who are fighting it out, and they just cannot have an off day. You need to be in your absolute best form. But Fancy, I need to ask you a little question here.
Tell me.
I got my favourite. Everyone knows I'm going for Navi. You've got Maniac, who likes a bit of vitality in there. But what's your team here?
I mean, come on, isn't it kind of obvious? I gotta vote for the home team. Falcons is playing later today, and it's gonna be a great one. Really looking forward to that match. But hey, nobody knows what's gonna happen. أعزائنا المشاهدين، في هذه المباراة اليوم راح نشهد في المسرح أشياء كثيرة ممكن تحدث. عندنا الستريم الأول والستريم الثاني راح نشهد فيهم مباريات كثيرة. المباراة الأولى راح نشهدها في المسرح الآن، بتكون من أحمس المباريات شاهدناها في الIEM قبل شهر فقط، وكلنا عارفين من اللي فاز في هذه المباراة. فاليوم راح نشهدها اليوم في الرياض في هذا المسرح.
And our first team that's going to take to this stage, they brought in 2 major winners to find success. At least that's what they're hoping to do here on this stage. Give it up for Cloud9! And Cloud9 here, they've been in a situation where they took their first tournament not playing with their full team. Now Axar's back, and they're expecting to dominate from start to finish. But this is a proving point for this team. It's not going to be easy. They've got a kind of rematch, but now they should feel a lot more confident with the 5 they wanted. You can see them now, smiles on their face as they walk onto this stage. But this game is not going to be easy.
That's definitely not going to be easy for them. Cloud9 أعزائنا المشاهدين وصلوا عندنا في المسرح في آخر مرة شفناهم يتواجهون في أي بطولة عالمية، في أي ميجر. أكسايل ما كان معهم، ما كانوا في الفول روستر، لكن اليوم جايين عندنا في كامل عددهم وجاهزين يقدموا لكم من أفضل المباريات اللي ممكن نشهدها مع بعض. ولكن جاء الوقت الآن أعزائنا المشاهدين أننا نتكلم أكثر عن الفريق الخصم، لأن المباراة هذه بتكون جدا مميزة، فخلونا نرحب فيهم أول شيء. من أوروبا أعزائنا المشاهدين، رحبوا معنا بفناتك. زي ما سمعتوا أعزائنا المشاهدين، فريق فناتك وصل عندنا في المسرح. هذا الفريق واجه Cloud9 في شهر فقط في الIEM، واستطاعوا انهم يفوزون في 3 مباريات من اصل 4، مباراة واحدة فقط هم اللي خسروا فيها. ولكن في كل مرة يتواجهون فيها المباريات دائما تروح لراوندات اوفر تايم، ودائما نشوفهم انهم يوصلون الى فارق جدا قليل قبل ما يستطيعون على الفوز. فالجيم بيكون جدا صعب التعامل معه، خصوصا مع تواجد افرو ودكستر معهم في الراستر، بيكون شيء مميز جدا.
Now for Fnatic, it's become quite an interesting team to look at here. We saw Mezzi step down from being the IGL and Dexter take his spot. But now for Messi, he's been dominating. His frags have been coming through, his individual level's been looking good, and then we've got to talk about Afro, the new AWPer coming into the role. It's been super hot from him from start to finish. And Maniac was just saying on the desk, you know, this guy, he looks like he's dominating more than we saw Nikados, their previous AWPer. There's a lot of pressure on him, but he's handling it well.
Definitely. I mean, a lot of pressure on him is not going to be something that he's not used to. We have seen him perform on majors a lot of times. أعزائنا المشاهدين الآن راح نشهد وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه فناتي قدام كلاود 9، خصوصا انه في اخر مرة تواجهوا فيها في اخر مباراة عندنا في الايام قدروا انهم يفوزون عليهم 16-11، فاكيد انهم ممكن يقدرون يسوونها في هذه المباراة، خصوصا انها كانت بيست اوف 3، لكن الشيء اللي لازم تذكره عزيزي المشاهد هذه المباريات كلها بتكون سنجل اليمينيشن، معناته الخسران على طول راح نودعه من اول يوم في البطولة. توتر جدا عالي.
Well, I think the more time it is, it's time for the teams to take their seats and get themselves ready and strap themselves in. It's single elimination. It's the first best of 3. But I want to quickly ask you, Fancy, man. When it comes to this, you got a favourite who you think's going to win for it? I'm sitting with the Cloud9 boys right now. Axel's back.
I mean, Axel is back, true, but like Dexter being the new IGL with Fnatic, honestly, the team is looking really strong, and we've seen what they can do. Maybe they didn't get a high position in IM, but I'm sure that they're gonna bring it like a really good match. أعزائي المشاهدين جاء الوقت إن نوديكم عند الكاسترز على طول ونتكلم أكثر عن شنو ممكن يصير في هذه المباراة. أول بست اوف 3 معنا في بطولة Gamers8 في CSGO.
Let's get ourselves into the game. Let's get ourselves into our first match. It's Cloud9 taking on Fnatic.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to yet another epic CSGO tournament. This time we're out in Riyadh for the Gamers8 CSGO Championship. $1 million on the line, a brutal single elimination format, and an absolute banger to open things up. Cloud9 taking on Fnatic. My name is Henry G, joined by Anders Bloom. How are you doing, sir?
Henry, I'm doing fine. I'm by your side. We're casting Counter-Strike, and we have a brutal format at our hands as well, which I'm just very excited about. There's no second chances.
Absolutely not.
This is going to be so incredibly rough, and I just look forward to it.
Considering the tournament you and I casted last 4 groups, right, where it's like, what, triple elimination format, it's a completely different world out here, and I can't wait to see how this one goes down. And a bit of a rematch here as well to kick things off. Cloud9 played on Fnatic and Cologne, of course. It was a victory for Fnatic, but a caveat without one of the world's best riflers in their ranks, Axel, but he is here and he is ready, and you've got to say Cloud9 got to be the favorites.
They just have to be. They look so strong, don't they? And you're right, even without their full lineup, they still look really, really competent. So I'm excited. I look forward to it. But I do think, you know, the desk we're talking about a little bit of Fnatic being sort of a true dark horse for the tournament. I actually think that's probably true. I think Fnatic could probably shock the world a little bit here. Now would be the perfect time for it. The format is probably going to favor you if you are a bit of an underdog, right? Because you can try and get those, you know, early starts, and there's going to be no slow starts. I think a lot of people have been saying that. You have to come out swinging right off the bat here. It's a best of 3, but still, obviously, you're not going to have that lower bracket to go through anything like that.
It's absolutely true. I can't wait. What an exciting prospect. We're going to actually have the exact same map pool we did in Cologne as well, kicking things off on Vertigo, where Cloud9, even with a man down, managed to take one of Fnatic's better maps here. I have no idea which way this one goes. I think this opening map is actually very even in terms of who will be taking the first one. We'll have a look at who we start on the T side. It will be Cloud9 here, and as we are off to the races, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Gamers8 CSGO Championship. $1 million on the line. It all kicks off here as Fnatic taking on Cloud9, and we'll have a look at the buy for the T side, see what they're up to. It will be Cloud9 with a single smoke, a Molotov, and not much else, Anders. Going for Kevlar otherwise, so nothing too technical. Maybe something just group force and get stuck in.
That just makes me immediately think that they're going to be avoiding the A ramp, just because the P250 is so good on the A ramp, whereas on B you can get a lot closer with the Glock, and maybe the P250 doesn't matter as much. But I guess we'll find out. They did even buy another set of flashbangs and another Molotov, so they are going to be super B execute heavy. And again, the double Molotov is really good for the back of the B bomb site.
That's
so
a good point. Yeah.
In the buy already, there's some signals here that it could be exactly where we end up.
It is quite meta. The execution with the double Molotovs, the river of flames engulfing the bomb site here. But as we get into the action, we are going to see the bomb just making some sound cues over towards A, suggesting they could be crossing the bridge. I think you might be dead on, Anders. We're moving in towards B. The full execution will be coming through, and Axel will be boosting up Electronic here to kick things off. They've got an incendiary on the CT side. They have read this. This is a read.
This could be one hell of a grenade from Messi. If he can slow down the whole push, he can call in the backup, and they might actually have time for it. This is so sick. So many more grenades, but there's Messi trying to slow them down already. Fire behind him as well, and he's out swinging in the open. The backup is still another 5 seconds away. He has to either stay alive, but preferably they need a kill before that bomb's going down. Cloud9 there, slow down on the other side. Fnatic, they're starting to get there. Roy with the backstab to take down Hobbit is a good start.
It's a very good start, but the bomb is planted. Cloud9 have established their crossfire. The retake begins. There is no kit available. The headshots are plenty. Medi cracks things open. He was one defending the bomb site initially, and he's done his job here as the CTs find frag after frag. It's down to Perfecto here, joined by Shiro. They're finding the kills, but it looks like Fnatic have done enough, and they absolutely have. Their great retake and a great read overall. You don't see many incendiaries on the CT pistol, Anders. It's very rare. And the fact that Mezzi's just there alone, he knows he can delay for 7 seconds there. They can't fully execute. Very interesting, and well done to Fnatic there. What a fantastic retake.
Kind of a classic problem as well when you're on the
just doing the settings there for Dexter. Just change the sends quickly, change the res, get it done.
It's a very nonchalant way to approach a tournament of this caliber. I'll figure it out along the way, you know. But you've got to say, I mean, they had the plan to get into the bomb site and get the bomb planted, but the after plant just didn't work out for them. And it's not their positions were so bad, but they were left with Glocks, no more grenades at all. They couldn't slow anything down, and Fnatic just won those fights. So, yeah, I don't mind the plan for Cloud9, but obviously just worked out better for Fnatic this time. Great start.
Well, with the bomb planted, they will be force buying here in the second. Opting for a bit more utility, didn't get the Galils across the board. A couple of Mac 10s in the mix and a Perfecto Desert Eagle. Roy, M4, just patrolling this A ramp right now. The smoke's starting to be exchanged. It's all about its A ramp on Vertigo, as we all know. Trying to gain access towards the scaffolding. As Roy will just drop a smoke on top of the sandbags here, just deny any sort of access up towards Crane. But in terms of what's left, we've still got a couple of smokes, 4 flashbangs and a Molotov. And they're getting some serious control here. Fnatic allowing them a bit of space towards the ramp.
Yeah, they are giving them, and that might be a problem. We'll see. Suspicious smoke this one. I'm sure someone's going to be watching it. You know that someone could be playing around it. Roy's right in the middle of it. If it fades, he's on his own, and he's going to push forward. Actually, will get the kill on Axile, but surely someone's going to be able to trade this one, see if he can do anything more. Runs out of bullets at the end. It's the Eagle on Perfecto to take him down, and Electronics wreaking havoc at the back line with the Mac 10. Taking down Dexter, leaves Crims and Mezzi. 2 versus 3.
Retake grenades coming through as well, trying to deny that plant, and it's getting scrappy out there. Just Mezzi remaining, no longer the in-game leader. Known to be a fragger, but can't deliver in this particular round, that it will be a force buy victory for Cloud9. And like I said, maybe given a bit too much freedom on that A ramp, they were way too close, and Roy, with the all in play, the solo maneuver above his one-way smoke, he drops down and gets 1 kill. If he gets a double, maybe he gets away with it, but no one can back him up. And at that point, they gained too much access towards the bomb site, and they was losing too much manpower. This was the play. It was a good one, the opening frag, but then once it's traded out, it kind of nullifies his efforts. It gives them a rifle.
It really did. And they slowed it down. They didn't even just swing right against him. I think it was probably good to let him simmer a little bit once he's been revealed. Probably quite stressful for him to be down there. Ties up the game and puts Fnatic in a really awkward position, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. This CT force buy, this is the worst place you could be. You don't get the luxury when you lose the pistol, you get an extra stage of loss bonus, right? Now you've been reset. Sure, you've got a round on the board, but your force buy is at the bottom of the barrel. We're talking $1,400 per player. So we're going to see an eclectic range of pistols with the Deagles, 5.7s, a Scout as well, and Shiro. So good at the rifles as well. I think he's known as one of the world's best orbiters, of course, but he has got pixel-perfect precision with the AK, and of course the Galil. Mezzi, nice position here. Will he be detected though? It's a bit of a one and done. He needs Crims to set him up, and my God, will he ever? That's a lovely opening kill.
Yeah, you would have said Crims would have done a good job in this position if he could have just drawn away the attention from it, but the fact that he even gets the kill is a little bit much. Dexter will go down on the other side, so it's not all lost yet here. Still a 3 versus 4. Should be a good chance for Cloud9 to still bring this round home. Scout's going to be falling on Afro, unfortunately. A lot of conversation around Afro.
I'm a big fan. As Yanko alluded to on the desk, I've watched a ton of his demos, probably in the 20s or something, because we were going to sign him as our AWPer back in the Cloud9 days, ironically. Yeah, I was a big fan. It just didn't work out. Some of the players weren't as interested as I was, and it didn't really pan out that way. But he's a very explosive AWP. He has great calculated risk. He's really precise as well, and I think he's got a bright future ahead of him. He's been around for a while, just hasn't really made a name for himself. He was a double pony before, I believe. And we'll see what he can make of this. It's going to be a difficult round here, unfortunately. The full eco and a 5-man stab. But Fnatic are known for their interesting setups in these sort of rounds, Anders. You can never discount them on a full eco. They can make it work. They get the most out of them. Nice nade.
Yeah, that should slow them down just enough. Maybe even just literally slow them in terms of the grenade damage there. Shiro's going to be cleaning up a little bit, maybe get another 2 kills. Oh, he's actually going to pick up the Galil instead. Still won't go down. The USP is getting a couple of kills in this one. Not really necessary, but I don't think it's the end of the world for Cloud9. I think they're going to be all right.
It's not, but like I said, a Fnatic eco, a couple of kills, that's about the top end, usually. But there we go. It's 3-1 now in favor of Cloud9. It's going to be another compromise buy. There will be one there for the CTs, but they won't have all the bells and whistles required. Decent effort here. Electronic, though, mowing them down, making light work in the end. So no AWP for Afro, I'm afraid. He will be here with the M4, bare bones utility, and no kits, I believe. So up to Electronic, trying to use the momentum they've gathered to crack open this B bomb site early, where they might not have everything they need to defend. They're committing, Anders.
This is so aggressive, especially for a team like Cloud9, who in the past usually would have been so much more measured. They would have boosted up. They've got a classic Axile boost, but this time they just send Electronic all the way in there to try and look for the fight. And it's putting a lot of pressure on the defense. They got 3 people who are rotating over from the middle and even one from the A-bomb side just to try and be here. And they don't even have to commit yet, Cloud9. They could fall back. They've put Electronic so deep on the bomb side. What a position to be in.
The bomb is here. No frags have been found yet, but a ton of damage has been dished out here. Crim's down to 11. They're waiting patiently behind the generators until the T's commit towards the plant here. Axel chomping at the bit here. Once they get stuck in, he knows the swing is coming any second. The bomb is planted, and still a 5-on-5. How do you retake this one? You've got barely any utility, but that certainly helps. Double kill from Afro, and all of a sudden they've got a 4-on-2 advantage.
There has to be something like that, but here comes the backstab though. Perfecto gets one. He's ready to throw down the Molotov. Nice close range shot, and the grenade lands in front. I think it might have got up in the air. I don't know, it's way too deep. That needed to be on the bomb. That's a bit of an issue. 2 versus 2 now. There's no one defusing it yet. Perfecto, we can't get a second backstab, and now they might have a chance at it here.
No kits.
Kit, you're absolutely right. So 10 seconds, not going to happen. Shiro standing, holding the line, and now the Glock comes out. Instead, it's hunting him down, and I think he's done plenty here, even with the knife just on the bomb, looking for it. It's going to be the round for Cloud9. They just did not have the kit. They needed that with the smoke.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. As I mentioned coming into this round, sure, you've got enough for a buy, but you're missing some key bits of utility, most notably that defuse kit there. And even in a 4-on-2, they should be winning that round, but they can't really play with the bomb too much. They can't apply too much pressure. With that 10-second defuse, you have to take everyone down first. Such great effort as well. A 4-on-2 conversion after the bomb planted at a 5-on-5 at Shiro. That's the most important shot of the round there, denying that defuse. And he didn't even know what was going on. Lost in the source towards the end, swinging the knife at nothing, but it didn't matter. The bomb was already too far gone, and that's a massive round for Cloud9 to pick up here. 4-1 in their favor on the T side of Vertigo. Bear in mind, this is their opponent's pick as well. And yeah, they're going to be having a lot of wind in their sails at this point, and this is going to be a brutal start for Fnatic.
And economically, that CT side you did mention is the worst thing that can happen. You win the pistol, you lose the second one, and you get thrown into this just absolute hellhole that they're in right now, where they just can't get out. Even, like you said, the last buy, it wasn't the AWP, it wasn't with the kits and everything they would have wanted. It's just such a miserable place to be. So I don't envy them right now. And again, we have to highlight the format of the whole thing. Yes, it's a best of 3, but Fnatic need to win against Cloud9 to stay in the tournament.
I love it. Like, I think we need one of these a year, you know?
Yeah.
Like, one game, get on the plane. That can happen. that can be rough, and it's been a long old trip out here. So, yeah, you don't want to be dropping out in 2-0. And it's not looking good for Fnatic so far. Another partial buy here, I'm afraid. They will have the save Mezzi M4. 4 pistols otherwise. If they can win one of these rounds, that would be excellent. That would really kind of bring them back to life. Certainly possible. They're quite handy. And these low buy scenarios. But for now, Cloud9 creeping towards the A-bomb site, trying to just flush out the key positions. Molotov towards the sandbags, looking towards the boost as well. Very methodical, enjoying this. They've had no interactions with the CT so far. Afro exploring his options towards T-spawn. Bear in mind, only upgraded pistols here. They've got 3 HEs, Anders, so they're going to try and deny the plant. That's actually kind of interesting. You can see them lined up there towards heaven. That's where they'll deploy the HEs from and just try and deny the plant and give them something to work with, but that's a hell of a shot. And here come the grenades. We'll see if it works out for them, but they are losing everyone en route. Axel, known to be one of the world's best riflers, was unable to play against Fnatic in their last outing, and that's led them to a loss, unfortunately. So looking for revenge here, Anders.
This is such a good round. I can't believe it. I thought you were exactly right. If they even get 1 kill with the HEs, it would have opened up a space for Afro to actually get the flank in, but they just all got wiped out. I think they didn't even throw any grenades at all. I think they just all got shot instead. That's a bit unfortunate. 5-1, Cloud9, just an absolutely insane start here in Riyadh. I'm actually really surprised this is happening to this extent. They had the chance, Fnatic winning the pistol. They needed to make a lot more out of it.
Well, almost everyone was saying after Roster Mania, this was the most exciting roster, right? This is the best changes. I think almost every pro can agree on that. And this is the first tournament we're really going to see it come to life now. They're not going to start on the back foot. They're not going to start with Buster in the ranks. This is the full squad. They've had a bit of time to work things out now as well. Everyone's excited to see what Cloud9 can bring to the table. And so far, it has been delectable. 5-1. T-side start here on Vertigo, their opponent's pick. We do have an Afro AWP, but he's been tagged down to 17 already. You can still, they're still struggling with the finances, no helmets, bare bones utility. This time they do have a kit at least, but they've been on the back foot throughout this campaign, but still early days here. If they can start posting some rounds now, that would be great, but we'll see what they can make of it. Still a 5-on-5 as we hit the 1 minute mark.
It's absolutely necessary, isn't it, that they pick up this round, but just to balance out.
I would say you're probably right, but it doesn't look good right now. The overall complexion, another B execution. Now, this is the river of flames we were talking about beforehand, as you'll see the whole bomb site covered in fire momentarily. It's a very difficult execution to take down, and here it comes. They're setting it up at this point, and you just don't have much utility. You've got Mezzi with no grenades whatsoever. Afro has to deliver. He misfired. He didn't fire a shot.
No, because the Molotov was landing on him and he was low on health. He had to run. Axel with a double opening instead. And a 5-on-3 just like that. You said it already, Henry. Not a single grenade left in there. Nothing to slow them down. No smokes to maybe hold them back. Just, I mean, it's a perfect call coming out from Cloud9 at the moment.
Yeah. They garnered access towards the B steps, knowing the finances on Fnatic is still an issue for them, and they just didn't have the utility to hold on. Absolutely nothing in their back pocket there. Had he had a smoke, maybe you could have denied some sort of access, blocked off a choke point, but when everything's wide open, you've got Afro with the AWP, couldn't even fire off a shot. He had to find at least one to take some of the aggro away from Mezzi, and maybe he can get one of his trademark spray downs, but not meant to be.
I think, to be honest, I think he got cold feet, ironically, because they did throw a Molotov at him, but he just didn't want to stick around. He just felt like, I'm gonna burn alive here, and it's not worth it. But yeah, he probably did have to get at least one shot off before he exited that position, and it just wasn't meant to be. 6-1 instead. Cloud9 are the steamrolling Fnatic at the moment. Unbelievable scenes. Timeout being called, the second one for Fnatic to try and compose themselves to figure out what is happening.
Vertigo, a bit of a home map for Fnatic. They know what they're doing here. Keita now able to chime in, offer some advice, but it's another difficult one. They've got like a half buy here. You can see the MP9 for Crims coming out. They're averaging $3,400 per player. That's the maximum loss bonus if you're not aware. So Keita, what are you cooking up? So, okay, so that's what I mean. Did he fire the bullet? Did it even go off? I'm not sure. So. He intended to, because he definitely was moving with the Molotov. You're right, but it didn't look like he actually got the shot off. But either way, Cloud9 smiles all round. New boys performing well. You see, that says it all. They are scraping the barrel right now. Desert Eagles, an MP9, and again, if they can win one of these rounds, yes, he'll reignite the flame. Crims, okay, dropping off. I thought he went off the map there for a second.
That's what I thought.
I'm standing pretty far back, but yeah, I thought he'd gone off the map. That would have been the worst possible outcome, but no, just dropping down.
My heart actually skipped a beat.
Yeah, it was the flames and the angle he's going from, but he can actually do something with this. Oh, surgical from Axel there. He knows exactly what's up. And a 5-on-4 to kick things off, and that was the only SMG they had.
You know, Henry, sometimes when we get these teams and you look on paper and you say this should be a disgusting team, like they just have everything. They have so much firepower, so much presence. They've got playmakers, they've got the insane AWP on Shiro. But very often I feel like it doesn't really work out that way. When you then, like, one thing is on paper, but then when you put it into the server, there's always something missing. But I feel like with Cloud9, this is one of those times where you say, actually, this is working. It's working really well.
Yeah, just before I get into that point, I just want to see if Afro can do anything here. I feel like he's in a position to actually cause a bit of chaos. That's the first headshot. Takes down Hobbit, you can see Axel just working the other side of the map, ensuring this rotation can't come through. There can only be 2 players towards A in this 4 versus 3. Axel might call for his teammates to come over. He's got Shiro just patrolling this scaffolding position. Very patient, rewarded for it as well. And that's going to be it. I don't think many players have missed a shot on Cloud9 yet. Every time we're on their POV, it just seems like it's absolutely perfect.
It's a scary start to a tournament. For everyone else watching as well, right? Assuming Cloud9 can keep this form up, everyone else who has to face them down the road are going to be looking at this game thinking, man, that's going to be really hard to play against.
Let's just get into the format here. So essentially, like we said, it's single elimination. It's a whole bracket. To break it down into its most layman form here, it's going to be 4 best of 3s. Can lead you to a trophy. You win 4 in a row, that's it. You win the $400,000, the lion's share of $1 million, and that's pretty much as simple as it gets. If you lose, you are out of the tournament. Dexter, he can feel that getting closer and closer. I would say as Shiro, another prime position for a kill, waiting for his opportunity. This time will not connect. That's probably the first miss we've seen on screen for Cloud9 as Roy, this time trying to patrol the A ramp. It's been a difficult area for them. Haven't really had any success since the pistol, to be honest. Barely any frags. Everyone averaging about 2 as we go towards middle this time, and this is a perfect call. Like you've shown so much presence towards A and B time and time again. They haven't really utilized middle, and now going for a split here when there might not be any presence there whatsoever. Roy will do some damage towards Shiro, and actually Afro takes him down. The first advantage they've had since the pistol angles.
Shiro pre-firing a little bit higher up. Afro's good for another one. That's what they need. That's the start. Now they can't give this one up. They have to hold on, but hold the phone, Henry. There's a double push in the middle.
Yeah,
Axel and Perfecto, they're really deep. It's a 5-on-3, but one misstep, if you're just a little bit too quick walking back from this position, you could walk right into it.
They are behind enemy lines. You're dead on, Anders. This round is still wide open. You can see now they're trying to make up for the gaps they know they're aware of, and with this silence on the map, they're not really sure what's coming next. They need some information. Someone needs to make a play. And they're pushing in towards B. This is actually a nice call, feeling the threat of middle. They won't be giving anything away, but Axel, he's on the hunt. This guy's hungry. Free B has been found, and there'll be another player there. Down towards the B steps, and Roy might have just saved the day there.
Yeah, that should be a good spray down. Nearly takes Axel as well. He's on his own, but he does get the kill. A little bit of a nade. Doesn't really tag him up too much. He's still got a Molotov Axel, so he could buy a bit of space maybe. He's going to try and be quick with it, and Dexter will just swing wide instead and take him down. Second round on the board for Fnatic, and my God, did they need it.
Well, essentially, the problem with Fnatic has been the finances, right? After winning the pistols in that second round, they just haven't really had the luxury of an Afro AWP. He finally gets it in his hands. Look what he can do. And we see him actually get a bit of space. Didn't get tagged at the start. He was down to 17 HP in the first gun round. So we'll see him get these 2 massive opening frags here. Taking down the talisman of Cloud9, Shiro, and I thought there was a moment there. Like he said, that mid-push in towards B, there was a real moment of danger there, but Roy handles it very well, and it will be the second round picked up for Fnatic here. Maybe a tactical timeout's on the cards, but no, apparently not. We are going to continue with play. 2 AKs on the CT side now. Now they're going to make a dent on their CT campaign. This is the chance to show up. They need to find multiple rounds here, at least a couple in a row. And Shiro, this time positioned towards B, looking for any aggression.
This has to be the start of the big runway for Fnatic.
Has to be.
They're going to be able to actually do something with it. Axel's moving up the stairs. Again, this is just very aggressive. It's so bold. No one's expecting it. No one's looking. The spray down is there. And Axel, he's good for the one, but that might as well have been a double right there. He could have had it. Crim's very quick to adjust. You could see nobody on the Fnatic side was aware that that was even a possibility.
You're just going to be so uncomfortable going forward now. This is a little maneuver Cloud9 have crafted, like being able to sneak into that B bomb site, understanding the tendencies of the B defenders. Mezzi didn't see it coming, but thankfully Crims was there to pick up the pieces. Still a 4-on-4. It favors the T side and then some, as we've got Afro playing well. AWP prime position, should be a kill. Oh, unfortunately doesn't connect, gives up his position. The Molotov's coming in now, and this is going to be very uncomfortable for him. Misses the jump as well. We'll see whether he actually wants to commit to the fight. They're falling back. That's all about nice position in the middle, watching the rotations towards construction there.
The fact that he stuck around, though, and didn't get pushed back is quite valuable to them, because at least he can call it out and say, you know what, they did throw a lot of grenades, but they're not showing up. And that's suspicious. And now on the A side of things, you can see they're ready on the ramp. Only 30 seconds left here. Roy very open. If he dies, the A bomb site's probably going to go down. That might have been a bit of a misstep. They could have played for time. 20 seconds now, Henry.
He's in the smoke. This is the only play that can save the day, Anders. If they overlook him, there's a chance, but Perfecto covers all the angles. Crims with the speculative spray actually denies the plant with 8 seconds. This round is turned on its head.
5 seconds left. They're running right through. No scope on the one side, and they're out of time. If they can find Afro, they might still have 1 second, but they can't. They have no idea. They're going to get the no scope. They're going to kill every single one, but they will still lose the round.
Unbelievable scenes. Afro just sitting in the smoke, knowing that's the only way he can win the round by virtue of the clock.
Did they not know?
They went for the fake plant. I think they knew the player was in the smoke. They were expecting, you saw, I think it was Shiro, went for the plant, expecting to hit the no-scope. If he hits it, they win the round, but he missed it. And as soon as that shot didn't connect, it all fell apart. So it's a couple of rounds in a row for Fnatic, yes, but they lost everyone en route. Crims, like I said, a speculative spray to try and deny the plant. It was the Molotov that denied everything and won the round here. But still, after winning the round, they're still on the MP9. Barely any utility. If they pull this one off, it'll be a miracle. Dexter taking matters into his own hands. He might have to push this smoke. Might have to get stuck in. Not feeling that
position for Fnatic to be in. I really can't believe it. They have to fight for everything. There's no easy rounds. The economy is constantly in tatters. They need to find a way back into this one. Axel taking a bit of damage early on, and they're smoking the ramp. They're trying to really hold Cloud9 back from this position.
Great grenades, does a lot of damage. Roy taking down to 31 points of health. He has been active on this A ramp, trying to inflict damage as they make their way up. Nothing really connecting in the last couple of mags, and you can see they're down to 0 grenades, Anders. Literally nothing left. So you've got to be active here. You can't just rest on your laurels and crossfires. Someone needs to find a kill, or at least get information. That's what Crims is going for now.
Once again, not a diffuse kit in sight here, so once the bomb is planted, it's a big problem. Axel patient on that corner in the middle. Crims is going to be the first victim of the round, but this is not bad. Dexter and Afro getting back into it. A double kill for Afro before he's out of there, but it's Perfecto to bring it back into line. 2 versus 2, a massive health advantage for Fnatic at about 35 seconds. The bomb, it's all the way over there on Perfecto. They need to group up and try and play this one. They still got 30 seconds, so they could do something with it.
Well, there we go. Fnatic needed some gimmicky plays there. Like I said, they need to be pushing, going for some boosts, and it's working out for them. Massive health advantage. B bomb site technically open for now, with the rotation coming through from Mezzi. Only got 2 kills to his name. Should be able to make light work of these players. As long as he stays alive and get one, just like that, it's perfect. Denies the plant, 8 seconds once again, and Axel left with 29 points of health. And a kill. Mezzi, no. He can plant. That's going down. Oh, what? It said 4 on the screen, Anders. That's the rule. If it says 4 and the plant comes in, you've got it.
Did he take another second? Did he somehow, did he stutter step and do it again? I was so confused. I was 100% sure that was going to be a bomb plant as well.
Yeah. I have no idea, but usually if it reads 4 at the top, you guarantee the plant. But it doesn't happen, and Fnatic saved by the bell once again.
Ooh. I'm really curious about this. So he goes for it here. It says, yeah, I think he could have had it. I mean, think about how some of Fnatic's rounds have come. There's that one where it could have been a bomb plant. There's obviously the other one where they have Afro inside of the smoke at the last couple of seconds, and the time just runs out for Cloud9.
Hey, Anders, there was 7-1 down. They're just happy the rounds are coming in at this point, but still, they're entering after 3 rounds in a row in their favor. They've got 2 MP9s, a FAMAS, and 1 kit. And we've seen this play before. Establishing himself towards middle, he can boost up, look towards construction.
And another boost on the other side.
Indeed.
Trading boosts. But no one actually finding anything yet. Axel is suspicious. He's aware that someone could be up on that little ledge. It's going to be the MP9 that they run into first. And look at that, 98 damage on Axel.
Yeah, but they had the prime crossfire there. Crims just holds position. They at least get a trade. He exposes himself and leaves the setup, essentially. And now Mezzi's on an island. There's nothing he can do here. Like, he's dead. It's done. So you had a crossfire, but Crims just kind of like disabled it. They just didn't want to be part of it anymore. So he goes down alone. The MP9 shut down, and this is where things get a bit rough now, because your loss bonus on the CT side is going to be at $1,900 going to the next round. So you have to save these 2 weapons. There's no 2 ways about it.
Yeah, you don't have a chance, do you? But I mean, I think it's good to remember. Yeah, it was 7-1. Fnatic did win the pistol and lose the second round, and Cloud9 win on a massive win streak. So curious to see how it'll play out now. 8-4, and Fnatic, they probably need every single round from here on out. They need to make this a clean half, an 8-7 type half, and that can still be done if they can, especially if they could save the Famasio and the M4. That might make a bit of a difference. But again, Axel just, some of these entry kills that he's been getting, got that earlier, sneaking into the B bomb site. They're so valuable. He's up to 11 in total. Tied with Perfecto, who's also there, but then they got Electronic and Shiro both at 10. They're just, everyone is doing a great job at the moment.
8 rounds on their T side. Nothing to be sneezed at. It's going very well. And this is what I mean. So Crim stays in the corner there. They have to commit to that deep peak, and you get sprayed down from Mezzi up above. And that was the setup I just don't understand why he would step out of line for that. Like, if he goes down, it's over. Mezzi's gone as well, but it happens, and we will see Cloud9 with all the advantages they could ask for here. The money was already broken after winning 3 rounds in a row. It's going to be even worse so now. $1,900, like I said, in terms of loss bonus. As you can see, they've saved an M4 and a FAMAS. They've got some utility, a couple of HGs in the mix as well. And you're going to be getting $2,400 next round, Anders. So do you want to buy into this one? Do you want to, around the M4 and the FAMAS? I would say probably not. You can buy going forward, maybe. Oh, the problem is you can't even get an upgraded pistol as well. So it's like full eco with 2 saved rifles. It's a difficult one. There are arguments to be made considering the scoreline, the context of how it has been going. Maybe you want to try and steal one away, but they will go for the more conservative approach and see what Afro and Roy can make of this one. But like I said, they do get the absolute maximum out of these sort of low buys usually.
I mean, there are teams now that are experimenting a lot with the economy, actually buying the M4 even in save rounds, just the odd one. So if you have to save one, I feel like you're almost having that round anyway. Why not just go for it?
Hello.
They're doing a fine job. Roy with a double spray down and the FAMAS up front with Afro. This is looking beautiful at the moment. They're just cleaning it up. They didn't need anything else, Henry. Throw all the theory crafting out the window. The FAMAS and the M4 did all the work.
That's the best possible outcome. You put your 2 rifles towards the A ramp, they go hyper aggressive, they hit their shots, and the snowball turns into an avalanche very quickly indeed. A 5 versus 1. They invested almost nothing into this round. 2 saved rifles, and Fnatic are back on their feet. We said they needed one of these rounds just to reignite the flame inside them, and a clean sweep on the eco. You'll see some smiles now, Anders. It's been pretty rough over there, but that is an absolutely massive round to win. Electronic knows it. And in terms of the finances for Cloud9 as well, they're somewhat in trouble. We've seen a Galil and a Mac-10 into the next round, but Roy, he has been playing heads-up counter-strike to say the very least at A ramp, and finally is rewarded for it.
And you know what? Again, in light of the single elimination format, that last round, round number 13, that could be one that we look back on and say that's where everything changed. Again, Grim's just, I think there's something daring about the way that he's doing it.
Like
it makes it a little bit exciting, you know?
The gymnast.
Yeah, he's obviously been practicing.
Perfect landing, 10 out of 10.
But yeah, we could be looking back at that 13th round saying that's when Fnatic clawed their way back in the game, and that's where the tide really changed quite a bit.
Absolutely. This game's well back on now. But when they were 7-1 down, it felt like, okay, this is falling apart. Fnatic might not recover. But all of a sudden, it's looking quite promising. Cloud9 now on the back foot. Mac-10, Galil. And again, going for this A ramp. Smoke down towards the left-hand side of the bomb site. Execution of sorts. They don't have to commit to this.
Good nade. Duck right under the ledge, catching Axel and puts him on half health. Getting a little bit close now with the Mac-10. You could see he's thinking about it. He really would probably love to got flashed through to do a little bit of damage there. They're pushing out in front, and Dexter, he's right there. The grenade will do the job. They're grenading Dexter just to get rid of the bomb. Yeah. It's a bit aggressive. 4 versus 4 though, but Shiro, he's the real threat in this round in the back with the AWP, and he takes down Roy, and now I think they realize Fnatic, now they're in trouble. Headshot coming through it as well. Hobbit's going to be able to spray down Afro right at the corner of the box there, and it's just Crimson Mezzi, 2 versus 4. How are they allowed to get in here? Fnatic had everyone in position at the A bomb site.
Well, they've been playing very actively on that A ramp. I think Fnatic are trying to condition them, no, you can't come here. We're going to be setting up the brick wall every single time, but it's the one round they don't really show any presence. Cloud9, like I said, lower by, just trying to stick to the set piece mentality, and it is a nice execution. Pretty standard one as well. Smokes left and right, Molotovs down, flashes over, and Dexter, there was even a gap in the smoke there. You thought he was going to be the hero of the round. The bomb is denied, but all of a sudden, Cloud9 come to life here and pick up a massive 9th round there. Pretty comfortable in the end as well. And we get into round number 15. It's been a quick half. This has been pretty rock'em sock'em. Lots of action. Not many saves.
Definitely not. Yeah, I mean, it must have felt that way as well to Fnatic at one point. It must have felt like, how are we already, 7, 8 rounds into this? We just lost all of it. But now they are starting to at least get it a little bit back. They've got 5 rounds. Another one might make a world of difference. I thought they had that last one. I really did. I thought they had enough defense at the A-bomb side to lock it down, even if they lost the ramp, but it wasn't the case. So round number 15 is going to be everything. Again, it's very scrappy on the Fnatic side, but that's kind of been the theme for them the whole half here. Oh, that should have been a kill. He saw the jump over. Afro had the chance. But he's not afraid of Shiro, which I think is a good sign.
Afro seems like he's pulling his weight. He seems confident. Totally agree. And Mezzi, nice little off angle here. You wouldn't necessarily expect it, and Axel certainly won't. Nice trade, but Crims will maintain that advantage. Lovely setup there towards the B steps. Dexter, a crafty position as well. They're looking to find 6 rounds in. I think they might have done it, Anders.
Looks like it. I think they're vindicating that position that you were talking about earlier, having a little bit of a setup to push through, but Afro, he's still able to adjust somehow. Hobbit, that's supposed to be a kill every time. A minute on the clock for Shiro.
I mean, he can win this. It's possible. He's got the bomb in his back. He's got a Molotov, a couple of flashes, but 3 players to find. We'll see what his first move is going to be, heading towards the A ramp. We have got Afro there, the AWP, a challenging first kill, but fortunately, he's down to half health.
The way he wanted to go for it, it's not going to be possible. Afro takes him right down, and 9-6 in the first half, Henry.
It certainly is, Anders, and it was a 7-1 deficit that they have recovered, but Cloud9, they are in the driving seat here. Fnatic will have to pull the socks up as we go to a quick break and be back with the second.
Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you? On that red hot boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
The sound of thunder. Not much time to run for cover. Warning of what is to come. Can you hear it coming closer and closer and closer?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Gamers8 CSGO Championship. It's the first game in the tournament, single elimination. One of these teams will be going home after this best of 3, and it's Fnatic recovering the half-handers. 7-1 deficit, pulled it right back to a 9-6. This game is right back on.
This could have been way more disastrous for Fnatic. They managed to scrape together some really tight rounds where Cloud9 ran out of time hiding it. They were so close to being a way bigger disaster. It's still going to be rough in the second half, don't get me wrong, but at least they have a crack at it here. They can bring this one back. And like you said, single elimination. Nobody wants to be on the plane tonight. You want to keep fighting.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And towards the B bomb side, we'll be heading once again. The Julies in the hands of the gunslinger Axel, baited in by Perfecto. First interaction coming through, and it's Mezzi to crack things open. A lot of damage done here. 2 CTs lying in wait, but Fnatic have done it. They've cracked open the B side. They don't have to commit. They can still fall back off this one.
Nice push on top. Everyone is here for Cloud9, and that should be a bit of a warning to Fnatic. Like you said, you don't have to commit yet, and you've got the evidence that there's so many people on the B bomb side, so just leave it alone.
It's absolutely fine. You got a 4-on-4, and sure, your original set piece has gone out the window, but Roy, he is stampeding in towards the A bomb side, but Cloud9 have read it quite well. They've got numbers here. They've got 3 CTs, so smokes are being deployed. The Julies have been recovered as well, and Shiro lying in wait, wants to crack things open here.
Dexter getting one. Shiro in return. He's just out in front with the USB, and he's hitting the headshot onto Roy. He takes down Afro as well. Dexter and Crims, and I especially like the position for Crims. Dexter, though, how loud is he going to be? They are turning around. They know that he's coming. Not all of them looking the right way. Crims, he doesn't check the corner. There's someone right behind him, and he's going to get shot in the back of the head instead. He just missed one single corner, Henry. Otherwise, it would have been a godlike play. He was so close to making it happen, and now it's all on Dexter instead. 35 seconds in a 1 versus 3. He goes for the first. Will pick it up. He almost pre-fire the second, but Hobbit, he's crisp and clean with the headshot, and it will be Cloud9 winning the pistol.
Bit of a scrappy finish there. Fnatic, after finding the opening kill, were denied access towards the B bomb side there, opting to fall back in towards A, but it doesn't work out for them. It was a 2 versus 1 with Dexter in the end, and 2 players at 10 HP, a real chance for him, but unable to plant, and it will be Cloud9 picking up the second half pistol round, 10-6 overall, and this was a key moment, of course. Could have knifed him when you're such low HP. Just get the job done, just get the kill in the bag, and with no plant, we are going to see a full eco here, in fact, so we'll see what they can make of it. Just one single flash, Anders, try and get the bomb down. That would be a success in its own right if they can get a plant here.
Just saying, Config would have knifed him.
He definitely would have done. No question about it.
Well, let's see. They did have the one flashbang, which they used to get control of the stairs. So now, I don't know how you make it on from the stairwell. I have no idea how you get into the site. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good point. I guess brute force. If you get 1 kill, it could be enough for a scrappy plant, but extremely unlikely.
Yeah, probably going for the double boost up and then just hoping to power your way through. You're probably right. Just need the Glock headshot to start things off with, but Axel, he's in a hard position to dig out. He's got Perfecto on the other side, and he's got the M4A4, so he's got all the bullets he could ever want for this kind of a defense. The bomb has been dropped on the ground, and no one's going to be having a chance to pick it up here. Dexter going to get hunted down. Burst fire attempted. I appreciate it, but it doesn't really work.
It doesn't really work. Maybe something with CS2, the burst fire can make a return.
That's a big wish of mine.
I hope the FAMAS, because they updated the FAMAS like gun sound, the firing sound, but they didn't adjust like the stats or the burst fire. I'd love to see that kind of be viable again, and on the Glock as well perhaps, but not to be the case here, I'm afraid, and no plant found. Pretty clean round for Cloud9, 11-6, and the guns coming out here for Fnatic. AKs across the board. They've got the essential pieces of utility. Smokes and a push in towards the A ramp here. Gap smoke is down. Nades towards the sandbags here, and CT's actually allowing them to have pretty decent control.
11-6. What a difficult scoreline to recover, but if they can start early on, it's definitely doable, right? If they get this next one and make it 11-7, not everything is done yet. And Afro, the guy that a lot of people were talking about early on, he's really living up to the hype. He's got 14 kills at the moment, so he's performing at a high level, matching what Cloud9 are doing at the moment. Roy getting almost caught at the bottom of the ramp, but he's going to be all right with it. 87 health still. Shiro in a lot of trouble. That Kurtzen does provide no cover at all, and he's going to go down eventually. They're going to find him. Good job. Yeah, 5 versus 3.
Massive opening for Axia. It is going to be the MP9s and Hobbit's M4 to defend. Surely no chance. What's the final play here from Fnatic? Looks like they'll be edging their way over towards a B bomb site. Axar would have to do God's work here with the SMG to really make a dent. We'll see what he can make of it. It all comes down to timings and overlook positions. It needs to be baited in, and all 3 CTs are here, and all of a sudden, this looks like there's a chance.
There is a chance. It's making me nervous. Look at the line of Axel. He's good for the double. And now the second MP9 is going to be swung, but it's just Perfecto left.
No way.
God, the burst. It's gone. Like, he's picked up 2 kills, and Crims on the other side has made the jump down. I think Perfecto knows already, and he just has to hide in the smoke. Only 14 seconds left, and he finds the shot. Crims. That's an ice-cold play. Remember, the bomb is on the other side. If Perfecto slips away, Crims does not have the time to go on a hunting mission to find him and plant the bomb, so he had to catch him right then and there. What a scary round.
We've had so many of those sort of rounds on a knife's edge. It felt like a guaranteed scenario for Fnatic, a 5-on-3 against 2 MP9s. We said Axel would have to go huge to give them a fighting chance here, and he delivers on all fronts. Sure, Fnatic win the round, but at what cost? They'll be entering round number 19 here with Galils, a couple of AKs here. It's a desperate buy on either side. Cloud9 will have a similar looking setup. They have got the Shiro AWP. That's going to be the difference maker here, if you ask me. Biggest round of the game so far. If Fnatic can win this, they're right back in it. They might be able to tie things up.
You are absolutely right. And like Cloud9, I mean, this could be another shocking swing round. If somehow the AWP makes the difference and Shiro is able to land some of these shots, you just never know what's going to happen. Flash is out and they're going to catch him. What a flashbang that was.
Yeah, courtesy of Afro, it's Roy continuing his strong performance here on the A ramp. Electronic, not known to be an AWP, will pull one back, but now it's getting scrappy, it's getting desperate. Knowing he has to deliver, Electronic holds his ground, but he's dead. Surely he's done for. He gets away with it somehow.
I can't believe it. You missed the shot and you're that out in the open, but they just didn't want to risk it. Still a 4 versus 3. 2 M4s, 1 AWP. You said Electronic, not known to be an AWP, but he got the first kill. The timing, it couldn't have been better for Axel. He's going to pick up Roy, trying to backpedal. Good headshot from Mezzi. Might be the pivotal kill right there. Flick not connecting. He's a little bit unsure about the rifle, you can tell. 30 seconds, and the jump pass is there. That should be the bomb plant, and nothing that Electronic could do about it.
Well, they'll still explore their options here. Axel remains curious, but unfortunately it doesn't look possible. Saving the M4 and the AWP, of course, here. They'll retreat, and it's Fnatic, as we said, a huge swing round going in their favor. Once again, though, it's scrappy as you like. It's really difficult to see where the round is going in the mid stages here, but it will be Fnatic posting their 8th, and we'll see if they want to commit to a hunt. They don't really have the resources to do so, but if they can take down the AWP, that would be absolutely massive for them. Crims just checking all the corners, of course, but he's just looking to retreat the bomb radius. But well done to Fnatic once again. It's down to Roy at that A ramp, Anders. He's doing so well, taking down players there. Seems to be winning every single duel he's in, and taking out Shiro as well, courtesy of an Afro flashbang. That is massive, and we really have got a game on our hands now, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, single elimination is best of 3. Opening game of the tournament. You could be going home after 1 game of Counter-Strike. It's brutal, but I absolutely love it. As Roy, as we said, that perfect flashbang sets him up for a guaranteed frag, and then Mezzi. This is the one that actually secures the round.
And you know, for Cloud9 not to go for the 2-on-3 there, I think it makes sense when you have the round lead, right? They have a bit of a buffer zone before Fnatic start to catch up to them. So if you throw away the rifles, you're going to be in this awkward position. I appreciate the fact that they just said, okay, the AWP and the AK is just worth so much to us. Even in the next round, it's not going to be worth it. So still, it's a very close scoreline. We love to see it here. 11-8. I mean, this is a great beginning. You're not going to have many more chances, right? You might have another map after this, maybe a third one if things go really well. But for Fnatic, like you said, this is a really great map for them. If they wanted to upset Cloud9, this would be the map to do it.
Absolutely true. Big round here. Cloud9 investing everything they had. They have the saved AK in the hands of Axel. And he can do unbelievable things with that weapon. Speaking of which, Shiro the AWP once again, this time looking to best. Fnatic at the A ramp. It's a beautiful shot, but still at what cost? Fnatic fragging back in return. They've got the man advantage. It's Dexter with full mid control. Smokes off towards the elevated position. Molotov on construction as well. Mezzi looking to set up the B splits here potentially.
I think Electronic saved Shiro by just walking in front of the bullet. I think Shiro should have been dead there. That's unbelievable. 3 versus 4 though, and Afro, look at the sneak in. They don't realize this time Shiro, he's already survived 1 sneak up. This time surely it's going to be the end of it. A little bit of a missed shot, but the flick is not quite quick enough, and Afro going to continue. Doesn't look like he has a Galil. He's just cleaning up the map, goes for the fight, and it's another headshot. 3 kills for Afro as he just outright wins the round.
Afro, not a one-trick pony, it seems.
No.
Seems to be very capable with All the weapons available in CSGO. This time the Galil shining bright there as he creeps in towards the A bomb site, threads the needle, finds Shiro and gets 3 headshots in total. It was another chaotic round, of course. Cloud9 not looking very comfortable in the last few, and they'll be down to pretty much a full eco here. No armor, upgraded pistols, and 1 nade. So Fnatic, like we said, after winning that huge swing round there in the driving seat right now, looking to find double digits. The opening frag for Mezzi. Dexter might be able to find a second kill as well. Damage inflicted towards Axel, and they've got B steps controlled. Again, don't have to commit, don't have to rush this one. They've got the advantage. Need to ascertain what they're up against. And the reaction from the CTs is coming through. No flashbang to speak of, but a headshot from Axel, and Perfecto connects to the Deagle as well. So back to a 3-on-3. Still a massive advantage for Fnatic, of course, but Electronic knows he needs to be a bit more active. They need to catch them off guard, and they'll certainly do that. There's the kill. Shiro might actually be able to find yet another, bring it down to an advantage in their favor, but that's the kill that really had to land. Perfecto now left on the A bomb site alone at 2-on-1 with no armor, but a Desert Eagle in hand.
Oh, my face was just wrinkled up for this whole round. It's just very uncomfortable watching Fnatic. They need to close these rounds out a lot more convincingly. I get that they would jump in the ramp and it kind of spiraled a little bit out of control, but you can't slip up in these rounds. You have a real crack at it here to get back and actually win the map, but if you end up losing a round like this one, then I don't think you're going to get many more chances. Cloud9 are still looking really powerful. Perfecto's alive with the Deagle. He's got 17 kills, and they are kind of walking towards him. Let's see how long he's going to be patient for. Again, he's a very, very smart player. Takes a lot to get ahead of him. 25 seconds here. He's thinking about it. He's worried about the potential backstab, but he's in the right position. He's got the right idea. This could be done, Henry. He could still win the round. There's the bomb plant out in front. Goes for a bit of a sneak. He's walking up close. Let's see if they double peek him or if he gets the 1D off. He had the chance, and 1 chance is exactly all he's going to get. Afro takes him down and lands himself at 20 kills, Henry.
Yeah, epic performance for him so far. Doesn't seem phased by the big stage whatsoever. And yeah, top of the scoreboard and then some for Fnatic. 20 and 15 beneath him will be, I believe, 1 second, Dexter and Crims at 12. And it's a tactical timeout for the CTs as well. They have got the buy available once again. Like you said, a pretty convincing performance with just the pistols there. No armor, didn't invest too much. Brought it down to a 2 versus 1, which was technically possible. But Afro shutting down the hopes and dreams of Axel there. We are going to see now an AWP for Shiro, currently set at 14 kills, 4 M4s otherwise, and what a fantastic start it was for Cloud9. 7-1 up. It felt like it was a bit of a non-starter for Fnatic, but after winning a couple of key and crucial clutch situations, and by virtue of the clock, Cloud9 gave a few up, they've actually managed to claw their way back into this game. It will be 4 rounds in a row for Fnatic after losing the second half pistol as well, and another huge round on the agenda here.
Here's where I'm really curious if Shiro has the kind of playmaking ability to push forward and land them a kill early on.
We haven't really seen on the CT side so far.
No, and he is normally, I would say, much more of a defensive, a little bit more of a measured AWP player, and obviously Afro, you saw him on the A ramp when they were on the CT side, just finding those early kills. That makes such a difference. I would love to see Shiro try and do that. It doesn't even have to be the A ramp. You could, if you're feeling really bold about it, you can push into the middle with the AWP, maybe bring an M4 with you for backup, and yeah, but you could push even further if you really wanted to, if you really wanted to be aggressive, because right now they are giving Fnatic a lot more map space, and I don't see Shiro do enough. It's hard to criticize Shiro because he's such a godlike player, but but there's the one thing in this game where sometimes I wish he would just take the odd round to try it, you know?
The majority of his kills have been with the rifle so far. We'll see what he can do. Round number 22, getting to the bookend of this first map. Roy has been excellent as well. Very impactful kills, and there's another one. Hobbit dropped early. Axel will bring back a kill in the form of Mezzi here. Another 4-on-4, but the full execution is coming in right here, right now. Electronic trying to avoid the utility, but he can't. Roy, an absolute homing grenade lands at his front door, and Shiro surely can't do anything with this.
Maybe he can. If he had another half a second, he might have been able to get the shot off on Crims, but the timing is absolutely amazing. The double grenade onto Electronic, setting them up so well, and Afro lands another shot just for good measure. That's tying up the game. That's Fnatic back at 11, and Cloud9, they've been slowed down. The money is running out. They're actually in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, 11-11. They might have to make a wish here. As Cloud9 are at the bottom of the barrel financially, it's Roy with high impact once again. Just that single frag, but to open things up and sabotage the A defense like that, it's very difficult to recover. And You see Mezzi's loving it. No longer the in-game leader, allowed to shine brightly with his mechanical skill. Hasn't had one of those show-stopping moments just yet. His frag total's a little bit low, 7 and 16, but still plenty of time here as Roy once again trying to find that opening kill. Molotov towards Sandbags, trying to flush the CTs out here. Smoke's down, and they have got a lot of manpower here. This could be a straight contact play in towards the site, and it's the opening kill once again for Roy. Dexter will find the second round done. This was a partial buy, upgraded pistols and SMG, and they will be finding at least the maximum loss bonus going forward, and that's about as good as it gets for them. And we just have Axel remaining, 5-7 in hand, and 4 players to find. So it will be Fnatic after suffering a 7-1 deficit to kick off this map, and now in the lead, 12-11.
Yeah, what a way to come back into a game. Just nothing that Axel can do. Him and Perfecto, and I mean the whole team, they've been playing brilliant Counter-Strike, but somehow they're now 1 round behind. Fnatic have walked it back in the second half. It's unbelievable. And they have to do it. They just have to. Again, Anubis being the second map, that in itself is such a weird twist. And I just imagine that if Fnatic don't win this one, winning the whole best of 3 will just be very, very difficult. And again, you're going to get knocked out based on this result. So we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. 12-11, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Fnatic in the lead after, you said, being down 7-1.
Unbelievable scenes, really. Cloud9 starting to shrink. Roy asserting his dominance on this A bomb site time and time again. He cannot be stopped. Was against the pistols this time, but he's doing it in the gun rounds as well. Round 24. Shiro back on the AWP. Feels like it's been a while since he posted a kill. Molotov down. Afro. He's got the AWP on the T side this time. Flashbang from Perfecto, trying to hold them up. Disallowing access towards middle. And it's back to that A ramp. Bullets exchange. Roy takes 25 damage and a bit more after that. Massive grenade lands, but that's the 8th frag for Mezzi. Starting to wake up here towards the B bomb site.
Must have seen Axel. That wasn't even through the smoke, so he must have seen something on the other side there. Shiro holding the ramp position for a while. That might give a little bit more space to keep some defense in the middle, but we'll see for how long. 4 versus 5. Roy is very low, and it's worth really thinking about. It could be a quick 4-on-4 if they find him.
All right, Shiro, what have you got for us? Might not be much. They're actually looking towards the B bomb side. The bomb's not there, actually. This is a bit of a bait and switch. It's all a ruse, Anders. Afro's just trying to find a kill here, and his teammates are ready to pounce in towards A. That might not work out, though. Perfecto will take care of him. And now they have to commit. 50 seconds remaining. Electronic just needs information here. Doesn't have to go all in. Just retreat at this point, and that's exactly what it will do. Glitches out somehow, but he will live to tell the tale.
He's on 1 health. Oh, and that's it. The grenade will find him. It's right back on. They can still win the round. 3 versus 3, 30 seconds. It's not a lot, but on Vertigo especially, it might not make a big difference. You can get all the way across the map. No problem with that kind of time left. Mezzi, he's thinking about it. He's waiting for it. Hobbit, 1 false step here to the left, and he's going to be dead. We'll see if it happens. He's just so patient at the back. They might not... Oh, did he see anything? It looked like he did. He might have seen the gun barrel. Yeah, they're going to throw the Molotov. I think he definitely knows. And Hobbit, he's going to be good for the 1 kill there on Roy. He was low from earlier. Flashbang is absolutely gaunt here. Shiro setting it up for Perfecto to get the double kill. And Cloud9, they finally win another round. Their 3rd one that they've won in the second half.
Yeah, their first gun round. They were actually 6-2 down, Cloud9. So they lost 6 rounds in a row after winning the pistol, and that's the first they've posted in some time. They'll tie things up at 12-12. And Mezzi, he knew the Hobbit was there. Hobbit actually did very well to even get a single frag after being Molotov'd out with Perfecto with a lovely play here. Assisted by the flashbang, Electronic knows they needed that. Things were starting to get a little bit dire out there. And in terms of the money, they should be absolutely fine on the Fnatic side here after winning 6 rounds in a row. A UMP has just been purchased. I couldn't tell you why. I think it must be a mistake. No one's going to be bringing that to a gun round. It's thrown away quickly, and Dexter still has 6,600. But yeah, the UMP was thrown off the side of the building.
Can't do the buyback yet, can you?
You can't yet. What do you think about that? I spoke to Carrigan yesterday in an interview, and I asked him specifically what he thinks about it. He feels like if you make a mistake in game, you should be punished for it.
Yeah, I can see that. I guess the other side, the other way to think about it is something like, would you want to see the last round of a major grand final?
Exactly, that's the other side of the coin, right?
Like ooh, just feels weird.
I guess the counter argument is don't make a mistake. You know?
Yeah.
Like, don't. The pressure gets to you, and you fumble, you buy. Like that's on you. I guess there is 2 schools of thoughts there, but either way, we'll get back into the action here. Electronic, aggressive, of course. in a lot of trouble as Roy once again at this A ramp. Finding these opening frags time and time again. He has been such a nuisance for them. It's Hobbit trying to pick up the pieces, and he's done a great job so far. Shiro finally finding some form here with the AWP. The bomb is down, and we're back to a 3-on-3. 16 kills with Shiro, and holds his ground, knowing he's got control of the bomb for now.
Afro's back there, and they know he's got the AWP because they got the blind kill on Electronic. There's the shot from Shiro. That's Afro down, and Shiro continue looking for it. He's so patient. Absolutely ice-cold quad kill coming out from Shiro.
Now that's the kind of play we expect from Shiro.
Yes.
Defensive lines, precise shots, and making sure they get absolutely nothing done towards the bomb side there. That's what we want to see from him. Perfectly played there. Difficult round for Cloud9, considering they had SMGs once again. You've seen they've been active towards the A ramp this time, and Shiro alone had to hit every single shot, and that's more like it. 13-12.
How tempted are you when you get that first peek on the sandbags? If you fire that shot early, you're dead every time. So the patience to wait another, fourth of a second or something like that for the actual repeak is very, very hard to do. It looks easy, but it is definitely not. A little bit of a setup here. Hobbit going to get the first one. I think Crim's realizing, this is going to be a double setup for the CTs. I don't think it's worth going for here. Mezzi with a slight chance maybe, but they start a man down. Cloud9 looking to get to 14 rounds. They would love that.
Neck and neck right now. Shiro going to be tested once again, and this time missing the shot. Afro punishes it. Probably wants to get his hands on that AWP if possible.
Where did Shiro's shot go? I feel like he had something going on there. I'm actually a little bit confused. Maybe the replay will show it. 4-on-4. Afro patiently waiting, and he's going to get the board for it. He is absolutely lights out in this game. 24 kills. Molotov on the other side is looking to challenge Perfecto, who himself has had a bit of a nuts game. Hobbit's going down, and Perfecto just caught in the corner. Roy back in action, and it leaves Axel in a 1 versus 3. And I don't think you can do much about it here. I think you have to give it the round. Just save the AK, especially on the CT side. And that's exactly what he's going to try and do. So Fnatic will be able to tie up the scoreline once again, and this time at 13-13.
No one will survive. No prisoners have been taken, Anders, and they will have yet another round in their favor. Fnatic answer back after giving 2 away, and in terms of loss bonus, we're at the $2,400 mark. So, yes, there is a buy, but we've got 2 players hovering around $2,500. So you might want to take a partial. You might even want to take a full eco, but we're getting to that closing stages now. So just to note, Afro, good God, every position seems so calculated. He seems to be one step ahead, knowing when the pushes are coming through, and then just clinical precision with the AWP and the rifles.
You feel vindicated, Henry? You feel like...
I mean...
you claim to have seen him early on?
I guess, yeah. In the smallest way possible, I win.
Every time
the least significant way, Henry finally gets a victory. But yes, to answer your question, yes.
Several years too late, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, the execution left and right of the Jenny. Like I said, as I usually say, they don't have to commit on this one. Just trying to bait out the stack, see if they'll react, work out what they're up against. You don't want to be doing a set piece off the get-go when you're up against pistols here. Just hunt for some information, bait out whatever they have. And Perfecto, that just snuck in. Mezzi seems to be very aware of that prospect. Spam towards the wooden boards here, but he's found the 5-on-4. His teammates are encroaching on the A-bomb site here, so he doesn't really have to commit, doesn't have to go any further. Roy looking to get stuck in, though, continuing this excellent form we've seen from him on Vertigo, and Afro gets himself another frag here. Round done, Anders. 14-13.
Yeah, Roy just feeling so hungry for the kills. He wants the CVN take it a step further. Not really necessary, and I guess probably say this point in time, just save the AKs. Not because it really matters, just because you don't want to give one over to the enemy side. There's no point in giving them an AK to run away with when they don't have anything else. So Fnatic will be the first to 14. Mezzi could get caught off guard by Hobbit with the C set on the other side, but he's very quick to adjust. He said maybe not the most explosive game from Mezzi just yet, but we know that he's got it. We know that he could do it. Very curious to see what happens if he gets put into play here. Perfecto going all in on the round. It's going to be a flawless one for Fnatic if they don't lose a single player. And this could be a nightmare for Cloud. And it could be one of those games that you look back on and you think, we really had them. We had them in the box. We couldn't close it.
And bear in mind, you don't have much time to pick up the pieces, look back at what happened. You can't come back tomorrow and say, right, well, we'll look at the demos. Obviously, this isn't a 4 groups. This is, there's no lower bracket. There's no group stages. This is it. And yeah, you're right. Cloud9 do throw a 7-1 lead They'll be kicking themselves. It's a best of 3, of course, but this is obviously a big round here. Fnatic hunting for map point. Electronic sitting in the smoke for now. Does he want to be flashed through? Looks like it. Precarious position to say the very least, but finding some stability here. It's Afro back on the AWP. Speaking of which, up against Shiro as well. It's a double AWP setup with Perfecto joining Shiro in tandem here. So presumably he'll be towards the B side of the map. He's actually holding middle right now.
Yeah, just the shins showing, but he couldn't find the shot. I don't know if it's always true, but sometimes it feels like the double AWP is a sign of desperation for the CTs. It's what you bring out when you feel like a lot of other things have really failed. So let's see if this will play off the way that they want it to. Started to drop a little bit low on the grenades as well on the CT side. And still a minute on the clock, but a good opening. And that's the other power of the double AWP, is you're not expecting it. You know Shiro is going to be the A-ramp. You're not expecting for Perfecto to be in the middle. So Krims just walks straight into the shot, and he ends up going down for it. Smokes all around that B stairwell. And not bad. Again, just one smoke, 1 HE left now on C9. Only 30 seconds left now. Started to get a bit close now. They bring the bomb over in this way. We can see what's coming, but Cloud9 don't know yet. Axel, he's going to be the first point of contact. He's going to be the one that realizes exactly what's coming his way. Bit of a smoke, and he takes down Mezzi. 20 seconds, Henry. This is a nightmare.
Yeah, what a smoke that is. That might just secure the round right here, right now. As you know, you'll just be walking into the Lion's Den at that point. You run for that smoke, there's no way you're getting a kill. It's full gray screen. Fnatic know it. They'll have to retreat. They have to give in. And with 5 seconds remaining, Roy needs to make sure he stays alive as well. That money's actually pretty decent. Hobbit, be careful, my friend. No need to commit. They don't really have the resources to justify the hunt just yet, I would say. Tying things up once again, 14-14. We're going right down to the wire. Back and forth now in the closing stages here of Vertigo, and it's going to be a tactical timeout for Fnatic, who do manage to save 3 weapons here. Just realizing there was no chance of getting towards B. A perfectly thrown smoke there towards the end of the round, and a chance to catch their breath. This will be the final timeout, however, as we'll see Mezzi, the last player to invest.
Oh, this is delicious though, isn't it? It's excruciating when it comes down to all 30 rounds in a single elimination bracket, because it means, you know, one of these two teams is going to have just a myriad of rounds that they're going to be looking for. They're going to be looking at and saying, man, if only we could have done this. If I had got that kill, we would have maybe won. Like,
had I planted the bomb instead of going for the fake, right? Like things like that. There's so many insane rounds that just kind of fell apart due to the clock or a crazy grenade that would come through, but we are going to get into round number 29, ladies and gentlemen. The opening game here at the Gamers8 CSGO Championship here in Riyadh. Hobbit setting up the smoke for the A ramp. Speaking of which, that's where Fnatic are heading for now. As per tradition here on Vertigo, the great battle for ramp control will continue. It's Afro with the AWP. A great game from him so far. Really making a name for himself here. 25 kills. But not going through the smoke just yet. Waiting it out. Seeing if anyone's up close and personal.
Nobody wants to make the mistake.
Exactly right. It's quite cagey this round now.
Oh, here comes the flash swing around. It's so good. No chance to turn around. You can't hear the pin being thrown. You're just completely screwed. Roy will get one good kill in return. And Electronic, he goes down. At least leaving the 4-on-4, but that was one hell of a setup.
Yeah, they'll be gutted. They went for the second peak there. Could have just fell back with the advantage. Weren't happy with it. Went for the double dip. Back to a 4-on-4. Roy always seems like he's one step ahead, anticipating any sort of CT reactions. We're not seeing many of them on the map right now. It's Axel in towards B. Perfecto will join him with that secondary AWP, meaning there's only 2 players here, Shiro and Hobbit. Shiro hasn't had a bad game, but certainly not one of his show-stopping performances.
No, it's been possible, but we'll see if it's going to continue here. He does get the kill, turns around for the no-scope. You called him out, Henry, and he's ready to step up. Huge swing comes out, just Afro left. 1 versus 4, as he's got the first kill already. But there's so much more that's needed. He's only got 20 seconds. It'll be a 1 in a million round to try and win. There's absolutely no chance that he can make it past here, and Shiro will take him down instead. Triple kill for him, and putting Cloud9 on 15 rounds.
And bear in mind, I said before, Fnatic have no further timeouts now, and it's now map points on their pick, and they have 2 players hovering around $2,000. This is now rough as you like. It doesn't get harder than this after such an arduous campaign to get back into this one. The 7-1 deficit, Anders. They had to claw their way back into it. The stars had to shine. Afro had to go massive. Roy with more impact than we've ever seen. And now it comes down to this. Galils, Mac-10s, Deagles, bare bones utility. And they need a player like Mezzi. If he's going to show up in this series, this would be the time, Anders. 12 and 20 right now. Taking off the in-game leader position to allow him to frag, and he just hasn't shown up so far, but can he shine brightly in round number 30? He's got the firepower. And they've got all 5 players outside B. It will be an execution. They have to commit to this one. They have no presence on the map otherwise, and it will be Axel with the opening frag. Mezzi has gone down.
Yeah, he got grenaded and then shot, and it didn't even matter that Axel was blind. He almost gets that kill on Roy. This is a bit of a disaster. The Molotovs are holding them back as well. Swing for Perfecto. He gets the kill, pulls out the Deagle, and in the meantime, Shiro's shown up. It's fallen apart for Fnatic. Their hopes and dreams getting crushed. It's just after a left. 1 versus 4, and absolutely no shot here again. They know exactly where he is. There are no surprises in this round. And the bomb is on his back. He's got a minute. Cloud9 would have to make more than just one mistake. They would have to just lose their minds and go and fight him one at a time. And I don't see that happening. This is a disciplined team. This is an experienced team. There's no reason that any of these players should be giving up an easy kill. And they're not. You can see them just calling the freeze. He's so patient on the other side, but they're not giving him what he wants, and now he has to come and find it instead. A little bit of a swing around the corner as he's looking for it, edging his way into the fight, but they're like ghosts on the bomb site, and there's Perfecto taking him down 16 to 14. It's Cloud9 to pick up the opening map.
Well, that sets the tone for the tournament, does it not, Anders? The first map of this best of 3 delivers on all fronts, an absolute banger of a game. Fnatic take Cloud9 right to the very edge there, recovering their 7-1 deficit. But it's the class that shines through. It's Shiro that starts to wake up towards the end, and even after 26 kills for Afro, Roy on 23, it wasn't quite enough, but still, they showed up to this game. It's moving on to Anubis next, and they'll have to deliver if they want to stay alive here at Gamers8.
look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be done tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. You're taking me home. Taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be. Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't have
The matchup is Cloud9 versus Fnatic, and it is Gamers8, the opener even. So yes, we have been talking about single elimination, we've been talking about best of threes, and it's do or die time, crunch time even. For Cloud9, they definitely found themselves with that sort of footing and that sort of vibe as they let this one slip a little out of control, ultimately lassoing it back, and we're here to break it all down for you. I'm joined by Maniac and YNK, my name being Trace. Got a few things to look at. For Cloud9, they really had to work for it today.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can see the work that's been put in from Cloud9. As we mentioned, this is a rematch against Fnatic. They've played Vertigo in Cologne, but the striking difference is this time around Cloud9 electing to start on the T side, and we could see the fruits bearing off very, very quickly. 7-1 lead from Cloud9. It put them in a very comfortable position. I think Fnatic did very decent and fighting back in the first half. They adjusted when they were using their utility. They kind of realized when they had to put down these smokes to make sure the late rotations from Cloud9 wouldn't work out. And at the end of the day, banger of a game.
Banger all over
Got
the
it on
place.
the bingo card.
Yeah, really close. You know, it seems like Fnatic has a good idea of how to play against Cloud9. I think both teams had a pretty good T side, right? Shows the level of preparation as well. And, you know, for Fnatic, unfortunately, they win the CT pistol, they lose the second round. For Cloud9, it wasn't a lot different. You know, they win the first and second because Fnatic ecoed, but again, when the gun rounds start, they were getting punished as well.
And you know what is actually very, very clearly different is this time around, Mezzi can't find Buster on the B side in terms of duels. We have to put context as well. Buster was playing in Cloud9 in their first, going up against their first opposition. This time around, Axile did a much better job in opening duels. He stood his ground a couple times on the B side. That was a big difference.
Is that a discussion to be had about targeting, perhaps, right? In that scenario, it would make kind of sense.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We know that Axile is a player that is solid on the B side, even though the stats aren't incredible in that game. I think he did what he had to. But also, if you're Cloud9, or if you're Fnatic rather, you're trying to abuse players that aren't necessarily used to play the map, and that's what we have to give a shout out to Perfecto. The fact that he's handling these positions, fucking A.
Yeah, whoa, family show.
Dial it right back down, my apologies.
Speaking of which, Sierra Tango Charlie, STC. That is correct. That is exactly what's going to be taking over right now. Let's dive into this a little bit more. I know that you're very passionate, and I know that, you know, what you've kind of said there does kind of show that, but really and truly, Perfecto had the numbers to back it up here.
Yeah, absolutely great from Perfecto. A couple of moments where he was very, very impactful. He also bursted out the secondary AWP on the CT side. I think this is where Cloud9 had to figure out a solution to stop this comeback from Fnatic, and he did a fantastic job at that, topping the scoreboard. And a player that obviously is never going to really be the top of the talk when you have so many star players with you, but still valuable nevertheless.
Valuable. You see the value in the Cloud9 roster now, Yanko?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no doubt about that, really. And I think you can tell that even though they didn't play a map for a long time, or it was the permaban for Navi, you know, players like Perfecto and Electronic, they understand the game of CS. They're very cerebral players too, so it's not going to take them long to get used to Vertigo, especially with the rest of the team being very proficient on the map. You know, they're going to help you with tips and pointers and so forth.
Yeah. What a ridiculous round that
was,
by the way.
Bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot going on there. We've got Axile towards the B side. What happened, Yanko, if you had to really sum it up?
Yeah, I think it shows, you know, first the comfort levels and shows what Axile means to the team. Just sort of walking up, finding good timing towards that B bomb site, you know, catching Fnatic players completely off guard, getting 1-for-1 kill. That's just, you know, also such a shocking thing to happen to Fnatic early on. You need to get adjusted to that. And you know, after that, Dexter playing for info with that smoke throws it down, but you could tell that him and Roy didn't really have good team play there. They sort of dive on from Dexter, just showing in the smoke, dying cheaply. But in the end, because of the time, Afro makes the high risk play to really try and, you know, deny the plant. And they end up winning that round, which was really important because it was a reset round. It allowed them to get a couple of rounds towards the end of the first half, which gave them a fighting chance in the second half.
And I think that was the theme of this entire game. The theme was T side having a really good start, putting the CD into the bad position, and then seeing what teams can adapt the quickest, like find a solution. For Fnatic, I feel like it was utility usage and adjusting the timing, and that round that you mentioned is a very good example where things get a little hairy at the end. And for Cloud9, it was putting Shiro on the AWP. Like Roy had so many opening kills in the second half. 4 out of 5 rounds that Fnatic win at the beginning of the second half is off the back of Roy's entry kill on the A side. Time and time again. And then finally, when that checks finally cashes in and Shiro puts his hand on the AWP, it gets way more stable and they can finally put an end to all of these A abuse, A ramp coming in on the side of Fnatic.
Well, let's run it all the way back to the vetoes, right? So is it a crazy concept to play Cloud9 on Vertigo?
I think it is still. I mean, I understand that, let's say, Fnatic is feeling good on the map as well, and you know that Perfecto and Electronic hadn't really played it, but Cloud9 was one of the best Vertigo teams in the world for the last couple of years. You know that's going to be in their comfort zone, so I feel like you should be taking it somewhere else. And the reason why it's 16-14 for Cloud9 and not for Fnatic or something else is because they will be able to find those solutions, whether it's on the CT or the T side. Like, sure, doesn't have to be Electronic who makes the call. It can be Shiro, it can be Groove taking a time on to say, hey, they're doing A, let's do B to counter.
I still feel it like it's a strong comment that we're making on the quality of Cloud9. Because usually we stand at the desk and we say, oh, a team has made one roster change. It's going to have so much implications on the defense. It's going to be so complicated. All the protocols are going to have to be rethought through. Here you're switching 2 players, not only, but also you're bringing people who don't even have experience on the map, and yet they still find ways to have impact. I don't think Perfecto was a liability at all. And in fact, Electronic, with massive bravery in some of these fights he was taking on the ARM, they make it look like they've played the map already.
Yeah, he was down that ramp. There was no denying it at times. You know, he was even doing the clearing up the back of the scaffold there. But really and truly, yeah, you're getting in their face, getting aggressive. You're trying to kind of dictate where that fight's going to be.
Yeah, definitely. And I think now we turn to Anubis as the sort of second map, where you're also a little bit surprised by the fact that that's what Cloud9 bet for. But we heard from other teams too that in practice they've seemed pretty much unbeatable on Anubis. They're beating teams and with a large margin. So yeah, it didn't really translate as much in Cologne. There were a lot of close games. They lost some, they won some of the more important ones too. But we'll see what they have in store for us on this map.
And I mean, listen, one of the hypotheses that we have when we say Cloud9 is going to be a great team is that they are going to be able to improve fast. This is still the very beginning, the very first few steps of a brand new roster with a new philosophy. We're yet to discover what the hell kind of counterstrike Electronic wants to play, but something that we assume is that given time, they're going to progress and improve faster than other teams. And I think this is a great time for them to showcase that. You've had your ass handed to you on Anubis, against Navi the first time around. Now showcase what you've learned from this, showcase what kind of adjustments you can do, and I think that's why we have a whole lot of trust into that one.
Yeah, and Anubis, a little bit of I guess, a known ground and an unknown ground in some ways. Nico, tell me how this map currently plays in the meta.
I think we're seeing, you know, when it started out, the problem was you couldn't really do much a CT. That was the perception. You couldn't really fight for it. You can just exchange utility, and at some point you have to give it. So what we're seeing now is more teams taking sort of calculated risks, those flash plays outside of B, trying to take deep B control, try to get some information, trying to be aggressive. We even saw it from Cloud9 in Cologne, you know, sometimes just sort of leaving A and playing for mid and B early on, right? Like trying to sort of, based on what was happening earlier in the half, get a read on your opponents. Pretty much it.
Yeah, I think it's a map where if you give up map control on the CT side, you end up being claustrophobic, and you have no idea what the hell is going on. We've seen plenty of games where teams were trying to go bomb site centric, like heavily on the A side, heavily on the B side, middle, left a little bit open, but you find yourself in situations where you lose track of the timings, you don't know who can be where and when, and then you have to handle an execute coming at you with an unknown amount of flanks or lurks coming in, and I think that's where you have to go for that information grabbing you're talking about.
I think they've also realized if you're not going to really be using mid to go B or to split B. Like that's pretty hard unless it's some early move in the round where you found the gap or anything along those lines. Like there's a lot of positions to clear. It's hard to clear that if you're on the lurks. Like, so it's going to be A split. That's why we see from the CTs, if they're going to give mid, like they're going to try to flash outside B, right? Because they know the danger. Even if a guy is mid, for him to come and backstab him, it's going to take too long, and they have the timings to execute those sort of pushes.
But, like the A defense against an A split is hard. CT side. Like if you're Axile, for example, we put his name under the spotlight quite a lot in this desk. If you're standing on the A side and you know middle is compromised and they can come from that connector right over there, this is just hell. Like you have to have some sort of map control, some sort of territory into the A main entrance. Otherwise, you're getting sandwiched for both sides. You see from the windows, all of the utility that can come flying in, you're not surviving that one. So you have to have some sort of territory, some sort of ground to work with and space where you can breathe.
Well, tell me a possibility here. Tell me there's a way that Cloud9 could have fumbled by also picking Anubis. Is that possible? You know, do we see the likes of Ancient coming in as a decider?
I mean, it is possible. Fnatic already beat them off the map. Sure, like Buster was in, it was an Exile and whatnot, but that tells you also that Fnatic has a good understanding of the map and they have moves that they can also go for. So seeing as the talent on Cloud9 that they have available to them, I think it's going to be a tough task, though.
Does it end here, Maniac? Yes,
yes,
or no?
It does.
It ends right here, right now, after the test, trials, and tribulations. Yeah, Cloud9 grabbed that first map. We're going to go ahead and get ready for the second one. It's going to be Anubis. We're going to see if C9 can send Fnatic home. You're watching Gamers8, everybody. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The second map will be Anubis. Tournament life on the line here for Fnatic Anders. And this is a rematch, remember. They did play Anubis at Cologne. But Buster was playing for Cloud9. But Mezzi went 25-10, and now Mezzi's not performing, Buster is not on the server, and this is the pick of Cloud9. Is this where it all comes crashing down for the likes of Fnatic?
The desk seem to think so. I'm really nervous for them, and I can't help but think about that pistol round that they won in the opening on Vertigo, and now they lost the second one. That can't happen again. We need Fnatic to start really well. Afro getting put under some pressure, but he's got Roy right next to him, and this is a great combination. Messi with a shot as well. He's going to push on forward and shut it down. The bomb is on the ground, and there's nothing they could do. Axel on his own, and he will get picked off, just sniped away by Dexter. It doesn't get any better than this.
Mezzi with his best Monacy impression there, the unsilenced USP. You don't see many of those these days, and 3 kills delivered as well. It was a bit of a mid-rush coming in there from Cloud9. They get absolutely blown out of the water here. Mezzi getting the job done, and just so you know, like, there's no real reason to use the unsilenced USP unless I'm being horribly mistaken here, Anders. Maybe you've got some sort of mad scientist theory?
Just put your opponents off, doesn't it? It's just weird.
It's just a weird thing. Yeah, it sounds cool. It feels nice, but there's really no reason to do it. But I love it all the same. Sets the tone for the game, and it was Messi who was really struggling on Vertigo. He barely made double digits. So a great start, but cannot afford to give this one up. Bear in mind, they lose this map, Fnatic. They are out of the tournament in the first round. Their map pick of Vertigo fell against them in a 16-14 fashion. And we've got a bit of an execution here. Some smokes being delivered towards the B side nice and early, but the bomb's on the other side of the map here, so just trying to bait out some utility. They've garnered some mid-control as well. Electronic finds himself at the double doors, calls for the reinforcements here. And Afro with a defensive game, holding onto his smoke and just wants to make sure he denies access in towards A.
Yeah, that's what you need to do. He's almost dead. They're trying to push through the flash. It's amazing, and it takes the first kill. Dexter put under some pressure here, but the Lance is doing everything you could have wanted. 3 kills, he pulls out the USP, and finally he's going to be found by a Tech9. But my God, if Dexter doesn't pick up that triple, this round it might have been lost already. Bomb is going to be planted here. Axel playing it close enough for the headshot with the Tech9, but he's not going to make a difference. Just Shiro. How has he done it? Already 2 kills. The Deagle ringing true. And he takes it to a 1 versus 1 with Crims on the other side. M4, and he misses the timing. He wanted to get away, and he's going to get found instead. There was a real moment, Henry, where that could have worked out.
Shiro ideally just needed to find safety in towards heaven. If he could just deny the duel for a moment and just run that bomb down, it could have been everything. But Crims delivers once again in the 1 versus 1. He's had to do that a couple of times so far, and we're getting to another interesting round with the bomb planted it down to 1v1, Anders. It does beg the question, will you buy again? Will you go for at least a half buy? I would say yes. I would say you've got them uncomfortable here. You found some weaknesses. You've made them Look like they might break, but time will tell. We'll get into round 3 here. It's going to be very interesting to see which direction they go in. They are going to buy, so they've gone all in.
I fully agree with what you're saying. I mean, you want to put out the pressure. You know that CT side economy is going to be very weak at the moment, so why not try and do it? And if you're Cloud9, you win the first map, you probably feel really confident, and now you're on your own map pick, so I can see why they'd want to try and put the pressure on. Electronic jumping over the bullets, it looked like. Nobody taking any damage, weirdly in the middle.
So, smoke down towards Dark. Mezzi to defend. In terms of the general setup, we've got Shiro watching for any A pushes here. The A bomb site's actually completely open right now. CTs haven't got anyone in there. Focusing towards middle. Roy and Dexter working in tandem here. It means that A retake would have to be on the cards. And Shiro is getting some sort of access towards A. And they've actually smoked it off from middle as well. That's quite cool. So they're suggesting people are in there. But either way, it's a B push coming through. Afro and Crims with full control, and now with that information garnered, Anders, they can actually put resources in towards A. They've got the outside of B, and now this is where the round becomes very interesting for Cloud9.
Look at where the bomb is, Henry. If this is so close to being a 1 round for Fnatic, they might just find the bomb here on Axel. He's running back to pick it up, and I think they heard the footsteps. But did he slip the net? Did he actually make it out? They're going to be able to call it in. They still know that this is going to be an A attack, but it could have been even worse already. Look at Afro. Sneaking on in, he wants more than just a single kill, setting it up for the double, but he gets nothing instead. Oh, he's wiped out. It's a disaster. Dexter is back at it again, and Roy as well. They have to come up with another multi-kill, but it's not going to happen. Shiro cleaning up the bomb site, opening it up for at least a bomb plant.
This game is delivering on all fronts. No round is safe, Anders. Everything is up for grabs, and we're back to a 2-on-2 here. Bomb is planted, but it's anyone's round. It's wide open as Mezzi will pick up yet another frag. His second in the round here. It's down to Perfecto. A great performance on Vertigo, and he'll have to go absolutely huge here to stand a chance. Famas in hand, no grenades. Needs to get the kills in his favor. First one is no problem. Does significant damage towards Crims. Another 1 versus 1 for the Swede. Can he deliver? The bomb is ticking at some pace, and Perfecto just needs to hide. He doesn't have to really do anything with this one. If he stays behind the pillar, he wins the round.
That's exactly right, and this is so smart. And again, he's one of those players, I think on Navi, they did call him a genius a couple of times, and you can see why. He just did enough. There was a kit right there. If he would have died, Crims would have been able to save the round, but Perfecto getting the first couple of kills and then hiding for the rest of it is everything you would have wanted, and it will be Cloud9 on the board much earlier than Fnatic would have loved.
And bear in mind, that was a perfect round from Fnatic. They had all the information they could possibly ask for their Anders. They left the A bomb site open, allowing them to push outside B, finding no one there. We push all the way into spawn. That's the kill. Afro, he plays the trigger discipline, right? He's going for 2 frags. Perfecto takes him down, and that's the difference maker. It was a locked-in round. It was guaranteed with the information they had. And now Cloud9 on their feet, and this is another precarious scenario on either side. The 4-spy wars continue, ladies and gentlemen, but the pace is not slowing down. Electronic leads the way towards middle once again, engulfed in flames. They will push the CTs back, and you can see Fnatic quite happy not to really have much presence towards middle, and Electronic's reading that. That's a massive part of the map to take early.
Even the investment world, they say a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Yes, that is one of the sayings available. That does exist, yeah.
And unfortunately for Afro, I mean, it's hard to, you can understand the logic, right? It's not that he's not understanding it, but you just wanted the double. And unfortunately, if he'd got the kill early and just actually stayed in the spawn area, that probably would have been a real problem for the C9 side of things. But we'll see if this is going to be working out. A bit of a stack towards the A-bomb side and up close and personal. They got the MP9s there as well. There is a bit of a backstab potential coming in from the middle, but it's Afro. No. Good for the first one. Perfecto on the double, and that should be enough, I think. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Dexter.
I don't know.
He's looking everywhere. Oh my God!
I don't know, Anders.
Yeah, headshot. He's taken down Electronic. What a disgusting kill.
Yeah, that third player waiting behind the cake. The fly in the ointment, but here's Hobbit. A backstab himself, back down to a 2-on-2 once again. All of these rounds have been so tantalizingly close, but they seem to have the information now. Crims in another 1 versus 1, 3 in a row for him. He's converted one of them. We'll see whether he can come out on top this time. It's Shiro who's got the advantage, though, running in towards the B-bomb site, and the world is his oyster. He can plant literally anywhere. Nice open plant. He doesn't go for the default. It means he can patrol it from Dark and, of course, B-main as well. So now down to Crims with no kit, a couple of flashbangs. He needs to operate very quickly, but the bomb will be halfway gone before he even gets close to the C4, and he can't really just stampede in as well. He's hoping he can outflank, outmaneuver Shiro at this point, but every second that goes by just increases the chances for Cloud9.
I was going to say, if he had a kit, then maybe there could have been a chance here. But the fact that he doesn't, it just feels like you almost have to just run under the bomb side. And obviously, for a bunch of reasons, that's really awkward to try and do. You can see he's got one tap at it here, and he's already walking away. He's realized, yeah, there's nothing I could do. Even if he found the kill on Shiro after, right here in Dark, it wouldn't have made a difference. He just wouldn't have the time for it. So, unfortunately, not going to work out for Crims this time. And the scoreline's tied up already. They're just going for it.
I'm loving this series so far. I said to you in the break, like every game is essentially a playoff game, right? And it's delivering on all fronts. No round is safe. Everything is up for debate. And every player seems to be delivering as well. Like Dexter with the Deagle headshots in the back of the bomb site. You'd think, like I said, Perfecto's double kill might be enough, but a beautiful contribution from the new in-game leader. Crims, another 1 versus 1, but as mentioned, no utility, no kit. It will have to be the eco here. The old veteran, the Swede, does have his saved rifle here, but the Molotov towards double doors. Flash is going over as well. Here they come once again, trying to take control of that mid position, but back towards A we go, and it's Afro who will just be escorting Crims outside A main. He does give himself a headshot to his teammate, but finds the opening frag. They've got the man advantage, but not for long. 3-on-3, and the rifle is down. Oh my God, Dexter, how's he won that fight?
I have no idea. With the smoke fading, Hobbit should have been dead. Or should have been able to get the kill. Goes the other way somehow. I just can't even explain it. Quick USP shot to the head, and it just does the job.
And they can win this round now. Dexter with the AK, Roy on the M4, man advantage. And it all started with 4 USPs, no grenades, no Kevlar.
Yeah, no, you pointed out even a headshot on a teammate there to begin with, but still, they're right in it here. A little bit passive on the B bomb side, so they don't know much about what's happening in the middle or even towards T spawn, but alone at the site is Roy. He was such a force to be reckoned with on the early map on Vertigo, but this time he's going to get picked off. A little bit of a wide swing. He wasn't expecting them to be that deep in, so the bomb is at a minimum going to be planted here. Perfecto ready to catch them. He hears the footsteps, and he's good for it. Mezzi goes down, and Dexter, is it going to be enough? He can't land the shot. Unfortunately, I think aim punched a bit there as well, and Perfecto will clean up the round.
Yeah, if you're not aware, aim punch is when you have no Kevlar on your body. Any bullet that touches you anywhere, your crosshair gets knocked up, and that's why you kind of need Kevlar. It doesn't just protect you from damage, it enables you to actually have fair duels, and Cloud9 resuscitating the round. It felt like it could fall apart there, especially when that USP from Dexter came through towards B main, but it will be 3-2 as we get into round number 6. If you're just joining us, it's the opening game here at Gamers8 CSGO Championship 2023. $1 million on the line here, single elimination, and the first map went in favor of Cloud9. That was Vertigo, the pick of Fnatic as well. So just one map away from knocking Fnatic out of the tournament, and this was a big round considering they're up against just USPs and M4s. It comes right down to the wire, and they're just happy to get over the line at this point. Just winning the round is enough to have a sigh of relief as we get into the first real gun round here. The 4 spies are overranders. We've got the AWP for Afro, but unfortunately he has no Kevlar. So that aim punch conversation comes right back in here at round number 6.
And the grenade conversation, right? It's another thing where the lack of Kevlar will do a lot more damage when you get hit by some of those HEs. So I guess we'll find out if it's actually going to be a problem or not. We don't know yet, but certainly could be a bit of an issue. I still don't mind it because he was such an incredible force when he was playing on Vertigo that you want to see him pick it up again. I think they delayed it to like 7 or 8 rounds before he had it on Vertigo. And
the first gun round he did have it, but he got tagged down to 17 HP at the start of the round. So he was just nullified. He didn't really have a chance to show us what he was capable of. Once he got going though, he was unstoppable, and that's a great opening frag. Bear in mind, no Kevlar, still playing heads up, finds Axile. And that's the opening kill. And Electronic, well, knows the middle is available to him, but the AWP's watching it.
And if he throws the grenade here to block off the AWP, that's going to give away the game. Then the rest of the team are definitely going to know what's happening here. So we'll see. They've stolen the AK, pushed on out. And Cloud9 are pushed into a very small part of the map right now. They're not really controlling probably as much of the game as they would want at the moment. 3-man stack at the B bomb side, which to be often is really often not enough. Unfortunately, it can still fall apart here. Perfecto is going to get the kill on one. Crims manages to get just away in Dark. It's close.
I thought Kims was going to commit to that fight, and he does. I don't like it. I think falling back with the advantage was the better call here. He's got backup from A main, so they will trade it out. Electronic down to the 2 versus 1. Oh my God, what a shot that is! No way! Afro will save the day with the AWP. He knew exactly where the peak was coming from. Electronic could have brought a show-stopping play into the field, but it is going to be Fnatic posting their third. And it's Afro with no Kevlar finding those opening picks, and that was everything for them. The money is in an interesting position, a precarious one for Cloud9. It have to be the half buy here, and Electronic almost had the play of the tournament. I said that would a pinch of salt. It is the first game, but it would have been fantastic.
It would have been one hell of a clutch. And, you know, I think he had like 15 seconds, and the bomb was actually where Afro was. It was down by that little boat. So ultimately, if Electronic, I think even if he misses the shot and they just both walk away, there's not enough time for him to get to a bomb site. So he just had to take the fight no matter what then.
Well, here we go. It is going to be barely a half buy here. This is an eco with no Kevlar to speak of, just some upgraded pistols. Bear in mind, though, although the map is evolving, it is considered to be a T-sided affair. And we'll see if they can make it dent here. Roy's got the Bison. You don't see many of those.
You really don't.
I think 0 per tournament is normally average, so the fact we're bringing it out here is interesting. Maybe a misfire, but maybe he's got something up his sleeve. It's still a viable weapon. It can work against just the pistols here. Doesn't look like it'll be a massive issue. And he gets a kill. Maybe the only kill we'll see with the Bison this tournament, to be honest with you.
I love the fact that he could just keep shooting forever. It's just so
64
weird.
bullets in that baby.
Yeah, he's never going to run out. And that is probably the only real power. If they're unarmored and they're coming through the smoke, you can keep holding it down.
How much of the CSGO beta did you play back in the day, 2011, 2012?
I'm gonna be honest. I logged in and I saw the smoke and the fog on Dust.
Yep.
And the
you went into
cars,
it,
and I was just immediately out. Like mentally, just thought.
For me, right, I was heavily involved in the beta. And the Bison was the best weapon in CS:GO when the game first came out. We even had an IRC group called Viva la Bison, which was like our pickup gather channel where all the 1.6 and Source players play. And the joke was that it was the best gun in the game, so everyone was using it. But glad to see those days are over. Just a nice walk down memory lane there, as we will see the next gun round underway. It's a difficult one for Cloud9, but they are doing significant damage. Afro down to 2 points of health. Electronic couldn't get closer, and this time a bit more active towards middle. It's the opening frag once again for Fnatic.
How does Afro get away with that one? 2 health. It's really not a lot. So pressure being put onto the B-bomb site. Perfecto, good for the opening. But Crim's just spinning all over the place. He's sure someone's going to be coming from dark, but nobody is. He's still getting the double kill, and it's a 3 versus 2. Now, they are tagged up on the Fnatic side. Oh, here comes the grenade. That's it. Absolute touchdown. Hobbit trying to see if he can land a headshot with the Galil, and he can. A minute on the clock, and it's Roy out in the open. He's got no idea. You see both Crims and Roy were sure that someone would have been coming from dark. Roy gets the kill, and he's immediately looking for dark. They're just so confused by the fact that there's no mid-presence in that B attack. It's just all coming for the main entrance.
Are any of these rounds going to be super convincing where 4 players survive? Is everyone going to be coming down to a 1 versus 1? I'm not complaining, but this is wacky right now. It's the opening game of a tournament. You don't normally see this sort of high octane action so early on, but bear in mind you have to treat every game like it is the playoffs. Electronic not happy about what went down there, but it is going to be the force buy from the international squad going forward. They've got an AWP for Afro. Currently sat on 4 kills and 6 deaths here. Trying to operate with the MAC-10, and that'll be deadly. That's a huge talking point, because you can see there's 4 players without helmets here. And the way Electronic's playing, just getting up close and personal, he can do God's work with the MAC-10. It means you get the one-shot potential, the run and gun of the MAC-10 as well. This is the perfect round to utilize it. And again, trying to escort Afro into a prime position as he pushes out towards B. There's that MAC-10. 1 bullet to the head will take them down. But it's Roy actually there on the other side, so he actually does have a helmet, just to know that.
Yeah, he's the only one that can maybe stand up to the MAC-10 for more than a second.
Yeah, true.
Oh, but it doesn't make any difference. Crosshair in the wrong position for Roy, and the rest of them are going to be much easier targets.
Oh, that's surprising they don't clear out that very common position there from Dexter. They weren't even considering it. Now he might even get a double kill. Well, there's that MAC-10 we spoke of. The timings have been so awkward in this game. The moment you look away from a choke point, that's when your opposition seems to walk out. Bomb will be planted. Bear in mind, the MAC-10 still very potent here. Finds Crims and the man advantage. You might just be saving your AWP and M4 here. Not worth it.
Yeah, you would think definitely not. That means the T side are going to be up around 5-4, still keeping it very, very close. And like we said, when you got this kind of a dynamic, I mean, usually it's going to be favoring the T side, but also in the single elimination world, there are so many rounds to look back on where you just think, man, I just needed to hit that kill, and maybe everything would have been different at the end. Messi doing a fine job at holding on to what he's got. Even upgrades into the AK. Electronic's going to be just sitting by the bomb. And they still got that AWP on Afro. So not the worst result here for Fnatic. The rest of them are still going to be in a weird position economically, but they've got something to fight with.
1 round separating these two teams. Wouldn't have it any other way. As you can hear, we're actually in the arena from day one as well, Anders. Normally we have to build up into it. We have to go through the studio.
No build up.
No, we're straight in there. You can hear our dulcet tones booming around the room here as Kita will have to chime in. One of the few Brits at this tournament along with Mezzi. Don't see many of them these days.
No, slowly. I mean, they're getting more than was in the beginning of CSGO, I feel like.
We've also got Volt here as well.
Yeah.
Who has gone to the Romanian flag now, I've noticed, so I'm not sure if I can claim him, but still, I will. But either way, we are going to be getting into round 10. And you can see Dexter, new in-game leader as well. Designed to allow Mezzi off the leash to deliver.
It's not looking bad right now.
First map wasn't ideal for him, say that much, but Anubis is where he can do his most impressive work, and he'll have to deliver on all fronts here, as we'll see the AK-47 in his hands, all for Afro as well. And they both missing a shot, but he's stuck. He has to just challenge again and hopefully get one. Burning, and down he goes.
I did criticize Shiro on Vertigo for saying he's not necessarily always a playmaker, he's a little bit more defensive, but that was a wild move, just jumping into the shot, and the Molotov in the corner to force out Afro. He had no chance here, but Crims most certainly does. What a headshot to bring down Hobbit, and suddenly it's a 3 versus 3, and a little bit of panic perhaps on the Cloud9 side of things. It's Mezzi, gifted that AK like you mentioned, and he's good for the kill. Ooh. Got no shot. I think Dexter was triangled in, he couldn't get out of there, and they know where Mezzi is.
Mezzi is the clutch master though, we all know it. I certainly do. You give him an inch, he'll take a mile every single time. So smart in these scenarios, can get so much out of so little. And he's got time. No bomb planted. And he's coming through the backtracks though. In T-spawn right now. Not an ideal position for the bomb being planted, I'll say that much. We'll see what we can make of it.
It's a really long way around, and unfortunately he has to walk the last steps of it, doesn't he? No chance to run the full distance, so a lot of time off the clock before he can even get into the fight. And again, he's got no kit. I don't think there's one on the ground either. Man, how do you find both these players?
You're just hoping there's a mistake made or they're out of position, you get a quick kill, and then maybe you can play with the bomb. Start getting those fake diffusers in, bait them out, but there's no real reason to even look into this and test. He touches it. Good lord. Electronic has given him something to work with here. The bomb is... But the thing is, even with the 10-second defuse here, what can he really do with it? Now he can't defuse. Great effort, like I said. He'll get the most out of a very difficult situation. He finds both kills, won't win the round, but he's recovered the AWP, taking every member of Cloud9 down. So sure, he doesn't win the round, but that's about the very top end of what he could have done.
Yeah, honestly, it probably could have played out any differently. Even if you said, like you said, even if he sits down on that bomb, tries to go for the 10-second defuse, they can run through the fire. They can just run you down. Yeah, nice effort ultimately, but just didn't have the kit that he probably needed to make this work.
Double Mac 10s. No helmets for Fnatic. This is going to be another very interesting round here. Both teams looking uncomfortable financially, and maybe just a straight-up A rush to send the Mac-10 in first, Anders. This could be one of those really exciting rounds. Electronic trying to show presence towards middle, taken down by Afro. The Mac-10 looking to deliver, needs the headshot, finds Dexter, and now upgrading to the rifle as well. They've actually got access in towards A, but Afro is here with the AWP, smoked off for now, and he still finds a kill regardless.
Axel actually ran into the HE, so somehow it's a 4 versus 3
no,
here.
Hobbit.
A little bit of a chance, perhaps. Hobbit gonna get the kill again. They don't have any head armor, so even the M4s here are gonna be super lethal on the side of Cloud9. Smoke goes up to try and slow down that Molotov just a bit. No bomb plant happening yet. It's actually not even on the site. They're drawing it back because at the same time, Shiro is opening up the
nice
B-bomb
work.
site. This is a huge play.
How much space has he captured there? He's in towards ruins already, right? So this is massive. Like, the fact he's controlling towards that temple position, and they've got to rotate through that as well. We've got Hobbit watching towards window. It still is probably a kill to Mezzi, to be honest with you. He's actually gone towards T-spawn. So anyone's round. 3-on-3, 2 players low. Crim's coming in from heaven, and we'll see what they can make of it.
They have a kit this time, Henry. And they have a smoke as well on Crims. Those are big tools to be working with. Fnatic really need this one. They don't have any money left in the bank either. And they're going to get the opening on to Shiro. It's looking good now. Hobbit's still in the middle to hang out. And he might just get completely blocked off. He has smoke to put it away. Can he find the angle? I'm not sure this is going to be easy. Couple of shots ringing through. A little bit of damage on, but the bomb is being defused on the other side. I don't think he's finding it. But it will come through. Mezzi just barely getting the defuse.
I can't believe
get
it.
any closer.
Good God, if he wins the round, Anders, with a Glock spam. It could have happened. It could have been enough. Saved by a couple of milliseconds there.
Unbelievable.
He didn't have any grounds to win that round, Hobbit, but he certainly came very close. Let's just see when he gets that kill with the Glock.
Yes.
He starts spamming now.
Yeah, he's so low.
It's like the last one more bullet. A second earlier would have done it. That would have been absolutely remarkable. But once again, no round is safe, Anders. Everything is up for grabs at this stage, as we'll see another force spike coming through. The MAC-10's out once again.
His teammate was in front trying to block the shots, but I think he almost blocked none of the Glock. I don't know how to connect it. It looked like he was standing there right in front of him, but...
Well, that's why you're just going to keep buying. You bring every round down to these like 1v1s and these extremely uncomfortable positions. The bomb's planted, you can keep buying. Sure, it might not be the best buy, but if you can get MAC-10s out, Tech 9s, and basic utility, you know you can cause a dent. And
that's
for now,
ridiculous.
Things have slowed down at least. Electronic once again, loving the control he's finding in towards middle, but it looks like a B split potentially. That MAC-10 can't connect this time, but the AK certainly can. Shiro takes down Crims and gets himself a double as well. B bomb side falling apart, but Roy, so good on Vertigo. Brings it back to a 3-on-3, but he's smoked off. Nice Molotov to buy them some time here towards Dark.
Yeah, second smoke towards the center of the map. So how do you reinforce that? I think they've already called it. I think Fnatic realized they don't have the money to go for this.
Dexter's fancying it.
Oh no, I feel like this is so risky. I guess they have a lot of kits, but it's just because Roy is so low on health. They give him the AWP, but how do you even get it back into this round? Dexter, you're right. He is getting a little bit close. Afro's up front, trying to do something. He's going to be the kill onto Shiro, and the MP9 doing a little bit of work. He's on the other side with the kit already, so maybe he could tap it. They're defusing it now. Electronic goes to the swing, and this time they're not going to be able to sneak in the defuser. Good close for Electronic.
I can't believe I'm saying this. Another 1 versus 1, Anders. Like every single round has come down to the wire. I know I'm banging on about it, but it's a real anomaly here. It's quite exciting, and now, unfortunately for Fnatic, they're down to $2,400 per player. 7-5 down. Great effort here. The defuse was close, but Dexter can't find the round victory, and they have to yield. They have to give in. It's the full eco. So surely this one's locked in. Bear in mind, when they full ecoed before, they had 1 M4 and 4 USPs, and it came down to the 1 versus 1. And I always say, Fnatic, they always seem to get so much out of these full ecos. They always have a novel setup or a gimmick play.
They do have one. They double flashed their way through the windows. They already threw one. There's the second one, and there's the full-on rush.
Here we go.
A little bit far away, but you know what? That's 2 kills for Mezzi, and it's just off the back of USPs and 2 flashbangs.
Oh, it's Messi as well. He's gonna, okay, I was going to say, Perfecto goes down. This round is wide open once more. Roy, unfortunately, not part of the pack. He can't recover that fallen AWP or the AK. But again, there might be another kill here. There is, and that's 3 on the full eco. They're always so good at getting something out of these rounds. So Roy, he can't do much more, but still, the job has been done. They've made this round uncomfortable and kept Cloud9 very modest indeed.
Yeah, I think one of the big downsides in the early kills that they got is that nobody from Fnatic could pick up the rifles because they were so far away, so they couldn't really recover any of the rifles, even if they got a couple of good kills off the flashbangs, unfortunately. Yeah, Roy going to be slinking all the way around, but I think it's already been read. Yeah, they know. Good read from Hobbit, and that will be the round. So 8-5, it's still Cloud9 with a significant lead at the moment. And for how long is that going to keep up? Messi is fully back in action. He's got 16 kills, Henry. He's doing a remarkable job at the moment, but they're not getting all the rounds they wish for at the moment. It's going to come down to the last 2 here. We're in the 14th round, and for Fnatic, this has to be a couple of rounds that go their way.
There hasn't been any of those rounds where you and I can just have some fun, a few jokes here and there. There's been nothing. I don't even dare have fun on the ecos now because I just know it's going to come down to a 1 versus 1 as usual. But here we go, we're getting to the closing stages of this first half here. The second map, the pick of Cloud9, and so far so good. But still Fnatic fighting. They've got a pretty weak buy here. Oh, I didn't see that swarm. That's pretty cool, isn't it? The nades over towards middle from outside A. Does a boatload of damage. Don't find the kills, but certainly makes things interesting there towards that position. Smoke down from Electronic.
Some of those missed. I feel like some of them didn't connect the way that they would have wanted, because I think they would have done a lot more. Definitely seems like that could work. Electronic. It's enough for a kill to take down Roy. And
how does he know?
He just, I mean, how does he know?
How does he know?
One of the best players in the world is how.
That was absolutely sick, though.
Yeah.
Like the awareness, he was just waiting. He was like, come on, come into my crosshair. Walk directly into my crosshair so I can just take care of you. There's no questions about it. He didn't doubt it whatsoever.
Oh, dear. That double spray down, he gets the headshot onto Shiro. That's the bomb as well. They have to go back out and pick it up. This is a bit of a nightmare. Messi, he's fully firing on all cylinders. Going to be taking down the third one. Electronic goes down, and somehow the round is recovered. That should have been a near unwinnable round for Fnatic, but they just made it look easy.
That's nuts. A 5-on-3 advantage completely squandered there by Cloud9. Overcommitting towards the B main position. Shiro trying to take the peak on Crims once again. He's played very well this series, to be fair to him. The old boy is delivering on all fronts here. That huge double kill takes the aggro away from Mezzi, allowing him to spray them down. And you can see, yeah, a bit of confusion in the ranks here. Just like Electronics, like, guys, I've just done so much work for your middle, and that's how you enter the bomb site. Overcommitted, rushed it, didn't execute, ran into Crims, who got 2 opening kills, like, for nothing. Wasn't blind, no utility down.
Didn't need to at all. Now look at how they're gonna have to play the 15th round. It's Tech9s. I love Tech9s, but you don't want to be playing the last round of the half with them.
Oh, nice flash. The fun thing about Anubis, every game there's going to be something new. Someone's bringing to the table every tournament. Back and forth though, Perfecto will at least find a kill. It's the final round of this first half. They've won the half here, but Afro looks like he's on for a few kills, but it's Shiro who seeks revenge here. It really is all over the place right now. The action is non-stop.
It's a ridiculous tug of war. They just keep going back and forth right now. 3 versus 3 here for the 15th round. And Dexter announcing himself around the smoke he's trying to play. He's got a teammate walking up behind. I think Perfecto's about to be sandwiched in. Flashbang to set it up. I can't believe that he's still alive. How is he not got shot at the back? There we go. Crims will find the kill. But Shiro and Hobbit, they found an empty bomb site. It took all of Fnatic to clear out that kill on Perfecto. So now the question is, can Hobbit and Shiro buy time? They have 2 Molotovs, one of them already gone out, and a couple of flashes. They might be able to slow down Fnatic just enough.
3 versus 2, bomb down again. Hobbit knows he has to be active here. No crossfires will do. They have to try and find a kill. Steal one away. This is the moment, and he's done it. He knows a second player there as well. Gets the AK-47. And a bit of confusion here from Crims, but does manage to nail the kill.
Yes, he does. Shiro in the corner. Molotov already thrown up. They walk right into it. There's the first opening kill. Mezzi's on the other side. That's 20 on the British player, and he goes straight for the defuse. The kit is miles away. He's trying to see if he can find it in the last second. It's going to be close. I'm not sure if he's got it, Henry. He did get the kill, but not the round. Cloud9 walk away with it instead. 9-6 in the opening half, and this is looking great for C9 at the moment.
The moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be done tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. You're taking me home. Taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together. Give me all your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. I do, I want you in your bed for me. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
Yes, 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 we are back. Gamers8 2023. My name is Henry G, joined by Anders, and you are watching Fnatic take on Cloud9. The second map is well underway as Cloud9 need 9-6 here. Tournament life on the line. It's Mezzi with 20 frags, Anders, but he needs his teammate to step up. Afro is noticeably silenced on this map of 8 and 12. And is Cloud9 missing Axel as well? Only 4 kills to his name after coming in for Buster, I suppose. On their last outing, that was the reason it felt like Fnatic took this map. But this one is wide open, I have to say. Every single round is delivering. This has been one of the most fun series I've cast in a long time.
I have to agree, Henry. I think you said it. He got 24 kills last time, Mezzi, and they ended up winning the map. They have to do it again. They have to make this work, otherwise they're going to get knocked out of the tournament. But it's a great start. Hobbit with a double. Vecto adding to that, and the bomb is right there. They've lost it already. It's just Mezzi left, and he's going to get overpowered. Hobbit with the triple. He's been a bit quiet on their second map, but this time he steps it up. And the fact that they win the pistol on this second half is dreadful for Fnatic. They're in trouble now. I think 9-6 is something you can definitely recover, but losing this pistol round is not great news. Now, there was a lot of trading of rounds at the start of the first half, and that's what Fnatic have to rely on now. They have to be thinking, let's find a way to pick up, maybe not this one, but the next one that's coming up.
Well, a full eco is on the cards, or in the cards, depending on where you're from in the world. And we will see an A-side attack here. Fnatic with all 5 members towards the rugs right now. And with one flashbang, Anders, maybe they can get the bomb down here. I know I've said it a few times, but Fnatic are quite impressive in these sort of scenarios. You think they can do nothing at all, but they always seem to find something here. Maybe a couple of kills are available. There's the first. Afro smoked off for now, and it should be job done for Shiro. Farms himself a ton of cash. That's the player you want to be getting that money as well. The AWPer, of course, now with the $6,000 can drop an M4 and bring out the AWP in the first gun round now.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? The timing on the smoke, I mean, it couldn't have been better. Very, very hard to get through with just the Glocks in hand, so not really too surprising. But it was a good cleanup. Only Axel having to give his life on that one. Fnatic, they did not get the bomb in the pistol round, so they had to skip that last one, and they go straight into the 5 AKs they're picking up in this one. They have quite a lot of Molotovs as well. Very useful tool, I feel like, on a map like Anubis. There are just so many ways to bomb out the bomb site itself, but a lot of other positions in the middle that you want to clear out with the Molotovs. We'll see if they can find a way to do that. This is aggressive.
Yeah, Perfecto using the veil of the smoke to get himself into a very interesting position down in Canals. Shiro with his vision denied, and now Perfecto needing to get out of here. If he gets one kill, I'll be impressed. Shiro will pick up the pieces 4 and bring it back to the 4-4. 11-6 overall here. Now going to see Roy down to 34 points at Valve, and that's such a beautiful shot from Shiro. Gets his 17th. And now on the back foot once again. Crims has been playing very well. Unfortunately, unable to connect the dots here in this particular interaction, and they'll fall back. And here we go. Roy could actually save the day here. The problem is he's such low HP, and they seem to be aware of the prospect at least. He's just holding in towards Akon right now.
He's getting some information. He's hearing the jumps up, so he knows sort of how far back they've gone. They still have the Molotov on Messi, and they're going to use it right there. You pointed it out. You said it, Henry. He was low on health, and that's why they probably didn't want him to be the main force of the attack. But now, instead of a 4-on-3, it's a 2 versus 4. Crims will be good for a couple of kills. 35 seconds left. He's got 17 overall. One of the most veteran players we have in this space, and he's been playing well his entire career, which is not true for almost anybody else. It's crazy to see. 20 seconds. Unfortunately, the bomb is not picked up on him yet, so even if he finds this kill, he's going to be really pressed for time, and I think he's missed the timing, unfortunately. Does pick up the bomb right there, makes it past the AWP, but he's got no idea. Hobbit is right behind him, and he's going to be able to shoot him in the back. He thought he cleared that out, but he just missed the timing by a second.
And no plant as well, and if he gets the plant, they actually have a chance to buy in the follow-up round as well. You can see they've got about 3,300 right now, an extra $800 pistol at the 41, and then at that point, they maybe can actually bring the AKs out and keep applying that pressure. Without the plant, though, you're in half-buy territory, I'm afraid. You will have maximum loss bonus going into the next round, so you can have a decent buy here, and I say decent with bated breath. I mean, you can get Tech 9 armor, basic utility. Still a very difficult round going forward, but at least it's better than just absolutely nothing. So a B-side attack, an execution, a set piece. As we'll see, the smokes deployed early, the flashes as well. Shiro in a prime position to do damage here, but presumably will be flashed up before they commit. There's the flash, and in they go. They can make this work. There's a world.
Yeah, the opening kill is not bad, but unfortunately for them, Perfecto's just way too crisp on the other side. Not really put under any pressure. He'll find the triple and just close it out. No bomb plant allowed. 13 on the side of Cloud9, and it's time for a reality check in Riyadh, Henry. They're 3 rounds away from getting knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah. It's a brutal format, but certainly keeps things exciting, doesn't it? Like I said, this has been the best opening game of a tournament I think I've commentated. It's normally quite slow paced, it's normally so quite banal, but this has been 1v1 pretty much every single round, everything down to the wire, having to take really crazy risks with the financial decisions as well, and here we go. It's Cloud9 firmly in the driving seat with 4 rounds in a row in the second half here, 13-6 overall, all for Shiro. Not the same story for Afro. Still yet to reach double digits here, round number 20. That's such an epic showing on Vertigo as well. Stole the show, really.
He did. It was beautiful to see. They need him now. They need him back at that level. Unfortunately, they've lost Roy at the start of the round. It's not necessarily the best beginning for them. 4 versus 5. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock, and you could see Fnatic are keeping everything wide open. They got the bomb dropped real far back, so they can kind of switch to wherever they find the opening, assuming they find one. Still some grenades on Cloud9. They're not being put under that much pressure. They can keep Molotoving up the middle. They got smokes to follow it up. They've got Shiro still with the AWP and a couple of grenades on him all the way over at the A-bomb side. This looks like it's going to be very hard to make it through. And speaking of through, this one through the smoke, Dexter gets picked apart. Afro crossing his fingers, just praying that he can make it through. He's going to find the kill, but Hobbit is there with the return, and he's going to take down Mezzi as well. You're absolutely right, that's it. Crims in a 1 versus 4, and it means Cloud9 are going to be at 14 rounds here.
The door of opportunity was slightly ajar there. If Mezzi gets that kill, there's a chance they can make the way to the bomb side. Fortunately, it's slammed in their face. And Crims, like I said, he's played remarkably well, a lot better than you might expect, considering the context you provided earlier. But this one is impossible.
You know, sometimes I wake up at night and I worry that we're going to exit CSGO and Crims will, you know, just too many people will never think back and think of Crims as one of the all-time great. But just in terms of how good he's been, you know, the consistency, the level of consistency, it's so rare. I think it's going to be hard if you look month for month through his career to find many months where Crims isn't performing at a high level. And again, he's been playing from the very beginning, all the way back in the LGB days. It was wild.
That's a good point. How many players are left here who's kind of in that same category? I was thinking this morning, so we've got Crims is still playing at a top level.
Device probably.
We lost Flusher yesterday.
We lost Flusher yesterday. Obviously, it was absolute legend.
I guess Device. Like, I guess it's difficult to think. Like, yeah, he has been back. He was such a young kid back then, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're dead on. Yeah, so Crims, Device, Flusher now gone. It's a shame when the big names step back, isn't it? It always kind of leaves you feeling a little bit sad, a little bit jaded with the whole thing, but I think it was probably time for Flusher. I think that's fair. Massive congratulations on his career as well. If you're watching, Flusher, amazing stuff, and good luck with whatever you're doing next.
He said he was, sort of thinking about sticking around in different capacities, so I hope that's going to be true.
I'm sure like a streamer or something, I'd love to see him stick around.
Yeah. Or just even if he could lend his, all of his experience to the Swedish scene a little bit more, because we do need the Swedes to get back on top in Counter-Strike, obviously the original country, I would say, to really sort of show how good you could be. So.
Well, Fnatic now will have to channel their inner flusher. Yes. Roll back the years, Anders. If we've got to do anything with this game, it's Perfecto to open things up here. Dexter pulls one back, but it looks like Perfecto is about to mow them all down. He gets another dink off towards Roy, but can they do anything else with it? The plan looks desperate. They scramble towards the bomb site. 3 versus 2 here. I dare say they can still win this round, though. There are a few opportunities for Cloud9 to end that there, but they weren't capitalized upon. But, well, there it is. Electronic makes it very easy for them, and the hype's starting to kind of dissipate a little bit now as we find 15-6.
It is, but I've got to say, I mean, the consistency in the spray down for Perfecto and Electronic on both these positions, it's very hard to break through. Perfecto just looks like you have to give up a couple of kills every time you show up in one of these corners, and this is a bit of a weird off angle that he was playing at. I wonder if that's even a position that might be hard to call out if you're coming in on the Fnatic side. You might just say, oh, he's in the hallway towards the CT spawn, but how excited you call that weird pillar in the middle, I'm not sure. But 15-6, round number 22. Fnatic 1 round away from getting sent packing. Having only played 2 maps, it would be devastating. It'd be a hard one to deal with, especially as the first map was 16-14. They could have won that map.
And it's just, they were down 7-1 as well, so they did turn up. Like, the fact they came down to a 16-14, they played well. Like, it was just a back and forth force buy to kick things off. And yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look good. They're going to need 9 rounds in a row here on the T side. Like you said, it's a T-sided map. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's certainly improbable as we get to the 1 minute 20 mark. Shiro this time positioned towards middle, and that's the area they're probing right now. Bomb still down in T-spawn, though, outside of B. Crim's patrolling the A flanks here. Now, I'm not sure where this smoke goes, Anders. I throw mine from outside the bomb side. See what he's up to.
This is an advanced level. I like it, though. Right between the obelisk and that right-hand side wall. Dexter's pushed on through. He's actually got the right idea. Perfecto.
No way.
He should be dead, but the clock comes out. And Perfecto, how does he get away with that one? Shiro gets a kill. Axile on the trade there as they did lose Electronic. And now it's a 2 versus 2. Absolute mayhem at the bomb site. And Afro trying to see if he can get a little bit closer. He's got Mezzi there already covering the left-hand side, and it's Shiro, though, with the AWP. A little bit of a different caliber weapon. Molotov goes deep, and Axile, he's going to be coming in also from the back of the side here, not going through the middle. He did think about it for a second, but I think he's going to take a more traditional route, and a nice shot. Mezzi's on point, up to 22 with that headshot.
All right, Axel, you haven't really delivered so far on Anubis. 8-16. Can you close things out for the clean finish here on Anubis? It's a beautiful first shot. Afro will remain, and he will be coming out victorious as well. Nice reaction there, swinging just as he pulled out the grenades there, and Fnatic will live to fight another day, another round at least here in Riyadh, Anders. As you said it, 1 more round and they are removed from the tournament. But they put their best foot forward there. That's the first round they've won on their T-side campaign. They're currently down 6-1.
Dexter really having the classic Counter-Strike experience where just as you pull your weapon away, you're just like, oh, that's obviously when they
He could hear the bullets connecting. He knew a player was in there, and he's like, wow, I've only got like 5 bullets left in the AK. I can no longer spam, pull out the Glock and try and finish things off. But that's, of course, when he swings. And now you think after winning a round, maybe you'd have them on the back foot somewhat. It's Fnatic that won the previous round, and they're operating with 3 Galils. Like, so even after winning a round, they still can't catch a break here.
Yeah, they really can't. Good boost. You can do it on the other side of the obelisk as well. You don't really have to do it there. It works on either side, and it's actually very hard to beat if you're coming in from the T side unless you have some perfect smokes. But they're going to give up on that boost and walk forward instead. An easy shot from Shiro, and if you try and swing behind it, they're going to flash it away through. This is a knockout. 2 kills.
Okay, A bomb side is open. They put all their resources in towards B for that little push there, that gambit outside the B bomb side, which was perfectly executed, by the way. That's one of the best sequences of Counter-Strike you'll see. But now, a 5 versus 3 with everything to play for now to survive the tournament. They need to fend off 5 Cloud9 players who have got utility, defuse kits, of course, and just operating with Galils here. It doesn't look good, but at least the bomb is down.
they have to move out of the bombs, all right? They have to push forward and catch some of these incoming CT players, or this is not going to be working out. Flashbang is amazing, and that sets them up nicely. At least they're going to get a bit closer. Two of them coming in from the one side. Perfecto on the kill. Only 2 players left, and now Trims in another 1vx. He's got the first 2 kills. He needs the ace, and it's not going to happen. Hobbit will take him down instead, and it's Cloud9 to continue their march on in Riyadh, and Fnatic getting knocked straight out in the opening series, only playing 2 maps. That's how brutal the format is, Henry.
It absolutely is, but what an entertaining series it was, and there's only 2 maps to play, but Vertigo was so much fun. Back and forth, every round feels like it comes down to a 1v1, and that was true here on Anubis as well. The first half was electrifying. 9-6 to close things out in that first half, but could barely post around it in the second. Fnatic fell flat. It was Mezzi who couldn't find form on Vertigo as well. Show-stopping on Anubis, finally showing us that this is the potential he's got now. Now he's not going to be the in-game leader, but it's such a shame we won't get to see how this develops. It is done. They are removed from the tournament, and it's going to be absolutely heartbreaking for them. But Cloud9, you've got to be very impressed with that one, Anders.
Yeah, absolutely. Well done in the end. I mean, there's nothing else to say. They look like a team that's just so strong at the moment. They look rock solid, and a team that everyone else has got to fear in this tournament.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first series done and dusted. We'll throw it down to the show floor where our winners interview.
Well, Cloud9 start off strong, and we've got the in-game leader here, Electronic, with us. And Electronic, I want to ask first of all around Vertigo. You and Perfecto never played that on Navi in the past. Do you feel quite confident? You look like you have a good feeling from it. And how much did the rest of your team help you get ready for it?
I mean, our Cloud9 team, this trio, you know, they played it really good before we came into the team. But yeah, we practiced it a lot. I mean, we're ready to play this against everyone. So yeah, we are happy when everyone picks this map against us. You know, they think that me and Perfecto didn't play this, but I mean, we practice it with Navi also, right? So yeah, I have a bit like experience here, not that much, but yeah, still.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائنا المشاهدين معنا الكترونيك بعد ما خلصوا الفوز 2-0 قدام فريق فناتيك. زياده على كذا هو الاي جي حق الفريق. فسالنا سؤال انه هو بيرفكتو نعرف عنهم شيء انه ماب فيرتيجو ما يلعبون فيه ابدا، لانهم كلهم كانوا مع نافي، وكلهم مع نافي ما كانوا يلعبون الماب هذا ابدا، وهو الديفولت بان حقهم. فكل قد ايش هم كانوا مرتاحين في الماب، لان ادائهم كان مره رهيب فيه. يقول احنا تدربنا على الماب هذا وجاهزين ان نلعب فيه، وما عندنا اي مشكله اننا نادي فيه اداء كويس، خصوصا انه كل الفرق الثانيه تحسب انه احنا ما راح نلعب ماب فيرتيجو، بس احنا تدربنا فيه لان كل لاعبين كلاود 9 اصلا يعرفون الماب كويس.
Now, Anubis was quite easy for you guys, if we're honest, right? This was a dominant performance. A lot of people have been saying this Cloud9 is so scary when it comes to this practice games. Now you've got Exile back. Do you feel like you're one of the favorites coming into this tournament?
I mean, we would like to be, you know. But yeah, we feel like we will win this one. So yeah, we'll do everything for this. Yeah, we're gonna like work hard, you know.
سألنا الكترونيك السؤال الثاني في المقابلة، نتكلم عن قدرتهم انهم يكونون هم الفائز الاول في هذه البطولة، لانه زي ما احنا عارفين مجرد ما انه اكسر رجع معهم كل الناس يقولون ان التيم هذا جدا جدا مخيف، فهل هم واثقين من الشيء هذا انه يقدرون يفوزون البطولة؟ كان الجواب يقول انه اي فعلا احنا نتمنى اننا نصير المركز الاول، لكن احنا بنشتغل على انفسنا ونجتهد عشان نقدر اننا نحقق اللقب.
And one final thing I'm going to say for you here, Electronic, is you in-game leading, you individually still seem to be really good, but it seems like everyone on Cloud9 right now is being consistent, even Perfecto having some great moments in here. Do you feel like you have multiple stars? Do you think it's like 5 players that can be in star positions?
Yeah, I feel like everyone from our team can do everything on the map, you know. We can clutch every round, like we're just trying our best. We just put our best into the work, you know, and still we have to prove a lot. We have to work a lot. So yeah, we'll keep to do that.
That's what it's all about.
زي ما تشوفون الالكترونيك السؤال الاخير اللي سالناه في المقابله، نتكلم عن موضوع انه بما انه هو الاي جي ال، هل يحس انه كل اللاعبين اللي معه يعتبرون ستار بلايرز، لان زي ما احنا عارفين كلهم عندهم القدره انهم يكونون ستار بلاير في اي فريق؟ فكان الجواب يقول انه فعلا ان كل الشباب اللي معي التيم ميت عندهم القدره انهم يسوون كل شيء، عندهم القدره انهم يعني يسوون كلتش لاي راوند، فاحنا مبسوطين على الشيء هذا ونحاول ان نستغله بافضل طريقه ممكنه.
Electronic and Cloud9 move on forward, but Fnatic, that's the end of the road.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائنا المشاهدين هنا ودعنا فريق فناتيك من البطوله بعد فوز كلاود9 عليهم 2-0. خلونا نرجع للاستديو ونتكلم اكثر.
to the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be.
I am here with an absolute legend, and I don't know why they made both the gamers come outside midday in the heat. You were clever, you bought the sunglasses. It is Pasha Biceps, all the way in Saudi Arabia. What do you think of this Gamers8 setup so far?
I'm coming to Araba Gamers8 event. Here is a lot of Polish player, Polish coach, Neo and Cuban. I would like to cheer for them. This is my first time in that kind of event. I hope so it will be more in the future. So I represent esports all over the world. So I'm here to show the people in Poland, in the Europe, how the people doing that kind of event, and hope so I will enjoy. And I'm waiting for my bike ride in the evening because I need to try the sun.
I was going to ask you, I was like, did you bring your bike? Are you going to ride in this? You'll get very fit, but also probably melt.
You know, I like when it's the sun. I like to sweat very much. Then I feel how is the training, how I feel. So I'm waiting 3-4 hours and I'm ready to go. I need to watch some matches. Kuben playing right now in 10 minutes. And then Neo. So perfect day. Sport, esport, hotels.
It is the perfect day. What do you think of this format, this like sudden elimination for so much money? Do you think it makes it a bit more exciting for all of us?
Of course. This is like how many people. There's a lot of opinion, right? That kind of like a system. Someone don't like that kind of system, but hard to say. It depends what you like. For you, it's okay or no?
I like it. I think it makes it a bit exciting. For me, it just adds a little bit of a different touch during the course of the whole year.
Yeah, you know, when I play in the past, when we travel to the China and playing like 2 maps and single elimination, and you need to back home. So this is like a crazy. If you have a lot of games, you can have like a more experience for the future. So very good.
It's a little bit of fun. Final question: who do you think is going to win this?
To be honest, I don't have a winner, but I would say that I want to saw the Polish team like a 9 in the final or top 3. So I cheer for them very much because Polish people, Polish esport, Polish community need some kings of counterstrike, because no more Virtus Pro. We need another like generation.
Thank you so much, Pasha. There we go.
Our first team has been eliminated. That is Fnatic. They've done it at the hands of Cloud9 even, and they've done it in 2 maps. First one was a little bit of a roller coaster, but we're here to kind of dive into what was the second one and what was the series overall before we do jump into our next game of the day. I welcome you back. You're watching Gamers8, and of course I'm here with Maniac and YNK on the desk. So we're going to try to lock this one down for you guys. Cloud9, stay alive. Got a little hairy in the first map. Second map, how'd you feel?
Job done for Cloud9 on the second map, and a very interesting reminder of something that's underrated about this roster is how strong they can be late round situations. Like when you have a roster of this quality with so much experience and so much impact distributed across, it doesn't really matter who is left in the 2v2 and the 3v3. You know that the players are eventually going to place themselves in the right position, have the right timing. Perfecto had a couple of moments, Shiro had a couple of flanks as well, and you could just see that difference in late round was huge for Cloud9.
I think you can also tell how it's going to be kind of BS having to play against this Cloud9 team, man, because you have a guy like Exile end up with a 9-18 score line on the second map, and meanwhile Perfecto has 25 kills, 1.6 rating, 128 DR. He had an amazing series as well on the first map too, right? So it's just going to be very difficult when they play the CT side to penetrate that defense, man. Like everyone is so good individually, like they have good players in the rotation roles too, who can try and push for information plays, like find gaps, get good timing. So you really have to be on point across the board when you're playing them.
And I love that you mentioned these rotations and timings on the CT side, because in the scoreline, Electronic might not be that high. I think he had a decent map by the numbers. I mean, the amount of moment where Cloud9 needed to figure out what the hell was Fnatic doing, needed to get a little bit of information, a little bit of movement, it was almost always Electronic. He was coming in with Axile to push on the A main. He was coming in towards middle to retake it when they had given it away. He was coming on the B side to help them flash over and take that information. He had so many right ideas and intention. That's just what a leader is supposed to do.
I'm pretty sure there was even times he was set up to get the trade, and he just got the frag and said, like, I'm just going to take that. It's mine now. Yeah. So Electronic coming in with big impact. Yanko, you echoing that sentiment?
Yeah, I think when you look at how Anubis really went, I think the problem was a little bit on the Fnatic side of things as well. Just couldn't get anything going in the second half, right? Losing that pistol, losing the first gun round, all of that stuff. Guys like Roy, who did a great job on Vertigo of opening up rounds, couldn't really find that sort of impact, that amount of kills. Afro as well, you know, that was the problem. Mezzi was quiet on the first map,
showed up,
and now showed up on the second map. That's the problem. Like, I don't like to pinpoint this sort of thing too often, but when you play a team that's as strong as Cloud9, similar to when you play like a FaZe, you can't have guys go missing. You have to step up to their level, really, because then it doesn't really matter what you call and what sort of reads you're getting if your players can't get the kills.
And I don't much care what platform that you're watching this Gamers8 on. I don't, but I imagine there's a chat. So I'm gonna just go ahead and ask you right now to type in STC so they can take this place over. Because on the backside of that, we talk about some of the highlights and some of the things that are really sticking out. I think that there's going to be a plethora of things we could choose through. Hobbit and company, though, 13-6, I mean, really does speak for itself at that point, right?
Yeah, definitely. I just wanted to bounce back on what Yanko was mentioning about Perfecto. Like, I feel like low-key, he's a name that's falling under the radar in that lineup because of how stacked the roster is. But the amount of time he had like multi-kills in positions, even on the CT side, like skill-wise, he's got nothing to worry about in this roster. He could more than hold his ground. He had no problem in this entire game. I'm sure he's going to be showcasing a couple of these highlights here. Look at this perfect fist bump as well onto Groove. That is quality right here. Crucial fist bump.
Crucial. He's not playing here, is he?
He's not.
No, okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't tripping or anything. Yeah, let's talk about this in more depth. And I'm thinking about certain rounds. I'm thinking about certain things that are really going to kind of stick out. We talked a little about trading and how that was going a flurry, but also maybe some misstep, maybe some hesitation, Yanko.
Yeah, or maybe a little bit of just miscommunication, you know, some slight missteps for the side of Cloud9. I think this was, you know, towards the tail end of the first half, really, when they were still trying to close out the half in a strong manner. If we can jump right into it, I think we'll be able to show you guys sort of what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's round 11.
I could meme the round. Yeah. I could enact it.
And I'll make gun sound noises. So
I'm Shiro taking the timing.
Perhaps we can. We do have telestration, I think. But in the meantime, that was a nail-biting round. If you think about how that round played out in the long run, that was it couldn't get much closer than that, right?
I mean, I don't think we should do foreshadowing. We can talk about what it spends, talk about lurks and flanks and timings being found. That one doesn't really convert, but in the end, it was just Cloud9 very much in ownership of the map. It felt like late round situations. Fnatic played really far back, left a whole lot of space, and we'll have a good example here.
Yeah, I think the way the round opens up, really, you'll see Cloud9 wants to go for an A rush. Electronic here is just supposed to use some nades to draw more attention to mid. Unfortunately, the op is there, gets rid of him immediately, but the pace from Cloud9, it's so fast. They beat the smoke. Like, this is exactly what they wanted, the situation. They get a trade here. They get towards the side. You know, they're going to get one more kill. At this point in time, you need to keep an eye out for number 5 here, right? This is Shiro right here towards middle, you know, and you can see right now he's probably communicating, hey guys, I heard them rotate, you know, maybe we can come back towards the B bomb site. They're still drawing out utility towards A. They're still keeping them busy, but you can see Shiro. I think here you're going to see him as well. Again, just going to zoom real quick on the radar. Look at where all the Fnatic players are. They're deep in the A bombs, and I think Shiro, when you make this call, you need to push deeper. You need to get into cave or something along those lines. Instead, he just goes, you know, closer towards CT in Ninja and just parks up right here. And with the time that takes for his teammates to rotate from A to B, you know, that's not enough depth, I feel, that he should have gotten on the bomb side. You can also see here number 7, that's Mezzi on the flank. So at this point, Fnatic is actually in a pretty good retake situation because Hobbit, low HP, out of the play. He was holding mid, right, and is going to be the last guy surviving late on. And here it comes down to sort of just 1v1 fights. Crims just clears Shiro, right? Then we're gonna see Afro get the kill on Perfecto as well. And now it's a really tough situation for Hobbit, really, in a 1v3. He also gets smoked out, and he's still going to get the lineup and almost get the kill, right? So this is one of those things where, looking back, it's not a big deal or anything massive. Luckily, Electronic won a big clutch 1v2 in the next round. If he didn't win that, then this would mean a little bit more, but it was just about sort of taking a little bit of a bigger risk if you're Shiro in that situation.
I wonder if he just didn't pay too much respect to the defense. Like, obviously, we can see, we have bird's eye view on the whole situation. We know he's got a whole gap, but I think he might have expected the defense to be a bit closer to the side, didn't want to push the envelope, get punished.
You know what's that? It's like, who told me about this? I think it was Fallen. It's sort of like your opponent, like the way they play the game and see the game, they expect you sort of like to do the same. So in that, with that mindset, it's like, sure, you know, he would probably stay.
He would have a defense in position.
He would stay, or his team would stay. So he's like, oh, someone must be here, because for him that would be the correct play. But actually, I mean, they were so quick on the rush towards A. They had so much pace that, you know, looking back, he's probably going to see like, I actually could have gone like a lot deeper than this. Yeah.
But again, hindsight, right? You know,
2020.
It's 2020 because it's easier to look back on it, right?
Hey, they lost Trace. He was wrong.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, now that you said that, hindsight is wrong. Well, no, okay, we're not going to go down that path. What we can do is talk about Arcadia MVP. I'm looking at a Perfecto. I think that makes the most sense, right? Like he really showed up in spades here today.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he's going to be obviously a player that might not hold the spotlight too much, but honestly, the way he played on Vertigo, even though, and I think that storyline is slowly coming to an end, but the whole, like, not having really played Vertigo in an official for quite a while.
I hate that. The next person who asks that question needs to be, like, fired. I don't care anymore. It's like, we asked them 17 times so far. It's like, they're fine with Vertigo, guys. Like, they know how to play. These are professional Counter-Strike players. Like, they know how to play a map that they may even haven't played that much with a different team. Like, after a month with people who are very good on the map, they'll be fine.
I mean, there's a comfort level, right? At that point, we're talking about comfort levels on maps rather than, oh my God, you're going to play it.
Yeah, definitely. I just wanted to mention as well, like, mechanically speaking, if you talk about Perfecto, I don't think he's up there with, like, the biggest, greatest aimers of the game. I think it would be a wrong statement, but the fact is he takes so many duels that he can win straight up. He doesn't need the flick, like, he doesn't need that clean.
And also guys like Electronic and Perfecto, like, I'm sure they can figure it out. If you had to make Config play something like that, then maybe I'll be like, well, maybe, you know, that's going to take a little bit more time or anything like that. But for everyone you talk about with Perfecto, it's like, this guy's a genius. Similar to James. Maybe they have the same pregame ritual, who knows?
Oh my goodness, what a pregame ritual that one might be. We're not going to expand on that one, but I'm sure that we could use our imaginations.
Research.
Yeah, do your own research, get deep into the memes and all the things that might come along with researching that. I'm not sure how to help you in that notion, sorry. But what I can tell you is, yeah, Perfecto MVP makes sense. Cloud9, they stay alive here. And going forward.
Yeah, the Fnatic's out.
Fnatic's gone.
That's it. Thanks for coming. You know, two maps.
Listen, that's a throwback to how Counter-Strike used to be back in the years. Now it's playing, you show up, you lose one series, you're out. Here's your train ticket, or maybe much flight ticket here, I think.
Yeah, you know, it can be a long travel here.
That'll be a long train ride.
It will be. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket so that we can also help to paint the picture that has come together.
But there's been one game happening. I'm sure people have fun.
One game, but check it out. Now we know exactly who Liquid and Ints are going to play if one of them, well, when one of them win, I should say.
That actually is how it works. Like, for the viewers at home, like, if you win the game, you play the next.
Wow.
It's a really easy concept to grasp.
And it also looks like GamerLegion picked up their first map of the series.
It was like a double affair.
Yeah. And that was Apex's pick, so now they're, well, 4-0 down on their own map pick, so who knows? Maybe that's a 3-map affair, Trace.
It really could be, and it really might be. Obviously, again, single elimination. I don't think we can stress that part enough. It's not very often that we get to say it, but also the things that are on the line here. It's undeniable.
Yeah, I think that's what's interesting, because single elimination is happening somewhere around the Counter-Strike calendar here and there, but it's the only time that we have both the prestige and a huge bag of money at the end of that single elimination. Like, that in itself, it means a whole lot. It's not just a qualifying spot, it's a whole lot of dineros.
The whole enchilada.
You see how his eyes light up when he talks about it? I almost confused him with Chad.
All the bags, all the time. That's right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think that we put a pin in what is Cloud9 versus Fnatic. It does set us up nicely for what's coming up next. That's going to be a little bit of Falcons Heroic, followed by Navi Furia over here on the A stream. But we do go to a break, so we can come back and see who gets eliminated next. That's right. It's all on the line. It's Gamers8.
eyes through dirt in our a perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. Storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
could divide this soul. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be done tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah.
Can you hear the sound of thunder? Not much time to run for cover. Warning of what is to come. Can you hear it coming closer and closer and closer?
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah.
Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And I've been here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And I've been here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Breaking us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Yes, that's right. Gamers8, we're back. We had a little bit of a break, and we're glad that you're joining us. My name being Trace, and of course, we had to do some swapping around here, but that's okay. Yanko is going to be back for the next game in case you're going to miss him. So we brought in a good substitute. We've got Moses here in the middle, and then we got a more maniac down there on the very end. Gents, what a day.
What a day, and what a glowing introduction. Thank you so much.
That was great. You know, let me build this up a little bit more. Let me just roll it back a few seconds here. So, Jason Moses O'Toole, a former United 5 fame.
sir.
We could talk about, you know, his time spent in or around cultivation. I don't even really know if he played for him.
Sure.
But, you know, that was several years ago. Obviously has a plethora of knowledge in the Counter-Strike community and has seen just about every gameplay that you can imagine from 1 whatever onward to now. That is Jason Moses O'Toole there in the middle. Now, if I go a little bit further on Maniac, a little bit more topical when it comes down.
History. What was Maniac doing in 2012?
Let's look up Maniac's history real quick. No, I'm kidding. Maniac, you've been there. You've seen some majors. You've done the damn thing.
Listen, I think I need no introduction.
There we go. Now that's the attitude Jason needs to have. Just kidding. Yeah, so it's Gamers8. We did just send Fnatic home, and guess what? We're going to be sending another team home real soon. In doing so, we have to talk a little bit about Falcons versus Heroic. Let's start the conversation around Heroic and where we find them now. We know that they used to be this whole bridesmaid story, but even that, I think, is starting to taper off, Maniac.
I think that the loss in Cologne against Astralis was what really put a whole lot of question on over there, right?
Yeah.
You look at the progression of Heroic as a team. I do believe that the storyline of the playoffs choker or whatever, I think it's relatively past. I think they've done enough. There's a trophy in Washington, great grand final against Vitality. You think all of the jitters have been kind of shaken off, and now they're ready to put their hands on the trophy. And then in Cologne, they completely fumbled the bag against their little brother of Astralis, looking a little bit foolish on the stage.
And even had, I think, a rough go at it with Mongols in the beginning.
Definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
So like, there was a real chance for them to start the whole tournament from the lower bracket.
Well, now the question about them turns from like chokers to now, did they just like miss the window where they were?
That's possible.
You know, you're like, did they miss the window where they were playing so well that they could actually reach those trophies? And now has it gotten to the point where we don't even like remember too the moniker of them like one of the teams that just couldn't get upset ever and then suffer massive upsets at Paris. Again, the loss against Astralis, and now potentially against Falcons, which would be, I mean, that'd be a disaster.
Devastating.
Would it be fair to say that we actually haven't really seen Heroic in a slump in quite a while? Like, I don't think we've seen them in a slump and how they would actually behave as a team if results started to really fail,
turn on them
really
a little bit.
disappointed, and see like what they're made of, because we always praise them as this team that has an incredible synergy, huge philosophy, great binds between teammates. Couple of losses here and there. Hey, you lose first round against Falcons, we're about to see.
Well, and then you look at their position in the bracket as well, because the crazy thing is like the expectations for this team have to be, if they don't get semifinals of this event, it's an absolute disaster. Like against Falcons here in the opening round, the winner of Apex GamerLegion, they play in the next round if they're to win this one. And if you can't make it to the semifinals on that kind of a route, huge issue, and it's time to raise the alarm bells.
Yeah, and again, if you lose, it's over. There is no second chance, third chance. This isn't any sort of banana qualifier. What I'm talking about here is hearing from Heroic, who obviously have their ups and downs.
I'm here with Tessis from Heroic, getting ready to start in the lobby for Gamers8. Have you had a chance to see the stage yet?
Yes, yesterday we were in the arena stage-ish, and yeah, it was pretty amazing actually. I think they have done a good job with the stages.
First matchup is against Falcons, the hometown heroes. What is it about Heroic that you always ended up having to go up against the crowd favorites?
Yeah, I don't know. It's actually true. We have met quite a few home teams in the past, but it's all fun and we love it. We love to have the crowd against us, but also like just to experience that. It's always very fun to do that every time.
It's Cadian's villain arc. That's what's happening here. What are you expecting though from this matchup? Because obviously you know them, you know this team. How do you think it's going to go?
Yeah, well, it's pretty new, so maybe they have some tricks up their sleeves that we haven't seen. But yeah, we just have to be prepared for them and not underestimate them as anyone else, because they have good players. They can show up. We have seen Burrows at the major, where he did really well. So we have to be ready for them for sure.
You're so polite, because what you want to say is that you think you've got this, right? It's single elim. You're pretty confident.
Yeah, well, of course we believe that we have this and should win pretty comfortably. But if that doesn't happen, we just have to get it over the line and move on to the next stage. It's single elimination, so everyone can probably feel a little jitters here in the beginning. So not many teams have tried that before, so that's the interesting part about this whole tournament. So have to be ready from the beginning.
Okay, work's done. We're gonna go play foosball now. Let's go.
Okay.
Heroic going up against Falcons coming in next. And Cadian, I want to start with looking at the clone you just had, the Ents game going to the Astralis one. What that felt for you guys, how much of a wake-up call that was early in the season?
Awful. Felt awful, you know. It was a really, really bad game, especially the last one against Astralis. I think the Ents one, we had many chances to close it, and it was our own mistake for not doing so. However, we still had like good moments where in the Astralis game, like we had two good T sides, but the CT side, like, which is a lot of the time also the identity of Heroic, we had like 3 rounds and 2 CT halves. Like that's crazy. So yeah, we're looking to do that better today, and we've been talking about how to do it and the things that went wrong, and yeah, hopefully we'll get a fresh start here.
And when it comes to this event, single elimination, but Heroic's normally a team that doesn't get hit by the upsets, right? So does that give you extra confidence coming into it and facing Falcons?
Yeah, it's a brutal format, right? And you'll have to kind of adjust to that. I think usually we're pretty good to getting a good start in all the tournaments. So in that sense, I'm not too worried. But it's also if we can like shake the last 2 games, like you said, the Astralis and the Ents game, if we can shake that off and play our own game. So yeah, only time will tell.
Do those last games play on your mind this much?
I think no matter what, like there's no denying that when you have like 2 losses in a row like that, and we usually don't really lose 2 games in a row very often, it takes some confidence from the team and the players and stuff like this, but have to remind ourselves like the longevity of like the success we've had, why it's working, what do we need to do to keep it working and stuff like this. So I'm not worried yet, but yeah, I want to do better.
Focus on the positive, that's what's about. Thank you very much, Cadian.
Yeah, Cadian saying starting strong. It's just kind of what we were saying in a roundabout way.
Well, the nice thing with having Cadian on the team is he's already got you fired up every group stage game, right? Like no matter what stage of a tournament is, he's there firing you up as if it's a grand final, which is a great thing to have in a tournament like this. But on the other hand, we heard from Tess, he's like, maybe there's going to be some jitters in this opening game. It's like, please no.
Yeah, I mean,
please don't say that.
I mean, Trace also brought up a very good point. It's not just about losing to Astralis, it's also about getting tested by the Mongols.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, we'd stand here and say, Heroic, they're about to bash anybody below the top 8. That would be it. You'd basically just be a pawn to them. They'd have an easy time with you, lose maybe 15 rounds over the course of the best of 3 and move away. In Cologne, that wasn't true. There were no easy win. The difference being in Cologne, if you misstep against Mongols, you'd have a loser bracket to catch you with the parachute. You miss your entrance against Falcons here, it's donezo.
You know, I actually don't put too much like stock in the whole close game against Mongols, because at Cologne they came out and surprised everyone and had close games against most teams. I mean, the overtime, the double overtime against Maus that they lost. Like Mongols had some good games, and I think more so than anything, it's just like Heroic. Just all the things that made them such a strong team for the past year seem to be fading away. The fact that they can't get upset, the fact that they can go deep in these events, the fact that they're so consistent, and it all seems to be slipping at the same time at the moment. So this event again, like if they don't get semifinals, red flag.
And truth be told, it's kind of hard to pinpoint any one thing that might happen. That fade, that sort of deterioration.
I mean, listen, I always think that looking at a team that's losing, looking at the stats, it's just pointing whoever's in the red can be very dangerous, can be a little bit treacherous. But there is a variation in Yabi's performance that we have to speak about. Like right when he came into the team, he needed a little bit of time to come into his own. I think the first few numbers were really complicated. His adjustment took a little bit of time, and then suddenly he popped off. He popped off massively. I even labeled him like a big game player. We would see him show up in these playoffs games, being right there with Stone as well. And then in Cologne, it was like a tragedy for his own standard. It was very much below what he's used to output. What was it? Was it a bad tournament, which can happen to any player? We're not going to hear and play God and say this is unacceptable. But there is, I think, a little bit of worry about it.
And I think also, if you take that one step deeper too, this is a team where it's been like really hard to identify like that one single star player that's there for that team, game in, game out, right? Like that's a team that like they don't have a Shiro who's going to pop up every game, a Zywoo who's going to have the pretty consistent results.
To be that.
Yeah, Stown is supposed to be that, but we've been saying that for a year and a half. But like one of the strengths too is this team, like they pretty even across the game. Like when you look at them playing games, everyone's fragging, everyone's kind of at an even mark. No one's like blowing up the scoreboard for them consistently. But when you lose a player, when you have that kind of a thing and one player dips down, a lot of the things that you like to do stop working as well.
Yeah, and Jason, I don't know if you heard the news here. Did you hear the news?
I did not hear the news. What's the news?
MBK is playing for the Falcons.
Woo! Oh, baby.
Yep, it's true.
Baby.
I just want to tell you all right now, it's MBK, Body, MHL Lonks, but Boros. What's exciting about watching Boros play?
I mean, he's one of the biggest prospects that we have in the game, period. I think the signing of Boros for Falcon, I don't know who's out there in the marketing team making contracts and all, but you really hit it straight on the head.
Knocked out of the park.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Getting Boros, I'm sure after Paris and all of the expectations, all of the rumblings around this player, and then how he played there, basically confirming that he is definitely the next big thing in the game. For Falcon to be able to snatch him, it's like, well played, sir.
Yeah, the unfortunate side of that too, I mean, it's obviously great to have Boros. The unfortunate thing for him is like it's pretty reliant at this early stage of this Falcons roster that he delivers, that he has good games, because he's going to be necessary. This team has only played 5 maps together, and they don't really have any great wins, obviously, in that short time. So you're going to need Boros and that individual ability to kind of carry you through some tough stretches as this team learns to play together.
Yeah, what were you saying, Maniac?
Oh, I was signaling that I was trying to say something, but then our greatest synergy just came to life here.
I saw you kind of fall off the box earlier. I was making sure everything was okay.
I do like to live life on the edge.
You know what? I'll take it from here. It's completely fine. Let's hear from the Falcons. They have a big game in front of them, and we're going to hear about what that 6th game might feel like.
I've got MBK with me here, and well, Falcons is a Saudi team. There's a crowd waiting for you already. There's some flags. There's a great amount of support. But I want to ask you guys, as a team and this new players coming in, how ready are you for this event?
Well, as a whole, we're not very ready, to be honest, because we don't have that much time, and like we're a brand new team, and we went through several things. But I think it can play in our advantage in a sense that Heroic has no idea how we're going to play and how we're going to approach the whole game. We started off well with the veto going the way exactly that we wanted. Okay. It doesn't mean we're going to win, but I mean, if we can let loose, if we can really let the individuals shine, I think that's where we have a good shot at making them sweat at the very least.
You seem to be saying, okay, it doesn't mean we're going to win, but you've obviously still got to have some confidence with it. Do you feel like for Heroic, though, they're a team we've seen crumble under the pressure. So is it important you get a good start and be able to make sure they feel that pressure?
Yeah, I mean, I think pressure is not the thing that they're going to have against us, because I think they have full confidence knowing that we're a new team. I think they're going to try to make us move a lot on the map, going left and right. And so we were obviously ready for those kind of things. I mean, I have the experience of playing against their likes. So for us, it's going to be to really enter, I think, with the individuals on a very good page. And I think that's how we're going to win in with pure headshots. And that's why this team has been built, right? Like the long-term getting together and playing good defaults and having perfect comms and all of that is going to come further, like more towards next year when we're going to have a bit of time. But for now, we're just going to try to steal the game away, being explosive and, just surprising them in several ways.
And when you're talking explosive and you're talking headshots, we're going to talk about Boros. Now, this guy has been a monster, but how are you supposed to be able to utilize him in your system? How are you supposed to work out when to let the leash on and off?
Yeah, that's one of the big question marks that we have, because, I mean, I've been playing with him, and I've been playing with a lot of talented players, and as a rifler, I think he's right up there with the greats that I've played with. He really has a lot of potential, a very good understanding of the game, and so it's our role to nurture that in the future into making him explode as good as a player as he can be. But it also means finding the right system to make him work like that. And so it's something that we're figuring out a little bit. We have a lot of talks, a lot of reviews in order to make that work. But we are at the very beginning of that stage. So today, for him, we're going to try to get him to the mentality that it's a facey game. Like we start with Mirage. So it's going to be just like, come on, just go get kills. Boros, go kills. And then we see what happens after that.
I like it. This is going to be crazy. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's see how it goes down.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Boros.
Inspiring words from an inspiring man.
And I was thinking that too. He's an MBK. He is a natural born.
He's been there for a minute. Yeah, he's got a whole lot of experience. I think the Boros talk is the most polarizing one when it comes to that team because it's twofold. Like on one hand, you can say, hey, yes, Boro has to carry that team, right? He's supposedly the player with the greatest firepower, and that's great at that. But I do agree with MDK when he said they also have to set him up in the right system, and I don't know that that's the case. And now here's the angle. If you're Boros, you play in Falcon, that system doesn't come to life, and you fade out, this could be it. You don't get to live off credit for too long as a player. I think it's a little bit dangerous, and I hope that he can display his kind of skill, because, you know, in the game, we'll forget you real fast. It's just the reality of the counterstrike at that.
And let's grab onto that idea. Give me an example of setting up Boros for success.
I mean, obviously, the easy stuff is things like utility usage. You're going to want him to be in the focal point. You're obviously going to give him every position that you want him to be in. Yeah, and I think to speak to freedom, my big thing that I'm taking away is, you know, NBK kind of said we have to find that system, and James asked, like, how do you determine when to take the leash off and when to tighten it a little bit? At an event like this, take the leash off entirely. Like, you don't have to worry about the system now. You're in an actual tournament. This isn't practice. You don't think about trying to practice the system and build the system in these matches. Take the leash off, let Boros create things for you, and do things from there. And you're going to have to do things on the fly. And if the Falcons want to shock Heroic here, you got to do things outside the box.
And this is the problem that I have with this idea, because I agree with you. If you want maximum output from Boros, leash off. Do whatever it is you want. But the thing is, it puts a whole lot of pressure on all the individuals to react according to what's happening. Right? If you're just following a plan, you know what's the strategy, you know what's the setup, you know what's your reaction. But when your player is going crazy with moves, then none of it matter anymore. It's your understanding of the round, and it's your ability to react live.
And it's like NBK said, we're trying to tell Boros, like, play like it's a face-it game. Tell the rest of your teammates that too. Like,
but do you think everyone can play like a face-it game around him as well? That's my question.
I think you have everyone else play a face-it game around Boros. Like, play off of him entirely. Like, this guy's going to create something at some point. We have to be ready to capitalize on it because the system isn't going to be there. The plans and protocols aren't going to be there. So play freewheeling, play loose, and get ready to capitalize when the moments occur.
But again, let's just run it back to that, 5 officials, right? Like, surely at some point that ticks in. Yeah, like that might check out, that might work out. But in 5 officials, that's kind of a hard thing to just grab onto, right?
You're not going to beat Heroic in this game if you're Falcons by playing like textbook, Counter-Strike, and by playing, based off the protocols. You have to be able to do things that are going to surprise them and fool them. NBK called it explosive. You're not going to beat them if you try and play a professional, standard textbook Counter-Strike today.
And I know you're right. I can see the logic is undebatable. My problem is, whose team is better suited up to playing Chaos? We always talk about it. We always talk about the rhythm that Heroic likes to play. We talk about how quick they can go in their comms and how they can be all online. So now you're telling me the way you want to beat them is by play chaotic Counter-Strike? I feel like you're just walking straight into the den of the dragon.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to say like this is going to be the solution. I think this is just the highlighting and the disparity and how much of an underdog this Falcons team is, right? Like, if you look at all the things that would have to go right for Falcons to win this series, the list would be so long.
Yeah.
There's no way to really plan for it. And the nice thing is for Falcons, you cause one upset over Heroic, and it's almost kind of like that's the victory of the event. Like, this isn't a team that's going to go far. This isn't a team that's going to win the event.
But you'll ruin it for
Get
Heroic.
that upset. Get
Look at
that headline.
You beat Heroic right here. I think the possibilities open up until the semi-final. You're telling me
it gets a little bit easier.
You think they could not beat Apex GamerLegion? I think either of these teams could fall on a bad day to a Falcons. Like, it's not like they've established like a huge amount of.
They'd still be underdogs, though, right?
Of course, they'd be underdogs right until the end.
And I do have to kind of just poke back at the idea of like, okay, Boros, do what you want, right? So this is something where obviously the round starts, you say, hey, I feel like taking this shot, or I feel like going for this. That's the sort of presence you have to have, right?
Listen, Counter-Strike at the highest level just doesn't play anymore like that. Like, you can have a little bit more freedom. And Jason was right. You say you put him in the places where there is autonomy, there is freedom, there's movement, there's decision-making involved. You don't just put him behind the box, sit still for a minute. I'll get there eventually. You give him the freedom. You let him loose. But the thing is, there still needs to be some sort of plan to what's happening around. Otherwise, you're just going to get absolutely abused.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. It's just, I don't think that plan is in any way going to be polished, right?
No,
like
it's not.
It's not going to be clean. This is going to be a very scrappy game if Falcons want to make it in a fair. And as you mentioned, like, Heroic is a team that's well geared. They also like to play outside of the textbook. They also like to gamble a little bit. They like to have rotations you're not going to expect. They like to have CT pushes you're not going to expect. So it's going to get weird. It's going to get wild.
Yeah, they do have the very robust moments within the Heroic camp. Speaking of robust, we're going to fly in those vetoes as well. Again, best of 3, you lose, you're out. It doesn't get any more sudden death than that.
And NBK said that this veto went exactly the way they wanted it to go. So hey,
so they actually
step
have
one's there, baby.
I don't even know how they could have an idea of how the veto was going to go. I'm sure they know what map they want to play, but
look, it says it all when like you're kind of hanging on the fact of like, you know, we have a little bit of advantage in the sense they don't know what we're going to be doing, and it's like, yeah, but when that's like kind of the talking point of like a positive for you, not a happy place to be in, not a fun place to be in.
I'm going to make life of production really, really easy. Just roll the veto. I'm not going to act like I'm going to guess what's going to happen here. that just won't be the case. I would like to be honest with you guys at home.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just let us react to it. Mirage coming in. Nuke. Oh man, think about all of the rotations that Falcon will have to handle on a map like Nuke when the rounds get a little bit crazy.
Nuke's a tough map for new teams as well. Yeah. Really tough map for new teams.
Good luck. Like you have a T that's inside the vent. There's a wall, smoke outside. Your RAM player is being pushed out. Then you feel like you're playing Counter-Strike in Mandarin. You don't even know what the hell is going on. It's just
now that is a comparison I've never heard before. That's not bad. That's pretty good. It's like a Mirage H3. It's kind of up there on par. It's got to be, right?
Or charcuterie.
Charcuterie. Yeah, that's a new thing coming to a Lunchable near you soon, surely. Mirage, Nuke, do we need Ancient as a decider? I think a lot will be telling out of the gate here. We look at the first map. You want to see scrappy Counter-Strike? Who's going to display it first, right? That's the question.
I think Falcons is going to display scrappy Counter-Strike first. I just don't think Heroic's going to have any real issue with it outside of maybe Boros creating some openings, and that's the real problem. Boros can have his like 5-6 great rounds, but if he doesn't do it like 15-16 times,
let's just open that box. Let's open the box.
Sure.
Let's be a little bit open-minded in the approach. Let's just pretend that Boros has an incredible start, and then Heroic have the ghosts of Cologne coming back, creeping in, a little bit of pressure, a little bit of self-doubt coming into this.
A little bit too much yelling, not enough yelling.
I didn't sell you.
I think that is one of those things that has to happen, though, right?
Yes,
like on that list, that does have to happen. I just don't believe it's going to in any way, shape, or form.
So what you're saying here is a 2-0 smash from Heroic.
This is like that scene in Dumb and Dumber where it's like it's like 1 in a million. So you're saying there's a chance.
So
it's like saying
there's a chance.
There's a chance. There is a chance.
Yeah, mathematically that does check out, Jason. I think you've absolutely crushed that, gentlemen. As always, you know, the biggest stages for the biggest players. That's why you're here, and that does make the most sense. We do have Falcons versus Heroic. We're going to be looking at Mirage, Nuke. Should we need it? We go to Ancient, but for the time being, let's go to the stage and get this started.
We're ready for game 2, and we've got one of the most consistent teams in Counter-Strike in Heroic going up against the hometown heroes here in Saudi Arabia. It's Falcons right now. And Fancy, we had a great first game, a bit of back and forth in the first map, a bit dominant from Cloud9 in the second. But here, you know, it's a big test for Falcons, but they got the crowd on their side.
I mean, it was 2-0 and a very quick one, to be honest, but let's not forget that about the question that you asked me at the start of the show. You asked me if I had a favorite team, and I told you I gotta go for the home team. I gotta go for Falcons, and they're here to play their first match. أعزائنا المشاهدين زي ما تشوفون الآن احنا جايين نقدم لكم المباراة الثانية معنا. لا ننسى أنها سنجل إليمينيشن، معناته بعد المباراة هذه راح يتم استبعاد أحد الفريقين اللي معنا، ولا ننسى أيضا أنه واحد منهم على طول راح يروح إلى التوب 8 معنا. والشيء الأهم أن الفريق هذا هو المفضل عندنا في السعودية.
Now looking at this though, we've been talking about these teams, we're talking about what they can deliver here. Heroic is a team that's supposed to beat your boys on the Falcons, right? They're supposed to be the most consistent team we have within Counter-Strike, always making playoffs, always making deep runs. But the pressure is certainly going to be on. Maybe with Boris, they might be able to put some of that pressure on.
I mean, that's what we're here to find out about. أعزائنا المشاهدين، هيرويك زي ما احنا نعرف هم يعتبرون من الأفضل في العالم، هم مرشحين للفوز في البطولة بالكامل، فهذه المباراة ما راح تكون بسيطة لا الفالكونز ولا أيضا الهيرويك، خصوصا مع الراستر الجديد الفالكونز، أي شيء ممكن يحدث ولا أحد بيكون جاهز لهذه المباراة.
So let's bring our first teams to the stage. It's the Danish Dynamite. They're the #1 team in the world right now, but they need to put up a big performance here to continue to prove their consistency. It's time for Heroic! Now, Heroic is a team that is used to not being the favorites when it comes to the arena, and here it's no different than before. But right now, with the looking at their Cologne performance and the results they had, this is where they need to step up and show themselves and show why they are one of the elite. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, maybe there's changes on the cards.
Let's see if that's gonna happen actually. اعزائنا المشاهدين هيرويك زي ما تشوفون وصلوا عندنا في المسرح، لكن الشيء اللي يميزهم انه هذا هو الفريق اللي فاز معنا بالبلاست بريمير في باريس، هذا هو الفريق اللي دائما يكون كونسيستنت في التوب 4 في كل بطوله، حتى ايضا في باريس قبل شهور قليله جدا شفناهم تأهلوا، شفناهم وصلوا للمركز الرابع، ودائما هم فريق كونسيستنت في كل بطولات اللان، ولكن خصمهم فريق جديد على الساحه، فريق معهم ناس يعتبرون ليجند في عالم CSGO. كلكم تعرفون مين بيكون الفريق هذا، خلونا نرحب فيه. ممثل الوطن العربي تيم فالكونز. زي ما تشوفون فريق فالكونز وصل للمسرح اعزائنا المشاهدين، هذا الفريق اللي هو بيكون الهوم فيفورت طبعا، الجمهور جايين اليوم يشهدون لحظة شهدة هذا الفريق في هذا المسرح، زي ما احنا عارفين الفريق يعتبر جديد مع تواجد بوروس مع تواجد MHL مع قيادة MBK كإن جيم ليدر، ممكن أي شيء يحدث من هذا الفريق، لكن نفس الوقت الشيء الحلو في الموضوع انه هيرويك ما راح يكون جاهزين لأي خطة ممكن يجيبها فالكونز اليوم.
For Falcons, they've got the crowd on their side, but this is a big test for the new team. Players coming in, Boris looking to have a dominant performance with the man who's looked at to be like the superstar here. But guys, Falcons, you can take your seat, you can get yourselves ready because we're getting closer to that game. Now we can see the crowd's got a hell of a lot of fans for the Falcons in here. We got any heroic fans in the house? Okay, that's not bad.
The Falcon fans though, they're going crazy honestly. And Falcons أعزائنا الحضور إذا تعطونا تحية أخيرة لفريق Falcons قبل ما ندخل المباراة. I'm telling you man, I mean the audience defense is massive, but let's see if they can actually put it up for this one because it's not going to be an easy match no matter how you look at it. أعزائنا المشاهدين جاء الوقت الآن أن نتوجه على طول إلى المباراة best of 3 single elimination، الخسران على طول يتم استبعاده من البطولة، بالتوفيق لهم على طول مع المعلقين.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed, the arena is opened up. The crowd is starting to form as the hometown heroes. The Falcons take to the skies, Anders. It's the #1 team in the world, Heroic, taking on the 104th. It's a bit of a disparity in the matchup, but maybe the momentum of the crowd, the spirit in the arena will be enough to give us a good game at least.
They just have to hope. They have to hope they come out swinging. We've said it before. It's a single elimination. I think they have but one super weapon in this team that can actually do it, and it's Boros. I've seen him play in the European RMR for the last major. It was absolutely nuts to see. So if you can get him off the ground. Now, I've seen games out of Boros where that doesn't happen, when he's more of a liability. He's very aggressive. He's super confident. But if anything's going to put Falcons on the winning side today, I think it has to be on him. All of the weight, unfortunately, should be on his shoulders.
Well, the Des touched on it. They're trying to work out the variables as to how Falcons can even make a dent here going into this series, and they said it had to be chaotic CS. You had to throw the rulebook out the window and see if they could make Heroic uncomfortable. The thing is, that's their bread and butter. The Danes do it so well. Yeah, they're in your face. They're always pushing on the CT side. They don't allow you to execute. So playing chaotic CS against the masters of that game, I'm not sure that's going to be the best approach, but still, I'm up for a good game. You know what? Like, all bets are off. Let's just see what they can do on the server. If they can get double digits somehow, that would be amazing in its own right. The atmosphere in the arena would be a lot of fun. It's almost no chance they win it. I'm going to put it out there, but I'd love to be proven wrong at this. That's all I'm going to say. Look at the flags. This is beautiful.
They are well prepared in Riyadh. You love to see that. Definitely a huge
Did they bring those from home, or? They're very well prepared.
I love it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably a good framing, though. You're right. If they can get double digits on any of the maps, obviously they can win an entire map. It'd be really, really sick. But you're right. The discrepancy here is massive. It is definitely going to be a very, very tricky game. But you know what? We are going to head into it. Heroic are going to be starting on the CT side. It's Falcons on the T side as we kick it off on Mirage. A beautiful map to begin with. I'm not bored of it yet.
Certainly not. Team Falcons on that T side and 5 players towards middle. MBK, MHL and Boros lead the way with the bomb, and they take a little bit of damage there to kick things off. And this pistol round will be indicative. Oh, hold on. They just double smoked the same position.
They did just do that.
That's not the great start you're looking for. That's actually like, if that's a sign of things to come, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you're going to need... Oh, but
okay.
That might also be a sign for us to get the opening. Let's see how much of an omen that's going to be for the Falcons team. Tess is a little bit in the back. They got the boost up in the corner with the dualies. Good shot, and Boros is put to sleep. And the dualies are activated. It's a good kill for Yabi, but still, Body's there to return it. And it's actually a 2-on-3 with the bomb about to go down. This could be one. Falcons, a little bit of a head position here.
It was a very strange start to the round, but the Falcons have found their footing on the B bomb site here. 3-on-2, make it 1. Cadian has been dropped, and Shush won't be far behind. So about the best outcome you could possibly hope for there. A little B split coming through, and a Boros P250 kill to crack things open there towards middle. A double smoke towards connector. I'll try and give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was like a GUI bug or something, but that's really odd. I've never seen that before. Double smoke in a pistol round like that, and it has to be so specific. You only got limited utility, but it doesn't matter. It's Body doing amazing work there with the Glock. MBK chiming in as well, and it will be Falcons fending off Heroic as we get into round number 2 here, and we've got a bit of a pause. So looks like we are ready to go. Should be the Eco, but looks of things from Heroic here. Yet to purchase anything in round number 2, but a bit of a technical timeout. And there's a chance to catch our breath. I'm going to ask you. What's your prediction?
Well, Henry, we've set it up nicely. I feel like I couldn't possibly try to manufacture a Falcons outcome here. I wish I could, but I've also there's the Danish connection on that side.
I will just say, Team Falcons, in terms of them being at this tournament where we've got 8 of the top 10 teams in the world here, their organization represents the region, right? So they were invited here, and that's the reason, and you can see they've got a lot of fans in the arena here as well. We hope they can deliver. It's the best possible start. If they can fend off this second round potential force buy, that would be amazing. It looks like we've got quite a deep technical issue here, though, Anders. We're on Windows there.
Well, maybe a time, because obviously the man standing behind Heroic is Exist, that most people watching Counter-Strike for a minute will have known, but behind Falcons is Ostriker, who's been around for a really long time.
He has, hasn't he?
So a lot of experience in that. A little bit older than most of the guys, obviously, on the team itself. So he's got a lot of experience, and he's really, really dedicated. I've talked to him a couple of times about the team. I definitely think that's something that's going to be helpful as well, with a team that just has less experience on land than obviously Heroic do, just given how everything's played out. But yeah, this is destined to be a very, very tough game. But the fact that they won the pistol round, I mean, that's your first tiny check mark. It's a long list, you have to go through here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, this was one of the kind of the other 20 variables needed to win this game. That's one of them ticked off. You're right. But now the second one is, can you push back the force buy, which has come through. Desert Eagles and a scout for Cadian, 5-7 for Shush, and need to convert this one to even start the conversation. They could do something on this map here, and they're going to be focusing their efforts here towards the A ramp. The scout of Cadian. Oh, it looks like he was almost destined for a kill there. MBK gets the better of him, but a tag does connect. 5-on-4 for now in favor of the Falcons as they try and inflict damage with that scout. Nice grenade. Doesn't do too much damage.
They had the potential, definitely. They were just a second ago earlier, there was like 2 or 3 people there, so it could have been something. Bomb's back in T-spawn. And they've left Body up in the Palace. Very common position, especially if you're going to go middle or B, because you have the chance, you can turn it into an A split if you really want to, but you also have the chance to have that person just shooting anyone who's rotating out of the A bomb site in the back, because typically they're going to be running and not walking out of the site, so a little bit of a chance to get some revenge there. Boros in the middle, it's going to be Body. There we go, the backstab from the Palace. Good timing on everything right now. Yabi, a little bit confused, don't know what he thought he saw, but there was no one underneath him. He's going to go down in the end.
It's looking like this is quite the compelling round here. Not quite the clean sweep, but a 4 versus 1. Shush for the AK-47, and he is booking it towards T-spawn. The hunt will be on, though. There's no way they'll allow him to survive with the weapon. Looks like his days are numbered regardless, as Boros will seal the deal. 2-0, and presumably 3, because it's a full eco coming up next. So yeah, this is the absolute best start they could have hoped for. The Falcons are soaring. And you can hear the crowd are absolutely loving it. It's early days here, guys, but I do love the intensity. This is what they need. They're going to need the crowd on their side throughout this campaign. These things are going to get a little bit more tricky in the next round. We are going to see P250s here, a single HE and a flashbang for the Heroic side. And in terms of a stack, looks like they'll send 3 players towards A, and we've got Tessis patrolling the window here. Almost nothing can be done. Finding a couple of kills would be a victory in its own right. So, tentative for now, Falcons waiting for any potential aggression.
You know what I love? They have the one guy down in front of the crowd who's orchestrating the whole thing, who's putting together the
well,
song.
bear in mind, we've talked about it a lot, but this might be the only showing they have. So
Yeah.
you've got to give it the beans here. You've got to give it absolutely everything. There's probably the only series they're going to play in the tournament. So show full support, treat it like it's the grand final.
You have
'cause
to.
For them, it might be.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the format does. It kind of almost makes every single match, you know, a playoffs game. You just have to treat it that way. Third round here, and an HE and a flashbang on the side of Heroic. Couple of upgraded pistols, but it is very scarce at the moment. And I think Falcons are treating this round fairly respectfully, which I don't really mind. And hopefully that's also something that they are able to do, because like we said, Boris is a wild animal at times, so, you know, putting a leash on him, I imagine, could also be very tricky. I'm sure, you know, especially with the veterancy of someone like MBK, you are going to be able to try and impress upon him that there are certain rounds where you don't just have to hunt for everything, and this is definitely one of them. Keep it a tight little circle, make sure that no one's going to be running away and giving away any rifles here, and that's pretty much what they're doing. They're using the utility, they're using the smokes, the Molotovs to burn out all the close positions, and now they're going to be able to get the kills that they need. Body with a couple there, Boros second kill of the round for him, and they cleaned it up, only losing NBK. So yeah, it's a slow round, but I don't really blame them.
So just looking at the previous results for Falcons as well, they haven't played many games together in the last 3 months. Last map was best of 1 against Into the Breach, a 16-5 loss in Ancient. Then played Aurora as well in a best of 3, a 2-0 stomping, unfortunately for them. So haven't found much success, but it is a new lineup, of course, and they're trying to rebuild, restructure, and a great start here. And now this is where things will probably change dramatically. The AWP is out, the full buy, and like we said, Heroic have got one of the most recognizable CT sides in all of Counter-Strike. Very active, in your face, don't allow you to run your strategies, run your defaults. They'll be up in your grill, making things uncomfortable, but for now, pretty static. You see that deep smoke down towards the underpass. Boros just ensuring that no one's waiting behind it.
And you have to assume that's a conversation that Falcons themselves will have had going into this game about that Heroic CT side. They must know, and that's maybe also why they're frozen so far back on the map at the moment. They are expecting that there's going to be some madness coming up from the Danish side, so really too surprised by that.
Right.
Still a minute and 10 seconds on the clock here. So they smoked the middle again, and there's going to be some very, very late mid control for Falcons, so they've... I don't know if you want to call it wasted time, but they've certainly run a lot of time off the clock here on the T side, just waiting for Heroic to make a move, which hasn't come at all.
Well, they know the resources will be there for Heroic, but not complete. So if you can bleed out as many grenades as possible, then execute together, who knows, maybe it's the right approach. And for now, it's actually looking pretty good. They're not taking any damage. They're starting to ascertain control. Now, it looks like a B split, potentially. We have 2 players in towards the B apartment, and the bomb will go join them as well. CT's not actually exploring the map too much. They don't have much information to work with. I can see Shush up close towards the A ramp, and it's a crossfire setup in towards B, and they will be tested with Cadian in towards the window, gets caught with a grenade in his hand, and should be able to find his first kill. Takes down Longs, and will they commit it towards the B site? They will, and you can see he's making light work of them. 3 kills for Cadian. MBK might be able to get the double here. Certainly guarantees the first, but the round might be too far gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, 10 seconds left is the real issue. I think if they had 40 seconds maybe in the 2 versus 4, there's a chance for another couple of duels, but they just don't have the time to actually clear out the bomb site. So a little bit unfortunate and maybe a little bit reckless as well. If you're going to go for that kind of a play, you can throw the smokes that actually block off Cadian's position. And also, there's 3 people that all took up the same space in that little gap there, so maybe could have forgot about it and pushed forward.
For me in this Falcons game right now, like they've got nothing to lose there, right? Like just turning up, just doing a good performance, that would be enough. I would just like to see like a kind of end sort of game style here from them. Lots of set pieces, lots of rushes, keep it chaotic, and like at least you'll be buying space. So you're getting bombs down. I think running defaults against Heroic won't be the best approach, if you ask me. I'm willing to be proven wrong, but this slow-paced gameplay, I just don't think it's going to do massive amounts for them. But that's the first gun round done and dusted as we see it go 3-1. Heroic now in the driving seat. They collect an AK-47 for Tesses. Cadian back on the orb after getting a nice hat trick there. But you could see there were gaps in the execution there. Like Cadian wasn't blind, he wasn't smoked off. He just had 3 shots, 3 kills. Wasn't even worth getting that excited about, but maybe that is MHL with the opening frag on the aforementioned Cadian there. Early 5-on-4, that's what they needed. Yavi trying to make up for it now, and he'll be dropped by Boris as well. This is looking very good for Falcons.
So it certainly is. And it actually almost looked like Yavi had the timing to get the double spray down, but Boris very, very quick to react. He is 6-2 right now. And you just have to keep an eye on him at all times. Once he's up and running, he is a name that many people have had on their lips for quite a bit here. 3 versus 5 in this round, and plenty of time still on the clock. They've got a player in the middle in MBK, which is kind of holding the top of it, and what a shot from Lonks as well. Definitely someone who, for a while there, during the Academy League days, had a lot of spotlight on him as well, and I think for good reason. You know, there's just so many new players that are coming in. It's hard to remember all of the ones that, you know, look promising, but he's definitely one of them, and I don't think that memory's really faded yet. Shush is going to steal the AWP and just try and make a run for it, see if he can escape this one. He's going to be good for the kill on MHL, but other than that, it's going to be a 4-1 scoreline. Henry.
All right, well, Anders, at least we've got a game on our hands here.
We do have a game.
Yeah, this is looking interesting now. I wasn't thinking this would be very close, to be honest. We'll try and go for the motions and work out the possibilities what Falcons could do, but this sort of start, yeah, well, we could actually have something quite interesting here, as it is going to be the AWP removed in the end, and yeah, that's a big round. There's no denying it. Falcons picked Mirage, just to note that. We have Nuke coming up next, and Ancient, which might be required. You never know, like, no one's expecting this sort of emphatic start. They've played a pretty decent game so far. The only blunder of sorts was that double smoke towards Connector on the pistol. But since then, being a pretty solid game, you have to say. Sure, hits a nice shot here, but does not hold on to the AWP. Taken down towards the Palace by Boros, of course, who continues to show us that strong form. So, what's up next here? The money's going to be a question mark for Heroic. They actually will only have about $3,000 on average per player, Anders. Like, maybe a little bit more, but still not a territory to buy into this one. I'm going to see Shush with the MP9. Get some Kevlar as well. Are they going all in? No, I don't think... Oh, some of them are. Like, we've got 2,500 on Cadian still, so yeah, it's the full commitment, pretty much. Cadian's the only one who doesn't spend all of his cash because he's Yorpa going forward, but this is where you're really opening up that door opportunity here. For Falcons, they win this round, your money's sabotage once again. That's a massive opening frag. Down, spraying down MPK towards the top of middle, but they're not done just yet. Yabi wants to slice the action as well, but Boros makes very light work of him. A clinical headshot from the AK-47 nullifies their efforts, and we're back to a 4-on-4. And that favors the T-side, Anders.
It does.
Especially in this sort of round as well, where they've got pistols, MP9s, at that opening frag. They just needed to get the hell out of there, overcommitted.
And I think Falcons have made a call now saying that it's very likely that Heroic will try more aggression because, you know, as you said, 4-on-4, it's going to favor the T side. So the CTs are going to be incentivized to move forward, and they are. Shush right here with the MP9 actually ducks under. It's a team kill. MHL, I mean, it's a good shot, but it looked like Boris was in a bit of trouble. Still a 3 versus 3.
Hey,
and
if I have to kill my teammates to kill them, sometimes it has to be done. You know, as long as you get the trade and it's okay, it's all right. It's not a mistake, really. It's still a 3-on-3. They still have a massive advantage here.
Depending on the teammate, it might even feel great at times.
Yeah, true. But 2 players are low. MHL and Longs will be down to 23 points of health. We've got Katie in here. Bear in mind, they pretty much fully invested into this one, so it'd be disastrous to give this round up. They'd be 5-1 down. See what Body can make of it. It is Cadian.
Stown has a flash in the middle as well to help out Cadian. If he can get the fight going a little while longer, they're making a fair bit of noise here. He's going to peek on out just as the bomb is being planted. Molotov on top, and that's going to slow down the bomb plant, but good smoke. MHL actually able to finally compete the bomb plant here. 2 versus 2 now. And Stown's moving a little bit closer. He's got some backup in Tesses with just a deagle here. Obviously, no kit in play. That's not the kind of stuff they could afford in the round. MHL is actually having a fantastic game right now. He's at the 6-2 himself. A triple kill in this round, and Tess is going to be found. Quad kill at the end of it. Falcons up to 5.
Oh, Cadian. You hate to see that. He was in the prime position to shut that round down, win the round there and then. He didn't anticipate a second player. Instead of taking down the low HP planter, he drops the incendiary and gets dropped in the process. It looks like they've already won the championship at this point. The crowd are loving it. And it's going to be 5-1, and that was the team kill. Like I said, if you have to take down your teammates sometimes, it denies the double kill, at least on the CT side, as MHL will close things out 5-1, and it has to be another really interesting financial decision. Cadian brings out the AWP, surrounded by the pistols here. Now, he is the sort of player that can win these rounds. We've seen it time and time again. It's one of the tricks they have up their sleeve. But again, if he goes down and they lose this round, they won't have the AWP going forward. Shush will pull one back, and they actually get a double. 3-on-3. Can he recover a rifle?
Yeah, but they lost the AWP over at the ticket booth. That was taken away immediately by Body, so it's a really, really good kill. Shush has picked up the AK in the meantime. Boris out hunting, and he's going to find the kill onto Stound. Keeps on spraying. Tess is the next victim, and they know where Shush is. They don't even have to guess. They can just bring the bomb back to the B-bomb site, and all of the pressure will be on Tess's, which I don't think tracking the whole map here might just be better to try and get the AWP at the ticket booth and hope to bring that into the next round. At least it's kind of a, you know, a little bit of a wash. You can walk away with it, but the round, yeah, I don't think it's worth trying to win it.
Just to reiterate as well, the current matchup we're watching right now, if you're just joining us, you don't follow Counter-Strike too much, this is the world's #1 team on paper.
Yeah.
Against Falcons, who are ranked 104th. So if they were to even take a map, just of that alone, it would be remarkable. It would be a massive headline. And so far, so good. 6-1. And Shush at least has the AWP because they can buy into the next round. They've got maximum loss bonus, of course. If they can save the AWP, they're actually okay. It was a calculated risk in that sense, and it looks like it'll be one that will eventually pay off. But that's Boros with 3 more kills into this round, Anders. He's gone 11-3. So you said you've seen some inconsistency sometimes, like he either turns up or he doesn't. This time it looks like he's firing on all cylinders. He's got something to prove out there.
And I think it's absolutely necessary. The start that they had, winning the pistol and keeping it going and keeping Boris in this kind of a mind state, you have to have that. And they're doing it. 11-3 and a 6-1 scoreline.
Yeah, got the wind in their sails now. The crowd behind them, making them proud, Anders, I would say.
Yes, absolutely. This is brilliant. Boris, some easier kills in this one, but, you know, it all counts in the end.
Against Heroic with pistols, like, super difficult rounds to win, regardless. So it will be a CT timeout.
Oh, man.
Looking uncomfortable here, but bear in mind, the first series of the day, Fnatic Cloud9, it was Fnatic that were down 7-1, brought it all the way back to a 16-14 showing. So yeah, it's a great start, but Heroic can still win the half, and if you ask me, they probably will. But in terms of where we're at right now, remember this moment, because this is unpredicted. Well, no one saw this coming. It was unpredictable, and we'll see whether they can actually continue with this momentum. And for now, their money's actually okay. There's been some close rounds here. They're averaging about $2,000 going to round number 8. Tactical pause for Heroic comes to an end, and they do have that saved AWP, bear in mind, for Cadian. Yabby 1-6. He's got that aggression towards middle. Doesn't seem to be working out, and they're going for a change of pace here on the T side. We've got 4 players heading towards the B apartments here. So like I said, I want to see set-piece gameplay. Hopefully that's what we're going to bring to the table, because that's how you're going to find the space to get that bomb down and enable players like Boros to clutch out.
A little bit of a nade that landed on MBK at the beginning. Tess is jumping back here, going to just throw at one of his own. He's going to tank them up a bit. It's not that much.
It does play 2 players and 1 dink potential, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Boros and Body, they can be tapped down with the M4, so it's actually a very powerful grenade.
Just jumping for information here. Tess is, yeah, he's going to get it. Lonk's looking to open something up, and they're actually very quick with it. They've left again. MBK at the top of mid. We saw this pattern from them earlier. And we'll see if it's going to work out this time. If they can win this round, Heroic are actually in so much trouble. I don't disagree with what you said. There is still a chance that Heroic are going to bounce back quicker than you might think, but not if they lose this round. Then it's going to be a very, very different matter. And MBK no longer a top mid, sneaking into the middle instead. And Tessus, he's aware that they could be up there, but they're just frozen in the hallway. And he's got no more nades. He can't actually slow them down anymore. Going to have to be the rifle instead. And he'll do just that with the opening on Lonks.
MBK should be dropped momentarily as well, but that's a hell of a shot. Tessus with so much pressure applied to him now. Scrambling at the back of the site. I think he goes down after 1. MBK should take him, and that's the bomb site wide open.
The shot. MBK did get a little bit of damage on him. 3 versus 3, and the bomb's being planted on the other side. Heroic, they're not loving this right here. Cadian boosted up with the back of the shelves, looking to see if he could find something. It's down instead to take down Body, and there's the boost coming in to play.
Here we go.
I think MHL was ready for it. Now it's on MBK. One of the most veteran players in the scene, but now in a 1 versus 3 with the bomb down here. He's going to get the spray on the 1, goes back for a bit more. He actually did the damage. That could have really worked if he would have had the shot on Stound. Maybe he could have made it around, but instead it'll be a second on Heroic, finally getting something going their way.
A hat-trick for MBK. He actually gets all 3 kills in that round. I didn't think he stood a chance towards the ladder room, but he proved me wrong. And the money is absolutely fine after getting that bomb planted as well. Heroic find their second round. I was going to say before that execution came in, I think if Heroic win that round, I feel like they're going to run away with the rest of this half. But the fact it was so close, only 2 players survived, they made it competitive. I'm not so sure. Like, Falcons have got some tricks up their sleeve here, and they've got some very potent players as well. Great work there from Cadian. chance down to guarantee the round here. They know they're in a bit of hot water right now, but second round has been found. It will be a tactical timeout this time for Falcons, their first of 4. And we'll see what they can bring to the table here. MHL will bring out the orb early, and it will, of course, be a full buy going forward. But who would have thought we'd be here, Anders? 6-2 as the Danes need to pull the socks up.
I do like the fact that they take the timeout here, Falcons, because I think back in the day, in the early days of Counter-Strike, people only took the timeouts when they felt they were practically losing, and then they started to burn them. I think doing it now, first of all, you deny Heroic any kind of momentum from having just won a round. You have to cool it down. And also, if there are little small things to fix, you know, no one's getting too hyped up. The adrenaline isn't running away with Falcons. They can keep it cool. They're playing really well right now, so why wouldn't you want that?
Yeah, it's a very good point. Cadian this time, exploring options towards middle, but I think we have another B play coming in. With at least Longs who's going to commit, suggesting his teammates will follow, but just seeing if he can get that opening frag and no one's home.
There's no one on the site, but there we go. He actually finds the shot. I think he almost had it in the beginning through the smoke. It was ridiculously close. But even doing that, I mean, job well done so far. He gets the kill deep in the bomb site. It's pressure in the middle here. NBK. That's not a fight that he's supposed to be winning. Shush coming in from the other side, body. He knows there's someone right there in the connector. He's well aware. Shush pushing forward, and it's MHL from the other side, in fact. Great bodyguard coming in with a shot. It's just on Tess's 1 versus 3, and Boris trying to see if he can crouch into that fight. He had the right idea, but wasn't quick enough on the trigger.
It's SS, but no utility, no kit, and the bomb to be planted. His body and MHL to defend here. They can set up the crossfire, an incredibly difficult clutch, but one that is possible.
I don't know if there's a kit anywhere. They're in the middle, a couple of them, but how do you get back there? You might spend almost as much time doing that as you will finding the kills. No one to be found, and MHL, another great round out of him, a double. He's up to 9-3. Him and Boris are running away with the show right now, 7-2. And a lot of this started with the fact that NBK got that kill in the middle. I thought he was going to be dead. Stown should have won that one.
Well, I'm liking these approaches from Falcons coming through. That was a little avant-garde, I suppose, a kind of pseudo-B execution, throwing the smokes over the flashes, sending one player in who just got the equal trade, which is absolutely fine. We talk about it so much. 4-4 favors the T side. They then pull the ripcord back in towards the A side, and it's continued to trade out. Heroic, they thought they were going to make light work of this one. They're being fully tested right now. And once again, the mid-aggression coming in from the CT side is Yabi and Tessis confirming middle is clear. And they're doing exactly what I wanted, Anders. We've got the set-piece gameplay coming in. This is what you need to do. Get that bomb planted, set up the clutch situations, allow your stars to shine. I'm really enjoying this from Falcons. And will it work out once again? It's actually one of the weaker parts of the map right now. You've got Cadian and Spawn, Stown and Connector, but that's about it towards A.
The game plan is coming through in a big way for them at the moment. What a shock, what a surprise to start the day with. Missed shot from Cadian, he might not get another chance. Henry, he's being hunted down. 8 health, he just has to evacuate. He knows the grenades are coming for him, so he's all the way out of there. Jabby instead's been taken up the position by the ticket booth instead, and through the middle, Stown and Tess is trying to get on through. It's going to be Tess to trade the kill at the very least, but it just keeps on coming. Boris relentlessly getting the kill, and now only awkward thing is the bomb dropped on the stairs, but there's still a man up. They still might be fine. Cadian so far away from the action because of that earlier damage.
So what's Body up to right now? He is booking it through T-Spawn. He's going to be heading towards top and middle right now. MBK has to try and salvage that bomb. He needs to be careful. Cadian will spot him momentarily, and another miss from Cadian. A couple of them in this round can't quite connect the dots here. He'll fall back in towards the B bomb side. They've lost track of the situation here. Big kill available for Shush, but one he can't convert. How is MBK rolling back the years here, Anders?
I don't know, but it's...
No one saw this coming.
Definitely not. Definitely not. But I'm here for it. Obviously,
we had the conversation earlier, which old boys are still going. We forgot MBK.
That's true, we did.
I'm sorry, Nathan.
How could we?
Disrespected his name.
It does kind of say something, though, because, again, the French scene were known for sort of the huge breakups, the struggle for power.
The drama,
just the constant drama, right? And it felt like MBK at one point just kind of got exiled and ended up way outside of the French scene, just doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and here we are.
So if you were to remove the names at the top of the screen, you would assume it's Heroic dishing out this sort of work right now, and it wouldn't be that much of an exciting game, but
this is great.
No, do not adjust your sets. The information on your screens right now is correct. Team Falcons, ranked 104th in the world, are taking down Heroic 8-2 on their T-side campaign of Mirage. It's their map pick, admittedly. There's still a lot of work to be done. They haven't won yet, but this is unprecedented. I I can't imagine a world where this was going to be going down. I was kind of setting myself up for, okay, another quick 2-0. We'll get the good games tomorrow. We'll start kind of rolling into it. But
this could be one of the most bitter losses for Heroic.
Yeah, because, well, let's talk about it, because it's always the playoffs they seem to struggle. The semi-finals, famously, that's when they drop off in form. Essentially, every game is a semi-final right now, up until you get to the grand final. So with this sort of format and the way it's kicked things off, they have got their backs to the wall now. The pressure is mounting, and this is a big deal. This is $1 million tournament. This is where Heroic, according to the bookmakers, are the favorites going forward. So let's see whether they can recover. They would need one of these sort of rounds, a half bye to go in their favor, just to reignite the squad, and that's a hell of a shot to kick things off. Down. We'll find the AWP at the start of the round, but they'll need a lot more where that came from.
I don't disagree. Yeah, that kind of round where suddenly it sparks a little bit of confidence. You know, Kaden is the kind of leader that's going to feed off that. He's going to inspire the team once again, but they need the kills at the moment to actually make it work. Boris pre-firing the smoke, and he wasn't wrong. There was someone on the other side. Molotov to try and displace Yabi on the other side by the catwalk. Here's a chance. Just surgical work coming out. It's the 5-7 at range, taking down Longston. 3 versus, well, 2 now as NBK gets a bullet to the face. Tess is making this one work. Boris and Body, 2 versus 5. Very hard to see them getting back into this round. Heroic, they should have the discipline to stay the course.
Should, being the operative word.
Yeah, you never want to make too many assumptions, do you? It's down on the other side here. Deagle in play. Another headshot. Boris is out of it. And Body just alone and surrounded by Danes. That's the round they needed, Henry. You said that could be the spark.
The catalyst to get them on their feet here. I think they know it as well. Now they can stabilize. I feel like they know what they're up against. They need to stop playing so cagey. They're not really playing the heroic game right now. Would like to see them... They've explored the options towards top and middle, but that's about it. We haven't seen any really brave flanks or sabotaging the offense at all, but time will tell as we do see success delivered from these Desert Eagles. Down doing majority of the heavy lifting. It's a beautiful shot from Katie with that 5-7 towards top and middle. And it got a difficult buy here. Some of these rounds have been very close, so after winning even as many as they did, they are in a very precarious spot, and that's more like it. This is the heroic we know and love. Pushing off towards shore, pushing from connector. Very mobile, in your face, just moving around the map. Difficult to predict where they're going next, and Shush spots a couple there towards the A ramp, and they don't fancy it whatsoever. They're going to bail. Fruity spawn with the bomb, leaving Body in towards that palace position. And in terms of the utility, they still have 2 smokes and Molotovs. I think just a B execution might be on the agenda here.
Yeah, and I think one of the horrific things about playing Heroic is how quick they can recover the confidence. You've seen it time and time again. Just one good round, and suddenly everyone just looks so smooth once again.
So there's only one player towards B, that's Tessez. I think he's boosted up on the side right now. A very potent position. You're normally good for 1 kill. It's safe there as well, and could be sabotaging their efforts as they do commit in towards B. It's going to be that execution we spoke of, but they just don't really have the firepower behind it. A single AK-47, pistols and a scout otherwise, and Cadian, he picked up a ton of frags from this position before. This time smoked off and a missed shot. A chance then to breach the bomb site.
Yeah, AK takes over. Flashbang is there for Cadian as well to slow them down. He does get a little bit of a tag on there, but this has slowed down so much. It's started to become a bit of a problem. Body, the only one to reply yet. The scout rings true, 25 seconds, and they're going to set up the smoke. Maybe they can go for the bomb plant, although Yabi is there to shoot them in the back. No bomb being allowed for. I don't think there's any way out for Body. He was triangulated into that bomb site and was never going to survive it. So Heroic now on 4. And without the bomb plant here, it puts some pressure again on the Falcons' economy. That was a bit of a force-up in the last round. They're not going to have enough to really make a real effort of it this time.
Well, it's already been a very decent half for Falcons. Any further round at this point would be a bonus. If you told Falcons coming into this one they could get 8 rounds in their T-side of Mirage, they'd have bit your hand off. They would have said, yeah, absolutely, we'll take that. So anything further would be welcomed, of course, but not required. As we go into a full eco now. Not really much to speak of, I'm afraid. Glocks across the board, a deagle for Body. Even if they get a kill, I would be impressed at this stage. It's Yabi and Shush in the perfect setup to deal with this. As Body tries to find a 1-bullet headshot if possible.
Yeah, anything to do some damage, you might as well. If you have the cash for it.
Run boost. Pull.
Send him into his death, unfortunately. Yabi's going to get traded. NBK and Launch doing a bit of work in the middle. It all adds up in the end, even if it's round number 13 here. You could do enough damage to put a little bit of pressure on Heroic, but it's going to be nowhere near a bomb plant or anything else. Body got sniped in on the A ramp. And we will have a 14th round.
We really will. And it's round number 14. No AWP available on the C side here. AKs across the board. Maybe a tactical timeout required just to see if they can pick up at least one more. That would be great for them. But yeah, Heroic starting to look a little bit more comfortable here. 3 rounds in a row after suffering, was it an 8-2 deficit?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot to fight for. I think if you're Falcons, you've got to think, get all the rounds, get 10-5 at this point, just because you just know Heroic are always going to be this. Even at 5 rounds,
even 10-5 wouldn't be safe against Heroic, right?
Definitely not. Oh, the spray. Still not ready as Boris was all the way up close, and he had no backup there. I think there was a flash being thrown from the catwalk, but Boris just not even in position to catch that one, so a little bit awkward. Now they're going to be boosting on the other side, try and see if they can find Boris in there. The timing is good, but they couldn't land the shot.
Well, that's information at least 2 players are towards B, so the T side should be utilizing that, but we'll see where they go towards next. They boost up one towards window, that's body. MBK has been playing very well so far, continues that strong form, hell of a shot, looking for a second as well, and he delivers. Nathan is turning up to the stage today. That is really impressive. A 5-on-2. Shush and Cadian's got no business in this one, surely.
Yeah, projects are building for a while with different lineups. Eventually, he gets the 3rd kill, but he's going to be betrayed. Another team kill for Falcons, but who cares? They're going to be up 9-5 here. Shush was on a massive flank the whole way through. For the last 20 seconds, he's been going through T-spawn, but when all of his teammates are dead on the other side, it will not make a difference at all here. Long's going to be found, and it's all good, but again, there is some backup here. MHL is looking down the catwalk. They're not going to allow any tricky ninja diffusers coming through. So 9-5 of Heroic.
I can't believe it. I'm gobsmacked, Anders.
I'm a little bit shocked myself. I'm actually a little bit shocked, but in the best possible way. I mean, this definitely looked like it could be one of the games where
it's just the perfect storm, isn't it? The first game, we have the crowd in the arena. Everyone's fired up. It's one of the first showings for this squad as well. Their previous results are terrible. But now it's all coming together when it really matters most. A single elimination format game against the world #1 team, and you're turning up in buckets and spades here. Remarkable scenes. You can see the frustration starting to set in for Heroic. They're still fine. A lot of work has to be done for Falcons. This is great, but we'll see if they can pick up that 10th round as we enter a very fast A play here.
Nice shot. I was going to say they've unleashed Boris onto the bomb site, but they actually managed to shut it down. Shush with an important kill there. But the battle is not over. It's going to continue. Body burning alive. Deep Molotov from Stown, able to find him somehow. And the spray, it's immaculate. I can't believe it. That easily could have been a double. I can't believe NBK actually lived through that one. And it won't be for long either. MHL, again, he's been having a great first half, but it will not be enough. Yabby to take him down in a 9-6 at the end. So Heroic, they keep a little bit of territory. They could still make a half of it in the second one. We're going to find out if they can after this.
Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah.
Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And I've been here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And I've been here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Gamers8. You find us at halftime here in the first map between Heroic and Team Falcons. And I can't believe I'm saying this. It's the Falcons that are soaring high in the sky, and as after going up 8-2, they went out the half 9-6, but you have to say Heroic did bounce back somewhat to make it a competitive half and make sure they're probably going to take it still.
They have a good crack at it here, but I've got to be honest, I'm a little bit nervous. This is not what I was expecting. Everyone thought it was going to be really easy, a walk in the park really for Heroic, but it turned out to be anything but. And in fact, it's not just Boris, like, but he's been leading the charge, but NBK's up there, actually tied for kills with Boris, and I think
but look at the ADR.
Well.
NBK's got 111. He's actually dishing out headshot after headshot. He's the one contributing the most right now, the old boy. Stepping up, we saw Crims with a great performance earlier as well. So, yeah, tip my hat to him as we go 9-6, but the job is not done. Not by a long shot here. As we get into a very important pistol, of course, is Heroic, who know they have to deliver. They cannot go out to Team Falcons. It's just not possible. It just should not be happening. So we'll see a couple of smokes there. Quite a technical approach. 2 smokes, Molotovs, flashes, P250s. And it looks to be a potential A split as the smoke goes down towards window. Its body being baited in with the Julies.
Take a long time for it to outlive it if they lose this one. The Falcons, I definitely agree. A little bit of a setup here with the pistols. They got it wedged in the corner, but they don't realize there's a second player. It's actually a trap Henry. The dualies come swinging and launched with a double headshot. Brings down and tests both. And they were lured into it. They thought they had that player just trapped in the corner, but it was all just a little bit of a ruse now. 2 people dead on the Heroic side. Can they bring it back?
So they actually had 4 guns in the connector.
They did.
Quite an impressive setup, but one that works out for them. It's Cadian, who's going to try and breach the B bomb side if possible. NHL very defensive position, and one that will cost him.
Nice headshot. Cadian wants to keep it going. He's not afraid. Battling out against NBK for a while, but none of them really connecting with the shots. The dualies, however, are still making work of it. Now it's a flank coming in. They know at the very least, Heroic, they're going to get the bomb plant as well, and Cadian, I think he had to try and go for a fight like that, and it just unfortunately doesn't work out. Wow. NBK, super crisp, cuts the head off of Yabi, and it will be another great round here. As Falcons win the pistol in the second half.
I've never seen that before. 2 dualies in towards a connector, a bit of a bait and switch setup as well. As soon as one gets the aggro, tucks in, enables the other player to come online, and they really make it work there. Lonks with a double kill. All strikers loving it. Big thumbs up. Totally agree. As we go 10-6. Bomb planted, though, Anders, means you can buy in the second round here on the T side, so we are going to see a plethora of weaponry come through. The MAC-10 to Galil's Deagles. This is the most important kill, taking down Cadian there. Left him in a 3 versus 1. Yeah, we could do nothing with it. And like I said, the buy And the B push is coming in. This might just be a straight up rush. It doesn't look like they're slowing down at all. Stown to lead the charge here. Tess has to provide the flashbangs, and in we go. MBK with the M4 looking to mow them down.
Yeah, he's ready for it. Mac 10s are coming straight his way. He's going to be good for the 1 kill, but instantly traded. Stown, he's taking a lot of damage back by that bench. Blocks, you're not loving the fire at the moment. It's already hot enough here in Riyadh, so don't want to be adding to it at all. He does get dropped a little bit low, but he's still alive at the catwalk. And Heroic have been slowed down. Where's that bomb coming from? Good headshot from Yabi. Might just clear the space for it.
Still all the work to be done here, but it's a very powerful smoke towards the kitchen window. Just need to try and get that plant down. 4-on-3 currently in favor of Heroic. They're not looking too comfortable right now. Going to be planning for sure. Boros coming in from that position. He's got the silenced M4. He has to be the linchpin of the operation. They've overlooked that position. Yabi has offers himself up for free.
Just 2 people left, and one of them with the scout. Look at this angle for Stown. It's almost made for a headshot. He's not going to be able to get it. Body sets it up for a potential retake. He swings a little bit wider, takes down Tessus and Katie, and he just goes straight for it. No fear at all. Going to be able to pick it up. That's leading from the front. A double kill for Katie and Heroic with the 7th round. They badly needed that. If they were going to lose that round, it might have been Falcons' opportunity to walk away with this game.
Oh, absolutely. It's what happened in the first half as well. They got the 3-0 start. It opened the floodgates, and they were up 8-2. They couldn't allow that to happen again. Fortunately, some great shots connecting here from the likes of Stown. Cadian winning out in his final clutch scenario as well. Big M4 spray required, and he delivers on all fronts. And we will see a force in response here. Team Falcons will have 3 Deagles, a 5-7, and a Scout. Heroic need to ensure they get this one over the line. Start building momentum of their own. It would shut down Falcons to a full eco and presumably yield 2 rounds here. And that's about as good a start as you could hope for. A B split quickly up towards shore. Completely nailing MBK en route, and that should be round. It's one of those rounds now where you just got to call a save. You save your pistols.
Although, if you've been watching Counter-Strike for a long time, seeing NBK with a scout might bring a smile to your face.
That's a good point. I actually remember memories of me commentating in 2015 saying NBK is considered not the best sniper, but the best scout user in the world. But it was a very different meta. That's when you could jump scout, if you remember. That's when he was very good at it. You had full accuracy at the apex of your jump. So that was a very different scout, but he was the best at it, with Chris J, I would say.
Yeah, between the two of them, you're right. They carved out a niche for themselves, but they just dominated that space.
That's kind of a wild thought, isn't it? That was like Call of Duty style gameplay we had in CS for quite a long time. Like, so you could jump as high as you could. As you shot at the very peak of the jump, you had full accuracy, but not to be the case anymore. And like I said, saving the 3 pistols here, you get a second bite of the cherry going forward. See what you can do with the Desert Eagles. As Heroic will keep 4 players alive. Starting to close the gap now. It was a very uncomfortable start. Said the first game for them might be the only game for Falcons. It's a single elimination format as the gap is starting to be closed very, very quickly now. They'll have to take the eco here, but they do have those safe pistols, but that's about it. You can't even justify a flashbang ready to go with it. Your money's so desperately low, averaging $2,000 per player. Now you're gonna get 2,400 on top of that going forward. And on the CT side, even that's still not enough.
It might be worth highlighting as well that the second map in the series is Nuke, and I think that's going to be a very, very tough map for Falcons to try and win.
Sure, like, yeah, that's a good point. Like, Mirage, it's one of those puggy maps, right? Everyone knows that the player, and everyone plays it a very similar way. So, yeah, I definitely agree with that. There's a chance Falcons are going to do anything with this series. It has to be in this first map.
You want to assume that, yeah, if you know, maybe try it again in the third one, see if they can do something, but I think this one is a must-win on the Falcons side of things. Yabi getting a chance to have a bit of a say himself. The AK to pick up the kill. To Body again, obviously just some upgraded pistols in this round. Good shot for Boris. They know exactly where he is. The bomb is in the middle, and they could just turn this into more of a B execute and just make sure they get the bomb and the round instead of fighting Boris. Good flashbang. Nothing MBK could do.
Yeah, to say the very least. He was blind as a bat in there. As we will see Stown confirm the round. Just Boris now, but he's got the AK-47. Could probably cause a bit of damage here. Stown waits towards the murder hole. Boris He isn't peeling off the save just yet. He kind of fancies his chances here, but should be taken down by Tessa. As you can hear the sound cue, and there we have it, 10-9, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, the loss bonus still not really established on the CT side. So yes, they have enough for a buy, but averaging, what, $4,300 per player. Meaning you probably can't justify the AWP. You might better buy it, which they've actually gone for, the glass cannon and MHL straight away. So that means he'll be operating with just the sniper rifle itself. No grenades, no Kevlar. And we'll see if that actually works out for him. Lovely shot from Boros. Gets himself a couple of frags in the end. But the round was pretty comfortable overall. One round separates these two teams now as we get into number 20.
I respect this for MHL. I feel like they need a strong presence, and they can't let Heroic just roll it back. So even buying the AWP no armor, I think it's a cool choice here. Let's see if it actually does work out for him. Yabi already close up. I don't think they realized, but they're still going to be able to win the fight. They had a double setup on the other side, so they're going to be good for that one. A little bit of damage onto, a lot of damage onto NBK. I'd take it back. He ate that grenade and is down to 2 health. That might be a little bit of a problem. Shush very patiently waiting, and I was going to say, he normally doesn't lose those kind of fights, but Body just crouching on in, able to get the shot against him. Now it's a 5 versus 3, sorry. NBK still alive.
He is. Alive and well. Holding that smoke in towards B, just trying to buy time for his teammates in MHL. Remember, glass cannon. If he gets touched by a bullet, the aim punch will be a disaster for him, but this looks perfect if he can get away with it as well. Great work, 5 versus 1 now, and it's a very clean round there for Falcon to go 11-9. The AWP does work out for them, launch of 2 kills, same story for Body as well. Lovely active push there as well, even with the advantages, shutting down any potential choke points, gathering information, finding kills en route as well. That pre-fire from Body, that was world class, exactly what they needed there, didn't give up anything whatsoever. And this is the shot from MHL. He hits this and can get away with it, they win the round. Delivers on all fronts. And now Heroic on the back foot once again. Pistol for Stown, Galil for Yabi, but okay otherwise. You'll see Shush extinguish the initial flames and go for that first duel. MHL will beat him to the punch, looking for the double, and it's getting chaotic here now. They fully committed in towards A.
Yeah, Heroic changing the pace, and it isn't working out for them at all. Boros able to keep up a couple of kills there. Tessus with a wild spray, but he's just locked in here. There's no one saving him. Cadian is in the middle. He can't do anything here. And Tessus just a matter of time. Doesn't really matter who gets him at that point. It was going to be the grenade at the end for NBK. And Cadian, he's given up on the round. He can try and save this AWP for the next minute and 20 seconds, but that is about it. I like the idea of changing the pace, and maybe you can catch Falcons off guard, but not this time.
But essentially, you're just presenting a lot of aim duels with that sort of approach, right? Yeah. It's not really a set piece, it's more of a pounce attack. So you're extinguishing the smoke, you've got a couple of flashes going over, but players like Boros, they want those kind of plays. They want to be presented with multiple players on their screen just to try and mow you down. And yeah, that's a bit of a non-starter for Heroic, barely doing any damage en route, no plan, that's for sure. And Cadian with no choice but to save the AWP as the bomb is in the worst possible position here. They'll just surround it. They don't have to hunt. They'll wait and run the clock down, try and find him eventually. But yeah, nothing going at all in favor of Heroic in the last couple of rounds here. It will be 12-9.
Probably the hope for Heroic is that if the A attack did work out, people were going to rotate through middle. Cadian can snipe them away as they're jumping out of the window or through the catwalk. So there's some method to the madness as well if they ever get it off the ground. But obviously when they just get shut down, then none of that's really happening. Still 15 seconds here. And Body's out for a little bit of a hunt. He kind of wants to see if he can find Cadian in the fading seconds of the round. He's not that far away. NBK on the other side, leg shot onto him, but now the pressure is on, and he has got no idea. He's not ready for it. 3 seconds more, Henry, and he would have had it, but it's all for nothing. AWP is lost.
So that's 2 rounds in a row where Falcons have kept every single player alive. I cannot stress enough how important that is going forward now, because it builds up the resources. It means they can afford to lose around at this point. They've got a decent lead at 12-9, and it's actually an eco for Heroic coming up next standards as well. This is 13 locked in, so presumably another round where all 5 players will survive. They're going to have so much cash going forward. So look, entering against a full eco, they've got 5K on each player here. You're going to get another $3,000 on top of this for winning this round. So here we go. What can Heroic make of it? Presumably nothing. Setting a Body for the big spray down. Making light work of it. Looking for the ace. MHL will deny. But a very clean round. That's 3 in a row now. All 5 players have survived, as predicted. So they're averaging $8,000 per player now.
They've got so much money to work with at the start of the round. It's ridiculous, isn't it? 13-9. It's a 4-round lead. Bit of a timeout from Heroic as they get a chance to get Exist maybe mixed into this, but the truth is they've got their backs to the wall at the moment. There's not a lot of spaces right now for Heroic to escape into.
There's no money for an AWP either. Usually the backbone of the team, Cadian's AWP, clutching out, finding those opening picks. They can't rely on that this round. They have to go to their B game. And this was Body chomping at the bit to get involved, looking for that ace, so that MHL will take down the last two players. But like I said, another clean sweep, and they are in a lot of trouble on the Danish side here. AK's across the board. Falcons in touching distance now of picking up the first map. It is their pick, admittedly, but still, no one had them even turning up for this series. No one thought they would even make a dent on the heroic armor. But this is looking very uncomfortable. Oh, what's going on here? Is that pause? What's going on?
I think, yeah, I think they called a restart. No one's taken any damage, so there's no problem in that front.
Cadian looked riled up though. What happened? I'm gonna go have a look.
Oh, we'll see. They are readying up once again. I want Cadian riled up, but obviously not because of anything to do with the game, but more to do with you know, the general state of the team. He himself has got 13 kills, so not necessarily too bad in the overall scheme of things, but obviously they need more right now, Heroic. Something isn't quite working out for them. In terms of the kills, everyone is kind of here except for Yabi, who's at 7 kills, but everyone else is at 13 or 14, so the team seems to be doing okay, and I guess a 4-round gap is not necessarily that bad, so there is still a chance for her to bring it back. I wouldn't be necessarily panicked yet. Maybe after this next round, that panic is going to start to set in, though. AKs once again, and a slow march towards the finish line here for Falcons. Quick boost into the ladder room. It looks like they're going to try and see if they can press some of the underpass here once again. Body moving forward. Mid-control is in favor of Falcons. But curiously, the bomb is outside of the A-bomb site. So looks like some of this underpass play is going to be to meet up with the rest of the team over on this side. Important kill for Tessus.
Very important kill. Should be a second available here as well for Stown. This is more like it for Heroic. Making light work of this CT defense as Boris will be dropped as well. MBK, the last man remaining. He's had a boatload of kills so far, but surely nothing can be done here as he goes down to 55 points of health. They know where he is. The bomb will be planted. It will be double digits. And Heroic, that is much more like it. That's the sort of rounds we were expecting time and time again in this particular matchup, but they've just been absent in the second half especially, but they will close the gap, find double digits. But as we mentioned before, Falcons have got just an absolute astonishing amount of cash going forward. It's going to be difficult to break them, but it all starts here. They can find a couple more rounds like this. It should be fine, but Cadian getting the job done with the AK-47. Lovely shot from Tess instead to close things out. Round 24, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Cadian back on the sniper, looking at the cross towards connector. Boristow getting up close and personal as M4 could be flashed in, looking to swing.
He was screaming at his monitor Tessus when he got that last kill. He was so hyped up. I think they're really trying to get that fire going on the Heroic side, which it's something they're so well known for, so I don't really blame them.
I guess he probably didn't come in with that killer instinct mindset for this particular matchup. And you had this wake-up call, and now you've got to find it. You've got to dig deep and get everyone on board. And yeah, it might look a little bit scary right now, but they can recover this one. Shush, a chance now to find a couple of kills. He predicts the second, but Boris will beat him. Still at 4-on-4. Bomb down in T-spawn. Stown trying to gain access towards connector. And be joined by Tessus as well. Bomb still down in spawn, but Cadian will go recover.
Yeah, it's going to be able to make that long run back. Pick up another smoke along the way. Nice opening. NBK getting bested a couple of times in the last hit for a few rounds here. Boris, yeah, he'll be able to spray that down, no problem. Second kill of the round for him, and testing his luck a bit, hoping to find someone inside of the smoke. I appreciate it. 3 versus 3 in about 40 seconds left, and Yabi, like I said, he's a little bit low on the scoreboard, hasn't really contributed too much just yet, but this time, that AK rings true, and the bomb is going to be planted behind it. Boris and Lonks, they have a decision to make. They have a kit, they have a couple of grenades. If you want to find a really quick shot, maybe it's worth it, but it feels like they already are saying it's not this round.
I don't think it's worth it. You're Boris, who's pretty far removed from it. He'd have to find another 3 kills. So what's his total up to right now? It must be close to 22 kills. And he's playing remarkably well. It seems like he's another one of those players that seems to be one step ahead. Every corner he checks, he seems to find the headshot. Very impressive. This is certainly one of those games where he's turning heads and removing them in Heroic's case. As we'll see, 3 players survive for the Danes. Some compelling rounds here, a couple in a row. This has been, like I said, a wake-up call. I think they assumed this would just be a walk in the park for them, but anything but here in Riyadh.
You know, they're having to really struggle finding their way back into this game. 11-13. Again, it was just a 4-round gap, and now we're down to 2. So it goes quicker than you think, and it could keep going that way. Heroic have been here many, many times.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
one of the
course.
benefits of, you know, they're one of the few teams that didn't make the roster change after the last major.
Yeah.
So just having that consistency and just the reliability in the team is huge. What a grenade and what a shot from Mitchell, taking down Yabi at the start of the round.
Here we go then, an opening advantage here for the Falcons. Body needs to be careful, there's a sound cue, and Cadian will remove him from the equation. Back to an even keel. Snipe on the CT side, position in towards spawn, and Stown trying to slip the net here. Maybe try and make his way towards jungle, and he's done just that. That's a guaranteed frag. Makes an absolute meal of it though, Anders.
Oh dear.
I think he gets a follow-up kill. Yeah, so it's okay, recovered, but still, that was not comfortable.
Not at all. That made me very worried. MHL's still there. They should have known, so I don't think Stown needed to do that. A little bit questionable. Nonk's not able to get the spray down there, but there was an opportunity, and if he had that shot, who knows?
Absolutely.
It's a 2 versus 2.
That was the point I was about to make. If he gets that kill, I actually think they win the round, but not meant to be. MHL with 2 impressive frags, but the only 2 kills they're likely to get at this point. 13-12, and that massive amount of gold we spoke about before that Falcons had acquired, it's starting to diminish now, Anders. So it did last them, what, 3 rounds in a row? They gave up 3 rounds with full buys, and now finally it looks like they'll be finding themselves in a precarious spot. In terms of lost bonus, to get 2,400, so they save this orb. Maybe there's a buy to speak of, but let's see if he can hold on to it first. MHL just trying to stay alive here. Fend them off. He knows they're coming. Should be able to get this kill, yeah. Certainly well within his wheelhouse, and that's not going to slow down the efforts here from Shush. He's coming in from Palace.
Well worth it. Hunting him down. 3rd kill of the round for Shush. And that gap, that 4-round gap that they had built up at 13-9. Now we're at 13-12. Heroic just walking their way back into this game. It's got to be awful for Falcons to feel it's suffocating. And you know you're playing the #1 team in the world, and you can feel it all of a sudden. Like at the beginning,
slipping away.
Yeah, you were rolling through, and you're on such a high. Like we're winning it, coming out of the first half, it looks amazing, and now instead it's like, oh, did we miss our opportunity to close this one?
And as we said coming into this one, if they got double digits, we'd consider it a victory. So let's just remind ourselves of that context.
That's true. Yeah.
The fact they've even turned up and shown the world they can play at a high level. They can challenge these top teams. No one thought they were going to do anything this series. Let's just be honest here. Let's be real. Sure, it's quite romantic that the organization and Boros representing this region, but still, like no one's expecting them to take down Heroic. The fact they've made them this uncomfortable, it's been super exciting, and they've showcased some of the talent they have within the roster as well. MBK still got it. Body's fragging hard as well. And Boros continues to be an absolute star of the game. We'll see whether they can do anything with the pistols here. Great grenade. The aforementioned Boros will have to retreat. So this is, I wouldn't even call it a partial buy. This is more of an eco. Like they had themselves down to $2,000. A few upgraded pistols, but no utility. Only a couple of bits of Kevlar. And Tessa should be able to get this first frag. Should and would, as we'll see, walls go down, and that's going to be an open B bomb site. A flying the orb in the form of MBK, but nothing he can do. Just had the pistol, and that's going to be the game tied up, Anders.
Yes. Unfortunately for MBK, he got completely flashed on that corner before he could even really take the fight. Boris going to be walking right into the shot. Yabi's starting to get warmed up, which is terrible news for Falcons. A little bit easier to play when he was on the back burner, so to speak. Now it's just a body, and they're going to find him. A flawless round, but this time it's on the Heroic side of things as they tie up the game, make it 13-13, and starting to show their real strength here in Riyadh. And you've got to say, this is just all around terrible news for Falcons. It's not what you wanted to see. They had their chance when Heroic were weak and when they were wounded and when they looked like they weren't able to pick up the pace. I feel like that window is closing so quickly.
Oh, I think it's already shut, if you ask me, but we'll see. This is the round that really probably decides it all. Cadian, takes a load of damage there. Grenade and the Molotov takes him down to just 28 points of health now. MHL, decent game so far, has vision from the window position. Juggling some utility here. This is what Heroic are known for, like buying those residual flashbangs, dropping them in spawn. You can go for an initial gambit, then go collect all the flashbangs that are waiting for you. It's very meta, something they were trailblazers with, to be honest with you. And now everyone equipped once again. Body. Twitchy gameplay there. He knows it's a common battle between himself and Shush. But not much ground taken so far from Heroic. Just trying to bait out those grenades. And there's not many left on the CT side here. One more dispatched towards the top of middle. Doesn't quite connect.
Just under a minute.
No kits as well, just to note that.
Yeah, that's probably really important to mention right now. If Heroic get the bomb plant, then the pressure will be on. Look at the grenades on Heroic. For there being 45 seconds left, they have enough for a massive execute onto any one of these sites if they really want to.
And it's going to be at least the smoke's going. I think they're sending in one player like they usually do to try and see what kind of carnage he can cause.
Pre-fire there. A lot of carnage as it turns out. Yeah, being able to get the kill, but won't be able to pick up launch still. They're going to be trying to see if they can spearhead their way through the connector now. They know that there's a player on the bomb side. Tessus will open it up, but are they ready? Not for MHL. He's going to take the kill, and Cadian's gone down in the meantime. There's nothing that Down can do. The bomb is too far away, even getting the kill. There's only 12 seconds here. He can't make the bomb site.
He can't, but he can make it expensive at least. Trying to jump up and find another frag if possible. You can see he's ready for it. Oh, that would have been a beautiful shot. Doesn't quite connect. Big round. And they'll maintain the lead here. 14-13 for Team Falcons, but an expensive one all the same. Only 2 players survive. There's tons of cash available for Heroic. 1 round away from map point on their pick. They'll take the timeout. This huge lead they garnered in the first half has come down to just 1. They were up 8-2 on their T-side campaign of Mirage, Anders. I don't think anyone saw that coming, especially Heroic.
No, they weren't ready for this kind of a battle. The slow start just coming back to haunt them in a big way right now. Even if they made their comeback of their own, you don't really ever want to be in this position.
The thing is as well, bear in mind, Falcons knew this to the team they were playing for a couple of weeks now, right? So they're giving this their everything. They've been researching this, how they can exploit the offense and defense of Heroic. This is their Super Bowl, right? This is their one chance to prove they can keep up. Heroic, I don't think would have had the same mentality. They're thinking, right, we've got Falcons first, we'll kind of proceed into the tournament. So yeah, this is absolutely everything for Falcons. This might be the only map they pick up in the series, but taking a map against Heroic would be astonishing. I don't think anyone would have predicted that, but they've got to get there first. That's the problem. Big round here. They can win this one or get match point, or map point I should say, and break the finances. So all to play for here. MBK, smoke in hand. 3 players in the B apartments. Good smoke as well. Buys himself some time here. Yabi cannot do anything with that.
On the other side of the coin, if they lose this one, Falcons, their own economy will look somewhat miserable, and you have to assume that Heroic will take a big step.
So what you're saying is, this round decides the map.
I think that's not a false statement at this current point in time.
I think you might be onto something. Well, let's see how it goes. Heroic, no fast-paced gameplay just yet. They are sending out 4 players, though, towards the B apartments and the bomb. It's Yabi, who's been sent in solo a couple of times. They've conditioned the thing as just 1 player, but now the whole cavalry's with him.
Yeah, the FAMAS out here. He has to get a bit closer, and he walks right into it. It's just NBK holding the line. The bomb is coming in behind here. 50 seconds and a good Molotov to put some real pressure, but actually, hold that. They've run the bomb back. I can't believe it. What a risk to take. I know that Shush is clearing this part out, but he hasn't cleared it fully yet. This is not a done deal for Heroic. Stound's going to be going down. Tessus with a big opening, and Boris at the back of the site. And again, he's a monster. He's already got the first kill, the spray, and he could have had that one, but Tessus lands the headshot with the AK. And now it's somehow a 2 versus 2 Heroic. Big risk to run back in my opinion, but it seems to have worked out. They missed the AWP there as well, and the bomb's being planted.
Some of the risks being taken right now are making me cringe inside, but I still absolutely love the gameplay we're witnessing at this point. 2-on-2. MBK and MHL need to decide if they're going for this one. They're so far removed from the situation. There's so many angles to cover, but they pulled it off. They are fed map point. They don't even have to get close to the bomb. Heroic offered themselves up, and they have found map point. 15-13. The bomb is planted, but the money is going to be low.
Unbelievable scenes. I thought Boris was going to make the difference at the back of the site, but it was the retake that did it. Heroic pushing forward, looking to take the fights, not trying to hide and play for time, and it might have come back to bite them in this one. 15-13, ladies and gentlemen. What a shock and what a surprise. Even as we said, this is Falcons' map pick, and Nuke is the second one picked by Heroic. Even in light of that, this is devastating to the Danish side. There's no doubt about it. Tess is on 22 kills, but They need to win the next 2, Henry. They have to force this into overtime.
Yeah, that's the only option at this stage now. Team Falcons will reposition. MHL over towards the B bomb side this time. That's a vulnerability for them, so an adjustment to their defense. But it's the A side is where Heroic will finish up here. Fast pace in towards that connector. Bombs towards A-Ramp. It's body to strike first. Doesn't quite connect, but he gets the information at least.
Yeah, ran out of bullets, unfortunately. Boris is going to be going down next, and those were the only 2 defenders at the bomb side to begin with. Now the rotation's coming through the middle. They kind of realize what Tessus is. Good fight to be won. And the retake, Henry, it might be right back on. 3 versus 3. Shush up close here, but MHL's on the other side, and he's not really missed many shots. I think he's low-key had one of the better performances of the server so far. Ready to try and see if he can fight Shush. Cadian gets a kill, and a missed shot finally. Just as I say it, I might have cursed him. He's locked on his own 1 versus 3, and Heroic a step closer to overtime.
And I think they might have done enough there. 1 round to go. Money pretty broken, of course. We'll have to force buy-ins round number 30 here. But it's looking good for Heroic to take us to overtime. Reset everything at that stage to remain on the T side, but you never know. There's still an M4 in the hands of Body right now. Boris will have the FAMAS. I want to give the M4 to the big man himself, but Body's having a hell of a game, so not too mad about it. We'll see what they can make of it. It'll have to be a chaotic round once again. We've had plenty of those so far, and it's mid-aggression coming in with the CT. It's down to deal with it. He gets the double spray down. Shush with the triple. Looks like we're going to overtime, but Boris is turning up here in emphatic fashion. 2 versus 1, MHL. 15 HP. He wouldn't, would he? Surely. He's done for.
Almost like the Deagle would have been a better choice than the FAMAS here. You can't really stand a long-range spray of this. You just need the headshots. They brought the entire army of Falcons into the middle, and it's almost given them the round, but low on health here, sneaking through the middle, and Shush is bringing the bomb to the A bomb site. Yabby's maybe giving a little bit away here, making some noise, and surely MHL's going to be able to hear that, so he knows where one of the players is, and when the bomb goes down, he's going to probably know where the second player is. Is that going to be enough to really help him? Long rotation back through T-spawn. No kit to play with either, and if there was one, it was going to be in the middle, but I doubt they're going to have the funds to pick that one up, so this is, I have no idea how you could possibly do this. It feels like Heroic have done enough. If it was a 1 versus 1 with a bomb plant, it's different, but just to find both the kills and go for a 10-second defuse, I just can't see it happening.
Yeah, just going through the formalities here. Has to give it a go.
You have
to. But you're dead on. There's not really much he can do with this. Doesn't really even smoke off the bomb there, and it will be overtime. Everything is reset. The advantages that Falcons found have been squandered. The 15-13 lead will not be converted, as Heroic will stay on the T side here. And we're going to have $12,500 per player, meaning that you can bring out double orbs, but on the CT side especially, you need to be very careful. To be fair, we haven't really seen that from Falcons. They've played a pretty traditional game here. They've occasionally moved MHL around and left MBK to his own devices in towards B. And speaking of which, that's where we're heading once again. All 5 players on this side of the map trying to take down the likes of MBK, but this time, I believe, it's him alone. He has no backup. And a MAC-10 to open things up.
Big problem, isn't it? They absolutely blew it wide open. Tessus, that's plenty enough. The bomb is going to be planted on the other side longs. He wants to push through. He wants to be the hero. He's got no backup. There's no one throwing any grenades for him. He's just pushed in front of the smoke. If anyone was holding it, he would have been dead already. This is so risky. A sinking feeling for Falcons right now, as they realize they might have had the chance and they might have given it up again. Heroic surely going to be fired up here. A good kill for Longs. He's going to try and smoke off the bomb and put some pressure on, but there's so much work to be done. A second kill. Can't get the third. It's down in the corner. Quickly taken down. 2 versus 2. And that bomb is so far ticked already. It was a fairly quick bomb plant. Cadian, he's already hiding inside, preemptively stabbing him. He's going to get him right in front of the home crowd, Henry. And Boris is no more. He saw that coming. What a cheeky play for Cadian.
Wow. That's just pure deathmatch on the B-bomb side there. It wasn't clear which way it was going, back and forth, every single kill, but it will be Heroic coming out on top. The smoke on top of the bomb, a chance to fully defuse there, but Cadian, he's seen that trick before, ready with the knife there. A no-scope could have come through, I suppose, but still, it will be 1-0 as Heroic take the lead here on Mirage for the first time in a very long time indeed. 1-0. And now Falcons on the back foot. So they're going for an aggressive A main push. Boris leading that charge. 27 kills to his name, a fantastic performance. It's MHL Position this time once again towards B, and they keep choosing that area as their point of attack, but a lot of information garnered here. Problem is, if they commit towards the other side of the map, you're so far removed, and they need to get their skates on here as Heroic is starting to dissect the mid area and head up towards short. His MBK has got a lot of work to do and finds nothing.
And now the flank might be coming way too late. This is such an unfortunate timing here. They're going to be walking through the B hallways, but in the meantime, yeah, Heroic, they've gone back through the underpass, so they're going to find an empty bomb site. This is one of the few times where normally when you go for this kind of flank and you're in T-spawn, you should get something.
Buddy, you're looking at him.
He can't see him. His eyes aren't registering.
Wake up.
He is a T-Rex.
Wake up, bro.
He's just not realizing his brain isn't adjusting to it at all, Henry. This is a disaster. Body, he gets the shot. In the meantime, they did get the kill anyway. Maybe it's all worked out for good. Tessis and Yabi now 2 versus 3. And what a headshot here. Tess is still fighting it, but no bomb plant, and now Yabi is miles away. What did we just witness?
Like, I'm trying to work out, is there a world that was some sort of insane trigger discipline, but I don't think his cross even flinched over there.
No.
He didn't see him whatsoever. He was laser focused on that connector. Fortunately, they win the round. If that's how it went down, in the demo review, he'd be kicking himself. God. But still, they win the round. As we always say, and there's no harm, no foul. As we get into the final round of the first half of overtime here. Body still found a kill. It's absolutely fine. And they'll close out the round. So who will be taking the lead here to close out the first half of overtime? The first map, single elimination tournament, everything to play for. Aggressive from Longs, who's starting to show some form here. Confirms that no one's in towards the top of middle. And we're going back to an A execution, a set piece to close things out here. Everything you might expect. Smokes towards spawn, jungle, and the steps. Molotovs towards the shadow position. Firebox. All in, get that bomb planted, clutch out.
Scary proposition, though, because there's already 3 people at the bomb site, and because of the deep position that Longs had at top mid, they don't have any reason to get rid of any of these 3 players, and one of them is Boris with an AK. So do you really want to test this A bomb site defense? MHL good with the early shot to take down Tess's. Boris not quite getting burned, and actually the Orb is just doing all the work at the moment. Trishan's down, finally getting back into it, doing a bit of damage in return. Body sneaky at the edge of the smoke. You like to see it. Stown and Katie left here, but the flash setup. Stown with the double. He wants to keep it going. It's now a 1 versus 1. It's Captain versus Captain. NBK versus Cadian.
Well, what can be done here? Pressure is on. Who will be leading after half-time here? Plenty of time to work with. Cadian, AWP, MBK with the M4, a nade and a flashbang to assist him. Pretty far removed, but Cadian will be looking down the barrel of this connector momentarily. MBK needs to be very careful, not exposing himself for now. And where's he going? Tucks himself in on the A bomb site. He couldn't be further away from the action here, but Cadian, he knows MBK is the B player, so you don't have the information as to where he is. Is he on this side of the map? Time will tell.
It's going to be heartbreaking for NBK when he hears the bomb going down. It's a sick position for NBK to be in if Cadian was playing a double fake and actually coming back to the A bomb side, but he followed through. He just went straight for B. And now Cadian has every advantage. How do you get here? How do you check everything? Cadian already setting up for it, and NBK has to walk, he has to crouch through this one. He sees him, and now maybe there is a way. He's got a couple of nades. There's one of them. Up close, he tries to make the jump through, but Cadian is good for it. And they win 2 out of 3 rounds in their opening half of overtime here. And that puts Falcons in a deep amount of trouble. They're really, really starting to lose this map.
Wow, what a round that was there. It had absolutely everything. Once again, right down to the wire. Another 1 versus 1. The mind games. This was a beautiful play, though. Stown with that flashbang from Cadian as well. That saves it. That round was done. It looked like they were out of it, but Stown with the play from hell. And it finds them a 2 versus 1 lead. It's going to be MHL, though. The opening kill has been very good for those, hasn't he? Time and time again, opening of the round for the Falcons. This time it's Cadian that's dropped.
I think he's been the surprise of the series so far for me, because I really had my eyes on Boris and maybe to some extent on Body as well. I think he was one of those players in the French scene that maybe got overlooked a little bit. You know, He was on his way to the top, but I still think he had a really solid ground game. But MHL has come out of nowhere for me in this series, so I'm excited for that. 17-16. Heroic need to get to 19, and so do Falcons, but they're a little bit further away.
Well, for now, though, they have the man advantage, taking down Captain Cadian. AWP in the hands of Stown. See what he can make of it. Boris lead the charge here, and hits down top of middle, nails that shot, and now it's going to funnel them into the commitment towards the A-bomb side. It will be Shush defending valiantly here. Looks like they might have done enough. Hunting for map points here. MHL pulls one back, 2-on-2, 45 seconds remaining as the Molotovs deploy towards the bomb site. Speaking of that, it's going to be the C4, the A-ramp for now. And they can fall back. They don't have to fully commit to this one, so they'll go for the reset, but there's not a massive amount of time, 30 seconds. And we've got Yabi, who can get himself in a prime position. Lovely movement as well, doesn't waste any time.
He's seen it coming. This is a 500 IQ move.
Yeah, it really is.
There's no way you're going to be checking this corner surely if you're coming through on the other side. It's a great shot, but wait a minute. Wait a minute, that kill did it. Now it's the game is up, but he still has to be very, very careful. There's the shot. I can't believe it. It's a quad kill at the end on MHL as they win the round. What a wild way to get that one.
Like you said, it was the perfect read from Yabi. The only way it falls apart with, what, 12 seconds remaining is if somehow MHL drops down from Palace, gets the kill on this player here, which he has no business doing whatsoever. Tesses gets removed, and then he has to move. You're just assuming it's going to be the A-side attack. If he stays in B, he wins the round, but of course he has no idea, and we're all tied up once again, 17-17. Who will post map point first? We'll find out right here. Cadian, perfect position to do so. Body didn't realize there'd be a gap in the smoke. Very well done.
They're going to be looking back at that demo and just absolutely hating themselves, because that was a round you were going to win. If Yabi stays there, it's a done deal, but they had no way of knowing. Boris walks into the shot, launched. No business winning that one, but he did. And it brings it into a 2 versus 4. It's a very, very hard round to win here. And if Heroic end up picking it up, they're going to be a match, or not a match, but a map point with a chance, one chance to win it in the overtime here. Boris slowed down at 29 kills, knocking at the door of 30. But MHL's catching up to him. He's got 28. That quad kill in last round really making a big difference here.
What a game it's been, Anders.
Nothing like what I was expecting.
I don't think anyone in the counterstrike community would have predicted these sort of fireworks here on Mirage. 4-on-2 now. MHL's been a hell of a performance so far, but it would take something ungodly at this point to pull this one off. Tesses with the perfect flank, as you might expect. Confirms the round here. MHL might want to pull one back, hits the leg shot, but there it is. Ooh, maybe not quite yet. The map point should be confirmed here. 30 seconds, bomb down in a very precarious spot. MHL down to 46 points of health, and you can see they don't want to give him any more opportunities, any more shots, just fall back and rot out the clock.
Yeah, I think it's very smart. It's the kind of discipline you'd like to see. Even if they do find him, it's so low chance that he wins it. But obviously, if they run away like this, he's just going to run out of time. Eventually, Cadian from across the map will take him down. 3rd kill of the round for Cadian. He's starting to get warmed up. He's starting to feel a little bit more excited about the whole situation. 18-17. Last round of overtime. If Falcons can get it, he'll go to double overtime, and the battle will continue.
It's possible. They've had some very impressive rounds here. From an individual standpoint and as a unit as well. It's been great. A very entertaining map so far, and there's plenty more action to come. We have a second map coming up as well, of course. That will be Nuke to pick up Heroic. And what's the approach here? Falcons, last chance saloon. Looking for the reset themselves this time after being up 8-2 on their T-side campaign. We know they can play this side of the map, but it's Cadian with a prime position here, top of middle. MHL patiently waiting for him. Bit of a standoff here.
He can keep this up. He's got backup in Stown, who's looking down at the underpass, and there's no pressure being put there by Falcons. So for the minute here, Cadian could just stick around, although this is a very flashable position, so that's the one thing you got to be worried about here. If they throw a flash over the scope, there's one. Cadian can't see it. He misses the chance, and MHL will take him down.
Good dink. Stown might be able to do some considerable damage here. Nice grenade to follow it up as well. So down but not out. Heroic up against it now in the 5-on-4. Would love to close it out now. And what's the final commitment going to be? 3 players towards shore. You'd assume a B-side attack here. Smokes down towards connector, and it's Tesses lying in wait with the AK-47. AK-47 ready to strike. And MHL hasn't really missed a shot so far. Stown's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he is. Look at the grenades. They threw 5 Molotovs at him. It's crazy. He couldn't get out. Longs is going to be going down, but it is really just Tessus at the back of the side here, and he's going to be found. MHL with 31 kills. He's doing all the work. Shush trying to see if he can win the round back at Yabi in the middle. The bomb is going to be planted in. I don't think there's anything Yabi could do about it. It looks and it feels like double overtime, Henry. Yabi just completely sandwiched into this position. Goes for it, spins around. It's the right read, but he could not get the job done, and Falcons will live to fight on.
Yes, they will. It's all reset once again. Falcons will remain on the T side. Heroic, they thought they'd done the job there. It felt like it was enough, but the opening pick goes against Cadian. The double Molotov in towards the window. Beautiful shots from MBK and a great effort from Yabi. Wasn't quite enough there. Had to spin on a dime to even attempt the shot towards window, but we'll see if Cadian could open things up this time. Trying to find that first pick if possible. MHL is on the other side. No smoke towards window just yet, but MBK commits. A lot of utility around him and a desperate spray as he falls down from the window. Opening kill this time for Tessus, and he recovers the AK-47 as well.
Desperate, the key word, I think, in that one.
Yeah,
he knew what he could have done.
He was done for, hoping a stray bullet might connect while he descends. But here we go, Boris with 30 frags so far. A bit of a focus on the B bomb site here from Heroic. They're going to have to push this, surely. A lot of resources on this side of the map. And indeed, they will start to push through. Gathering information.
Yeah, they're going to realize Tessus is actually really far in, so he's already should be knowing that something is up. Good little kill onto Boros. They find him. Stown is the one that got the kill, but obviously really close for Shush listening in and realizing he was on the other side of the smoke. This is starting to look a little bit difficult for Falcons to bring through. Good shot, but Yabi's there on the return, and now the bomb has been dropped in the ladder room. So 2 versus 3, 40 seconds, and they're really far apart here, the last 2 Falcons players. What do they do?
Yeah, time is of the essence. They have no utility. 3 kills to find. MHL, though, doesn't miss many. So quick. This time Yabi pips him to the post, and we'll see Cadian ducking and weaving, trying to buy any vital seconds he can to delay Longs. There will be the first round of double overtime here going in favor of Heroic. But these rounds are coming right down to the wire. There hasn't been many convincing rounds, especially in overtime. It seems so chaotic. Pandemonium seems to ensue as soon as the commitment to a bomb site is established.
For a single elimination forward, this is what you dream of, right? You really don't want the really one-sided matches where it's just a blowout, because you're not going to have much of a chance to recover. So I love the fact that every round is being fought for in the way that it is at the moment. 18-19. You're right, first round of double OT, and it goes to Heroic. Maybe setting up a little bit of some momentum for them to play off of. Molotov, it's a great idea. They had the setup for it, but Stown, lucky to live.
Yeah, but he dished out 98 damage towards MHL, and he is still alive and well. Another key frag coming in here for Body. He's been great in this apartment position, but this is looking good for the 2-0. Yeah, it's a 5-on-3, but MHL, the walking wounded right now, can't really contribute with an opening frag. He needs MBK to step up. Longs will join in. They focus towards the connector right now, but Stown watching it like a hawk as the Falcons desperately try and get back into round number 2 here. Up close though, Tessus with the AK-47 feeling like he can find this next kill, and he certainly can. Great positioning.
Yeah, they needed something. It's not going to be given to them easily. Longs 1 versus 4 here in the middle. And obviously with only 45 seconds left, there's no way anything should be happening. Tess is able to bring him down, and he's had a real masterclass of a game, hasn't he? Just, someone from Heroic had to step it up, and for the Danish side, it's 31 kills on Tessus, tied up with MHL on the other side.
Yes, indeed, Anders. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us, it's a little bit different this tournament. It's actually a single elimination bracket. Seeded, of course, and this is Heroic, one of the top seeds going against Falcons, a team that you wouldn't really expect to do much here at all. They're essentially invited due to being a regional team, in a sense, with the organization from this part of the world. And they've got Heroic on the ropes. Maybe not so much anymore, but the fact they're in double overtime is a statement in itself. This team can hang with the best of them. Yeah. They've got the talent within their ranks. They put in the hard work. And for now,
it's really encouraging, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. The problem is with Nuke up next, I think this is about as exciting as it's possibly going to get in this series. It doesn't look good for the conversion here. If they can win this last round, maybe there's a chance, but a 3-0 would be a death sentence as Boros The star player of Falcons has been removed early, but it's down. That's interesting pathing. Don't know why he wouldn't just go back through the bomb side there.
Yeah, just made a large assumption that it was going to be free.
Yeah, he was out. He was home and dry.
Oh, look at Shush. He's heard the drop down. He knew someone was coming. He heard body dropping off the fence. So a little bit easier for him to get the kill. MBK, element of surprise was with him, but now he's just out in the open. There were 3 players that could afford him. Turns out it's KD to pick up the kill, and now the rest of them is running for it here. The chance to win at least one of these rounds here on the T side in the second overtime, slipping out of the hands of Falcons right now. And even more so with KD and getting the kill 21-18. Heroic just need one more round, one of the next 3, and they're going to be able to pack it up and win Mirage, and that'll put them in a really, really good spot.
And the problem is as well, it doesn't really matter how close you get. If you don't win the map, it all counts for naught. And especially in this sort of tournament format as well. And it's looking like Falcons are done. Running out of gas here, 3-0 down. As you mentioned, one more will do it for Heroic on their T side. So they essentially have 3 lives. They can throw the kitchen sink and they can go for some aggressive maneuvers. So speaking of aggression, we've got MBK trying to find the opening kill once again and be joined by Body. As the 2 Frenchmen will do their absolute best to find a couple of kills here, but that's exactly what they receive. 4 versus 2, I think we're all done here, Anders. An exciting game, an impressive performance from Falcons. They had the world's #1 team on the ropes here. They had them uncomfortable, 8-2 down on their CT campaign. Right down to the wire here. One of the most exciting games I've commentated in a long time. But now Lawrence.
Even at the end, they were 13-9. They could have closed it before it even got into overtime, but yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen any longer. Lawrence on his own here, and yeah, Falcons, they just put so much work into it, and I don't think it's going to be enough at the end of it. Longs hold on, the phone. He's going to get a couple of kills here. Stown, though, with all the health in the world. Smoke up on the bomb. He's got the kit as well, but the problem is Stown is right on the other side. He's got the AK with all the bullets in the world to spray through, and then one of them connects, and he's going to be out of it. Longs is really looking for it. He'd love to find this last one, but the dream has been taken away. Instead, it will be Heroic to steal the early map for everything that Falcons put into it. It just wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough. It never is. A very tenacious team, Heroic. They might be down, but they're never out. A great performance as well, and a wake-up call. I think they needed it. Maybe came into this one in a bit too much of a casual manner, a bit of cruise control. But they managed to steady themselves out, win out in double overtime here on their opponent's pick. And it feels like the end of the series. It feels like the end of the tournament, but it's not. We've still got so much counterstrike to play here. And the next map coming up next is Nuke, the pick of Heroic, ladies and gentlemen. And you're not going to want to miss this one, Anders, as we'll go to a break and be back very shortly.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
When the moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. You're taking me home. Taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, I just have a Swiss guy here. He can't help but to sort of be a contagion when it comes down to that. Speaking,
needed to clear a throat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's exactly what it was.
That's what we do all the time.
I was clearing my throat.
French,
I was clearing my throat in French, I think is exactly the sentiment I was going with. Now, truth be told, Heroic somehow survive a certain fate, which is dropping their opening map here in Riyadh. That didn't happen. Instead, it was the Falcons in some ways dropping that as well. So.
Yeah, speaking of clearing your throat, Heroic almost choking on that one. That was a very, very close game, close affair. 15-13 scoreline for Falcons. It felt like this... Like, we said it was a stretch, all of these like win conditions we were listing and how Falcons could have a good start of the game. They could come in with pace and impact, aggressive intentions, and turns out everything actually materialized. Everything happened. All that we said.
I know.
It all happened at the beginning.
It looked so good.
And yet it wasn't enough. Damn it.
I know, that's the real tough part. Because like it took Heroic, as you said, like 10 rounds to get into this game. It was
Easily.
8-2 at some point for Falcons, and then it was 4 the last 5 in the first half, and that might have just saved them that little bit of recovery. But when we went over, like we said, there was a list of like a bunch of things that had to go right for Falcons. You got all of it. You got a hot start. You got Boros fragging. You had NBK matching him and keeping up with him for a certain period of time. MHL was a fantastic offer in this entire game. So you had all these good things going for you. Body was having some impactful rounds and still dropped the map, and that's heartbreaking.
Yeah, which is why you're going to get the STC analysis. That is right here and right now. Thanks for joining us here at Gamers8. Yeah, you look at certain situations from there, chaos, but as you guys were saying in the green room, you can't out Heroic, I think, is the sentiment, right?
That was your poetry. Yeah, that was for a 1v1
we had a little
clutch.
bit of poetry going on, of course. The thing is, that was a great moment, by very heroic-y style. This is, by the way, here, if we have like a spectacle kind of sponsorship to put on there, that one, if you have contact lenses, no. Buddy right there.
I got you. Body.
Oh, he's looking. We saw it. He's looking.
Body saw him the whole time. He liked the sneaky factor of the play, is what he was doing. He was letting him live, telling Boros where he was to kill him when he came out of underpass. He wanted to get that flank on connector, but if he takes the shot, he loses the element of
out.
surprise.
I do believe your theory is possible. I do wonder if we wouldn't have seen like a mouse movement. Imagine if he had actually seen him and decided not to shoot, we would have seen a movement.
No, he did get the kill in connector and switch back and like, oh, there was someone in middle.
Wait a minute, someone behind me?
Well, there was that, but obviously, you know, we were talking about it back there. He's going to pop on the radar right there for your teammates.
Definitely.
Like, there's a 100% chance someone saw him on the radar.
By the way, you're seeing someone.
Yeah, someone's on your screen, bro. Someone's on the screen.
Confirm or deny the things that you're seeing on the ground there. Of course, yeah, it doesn't quite matter. Body did put up a good display within the server itself, though.
I mean, it wasn't just not Body. It was everybody on the side.
Everybody.
I think Lonix maybe struggled a little bit, but the rest, everyone had moments where they were mechanically just giving a run for the money to Heroic. Like, of course, Boris was the talk of the show at the beginning of it. NBK had a couple of entry kills when they were doing these B-split, like quick pacey counter-strike. The problem, I think, is that with this playstyle, there's an expiration date. Like, you better win the match quick. Once you have them in the ropes, when it's 15-13, that game ends here. As soon as you get to overtime, I was already impressed that they managed to force a second. I thought Heroic would close immediately as soon as we got to overtime, but in the second one, you could see they run out of steam.
Yeah, it's like that whole philosophy of like treating it like it's a face-it game and like playing outside the textbook, all of that kind of goes away once you get into overtime because nobody wants to make the mistake that's going to screw something up, that's going to lose you one of those rounds. So players start getting a little bit boxed in, a little bit more reserved in their decision-making, and all of a sudden, you're playing Heroic's game again.
Exactly, and you've given time to Heroic to warm up and wake up. If you just watch the first 10 rounds of this game, it feels like it's almost not competitive. It's Falcon playing really quick Counter-Strike. The players on Heroic not only are not trading, but they're not getting any kill on the first line of defense. It's basically just a highway to hell for the likes of Falcons.
Oh, Jason, please don't get us DMCA'd. My God.
Anyway,
hold it together.
Stream shut down immediately. But as the game progresses, you're starting to see Cadian like picking up pace, picking up the rhythm, being in all of the good positions early on in the round. Kind of maybe understanding a little bit the kind of Counter-Strike Falcons wants to play, a bit more duel-oriented, poking out that ramp, poking out middle. Cadian is waiting on the stairs. He's got an AWP. He's shutting you down. Sometimes he's in B house. I think he warmed up into the game as well.
It's also just like how much of a worrying sign is it that it took that for Heroic though? Like
it was the same in Cologne. I tried to tell you, and you said no, but Mongols are actually
no, we can't take anything away from
Mongols
it.
are pretty good.
I think the Mongols are great.
Yeah, but see, that's my point exactly. So why
do you hate
Does that mean the next event you're going to give me the same spiel about Falcons? You're going to be, well, actually, Falcons are pretty good, you know. I don't know if you should say this, you know.
I might actually. They looked better than we thought today. Let's see how the next round. let's see how the rest of it goes.
It's a revolving ball.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Good over there.
I mean, I guess I'm just looking at this in a way that Heroic, you know, they've proven that they can be problem solvers, right? And so they were definitely
that's your good look on this. So
well,
you're saying we should be proud of
faced problems early on, and then the Falcons fumbled the bag. What else do you want?
This is the nightmare scenario for Heroic. They got to play in front of a crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
we never brought that up.
A crowd against them.
A crowd against them. Because in Washington, everybody was on the Heroic's cause, and here it changed. I think that's the...
I wonder how that even happened. That's a wild situation.
Don't know, they have a whole lot of fan over there.
The Americans like Cadian.
Okay,
they like the brash. They like
the quarterback
face.
experience.
Yeah,
is what it is. I guess I can see that. I can understand that. But obviously, Tess's and company were tested. You know, I think that goes without saying.
You workshop that one for a long time?
No, I just saw him on the screen.
I think that's great. I think it's great improv. You should join a troupe.
Improv is what you want. Well,
I think you'd do great in improv.
I'm good on that. This is already enough pressure. I'm scared to no end.
Every second of a broadcast.
Every second, I'm just kind of holding on this desk, making sure it doesn't fly away or me with it. Now, we look at Heroic. They were tested. There had to have been some mental fortitude right there, but obviously endurance is going to be something that might come to play here.
Yeah, this is the moment where I hope that things don't fall into the same pattern, which I have seen plenty of times in my years of Counter-Strike, which is a small team is about to is about to accomplish something great, which is take down a world beater, take down Heroic, fall short in map 1 just to get obliterated on map 2. I've seen it plenty of times. Hopefully it's not the road there.
But Boros, Jason?
Boros, man, he was nuts. He was the guy we highlighted, and I almost felt bad walking away from that Death 7 because I'm like, they do have NBK, they do have Body, they do have some experience, MHL on the off. We could have talked about them, but Boros just so critical. And I mean, he's the reason why they got out to this hot start. He was like the leading player, great opening kills, swinging out, being confident, trading his teammates, and they were setting him up that way as well. They had him in positions where he could trade off teammates. He was taking a lot of risks, and in the early stages, they were going in his direction.
I mean, I know that we usually say mechanically gifted, like a blanket statement we use a lot on the desk, but you see the way he's doing these micro movements, like this is the sign of someone that's extremely skilled.
He's got some game.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you watch my POV, it's just basically I'm piloting a boat. I'm just going from left to right with my mouse.
A boat with a joystick.
Exactly. But he is really doing like these micro movements, a little bit a la Rops. Like
piloting a boat.
What is the actual term? What would be
captaining a ship.
Captaining a ship, I can
yes,
say.
as I do here, it seems. Hey, let me grab it from you right there. Obviously, the first map, it did take some time. You know, we got overtime out of it. For both these camps, it's probably going to be different vibes going into map 2, which does happen to be Nuke. And that is Heroic's pick. So you think that was a wake-up call? You think they run into these trials and tribulations early on?
Well, I think you also pick this kind of a map if you really want to make it hard on a new team.
Yes,
that, as we mentioned, coming into this only had 5 maps played together. It's going to be really easy to get disorganized, really easy to like forget a protocol, forget how you want to rotate in a chaotic situation, manage the bomb sites being stacked on top of each other. And while all the players individually are going to be experienced on it, as a team, you need to know how you're going to move around the map at different times of the round, and that's going to be the struggle for Falcons.
No, you're absolutely right. And we also have to imagine there's no way the comms are perfectly streamlined in Falcons right now.
Absolutely
it's just not the case.
Of course not.
When you're a new team that comes together like this, it takes time to code whatever the hell is happening. Because right, you cannot just be always verbatim explaining, oh, I am seeing 3 opponents. In fact, 3 of them are going down the ramp and they have thrown a smoke at me and now I can't see. You cannot do that. You have to have code words for what's happening.
It's true.
I'm obviously making a funny example here, but that's a fact. They're not there quite yet. And you can get hella complicated on the CT side.
But, you know, if I do look at this side with Boros and company, there's several things that you could probably say are shining bright. You know, obviously we saw Body, we saw Boros, we saw MBK, Jason. I know that was something that really got you going.
Actually, NBK historically is one of my favorite players to see pop off in a game. It just obviously doesn't happen very frequently these days. So yeah, I mean, look, we can go through that all day long, right? You could say MHL was probably the best op in the server on Mirage. Is it going to happen again on Nuke? Boros is he going to be able to find the similar kind of impact on a map like Nuke where, you know, choke points are a little bit more restrictive, a little bit less space to work with? There's all these things that you can go down, but all we have for Falcons because of the low body of work is if statements.
What ifs?
What if, indeed. We're about to test their moral fortitude as well. Like, you have to
moral
realize,
fortitude.
Yeah, in terms of like an emotional roller coaster they've went through. They were on the brink of winning map 1. You could see like the high fives were flying high. All Striker behind, of course, one of the mainstay of the scene in Counter-Strike. If you're watching 1.5, you know who that is. They've been here. They were very, very activated, but now it's a bit calmed down.
Yeah, and I think you two should probably calm down with all that crazy chat. We're not playing 1.5 here, but we're not playing CS2 either. Nonetheless, we are playing Nuke. It is Heroic. It is Falcons. We are 1 map deep into this, so thank you very much, gentlemen. As always, your opinions are, well, they're contributions. They're the most ever. You know what I mean?
The most
ever.
The most ever, which is exactly what we have. Let's get into the game.
Yes, it is going to be map number 2, the pick of Heroic. And I have to say, the hype is diminishing somewhat, Anders. If they had converted that first map, this would be a super interesting, exciting scenario. But it just feels like it might just come into its logical conclusion of 2-0 in quite a convincing manner in the second map, I'm afraid.
That's your prediction, Henry.
That's my prediction.
This is a double or nothing, right? Either we're going to have double the hype, or you're right, it's going to all go out the window. If it turns out against all expectations, the Falcons are going to be really good on this map somehow, they can actually bring some fight to it, I'm excited. I hope that's going to happen, but I would agree with you. It's unlikely that they're going to be able to stand up to Heroic on this map.
Well, Matthew made a great point. Like, I've also been around the block a while, and I've commentated thousands of games of Counter-Strike, and this is normally the script, right? I'm sure you've seen it as well. Like, you have these close games, they don't quite get over the line, and you're just like, wow, okay, this is really exciting. Then they just get blown out of the proverbial water straight after in like a 16-2 fashion. Now, the pessimist inside me wants to say that's going to happen, but it's the CT side start for Team Falcons. It's a map like Nuke, very tactical. It's a home map for Heroic. I don't think it's going to be close. They've even looked, why have they got 2 defuse kits on the pistol landers? You don't see that very often, Falcons, but we'll see. Belts and braces, I suppose. Belts and braces.
I am confused by that, but you know, maybe it's going to turn out like, great.
P250 now. It's Cadian. Outside, completely alone, just trying to keep presence out there. Lucky to be alive there, MHL with a chance to take him down. It's the upper execution, and no one's home. No one is home to defend this. The bomb's going down for free.
Oh no, you're right. They got distracted by the yard just enough. This is where the diffuse kits are really going to be in that double. You probably don't need, but they have the smoke as well, Henry. They've got the flashbang set up.
Double
if they put the
kit.
smoke down on the bomb, this could be done. They can still, they don't have to even kill anyone at all on the Heroic side. They can win this round by just getting the defuse. Let's see how good they're going to be at it. They better be crisp with it. And Yabi, before anything even begins, he's dropped one of the 2 kits already. Second one is still in play, of course. And look at the kills coming through. They might be doing it here. Falcons actually with a huge entry into it. Cadian trying to stop it. He lands another headshot. and he's just got around the corner. He's back for more. MHL trying to get there. He'll pick up the kills, but they've run out of time. They nearly did need both the defuse kits, and they still did not quite have it. Cadian just holding strong.
I was about to have a massive slice of humble pie there, wasn't I? The second defuse kick could have actually saved the day. I'm kind of glad it didn't work out in that fashion. But God, what an exciting round once again. Navi makes a bit of a meal of that first kill, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. And Cadian, another magnificent clutch to add to his collection over the years here. That one was right down to the wire. He had to find both those kills. A nice little dance to close things out as well. We'll call that one the Cadian. And for now, a force buy in response. The action continues. As we'll see that Molotov deployed towards main entrance. Body feeling the heat, doesn't have to extinguish just yet. So it is the scout for MHL, who had a world-class performance on Mirage, has to be said.
The timing, I was going to say, it's such great awareness for Body not to just on instinct drop the smoke because you didn't need to, but unfortunately walked right into the shot there. Timing was good. Navi going to fall back, evading the lobby crunch that looked like it was going to be coming in. They could be quite dangerous. You don't want to be hanging around there on your own. But Heroic well in control of this round right now. Scout is certainly interesting, especially a map like Nuke. You can make some work with it outside.
Yeah, just a couple of tags is sometimes enough. Just setting up the pistols, the 5.7s especially, they can spam off plenty of bullets and convert those opening tags, but unfortunately not meant to be, and this is the nightmare scenario now. So bear in mind, Falcons started on their T-side campaign of Mirage. They ran away with it, winning the pistol, shutting down the economy, winning out every single clutch. They were 8-2 up on their T-side, and now getting a taste of their own medicine. And boy, is it ever bitter, because they'll be full eco going into that next round. They'll be down 3-0 on their CT side on Heroic's map pick. And yeah, as I said, this was the expected outcome after such a close and chaotic affair in that first map. This is usually the outcome. If you don't have a good start here, Falcons are going to have a tremendously difficult uphill battle going forward.
Yeah, Maniac was saying he was hoping that wasn't going to be the case, but obviously, like you pointed out, it is a Counter-Strike classic. We've seen it many, many times. And also Heroic on the other side of the coin, they're going to be fed so much more momentum. They've been through the ringer many, many times before, so they realize that was it. It was a bit tough, but now we're right back into it, and we're ready to fire on all fronts. So.
I like the observation as well. We kind of mentioned it a couple of times. It's like, oh, it's at a semi-final. That's why they're kind of struggling. But it's in front of the crowd, I suppose. Like, that's the main factor. It's a full arena, a crowd cheering against you. There's like 1,000 flags out there as well. Quite the atmosphere, but they managed to stabilize and find themselves in a very promising position here on Nuke. I know it's very early days, but it's the context of the teams and the disparity between the rankings of them, and the fact this is Heroic's map pick as well, and they've got the 3-0 start on the T side of Nuke. It's going to be very, very difficult, to say the very least, to get out of this one.
We would love to be wrong about that.
Oh, absolutely.
Seeing if they found a way.
So a double HE setup. So setup, you're just going to throw 2 HEs in and hope it does some damage, and it does quite a lot, to be fair. Shush, down to just 9 points of health. The Molotov to push back any rotating CTs. They're actually making this one interesting, Anders. What's happening? The bomb's gone down. They've got a 5-on-3, and they're going to swarm the lower bomb site.
How are there so many people at the ramp?
I don't know.
I'm so confused. Shush is
What's
dead.
he up to?
He should have been dead already. The bomb is dropped down there. So yeah, they can walk away with 3 people alive, but that doesn't get them anything at all. MBK sneaking in, catching a little glimpse there, but they're still not out of the woods at all yet. It's a 3 versus 4. The bomb is there, the door has been locked, and there's a minute on the clock here. Falcons probably going to be sweating a little bit inside of the bomb side, but it's on Heroic to make a plan.
Yeah, you've got less than a minute to work with. Trying to find some damage with the wall bangs here if possible while they join up. All 3 players towards the double doors here. Just need to try and find a kill. Galil's been recovered for MHL, but Baron got no armor. They're still in an incredibly precarious spot. Nice HE grenades coming through as well. So they're going to dissect this lower bomb site. Smoke off both sides of the ramp, allowing them to focus on the floor itself. MHL needs to find at least one if they're going to stand a chance here. Double kill for Heroic, and now just Lonks. Maybe, oh, it's just a USP, that's the problem, but it's no! Shush only has 1 point of health, but it's not going to be quite enough there. Tantalizingly close, Anders. but a chance that will not be converted this time. It was very, very uncomfortable for Heroic, but like he said, they had to make a plan. They had to coordinate themselves, and the plan was established. Double smoke towards the ramp, going together, trade out those kills, but Lorks could have actually won the round of a silenced USP there with 2 players and 10 points of health.
With the jump shot.
Yeah, I thought the jump shot, I was about to say, this is actually going to connect. I need to prepare my voice. I'm going to have to scream my lungs out here if he connects it, but it didn't come through, unfortunately. First gun round here, a must win for Falcons, if you ask me. 4-0 will lead to 5.
Yeah, you have to assume that's how it's going to go. So a lot riding on this one. Oh, it's such a shame. I wanted him to hit that jump shot. That would have been a sick way to win the round. Oh my God.
Hello?
Well,
how's he done that? Just a one-tap dink, and you get a sound keep with that as well. So he knows the player's there. All the smokes have been deployed, and the Orc's actually in a pretty good spot. Yeah, takes down. Opening frag in favor of the Falcons.
I don't know how MHL saw that. I think he saw him further back and just was able to find the outline, but some great eyes on him. And with Yabi already getting tagged in the face earlier over by the ramp position, this is starting to look fairly grim for Heroic. Might be a chance at a really good defense here. Molotov on the one side to try and break open. In case of crossfire there, you can obviously have CTs on both the stairs, and that's really hard to deal with if you're coming in on the T side. So trying to avoid that. They're down below again, and they've got Yabi, who's just going to be holding that squeak door and trying to catch rotations. But it's on the main force, this 3-man attack towards the bomb side. That's going to make a difference if they actually go for it here. 35 seconds. They still look like they're not quite sure. It's a very, very slow attack coming in from Heroic. They want one more kill before they really try and go for it.
Tesses should be dropped here. It's Yabi that will go first. A 5-on-3 in favor of the Falcons here.
Might just save this one.
Yeah, with 15 seconds, I think you might be right. We'll see.
Wow.
It's going to be very difficult to do much with this. You can see ducking and weaving, discussing the options that it will be the save. 5 seconds remain, and that's all that's required. Apparently, it's going to be a kill for MBK and MHL. First gun round will go in their favor, but not the clean sweep. There will still be plenty of resources for Cadian and co. They can drop an AK-47 to the likes of Stown. So a pretty decent round from Team Falcons, but still not out of the woods just yet.
A couple of times now where they've actually got down towards the B bomb side, but seems like the defense is holding pretty well for Falcons at the moment. That's an encouraging sign, if nothing else. Although I'm curious to see what will happen if Heroic change it up. Usually there's that one round somewhere in that first half when you're on the T side where you're just trying for a much more heavy and direct A execute, and they can be very hard to stop. Maybe especially early on for Falcons if they're missing some of the nades. NBK taking a fair bit of damage. Yeah, they're not done with it yet, but I mean Falcons getting all the rifles for the last round is amazing.
Slower approach here. No wall of smokes down just yet. Ziabi is on the Tech 9. The Glaive Molotov will come through towards right outside. That's a great kill from Stown. If he can survive this one, it would be fantastic for them. But still, an equal trade would be absolutely fine. Removes the potent AWP of MHL. Yabi, bear in mind, just in that pistol as well. Boros, man of the hour. Man of the people. Absolutely wrecked, I'm afraid. Nothing can be done against that. That's a beautiful kill from Tesses, and the lower bomb site is under a lot of scrutiny right now. Body can do nothing, pops himself up for the cause and is removed. And now it will be Falcons to the save.
And Tesses was the superstar on the first map as well. Without him, I don't think they get it into overtime at all. I think Falcons just win the map outright, so not surprised to see him step it up. Yabi's been waiting here for a long time to Tech 9. Gonna try and challenge Longs, but he won't be able to win the fight.
Yeah, just looking for the upgrade there. And this, they're actually opening up a chance. This is a little bit precarious. The round should be there, no problem. If he hits that shot, maybe not. But no, they will fall back, save the little they have, and it's going to be an ult for MBK and an AK, to be fair. So it's actually a pretty decent save, all things considered. They will be able to buy up around this, but it is 4-1 for Heroic on their T-side campaign of Nuke. That last word of the sentence is the all-important one. It's famously a CT-sided affair, especially in these kind of disparity in lineups overall. So you'd assume Heroic are the heavy favorites coming into this one. The fact they've had such a great T-side start as well, there's not much wiggle room left for Falcons here. If they can win this upcoming round, maybe. They need the 4-2 to come through right here, right now. Going down 5-1, I just don't think they'll recover.
No, unfortunately. It's nice to save a couple of weapons, and with the fact that they had the flawless round previously, yes, they're still competitive in this next one.
All right, then. What have you got for us, Falcons? The problem is with Nuke, you don't have many CT maneuvers you can really bring to the table. It's now just negating the smokes, creating himself a path towards Secret, and that's normally the aim of the game. Get a player down towards Secret, make things uncomfortable, force rotations, and this is the heroic boost. That's what it's known for. Early damage inflicted, and Boris surely is down. One bullet will drop him, and it's a 5-7 Acadian hunting for him. He knows exactly where he is. He knows he's done the damage. Oh no! He gives it up. A little bit too cocky there, I would say, Anders.
They really wanted to run him down. What a sick play overall, but Boris able to at least get the one there. 2 versus 3. Falcons actually a man up now, and the bomb gets dropped. Long's just able to swing against Shush. Leaves Yabi very awkward position, but maybe a little bit too wild. The bomb is back there. I don't know why you'd want to fight this one. Now it's a 1 versus 2, and it's way more winnable for Yabi.
As soon as he brings it down, or if he brings it down to the 1 versus 1, he's got a massive advantage. They can't really play together on a map like Nuke. We'll see whether they can detect his presence. They seem to know he's down there towards lower. Lots of damage inflicted, but still plenty of time. 40 seconds here. Body and MBK, the French duo. They try and hold strong here. They have to win this round, Anders.
The timing is good for that one. NBK taking a deep breath before he looked for the fight. That was definitely a scary moment. 3 versus 1 that they could have almost thrown away, but you know what? They brought it back anyway. 2 people surviving on the Falcons side, so not an enormous amount of money being made, but no bomb plan either for Heroic, and even if there had been, it wouldn't have been very impressive, but they're going to force it up anyway. I love the aggression. The leg shot, the damage on the Boros, hunting him down with flashbangs and everything else. If they would have killed him without losing anyone, the round is probably over. But they just took too long, and they did lose Cadian in the middle of it. Okay. Force up.
Full spy coming through, Cadian. That is brave as you like. And it does work out for a kill. It softens the defense towards upper. Now MBK needs to find multiple frags, and he's delivering on that promise with a couple of kills. And it looks like the round is secured. They've actually done a good job here. There was a point where it looked like Heroic were going to run away with this first half, but they've been somewhat humbled here. Looking for a plant down towards lower. Might happen.
They actually could have run straight for it, but obviously they can't know what we know. They thought there was going to be someone down there already. Shush just on his own as somehow MHL going to be able to find the kill on Yabi. 4 people surviving on Falcons, and it's looking a lot better here. 3 to 4. They're picking it up on the CT side. Ostraga, yeah, getting a little golf clap in the back. They're really excited about this, and they should be.
Yeah, just a weird round towards that ramp position, right? Like they got the leg towards Boros and just really, really wanted that kill, and it's kind of opened the floodgates for a few rounds here for Falcons. Don't take anything away from MBK, though. This is a great performance in the upper bomb side. The double kill was absolutely required from him there, and he delivered. So the force spy has been pushed back pretty much to speak up here, as Shush will be challenging towards main. This time the smoke is awkward for Body, but stabilizes, finds himself a double kill. Maybe on for the triple here as well. He can't believe his luck either.
It felt like he actually pulled out to the pistol before the shot even registered on the M4. I don't even know how he got that second one, but it'll get the job done. Yabi can try and play for damage. He can try and do a little bit more. Boris probably should have been dead. A little bit rusty Yabi maybe, not really feeling it here.
Well, Falcons certainly are. After being down 4-1, they've managed to scrape together 3 rounds in a row, sabotaging the finances of Heroic, and they still don't really have a buy available to them. I think this might be half-buy territory. It's quite early on. You've already got a map under your belt. You don't need to win this round. I would advise them at this stage to take the half-buy. Otherwise, you could let this one spiral again due to the finances. So I'm expecting Pistols here. They're averaging like $4,000 per player. They could win the round of this. I'm not saying it's not possible. I would just say in the grandest scheme of things, taking the half-buy here might be the better option.
It'd be a very cocky play if you decide to just go all in on this one. Then you're really sort of sending a signal that we just believe we're so much better that we're going to be able to do it even with almost nothing scraping into it. It kind of would be, I guess, a heroic way of approaching things. They do tend to have that level of confidence, but yeah, it's certainly risky. I don't disagree.
Well, they're going for it. Oh. So it's going to be a mixture of Galils, AK-47s and MAC-10s. Yeah, I'm not sure this is required, but they can obviously still win the round. We'll see what they make of it. Round 9 coming up here, ladies and gentlemen. Bear in mind, single elimination formats. Lose the best of 3 and you're going home. faster pace by the looks of things here. Tessa's trying to deny the Molotov towards Upper. Great flashbangs here and great headshots as well. Boros needs multiple kills, and it looks like this one has paid off for them. A set piece, a great understanding of the setup, and MHL gives them a position as well with the shop, and they pulled it off, Anders. The flashbangs are beautiful there.
Yeah, it's like I said, there's always one round per half where it's always worth it to try and do this. And when you look at the Falcons' economy, this could have been one of those rounds where they might want to save an extra Molotov. They might not want to throw it down. Also, the preemptive smoke to try and extinguish any Molotov that gets thrown into the hut. It's all the little details that are all coming together. And the flashbangs, obviously, for the MAC-10 to get the first kill, it just was lined up so perfectly.
So they took the tactical timeout. They worked out every single detail, as we saw, and it unfolds in a beautiful manner for them. That's a great response. And like I said, there's every chance they could win this sort of rounds. A lot more conservative in-game leaders would probably say, let's just take the half by, see what we can do with it. But Heroic go all in, steal the round away. But MHL does save the AWP, I will say that. So not all is lost. 5-4, Heroic on their T-side campaign with a very impressive round there. Perfectly coordinated upper rush. And will be the tactical timeout for Team Falcons. Look how blind he is. He has to run into flames as well.
He's got no shot at it.
Beautiful round. Really well done.
Puts Falcons in a weird position because they have to rebuy 4 rifles, and that's gonna deplete almost their entire.
You know what I would like? I would really enjoy it if Heroic just did the same round again. Because they've taken a tactical timeout here. You know, they're adjusting their setup. The money's a little bit low. They're kind of a bit uncomfortable. I would love to see that just come through. This back-to-back. Speaking of back-to-back, I think we had back-to-back timeouts here.
All right. So really a heavy discussion that's going on.
Yeah, it must be.
Well, they're laughing on the Falcons side. I do like that. Lost Strikers having a decent time, if nothing else.
Bro, like we said, if they even got double digits, it was a bit of a victory. And the fact they took them to double overtime, had them on the rope, sure, it's gutting. They probably won't win this series. They're probably done after this, but it will raise morale on the squad. They'll show, well, we can compete. We know this squad has got something here. There's something to work with. And speaking of which, Boros just goes barreling in towards the ramp from, pushes Trophy through a smoke, and Cadian doesn't see it coming. I think there's a strange kill coming in here towards main entrance. Back to a 4-4. MHL still with the AWP as well. Bear in mind, he's in towards a garage position. Next frag is everything. MBK has been very strong towards upper, but he's in a tough spot here. Yabi will take him down, surrounded. And Longs, he might be undetected, I suppose, and indeed, we'll be able to find one. Picks up the AK-47, frags coming in. Boros doing all the heavy lifting here, but now just MHL. AWP falls outside, misses the shot, and yeah, that's the cue to get the hell out of there.
Yes, it is. Don't leave it into a 1 versus 1. Just try and dodge that AWP and get the bomb down.
Smokes himself out, but see what he can make of it. Jumps through, hoping for the best, and yeah. 6-4, and I think the money is still okay. It's MHL is 7,300, right? And it's 2K otherwise. So he could buy the AWP, they could go with some SMGs and pistols, but if they lost that round, it really would be the beginning of the end. I hope they don't go for that sort of approach. But he's dropping a few deagles, that's more like it, so he can take a bit of a partial here. MBK just had nothing to work with. His teammates were getting surrounded. He was the only player in towards upper. Couldn't account for every single angle, and it will be Stow to close things out. And yeah, just the eco here, some drop pistols. No armor, no nades. But we have seen Team Falcons have some remarkable deagle sequences, Anders. Maybe this will be another one of those.
Body was setting it up with the little inspect animation, so he was ready to try and see if he could really style it out. Unfortunately, not going to be connected here, and now he's being hunted down. Tess is able to pick him up. 10 kills on him right now. He's having another wonderful performance, but here we go.
Here it is.
Like you said, Henry, Boros and MBK coming into it. Longs going to join in the fun outside. Yabi and Flush. Oh my God, they're getting knocked out. Just Yabi left, and he's offering himself up, making himself a beacon on top of the silo. Yabi, what do you do? How do you bring this one back? 1 versus 3. They're getting spanked in this round.
Now, he can win these rounds. He has to dissect it piece by piece, though. They would be foolish to offer him anything up, and oh, they're trying to force the issue now. He's low. They should win this round, but it's Yabi. An absolute world-class counterstrike player, to say the very least, but the bomb just out of his reach right now. Both Eagles ready and waiting.
If he had the HE, he might be able to make it a little bit easier on himself.
Bear in mind, they have no armor as well, so they might have the HP advantage, but not by much. A couple of bullets from the AK will deal with them.
Oh, it's so close. There's the tear down, and they set it up nice. A 1-2 punch. Falcons They answer back. Turns out Deagles is what got the job done.
Yeah, and that's Deagle no armor as well. That's MHL. Instead of buying the AWP, go for the hero play, offering resources up to his teammates. Everyone seems to be very capable with the pistols, and they're delivering on all fronts here. And it's a bit of a sloppy round for Heroic. They're trying to just group force outside and make it happen, but they could have done a wall of smokes. They could have really made it a bit more comfortable for themselves. But they're the ones on the force by now. Tech 9s, Mac 10s, Deagles, and Acadian Orb. And he's been having trouble around by Boris. Has made him feel a little foolish at times.
They have a real crack at it here. If they win this round, the Heroic economy is going to be wiped out, and they can actually end up winning the first half almost off of the back of this. So it's all on the line. It's going to be another attempt at the ramp ruins. Looks like they've defeated Boris once here in an impressive fashion. They hunted him down the second time, but it took too long. It has to be really swift.
Oh, he's committed. Boris now in a lot of trouble, taking damage on Rue. Hasn't even seen anyone yet. He's down to 47. Full ramp control obtained for Heroic. Now, it's not a bomb site, of course, but it's a portal to either upper or lower. They're going to choose to go towards Hell, and Body doesn't get the call. Why is he looking towards outside?
I don't know.
Where's the comms? There's a communication breakdown at that point. Boris hasn't let him know, or he didn't listen. I'm not sure, but that's a wild one.
Yeah, you're right. That is something's wrong. And Boris coming back, but again, he took so much damage from the Molotov that he can't win the fight. Otherwise, he probably has Acadian to pick up long. It's a disaster, Henry. They're slipping out of the hands here.
They can still do this. It's all right. MHL with that position towards main entrance. A chance for MBK as well. There it is. And converted. MBK with a beautiful hat-trick there. That's just what the doctor ordered. And I could see it bubbling up, and it's already cut you off. But the positional control they had at the upper bomb site, it just looked too good.
No, it was beautiful. You're absolutely right. They still had a crack at it. I don't think they realized that MBK was in the position that he was in because he had the earlier fight against the Squeak Doll, so they probably assumed that he's still hanging around that area. They just didn't expect for him to relocate into the secondary position. What a world-class performance from MBK.
He has still got it, baby. And that was a round that looked like they had absolutely fumbled it. The communication was way off. Like, Body didn't even seem aware they'd taken the ramp from. But can they answer back? The Tech 9's in towards upper. These upper rushes have been so potent as the Tech 9 start to deliver here, looking for the third kill. It's absolute pandemonium once again, and MHL smoked off. They know he's the outside player. Baits out the shot. And now bound to a 1 versus 1. Yabi up against MHL. No bomb planted.
What a play from MHL. He just walked on through. He just did it.
He loves that play, and he always seems to nail it.
Oh, look at the reposition as well. He's got every chance at it here, but Yabi's on the other side, able to hit the headshot. It's so close. I thought he had the perfect read.
Same. I thought he'd done more than enough there. MHL has been very impressive. His understanding of these intense situations, sort of coming down to the minutiae here. He seems to push through, make the decision, hit the shot. A very handy AWP player. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more in this year, but for now, it's Cadian and Co. stealing away around there, 7-6 in their favor, and the money is in complete disarray now for Team Falcons. The hometown heroes will be down to, I would say, a full eco, and this can't even really justify a partial buy.
This is actually ridiculous. I can't believe Heroic have got away with forcing so many times, and this time it was the upper rush that just... It's on a knife's edge, but they managed to just get on the right side of things. They're up 7-6. And Falcons, they've got to be so frustrated. They're again putting on a way better display than I was expecting.
The individuals are shining bright, right? It's nothing like too remarkable in terms of the overall strategy, but the way they're kind of complementing each other, looking like great individuals, brave plays as well. We're seeing Boris push through smokes at ramp room. We're seeing MHL go for smokes at main entrance. They're making brave plays, like unexpected plays, and it's making Heroic very uncomfortable at times as well, and they're extremely clutch as well. Body, though, will be greeted by Cadian towards a squeaky door. It's down, takes the opportunity just to leap down towards this secret position. Now, boosted up in ramp, that's Longs with the UMP as well. Unlikely he's going to be getting much action here, but maybe MBK can, because once again, a prime spot this time. Yabi will get the better of him.
Yeah, he needed to be the catalyst to get them back in the round. I definitely think so.
Oh, okay, Cadian, you're going to walk in ramp alone.
It's still just going to...
He's checking this.
He's playing with the AWP on his own, which is remarkable to see.
He ain't checking this.
No. That's what you wish if you were Longs, that there was a whole team of players behind
not
him.
Again.
Well, wait a minute.
Not again.
Maybe again, Henry. Maybe, in fact, again, as MHL almost gets the kill on Stem. He's down to 1 health. Oh, they deserve to get that kill.
These rounds are so wacky right now. Like, why is KDM walking in ramp alone, scoped up with the AWP? Like, I don't know what's going on, why that's an option, why that has to happen. But it's opened up an opportunity here. They've got the AWP now. And that's going to be a 2 versus 1. And speaking of 1, that's exactly how much help Sound has got. Yabi will have to do the heavy lifting here. Oh, nice silent drop.
They should be aware. This has happened so many times in the past. Look at how low they are in health, but it might not make a difference. He doesn't have the kill. I don't think it's possible. Yabi with a wide swing to take him down, and he saves Heroic in that moment. 3 kills on Yabi in the round, and 8 rounds overall for Heroic. As we go into the 15th, last of the half.
Whew. What a game it's been. Like, Falcons throwing the kitchen sink in their direction. It's so unpredictable. It's so chaotic each and every time. Great shot from Lance this time. Not the AWP of the squad. But like I said, Yabi had to save the day there, and he certainly delivered on his promise. Round 15, and it's a eclectic mix of weaponry here. Nova shotguns, Scout sniper rifles, and MBK trying to roll back the years here. Can't quite connect, and shush, he certainly will take down his teammate here. And the Scout is actually delivering. Surely they don't give this sort of round up against the shotgun. Low HP for Boros, but he still is finding headshots. How has he got the bravery to go and re-challenge that position?
It's so ridiculous.
How do they keep getting it this close? It's so wild.
If they peek on the other side of the ramp, he's just dead instantly, but he just found the perfect little corner. Body, I don't really mind that he's just showing himself. They could probably guess that someone was going to be flanking in that position, but it's putting some pressure on Heroic. They got 1 minute and 10 seconds. And they have HEs and not HEs, but they have Molotovs to try and get rid of some of these positions if they really wanted to. Long, good little burst fire, takes Javi away, and they're going to win the round. One of the most unlikely rounds to win somehow goes the way of Heroic.
Well, it's going to be tournament life on the line. Falcons have done just enough to keep this one competitive. We split it right down the middle here, 8-7 at halftime.
I'm here with Isak from GamersLegion. They have just won on the B stream against Apex, knocking them out of the competition. It looked really good. Did you want to get it done in 2-0? Was that always the plan? That's a dumb question. It is always the plan, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Obviously, it felt very nice to come back at the end, but yeah, we wanted to 2-0 them.
Do you feel a lot of the stress of it being a single elimination? I mean, is that running through your head while you're playing, or were you feeling pretty confident the whole way?
I mean, I see how it applies pressure. I think it does to every team who plays here, but I feel like in my personal way, I handle stress pretty well, I would say. So I just try to keep it all out and just focus on the game. And you know, I mean, I don't really like the single elimination, but you know, it makes it more spicy in a way.
Why don't you like it?
Because in the past we're always losing the first game, so it feels good to break the curse. But yeah, I mean, we feel good, right?
I like it. I think you don't like it because there's no safety net, but it obviously helps you play better. I actually spoke to Neelan about this, so I want to run it past you. Do you think a lot of Counter-Strike fans underestimate the strength of this team?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, on paper, maybe we don't have the best firepower, everything, but I feel like when everyone's firing on all cylinders, I feel like we're all very good, and we match very well together as well. So I mean, the team play is the most important part.
Who do you think is your biggest competition or biggest threat in the Gamers8 tournament?
I would say Heroic. I think they, if we play them, obviously, I don't know if they played yet, but I would say Heroic probably.
Why?
I think they want to get back to revenge, and I feel like Heroic is one of the teams you just don't want to play because they're just good. So, yeah, I think them.
Fair enough. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Team Falcons taking on Heroic, and it's split right down the middle, but that doesn't tell the full story. It was Heroic on their T-side campaign, managing to come out on top. They've already got a map under their belt, Anders, and it looks like we're course correcting here. We're back to the script. 2-0 looking likely unless some absolute crazy scenes are delivered in front of us right now from Team Falcons.
They need to win the pistol, they need to get off to a good start, but I've got to say, I'm already very impressed. I thought this was going to be way more of a one-sided game, and Falcons have shown up here, home turf for them, and they do look very, very strong. Lonks coming up with 16 kills, NBK really rolling back the years. He's a 13, and he was immaculate as well on the opening map of Mirage. So let's see what they can do. Dually there on the side of Shush, and no diffuse kits, no double kit, not even a single one on the CT side.
Well, yeah, it was Falcons went for the double diffuse kit to open things up. You don't see that too often, but it didn't quite work out. We're going to see Boros kind of shot he would connect. Usually, Cadian doesn't even give him a chance. Clinical headshot there. Navi doesn't need to commit to this. He can fall back, give them the ramp. As I said before, it's not a bomb site. You don't have to fight to the very end there. NBK trying to use the flames to steal a kill away.
He's thinking about it. NBK, he's actually thinking about it. It looked for a long time like his crosshair was suggesting he was none the wiser, but good shot. Brings it back into a 4 versus 4. Now they have the setup for it. They don't have any flashes to get over the ledge here, but they might have the smoke. Yeah, they're going to put that smoke, usually thrown from the CT side for a retake, but it looks like they want to try and see if they can get the job done. MHL getting a couple of kills down with a good shot in return, but Body, it's a free kill onto Cadian, and just like that, it's down in a 1 versus 3. And that smoke inside of the bomb site, you can still see the fading parts of it there. It's such a sick smoke. Usually CTs will use it for the retake, but Falcons using it to even get into the bomb site to begin with. It's on Stown, and again, not a kit to be found. MHL with a great triple in this one.
Yeah, another hat-trick from MHL. What a name he's making himself in Riyadh here. Amazing performance. Well, not just the AWP, very handy these pistol rounds. And it's Cadian got the opening frag as well against Boros. You think that would be enough, but no, absolutely not. This was the play that brought Falcons back into it. NBK delivering once again there. Great understanding of the scenario, great positioning in general from the squad, and they will tie things up 8-8. Force buy, of course, expected from Heroic, as is tradition really here on Nuke, and Tesses will be sacrificing his Kevlar and pistol to enable Cadian to have scout armor and some cash as well. So going for the big picture play here. We'll see if Cadian can deliver. You need to find a couple of tags at least to justify this sort of investment. Tesses is going for the Zeus instead, just to note that.
Very interesting, but in the right position. Might not be one that you check very often.
It's actually a very difficult spot to clear, so we'll see what he can make of it.
It's going to fall apart for him if they swing around the long way around the boxes, but yeah.
It's a good spot because you can't Molotov it, right? Because that's your main avenue of approach. You have to face check it. So that's why it's so potent, but we'll see if it comes through. That's if they go right. It's quite kind of uncommon. It should be uncommon at least to even focus on the ramp in these sort of rounds because it's such a tight choke point. The crossfires can be set up, so normally wanting to even just treat it like a gun rack. Get the wall of smokes down, try and steady Gev up, dissect the map, but it's down.
A little bit of an opening potentially. MP7 on the other side over MBK. Oh, and looking up, Stown. There was someone up there, but not able to see anything. Body Gonna get the kill on Yabi instead, and that Zeus is just a distant memory at the moment. This A-bomb side is slowly getting picked apart. Shush finding a shot there, but he's not gonna get anything more than that. He tried.
Just a bomb.
Find the bomb. Oh my god. There's 27 seconds, but I don't think he can live through this round, unfortunately. He's doing some damage, but they should be able to hunt him down. Even now, I wouldn't be that worried if I was on the Falcons side. One bullet catching Tessus, and he's gonna be dead. There we go. Long's able to catch him, but there was a moment in time, if there had been another player left on Heroic, it would have been really wacky.
Well, once again, there's only one round separating these two teams. May I remind you, this is, according to HLTV, the #1 team in the world versus the ranked 104th. And no one thought this would be a competitive game. It's looking likely to be the 2-0 still, but bear in mind, it was double overtime affair with the stars of Team Falcons soaring high in the sky. MHL, a magnificent performance throughout this series. MBK, as you mentioned, rolling back the years. Like, we normally say that's a bit of a joke, but he actually is. He's actually looking really, really good right now.
Yes, he is.
And it's going to be Boros leading the charge here against not very much here. The pistols and scouts. There is an M4, and Stown will start to answer back here. The fast round could actually fall apart.
Tessus was the only one that had no weapons to fight with, and he's the first one to go down. Yabi, I don't think they were ready, Falcons, for this much of a buy-up on the Heroic side.
I don't think I was.
No, it's a very cheeky buy-up. They did it on the T side as well. They just feel so confident in these rounds, but it might come back to haunt them.
It might do, but it's a 3-on-3 and they're relatively low, but still, Falcons are being a little bit ruffled right now. They're not really sure how this has happened. Canadian hits another shot. And another, they're so low now, and they're going to have to try and take him out. They'll get the kill, no problem, but the damage has been done, and that's more than enough for Yabi. He'll convert the first, gets the information on the second as well, and this force buy, certainly against the grain. Not many teams will do this, and MHL has just cost himself another 10 HP. That's not ideal. And can he get the plant in?
The fire might actually spread to him. He's got to be so careful.
I think he still wins it. Okay, maybe not anymore. It's the sort of round they seem to win, even when everything goes wrong. But there it is. Like you pointed out, like that's the unexpected. You're just assuming you're running into USPs, and that's why they go for that sort of buy, I suppose.
They might
sure, it's a massive risk, but if you pull it off and they just go for like a ramp rush, like I said, that's the tightest choke point. You think you're just running into USPs, and all of a sudden there's scouts and pistols and an M4, and everyone's really confused and not really sure what's actually going forward here.
And that assumption is confirmed by the fact that the first player they run into is Tessus, who does have the USP, so if they get the kill, they think that's great. We're going to move forward, and then Gabby's in the control room with the M4, and they got the scout on the other side, which obviously the double tag there is devastating for them. Wow, they're getting away with some mad rounds, and there's still a tied-up game. I think that's what's really heartbreaking for Falcons here. If Heroic don't win some of these cheeky rounds, Falcons actually have a sizable lead at this point in time.
Oh, they've certainly kept up today. Individual form has been dead even. Body, he can't really justify the drop down. Trying to make things uncomfortable with the Molotov, and it's certainly doing that, but it's going to be should to open things up. Finds Boros, the danger man. A double kill comes in. 5 versus 3. They don't have to keep committing to these frags, but they're finding kill after kill. The bomb has been dropped. It's looking likely to be the clean sweep. Just Launch remains here, and the cavalry is on their way, looking to find this final kill. 10-9, Heroic. Have a great showing there in the last couple of rounds here. That's going to put Falcons in a really undesirable position.
Upgraded to 4 AKs behind that round. They've stolen almost all of them.
Oh dear, oh dear.
That's so devastating.
And it's a full eco now. Unless Falcons are feeling extra spicy, $2,000, they have to take the full eco here. And they'll take a pause as well. And you're right, it's only one round in this game, but it does feel like Heroic, like they have these moments where it feels like, oh, they're back online now, everything's going to be fine, but then an absolutely unthinkable round will come through. The 1 Deags will be delivered up. Bear in mind, like, Falcons won a round in the previous half with, what, 4 Deagles, no armor, no nades, all headshots. So they know, even with very little, they can accomplish a lot. So they'll take the tactical timeout, not only to take the momentum away from Heroic, just to discuss their options here. Now, like I said, I wouldn't be buying into this round. I think that would be a death sentence for the rest of the half. They're going to get $2,400 into the next, meaning they get AKs across the board with basic utility if they don't buy a single thing here. So I think there's a chance to catch their breath. I think they got a little bit frustrated with that round before when they thought they were up against the USPs. I think they maybe got lost in the kind of chaos a bit too much there, just assuming that round was in the bag, but anything but. And thankfully, they do take the full eco here. So just Glocks across the board. You can't even justify a P250. Now that's how bad it's gone. Big grenade. A lot of damage.
relentless Heroic. They sense the weakness. They just want to put more pressure on. Wild spray here from KD, and he's able to pick it up, and there are more targets on the other side. He is ready for it. Quad kill, pulls out the USP, ready to try and see if he can ace this one. NBK is right up on top of him, but he's going to be walking the other way, so KD might just have to relax a little bit. I'm surprised to not see KD hunt for this one. Usually seems to be what he wants to do. She's going to be the one to pick it up, and he needs it. He's only got 8 kills after that one, so it's been a bit of a rough game for him. But it does not change the fact that Heroic are up 11-9. Falcons, no bomb plant, obviously. They can barely put together a buy in this one. It's not going to be the most impressive one, but it has to work. They're 5 rounds away from getting knocked out.
But they've put on a hell of a show, Anders.
They absolutely
in terms of letting people know this team means business. This team has stars that maybe ones we're not massively familiar with, but MHL especially. What a clinic he's put on today. Like a star of the future, if you ask me. If they can replicate his performance going forward, like this could be an interesting squad.
And if NBK can replicate these kind of performances into the future, I mean, then suddenly the story about the Falcons team is just going to expand a lot more. It's very, very curious. I definitely came into this expecting little to none, so I'm just very impressed here. Good trade, though. Cadian shooting body in the back. Stown still does go down to the first casualty of the round. 4 versus 4. Cadian making up. Bit of a retreat, doesn't want to stick around out in the yard. That gives a lot of space on the map for Falcons. We'll see if they know what to do with it.
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Getting lower control is great, but how do you get that bomb planted? It's actually towards the huts right now. Love that flash. Right in front of the squeaky door. And it's all quiet for now. We will have Yabi tucking himself in the hut. This is a very difficult position to clear as well. Speaking of which, Tessa's with the AK-47, willing to take those jewels. And doesn't quite connect, but a nice incendiary will slow them down. Oh, it's the bomb. That might be the round. That gets your bugger.
Yeah. I saw the look on your face, Henry.
Yeah.
The Molotov is that's a bit of a problem, but when then the bomb is dropped on the wrong side of it, you're in a lot of trouble there. Lawrence is going to be going down. I think recovering that bomb would have probably never happened. That's a hard one to get out of. Shush and Katie with double kill each, and Heroic another step in the right direction.
Just perfectly positioned as well. Well read. They had full control of the scenario, and you've got Tessas at the back with the AK-47, ready to get the aggro, and they're so tunnel vision that position, you'd assume just one player's there. Here's Cadian, though, with the Molotov drops. He finds the bomb. They're locked out. The pincer towards the lobby as well. It's a beautiful thing. And this is what we're talking about, Heroic, on their CT side. You say it's a recognizable style. They always seem to be so active, sacrificing parts of the map to obtain control of others. Smoke just to deny access towards the squeaky door here. 12-9. The Eagles across the board here for Falcons. From 1 smoke to work with. Lose this round, it'll be 13-9, and then their time here at Gamers8 really is limited. It's down to open things up. Body. Longs dropped. Boss continuing to impress with his aim, but it doesn't really amount to too much. 1 kill doesn't do anything for them here.
And the problem is playing that aim-based style is very hard to do against a team like Heroic that have 5 players.
It works on Mirage, Sanders, as we saw. It works very well on Mirage. But Nuke is just a different map in the way it plays out. And that's why they've picked it, in my opinion, knowing this is a fresh look to the lineup. They brought in star power in terms of individual performance in the form of Boros. Get him on Mirage. Let him off the leash. You can't really be let off the leash on. You can get Secret. You can go down there alone, but you're not really getting multiple frags. You're trying to find 1 or 2 at the very top end. And he can't quite seem to make massive impact thus far on the T side. So what's the next play? Well, they might not even be able to execute whatever they had in mind because MBK's been dropped through the smoke. Speaking of which, the entrance towards Secret will be open momentarily. Long's waiting for his opportunity to jump in.
It's also really evident that Heroic are not afraid of Boros out in the yard. They are trying to fight him. They're not cowering away thinking, ooh, he's going to be a really strong player at them. And they probably know how good he is, but they're not playing like they have any respect for him at the moment. And that makes it very tricky. He's not going to have the extra second or 2 to pick up a second fight. Every time, it seems like he's just getting traded out there. He's doing fine right now. He's got 12 kills, about catching up with the rest of the team, but still, they need a lot more, and Heroic aren't giving it any opportunities here. Yabi goes down, so it is back into a 4-on-4, and actually the timing, I think you might have seen the gun barrel there. Tessus walks back into it, while Boris just catching the tip of the AK on the other side. That's a bit unfortunate.
It really is. A 4-on-2, the best chance they've had in some time here, Falcons, and Lawrence has flashed himself, unfortunately. Second flash available. Manages to exit the vents, and with 40 seconds remaining, it looks like it might just be a CT save here because they don't have much to do with this scenario. It's Cadian and Stown. Stown at least exploring the options here. If he finds a quick kill towards main, you never know, and there is an opportunity to get one, but starting to peel off, I think Cadian is already elsewhere. He's towards ramp, so yeah, doesn't look they'll be going for this one. Falcons once again finding double digits, which was just the absolute top end in terms of predictions coming into this one. We thought if they get double digits, they can lead this tournament with their heads held high.
Yeah.
They got double overtime at a game they probably should have won. They had the 15-13 lead. A 15-13 lead against Heroic, and you don't close that one out, of course, you're going to struggle in the next map. It's the sort of team that will just rise to the occasion, knowing they've had that amazing comeback and they've completely mitigated your efforts. But it's Down, holding on to the AK-47, probably gets this kill, and he does. Boros got dropped, just to know that.
Yeah, a little bit too much chaos at the end of it. But
the problem is that that's actually a really important kill. It might not seem like a big deal, one kill, they've just won the round, but they're only going to get $3,400 per player going in by winning by virtue of explosion. That 2 players survive, they need drops. So someone's going to have to sacrifice their utility. And there's so much money for Heroic. I think I saw $14,000 on Shush coming into this round. So
oh dear.
They're still in a very comfortable position. You can see that reflected now. MBK with the Galil. To be fair, he's been very good with it. Maybe he can make it work. Here's MHL though. Still a good performance here on Nuke, just not as electrifying as he was on Mirage, perhaps.
It's been a lot more tricky on this map, but yeah, he's maybe someone to look for. Ooh, a chance for Katie, a good one. A second shot rings out, but so far he's taken all of the damage down to 50 health. Body just trusting in himself to be able to land and kill, but ducking up for a second time. I thought he was going to get his head blown off. Okay. I think Long's getting shot in the feet there.
I hate to be the pessimist here, Anders. If they lose this round, it is GG. Just going to throw it out there. It will be done.
That's the prediction, Henry.
There just won't be anything left to work with.
Yeah, in terms of the money, you're definitely on point.
It'll be guaranteed series point, and then they need 5 rounds in a row. I just don't think that would be possible. Like I said, you know what? I'm trying to be more optimistic this event. Let's retract that statement. I think they can win this round. I still believe. 5-on-3. Cadian, not aware of a player going towards hell. So this is the moment. Boros, if you're going to do anything in this map, this is the moment. This is my guy right here. He's going to step up. He's going for the big play.
He wants more.
He wants the huge play.
Oh, did he get spotted? I don't know. Jabby was holding it. That's a little bit of a surprise. He comes back out. He knows the Cadian is out here somewhere. He's looking for the shot, but unfortunately, he's put out before he can really catch fire.
It's the kind of play he had to make the run.
Yes,
he had to do something. He couldn't just get 1 kill. That wouldn't have done anything for them. If he gets the double there, you never know. MBK, unfortunately, won't be able to find much there. And like I said, losing this round, you're 14-10 down. You do not have enough for a buy. At the very most, you can go for a half buy, take yourself down to $2,000. You could go all in. You could go Galil's, Tech 9s, an AK-47. But it really would be done at that point. I'd say go for the half buy, and you're going to have to aim for 5 in a row. That's kind of where you're at. The full buy here, I just don't think it'd be strong enough unless you did the full upper execution like Heroic. That's maybe your only play.
There's no, I think, right or wrong at this point in time. It's just you're so far behind in terms of the momentum and in terms of the rounds that, yeah, you just have to try and go for it one way or another. NHL has already purchased the AK.
Oh, they're going for it.
Purchasing behind, so they've made their choice, Henry. They want to either try and see if they can pull in a cheeky round here and really upset the whole situation, or go out with a bang.
Time will tell. I don't hate it. They're going to have to provide some fireworks here. Mac-10s, Deagles, Galils, and pretty good utility. It has to be set-piece gameplay, though. They need to explode into a part of the map, try and get down to that lower bomb side, potentially. Here we go, so Wall of Smoke's very early on, so this is a call out of spawn.
Yeah.
Oh, but it was one of those smokes denied by the Molotov, so, and they've missed, well, I don't know what's going on there. There's a smoke on T-spawn.
I think
T-roof, sorry.
Definitely a couple of things have gone wrong.
So, like I said, it had to be the set piece. When you see a smoke like that, your heart just sinks. You just know, okay, whatever we thought we had in mind, it's already gone wrong.
Cadian is here. Look at that. He's going to distract everything. They have Molotovs to get rid of it. Cadian is going to be going down. He recommits to it, but nobody knows about Tessus. They are looking at the box. They are aware that something could be up, but no one's really actually checked it. And Tessus, good for the kill, creeps out on the other side and takes down Buddy. It's disastrous. He's back for a third, but finally they put an end to it. But this was their ticket to win the round. Kill Cadian and move on to try and get that outside control. Now instead they're back into a 3-on-3.
Still possible they can win this, and after quite a clumsy execution, it's surprising they've even got an even situation here. 40 seconds remaining, vaulting up and towards heaven. Yabi wants to reclaim the ramp room, get some information, go for the backstab. They've actually left both bomb sites open here. And of course, Falcons not aware of it. 30 seconds, it's down towards outside. Shush patrolling main, there's only a Deagle there as well. It's MBK. Not going to be pushing any further. He's holding for the rotations with his Desert Eagle. Yabi's dead.
He should be able to get this one surely, even with the Galil. Just on the ladder, the timing might be working out against him. Boris, you got to go back and check it here. MBK's gone down, and that distracts his attention. What a shot from Josh on the other side, able to pick him up. And MHL 1 versus 3. AK in hand, but locked in this corner with just no teammates left. Stown will be the one to get him down, and they have kits on every single player. They're going to be fine. 15 on the side of Heroic Falcons. They got so close to winning this round.
Now, I just want to say, maybe there's some sort of like 300 IQ play where they've dropped an incendiary on the T-roof and denied a smoke somehow. I don't think that's happened. I've never seen that before, but they still recovered it and managed to get the bomb planted and have a 3-on-3. So considering the buy they had is probably the best outcome. They were set up for a clutch. It didn't work out. Boros was just teased towards that heaven position. Like, great discipline from Yabi. Like, no, he can't really do much until his teammates really sell a proper distraction. And then, of course, when he's looking toward the ladder, that's when Shush strikes, and now 5 rounds in a row. AK-47s, Galils, and bare bones utility. Heroic look like they've done enough here. They've guaranteed at least overtime and fighting now for their tournament life. Bear in mind, one more round and they are removed, and it's Body that will be dropped first. 5-on-4 in favor of Heroic.
What a good sign. 5 in a row is what they need to stay in the tournament. Well, they are going to be sent packing. Heroic are going to reaffirm their position as one of the toughest teams in the world to bring down. Stown's going to be taking up Boris now. 5 versus 3. It's fallen apart rather more quickly than you would have wanted here. Long's been the star performer for the team right now, but they know where he is. And the AWP just closing the position against him. NBK and MHL down.
He just wanted to make sure I'm not going to miss this one. It's the most important shot of the game so far. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like they've done enough. Heroic will be taking this one at 2-0. We say goodbye to the Falcons, and a glorious performance. Bear in mind, no one expected them to even get close to even, 5-6 rounds. They managed to get to double overtime. They got them right on the ropes. They had a 15-13 lead, and they put up an admirable performance here. Once again, finding double digits on Nuke against the world's best team. I think they can hold their heads high here, Anders.
There's no question about that. Really, really cool performance from Falcons overall. And Heroic, they got away with some really cheeky rounds on Nuke. If they hadn't won him, we could have been seeing another overtime here. So I'm impressed. I'm impressed by MHL. Didn't have a lot of expectations. And obviously NBK with that throwback performance. I mean, this was a real treat. I was expecting a much more one-sided game, but we got a delicious match.
We certainly did, and high intensity as well. Both series we've commentated so far have had us on the edge of our seats, and the format is delivering in that sort of capacity. It seems like everyone knows they've got to step up, they've got to deliver. They might only have one chance to showcase their talents, and I have to say, the players on Falcons certainly did that. Boros with some world-class rounds on Mirage especially. MHL showed the world he can keep up with the likes of Cadian and make him look foolish at times as well. So yes, it is the 2-0. Yes, they are out of the tournament, but they put on a hell of a show today for the home crowd, and we'll see what the winners have to say down on the show floor.
Well, the crowd may be still cheering for Falcons here, but Heroic got the win, and they did it in style, especially coming on to Nuke. We've got to start, though. Single elimination, and you get a very slow start here on Mirage. Were you starting to feel the pressure a bit? Were you getting stressed during that map?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, everything didn't work out as we wanted to, obviously. I mean, before we start the game, we always test the T-speak, check all the mix and stuff. But it can be hard sometimes because it's if the casters or the crowd, goes and disrupts the mic and stuff like that. But Gideon took a check and we were going really bad and said, now we need to lower our voice, so we can't hear everything else. And I mean, that helped quite a bit. Maybe we obviously did it before, but I think that helped a bit, honestly.
زي ما شفنا اعزائنا المشاهدين عندنا 7 من فريق رويك بعد فوزهم 2-0 قدام فالكونز واستبعاد فالكونز من البطوله. السؤال الاول كنا نتكلم عن موضوع البريشر اللي ممكن يجيهم خصوصا في الجيم الاول، لان زي ما احنا عارفين هي سنجل اليمينيشن تورنمنت، مجرد ما انك تخسر الجيم انت برا البطوله على طول. فكان الجواب يقول انه لا فعلا احنا في البدايه ما كان ابدا الحظ من حالفنا، خصوصا انه في بدايه الراوند الاول حاولنا نسوي خطتنا بس ما نجحت معنا، لكن بالاخير قدروا يسوون كمباك ويرجعون مع كل المشاكل اللي مروا فيها.
And I also want to ask you, Stan, about how important this event is for you guys, considering the way you left Cologne and where we're seeing Heroic right now.
I mean, it is important. I mean, it's not as important as Cologne was, you know. That's for sure. But for us, it's just really important just to like forget Cologne, you know, get a good start here. So that's really important for us. We obviously want to go all the way. So yeah, it's important.
And how's the mentality in the team right now? Like, where are you at as a unit? Because we talk about this being together for Heroic and how important that is for you guys, but we've seen worrying signs.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can call them worrying signs. I mean, obviously, it was really tough losing to Astralis. That's just how it is. But, I mean, I would say that we actually had some really productive practice days coming up to this event. So it's just all about looking forward from now.
زي ما تشوفون في السؤال الثاني سألنا سفن على موضوع الرن حقهم اللي شفناه في كولون. صراحة يعني كان قدامهم يعني مباريات صعبة وفعلا هم ما أدوا أداء كويس، وكان الكثير متخوف إنه هيرويك الأداء حقهم ما راح يكون في المستوى في جيمرز 8، لكن كان يقول إنه فعلا يعني حتى المنتاليتي حقتنا ما كانت الأفضل في دخولنا بالبطولة، لكن إنه يعني صحيح إنه الإيفنت هذا مهم بالنسبة لنا ونحاول قد ما نقدر إننا نأدي الأفضل اللي عندنا ونرجع ثقة الناس فينا كلاعبين هيرويك.
And do you feel like finally, right, you played the first game here, you've got yourselves used to it, you know the setup from what you were saying, you now feel ready?
Yeah, I mean, it's always like first setup and stuff like that, but yeah, it always helps.
Nice.
زي ما تشوفون في السؤال الاخير سالناه انه بعد الجيم الاول وش شعورك، يعني هل انت كنتم متوترين بعد ما لعبت الجيم الاول في المسرح؟ يقول لا فعلا دائما هو الجيم الاول نكون دائما احنا متوترين شوي، ويعني بس اهم شيء انه عدينا الجيم الاول وقدرنا نفوز.
Thank you very much now.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين. على طول الان نبي نتوجه الى الاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم اكثر.
to the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. You're taking me home. Taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be.
Well then, what was a very, very closely guarded first map has turned into now a heroic show, where in which we do send the Falcons packing to go back home. Welcome back to Gamers8, everybody. Of course, Maniac, Jason, Moses, O'Toole. We don't really want to go through all those introductions again, do we?
No, we're good.
Right, let's just skip all that. Let's get right down to it.
It's actually part of my contract. Every time I start a segment, I would like an introductory quotation from you as well.
Yeah, that's what they're telling me now. So I do apologize, sir.
It's okay. We'll handle that off camera.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so a lot of things to unpack here, but mostly for heroic, again, surviving a scare in the first and then coming back stronger in the second. Jason, tell me about hitting shots and stuff.
It's like Maniac said. It's like a tale as old as time. It's like an underdog has a close first map, double overtime, a map they probably should have won. They had 2 chances in regulation, not able to close it out, and then you get to this next map and you're not able to kind of put up any kind of a fight really on Nuke. So good showing from heroic. I think they looked much more solid in the second map. No slow start, looked much more convincing. And yeah, they just got the job done.
This is what is supposed to happen between these two teams. That is the map. This is how it's supposed to go down when Falcons go up against Heroic. I think Stone had a couple of true words with James as well on the stage. He said at the very beginning, we were a little bit lost. You know, our comms was off. We were getting a little bit impressed by the shouting around. We had to set up our own thing. We didn't find the rhythm. On Nuke, none of that. Like, you could see how they were using the speed on the T side. They knew they could use the whole map for them. So really, it looked relatively easy.
And you know, you can't spell Stone without the S and the T. And also, if we had a C in there, is where you're going to find yourself. That's right. This is the STC analysis time. I guess we'll just go with that. I know it wasn't like the best work. It wasn't my worst work, but a lot to take in overall. Obviously, for Katie and company, there was a level of comfort here on Nuke.
Yeah, I think Manic touched on it too. This round you could see the drop down. And after that is what happened. Like, you lose track of one player going fast outside. NBK's in the upper bomb site. Due to the timing and the pressure from Mini, kind of loses focus on Hut, gets picked off from Hut. So you could just see the disorganization. The dominoes just fall so quickly on this map. And for an inexperienced team, it's even harsher.
I agree. And the contrast is so stark when you move on to the second half and you see Falcons are trying to play with that 7 philosophy. They're trying to have that Boros drop into outside fast, trying to get under heaven. But then when Heroic is getting tested, they actually know how to handle it. Like, we even have this moment when Boros is about to flank, Cadian spots him from the side of the eye, gives the info to Yabi. Heroic just know how to handle this. On an individual level, they get to deal with the chaos much better than Falcons did.
Yeah, and Jason, I think we run it straight back to the idea of the quarterback. You know, we talk about MVPs, and well, we can't do that without it being a Kadayu MVP, Jason.
Yes, indeed. Great. Cadian, he had a great series.
Did I say that wrong? I probably
I don't know. I'm just laughing because of, you know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Cadian had a great series, 51 and 40 for him. And he touched on it as well. Like, so many things he provides even outside of the server as well. We talked about in a single elimination event. Important to have a captain as strong as him that's going to get you in the mood to play. But this was a fantastic series for him. Despite the fact that it felt like maybe on Mirage, MHL probably had more impact with the op than Cadian did. I mean, he was still an absolute beast and a good performance from Cadian.
Yeah, that was very well rounded. I agree with you. Again, a couple of moments he punished outside. His reads here. He's the secondary RAM player coming out of the secret 125 timing as well, just completely punishing Falcons. And I know that when we went from online to LAN, Cadian was one of the players that we were maybe scrutinizing just a little bit from that switch to online to LAN with a little bit of a drop-off. I think he came over it. He came over it. He's factually the second highest rated player on LAN when you look at Heroic right now. He's your second go-to, and once again, he did them dirty on that best of 3.
Yeah, he really did. I want to give a shout-out as well. Cadian's the MVP, but I want to give a shout-out, like an honorable mention over to Tess's, just because we don't get to mention him too often in these kinds of regards. He had another great series as well.
Participation awards for you in the US, right?
Yeah, actually. Funny you should say that. Jason, let's talk about participation awards.
He had 52 kills. That's not participation. elimination. That is right there with Homeboy. So I mean, I just want to show some love. But from now on, we know Maniac hates Tessus. So
not a very neutral fella, is he?
It's unbelievable.
Like you're either first, you're
I don't
just
know
last.
what it is. First it was underdogs at Paris. Now it's Tessus here.
Well, I think it was Chad Bercher that coined the term respect underdog.
Respect underdog.
Which is kind of something you had to do in the first map of the series, not so much the second one.
You had to.
Yeah, but overall, yeah, we do say goodbye to Falcons. They had quite the fan base here. It's kind of a shame, really.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, and it was interesting hearing from Stown saying like, yeah, that actually kind of did throw us off a little bit because it was something we mentioned too, almost as like a little bit of a throwaway is, you know, the idea of Heroic in front of crowds historically in the past, just coming out of the online era, kind of struggled with it. They got over it, but thrown off a little bit here today. So, I mean, almost bit them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're not supposed to be ready map pool-wise to go up against a team like Heroic. I think if we're looking for silver linings and some exciting lead ways to follow with Falcon, it's also the fact that like NBK individually can still hold it up.
Yeah, he's still
definitely.
got some game.
Yeah, we've had a few moments in his career where it felt like maybe skill-wise, it was a little bit behind, it was a little bit lagging. Here, I don't think that was the case. We saw him completely hold his ground in all of these duels, and this is refreshing to see, and it's a hopeful perspective for Falcons.
It's always a little bit weird, like kind of trying to talk up some of the positives in 0-2 loss, but considering what they came in with 5 games, and even the opponents they played against were not the most impressive in the world, they beat my expectations in terms of how they would perform today.
The strongest difference in terms of ranking that we had in all of these oppositions. Like, I don't even, Falcons was probably sub 100 in the rankings in HLTV going up against Heroic. I mean, you don't need me to explain to you what's happening.
Yeah.
You don't need any stats or analysis to show you that.
104, Maniac.
104?
104.
Look at that.
So
that's pretty good. That's pretty damn close. It's like a David
You did say
versus
sub 100. It is
does that mean
over 100.
What should I have said then?
I don't know.
Below 100?
Yeah.
You're the English
Worse than
guy.
100?
You're the native English.
Worse than 100. That's the one we're going to go with right there.
I'm go by myself.
Thank you for that very much. Let's take a look at this bracket. Everything's starting to make sense in terms of it actually being a bracket. Obviously, Cloud9 found success. Heroic found success. Guess who else found success, Jason? Say it with me. GamerLegion.
Gamers Legion.
What the hell were you about to say?
I don't know. I was going to go to Cloud9.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. All right, so Heroic GamerLegion. That's where Heroic find themselves on the back end of this one. Do you think it'll be as tough or even tougher?
Sub round of 16 is
dude, get out. Sub this. And by that, I'm talking about Liquid and Ints. You look at that one in terms of the brackets, guys. Hold on.
I do like Liquid and Ints. I do like that game.
That's going to be a fun game.
I will enjoy watching it from the comfort of my hotel room.
Wow, Tracy's doing you like that.
Why have you done it like that?
That's unbelievable.
Well, the cool part is this. We're not going to be watching that game, but instead we do have Navi Furia. That one is on the cards. That is on the fight card.
That's a wonky game. We'll get into that shortly, I guess.
Oh, you can start right now if you like. We only have 30-something minutes, Jason, so please take it away if you'd like.
It's just going to be a little interesting. Teams that looked a little like disorganized in Cologne, obviously with massive sweeping roster changes that are going to fundamentally change the way they have to play, going head-to-head in a clash. I don't think either of those teams, watching both of them in Cologne, made me feel uncomfortable.
Look, the premise is that Furia is going to do better than Cologne. That's the premise of the exciting matchup.
They have to.
If right now you just take the picture-in-picture what happened in Cologne, you put them against Navi, they get absolutely obliterated. That's the fact. But I hold on to the dream that this Furia lineup is going to actually come together and provide us way more than what we've seen in Cologne. I mean, Kisrado is just looking human, whereas he's supposed to be an absolute machine.
You hold on to that dream all day, baby.
I'm not letting go. I'm not letting go. I'm on that door on the ocean, and Rose let me. Oh, whatever.
Look, I'll just handle it.
I don't know who I am in that
and that analogy. You're Jack, and you do in fact let go of the door.
I do in fact let go of the door.
Okay.
Let me go. Save yourself.
This is the Titanic. I'm just kidding. Thank you so much, gents. Let's go ahead and get us out of here. For the time being, we need to run far away from these cameras. No, I'm just kidding. We do have a little bit of a break. We come back. It is Navi Furia. This is Gamers8.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah What do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You want a war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing. Come on.
stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. You're taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah.
Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya? On that red hot control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you want? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Well, hello there. It's been a while since we've seen you, and by that I mean it's been roughly 15 minutes. So what that means is that we're coming up on the last match of the day here on the A stream. We're looking a little bit of Navi Furia. My name is Trace Saranthus. You might know me as something else, but don't call me that. You can call me Stunna, and I'm completely okay with that as well. Now, I'm not alone. We do have Jason. He got a grand introduction earlier, so perhaps we'll just skip right past Moses and move right on into YNK. His career stems from, at the beginning, observing, and then obviously a stint in coaching.
Actually, I was a player.
He was a player
Okay,
first.
well, you know what? I wasn't going to go all the way back into the archives here, but my God. Anybody else that got anything?
He's very jet lagged. He's having a
Prove it. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, but for real, I've got some esteemed colleagues up here, and we're ready to walk you into this matchup. There's a lot of things to take into consideration. You look at Navi and Furia on paper, the rosters. I mean, hell, that might even be the greatest starting point. I think we just start around the Navi side of things, Janko. What is happening in the Navi camp right now?
Yeah, I think this was the most shocking, really, roster change of the player break, because Navi decided to pretty much do a 180, you know, and go international with the roster. Just kept simple and bit from the old lineup and brought in Alexi B as the in-game leader, Ima and JL, two guys who, well, mostly Ima, who had a standout performance at the major, right?
Yeah.
And trying to, you know, go international, expand perhaps the pool that they can tap into in the future. Although, you know, there's a tons of talent in the CIS scene, but regardless, you know, that's the direction in which they decided to go, and we've seen some growing pains already, but also some positive signs.
I think the EMA and JL ones, especially just considering they really blew up at the Paris Major and not really a whole lot of like a body of work outside of that. This is pretty big dice rolls to see if this is even going to work out. Alexi's got a big thing to do as an in-game leader to kind of harness all of this together. And it's a completely, like he said, it's a completely change in philosophy for Navi.
Yeah, it's a totally different approach almost if you think about it. I mean, those core components, the key components, and even some of the ones that they just kind of had in there for a while, you know, MPLs, this, that, or the other. Where Navi stands now, how much hope does it give you? That's a tough one.
That says it all, I think, actually.
I think the problem is it's actually really too early to tell. I know there's a lot of teams that we say time and whatnot, but Navi is the one that really, I think up until, you know, ESL Pro League, you can't tell. You know, at Pro League, maybe we'll be able to because they've had a lot of time to practice. They've had officials where they saw what's wrong. Maybe they want to swap some positions and roles around for that one. But by that point, you want to see some good performances, right? It's not, you can't expect it to, you know, let's wait until the next major next year and see how they're going to fare there. But I think it's been so many changes for a lot of the players, you know, communicating in English and whatnot, that it just has to be a little bit longer.
So what happens when we get them in the same interview room, Jason?
Oh,
Actually,
chaos.
I don't think we have an answer for that.
Okay.
So let's just see what happens. Let's get them in the same interview room and let's hear from them.
I am so lucky because I get to stand between two counterstrike legends just before they face off. Simple from Navi, Fallen now from Furia, and I figured now is a good chance to get some hot takes from them about one another. So before we do that, we'll play nice. What do you think of his new team? He's now jumped onto Furia.
I think it's much better team right now. I feel they have more firepower, and I think they gain more experience by adding Fallen. So I like the changes.
Nice one. Now, of course, I'm going to ask you the same question. There's been some roster shuffles there as well. We saw the new Navi in Cologne. What did you think about it?
Yeah, I have been watching their game. It's been pretty fun. New experience for Simple, playing in English speaking, right? It's very different. I had experience to play like that before. And I was watching Mr. Simple, the best of all time.
They're so nice to each other. I don't want this. I want some fighting talk before we start. So here we go. Why are you going to beat him and his team?
Oh, I don't know, because I feel like we are a bit better firepower right now. Maybe not, let's see, but yeah, I mean, we played a few LANs. I think they played Cologne and online qualifiers, and we played one more LAN. I mean, that was qualifier for Blast event, but still, I think we gained a bit more experience as our team, yeah.
Why do you think you're going to beat Navi?
It's pretty open, to be honest. I think both teams had big changes recently, and I think we have been trying to find our groove, trying to play with each other more time. As Simple said, we play one LAN tournament, couple online qualifiers, and every match we go, we learn more about each other and how we can play better. And today, there is some learning experience from the other tournaments, and we want to see how it goes today. So yeah, I think we're going to try to do the best we can to beat them.
You two in your old age have got so polite. You're so nice to one another. Good luck. We'll see you on the stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that was way too nice. We can't be having that, right?
No, we need an old Simple that interview.
Oh, how far back would you like to go, Jason? Pick a year.
2014.
Oh, no.
So, okay. Can you think of any specific Okay, we're not going to do that.
No, that's not that one.
But, you know, you can see right there, you can see the respect on both sides. Yanko, crazy idea. What if those two were ever on the same team?
Ooh.
What if?
I think it can't be done for the simple reason where I feel like Fallen, he can do the best in-game leading when he's also opping, right? So if you would put him on the rifle and an in-game leader, that would be a liability. I feel like, unfortunately, and Simple too, you don't want to take him off the op. So I think that's just, I think though what you could potentially have is Fallen coaching Simple a couple of years down the line.
So what about like a Fallen, K-Serrato, Simple?
What are we doing?
Skadoodle. No, I'm kidding. We're going down the rabbit hole.
Skadoodle.
It was a reach, and now I'm just going to put it back on the shelf. I don't know. I think so.
Sugar and water?
Sugar and water. No, but that's not a bad shot. I do think that there's a lot to take in. Of course, if you grab onto Navi Furia, you have to also talk a little bit about, like we did with the new players in Navi. So perhaps JL can give us some insight.
I've got JL from Navi with me here, and JL, I want to start by looking at the fact that we've got Blast, you guys go and qualify for the finals. We've got Cologne, you can't make it to playoffs. So where is Navi at right now, in your opinion?
I think we're much stronger than we've shown, at least in Cologne. I think we should have made playoffs. We kind of lost ourselves at that moment maybe the atmosphere got a little bit too heated, a bit too much like nerves or pressure or something like that that crossed our path. But I think for this one, there's no pressure. Of course, it's single elimination, and people kind of want to hype this up that you lose and then you're instantly out. But it's just another game. It's not grand finals, not semifinals. It's just a group stage game that you have to win, and that's it.
I really like your mindset. I'm glad you're saying this because we've seen some great moments from you already on Navi, but we've seen your frustration show a bit as well. I know you're liking it, right? So is mindset something you guys are focusing on and looking at as a team in general?
Yeah, I mean, as time goes on, we get appointed to each other. We know each other's weaknesses, strengths, and we try to work on that. And it's all up to us individuals to kind of have the team atmosphere going. Maybe not saying the stuff that you're not supposed to say to a certain person, or kind of hyping him up. And that's where the team atmosphere comes in. And we're all learning as we go.
There's a lot of learning for this new Navi side. And in terms of that learning, what have you learned to be able to beat Furia today in terms of, I know you guys only had a few days practice, right? You had some downtime after Cologne. So has there been too much improvement we can expect?
I think so, yeah. I think Cologne gave us a good standing point of where we are and what we can do with this roster. Blast was like a warm tournament. I don't really count that. And I think we're at a high place right now. I think we're performing really well, at least in practices. We've upgraded a lot of our, like, not game plan, but kind of the little details behind our game, and we understand why we do certain stuff. And yeah, I think we're stronger than Furia, at least on paper, and we believe that. Of course, it's a strong team. We shouldn't underestimate them. They have Fallen, Keserato, all the good players that you've heard the names for many, many years. They have them. And of course, it's going to be a challenge to beat them, but I think we got this in the bag.
He thinks. Let's see if that upgrade's been completed. Thank you very much, Shell.
So Navi side of things, Jason, all intents and purposes, or just intents and with porpoises. Tell me about what you feel, because I asked him the same question. You know, what gives you faith in this Navi project?
It's the same exact answer. I don't know.
Simple.
Yeah, simple.
Simple is there. It's that simple. It's on the team.
Actually, and realistically, it's one guy who is there who gives me some faith in the roster would be Blade, having a coach who's done such great work over a long period of time throughout his career, helping kind of ease Alexi B into this situation. Because this is a team that has to find like a brand. They have to start from scratch and find like a brand new philosophy. Or, I mean, I guess in theory, you could just take Blade could just say, we're playing the way I want to play, and figure it out, Alexi, and here we go.
Good luck.
You don't want that though. I mean, that coaching game leader duo has to have good synergy, right? Like they have to be on the same page. I think we saw it in Henry G's Cloud9, right? Kassad came in as a coach, left after a month because him and Alex as the in-game leader just couldn't get on the same page. And then there's no point trying to force that relationship, you know? So hopefully that's something that would have been ironed out in the interviews prior to him signing for
you can't really expect to put two Alexes together like that, okay? Like, we should have known right out of the gate that wasn't going to work.
Also, just Kassad doesn't have synergy with any other person on this
What do you
planet.
mean?
So.
I got synergy for you right here with Furia, which is exactly where we're going to go now. I want to talk a little about Furia, but first, let's hear from him.
Furia is here to try and prove a point and show us what you guys have got, I think, here, Fulham, because I want to touch on some of these online results. I want to see what is going on inside the Furia camp and what, in particular, you guys are struggling with at the moment.
New team, you got to work a lot to get everyone on the same page and learn how to play with each other and all those things. And for us, it's all about getting more and more reps, you know, like playing as much tournaments as we can. We're looking forward long-term, you know, playing CS2 together. And right now we're focusing on CSGO, of course. And the main focus on those online tournaments is to be able to play more real matches, because those are the matches that gives you the input you can have in order to learn something as a group, as a person, and as a team as well. So we need to play those tournaments. That's why I have been playing some online tournaments more than before.
Okay, and in terms of that, obviously you're not going to be happy with the results. You're telling me you're trying to learn from this. Have you guys agreed on the exact play style you want to use now? Are you comfortable with what this Furia needs to look like?
There's no right answer, to be honest. It's all about us finding what works for this selection of players. You know, they have been playing very aggressive before on the other lineups. I have been playing on a different play style before, and you know, a little bit of my entry on this team was to change a little bit of the perspective from their game, but at the same time I want to make sure that I still use their strengths and the things they are very used to. So it's a little bit of everything, I want to be honest, but it's going to take some time for us to shape up and get comfortable. In counterstrike is all about being comfortable with what you're going to do. There is no right or wrong doing. There's no this style can never work and stuff like that. It's more about how you can find the comfort zone and being able to transition between those styles is also important too. It's not something you can do on the very beginning with a new team, but something that we're looking forward to for the future.
Okay, so we're planning for the future. It's going to take time, but for a team like Navi right now, who are also in a transition phase, what advantage do you feel you have over them coming into this match?
To be honest, I think it's a pretty much 50-50 matchup. I don't think Navi has any. I don't think they have any advantage against us, and vice versa. Both teams are pretty new. What we know for sure is that both teams have also incapable players. So, you know, it's only 2 maps or 3 maps, you never know. So this tournament can go very quickly if you don't start strong. So it's all about showing up quickly and making sure we play our A game as fast as we can, because there's not much time for you to get warmed up.
No mistakes. He thinks it's a 50-50. We'll see which way it swings. Thank you very much, man.
Yeah, no room for mistakes, no margin for error, and that's because of single elim, Jason.
Yeah, it is. But Fallen said everything perfectly that Furia is going through. I mean, first of all, he says a completely correct, in my mind, statement of there's no right or wrong in Counter-Strike. It's about feeling comfortable as a team and what you're going to do. But also, then he goes on to say it's all about comfort. And when you're trying to play 2 different styles in the same team, like that's the clash that I feel is going on with Furia, where you can't feel comfortable because you're still trying to play like a certain in-game leader's way in the old Furia, and you're also still trying to play certain maps in Fallen's philosophy of the system. And this team is like fighting itself on how exactly they want to play and how exactly they want to move forward into the future.
And when Fallen says they need time, it's basically time for the people to understand that they have to play his way to come to peace with it. So they're just wasting time at this point. It's as simple as this, right? If you're bringing him and someone's uncomfortable with that style, leave. Remove them from the team. That's what you do. And then you start off fresh, because why are you bringing him if everyone is uncomfortable?
Yeah, if they can't get on the same page, what's the point?
What do you think you're going to achieve? And who do you think, like, Trace, answer me this. Now we're flipping roles,
Here we go.
Oh, God.
If you had to guess, who would be the most uncomfortable with that change of style?
Well, my God.
On this Furia team. You have 3 guesses.
I'll give you the one guess that I know is going to be the answer.
NBK was kicked from Mouse.
That's Jason. Read the room.
Sorry, man. My apologies.
Well, if I'm really put on the spot like this, I'd have to say Art.
Really? No way. I don't think anyone else could have guessed that.
Well, you gave me 3 chances.
I think it's the problem is like, so it's clear like what's the issue and who could be the most uncomfortable. It's not Cello because he played with him in Imperial. It's not Cerrado because he's a slow passive player anyway, and it's not Yuri either. So you're going through all of this because of this one guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Well, let's speculate. Let's be clear. It is kind of speculation on our end, but I see what you're saying.
Speculation.
You guys got him tilted. We just got here.
I know, we just threw him out of the universe. It's great.
My goodness.
I think it's just wasting. I hate this for teams, right? Like, because you're making half of a change. Like, you're not turning the new.
Yeah.
And you're making it hard for Fallen to do his thing, because now he's trying to do what he's saying. Oh, we want to make this guy comfortable and this guy comfortable. You can't do it. Like, you can't play 2 things at the same time fully. You play one thing 90% of the time with 10% like just a little bit of spice in it to show some variety, and that's it.
Well, I also like, it's also kind of a shame in a way, because I feel like it'd be like a really interesting experiment to say we're gonna unleash Art as like more of an entry fragger, space creator, playmaking, like create opportunities for everyone else, put the rifle in his hands and let him send forward. But as long as you keep going back to like the old school like Furia way of doing things, you're never gonna get settled into what Fallen's brought in to change.
Do you think there's another player who can do that?
Yeah.
That would be a better option.
Yeah,
that doesn't have the baggage that he brings with him.
Of course there is. I just think it would be interesting to see if you're going to stick with this roster and try and make it work. I think that's the way you do it. It's just that doesn't feel like they've switched in. But who knows? Like, look, they've had time off between when they got eliminated Cologne. They've had about 2 weeks, right? Like, maybe they could have changed things. And I just, that's the thing for me. In this matchup between these 2 teams, this sounds really counterintuitive because we are at a tournament and a tournament with a giant prize pool. I don't even necessarily care for Navi and Furia, like in terms of how far they go in this event. For me, it's about the eye test and have they made any progress? Because in Cologne, Furia made me so uncomfortable watching them. I hated watching their games. It felt really, really weird to me. Navi didn't seem to have a great kind of game plan or philosophy that they'd really gotten into position yet. So for me, this is about which one of the teams seems to have taken a step or 2 forward in terms of how they want to play moving into the future, and which one is struggling to find the right path.
I mean, you're saying who has growth is
Arch is actually the one that's playing better in this lineup. He's actually having more in because he can just do that thing. But it's not about his individual play on the server per se. It's like the macro game for the team and what they're doing. And sure, for Furia, some of the problems were, you know, ending up on overpass in some games, in some series, right? Which obviously for Furia, it wasn't a great map, but for Imperial, it was their best map. And that's fine. I'm fine with that. Like, you have to learn, like, some, you know,
add a new map into the pool.
The Furia core, they have to learn, like, how to do it, because if they can make it as good as it was for Imperial with the players they have, then that's their go-to in any best of 3 where they can play overpass against any team in the world and sort of have a home map.
So what would there be? I guess we can't even really put a home map on either of these teams at this point, right?
No,
because of the newness of the lineup.
Yeah, there's no,
Right.
I don't think there's anything they're going to feel like super confident on at this point, and nothing in Cologne would have shown us that either one of these teams has like a comfort map that they can go to that they're going to feel extremely confident on. So, I mean, look, it's like many other teams that made these rosters changes. It's still that kind of growth period, and yeah, like maybe towards Pro League, as you said, we can kind of get a better idea of where they're at. That's why for me, this tournament for them is like a stepping stone. Which one of them is taking that first step?
Yeah, well, let's take a step towards those vetoes. You guys want to talk about maps? That's exactly where we're going to go. And with the first veto, is Furia taking out Anubis.
All right, see you later. Don't want to play that one. There goes Vertigo. That's Vertigo.
Yeah, I can see it from here. Yes, that's Vertigo.
Sticking with what they've got, and I think here it gets a little bit different. Furia going with Nuke for Navi. Maybe something like a Inferno or an Ancient.
Listen, Furia on Nuke used to like just never go outside. So let's see if it changed. This is going to be a good little experiment, a good little eye test to see if they've actually added some new plays into the book. Yeah,
they've changed.
Cool. Mirage, second map pick.
All right, just going pretty much standard map for Navi, right? Something where Ima is super comfortable on.
Yeah.
And has had really good performances. Something that's easy for Alex even without too many reps to sort of come up with stuff and improvise, and everyone knows all the nades and knows what they
And important as well when you say like Ima obviously had some really good games on it at the major, and I mean that's a player I think for Navi that seemed one of the more uncomfortable ones within that team back at Cologne, so maybe they've been able to incorporate him. Maybe he's going to start feeling a little bit better about things, and Ancient to be the third and deciding map.
That is true. It does say Ancient is the third and deciding map. You are correct. I'm going to type that in here in my handy dandy
laptop
notebook sort of laptop thing. Yeah, I don't know. This is a proper term.
Whichever way you want to
go. Cool. Nuke, Mirage, Ancient. Nobody's super comfortable. So where does that leave us?
I mean, Furia's won. They played only 10 maps with this roster, and they've only won 3. But 2 out of the 3 wins come on Ancient. So at least as a decider, they're going to be happy with that. But I don't think you can look at those statistics and
take anything out of them.
Yeah, take anything out of them. It's more about what Fallen said. How much have they learned from some of the losses? You know, in some of the online stuff that they played, first round of the Standard something, they lost to 500, a Bulgarian team. They lost the best one to Sprout, albeit 16-14 in the Sydney qualifier. So, you know, you would have wished at least they won that initial game so they could get some more reps. But it's been tough so far for this new Furia lineup.
And one thing they really have to hope they have that they didn't have in Cologne is Cerrado. He had a really, really quiet tournament in Cologne, especially considering that he's been one of the best riflers in the world for the past year. Him kind of dropping off like really sealed everything because his ability, I mean, he could have perhaps carried them through a few games, but the really light performance out of him in Cologne, nothing's going to work if he's not delivering on some kind of front.
Yanko, are you telling me that Furia is going to win this game?
No.
Okay. So it is Navi then that you're going to side with?
No.
Nobody wins. Nobody wins here, right?
No, I don't know really. It depends like how much these teams have been able to improve and change from when we've seen them last. You know, if we see the Furia we've seen lately and not much has changed, yeah, I'm giving it to Navi all day long.
Feels like a toss-up a little bit. Like, again, it's like both these teams just not the cleanest coming into Cologne, so which one has made better progress in the time since then?
And I'm pretty sure that's exactly, you know, along the lines of what Fallen said. It's kind of a coin toss to him.
One advantage that Furia has definitely is communication. You know, they're speaking in their native language, and for Navi, still with, you know, simple, probably not so much, but for Bit, still communicating in English. You know, I stood behind them a little bit in Cologne, and sometimes the two of them speak in Ukrainian, right? Or Simple helps him out with some info so that he can process it faster, but that's just going to be a problem for a while.
And JL mentioned that in the interview as well, just saying communication with some of the problems, especially in like the more hectic moments, especially in the more pressure moments. That's a chicken, Trace.
There's a chicken running around in the studio. Hey, you know what? I tell you what, guys,
Grab it.
we need to go to a break, get this taken care of right now. We have a chicken in the studio, and there's absolutely no way to go about this other than going to a break. So we're going to do that. We're going to come back. It's going to be Navi Furia when we return.
I can't see you drown. I can't see you but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe.
When the moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. When the moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Just take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free, yeah.
Can you hear the sound of thunder? Not much time to run for cover. Warning of what is to come. Can you hear it coming closer and closer and closer? Warning of what is to come. Can you hear the sound of thunder?
Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. Perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. You need me like you need air to breathe, and you want me to save you from me. I know that you're trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in. And I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm, a beautiful catastrophe. A perfect storm.
After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
We're moving into game 3, the third and final game here for Gamers8 2023. And Fancy, your teams haven't been doing too well, man. Your picks have not been coming through already. And it's only day 1.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I was cheering for them the whole time, but hey, you win some, you lose some. They didn't make it this one. They can make it the next one, I'm sure. أعزائي المشاهدين، جاء الوقت أن نبدأ في المباراة الأخيرة في هذه الليلة العظيمة. المباراة هذه راح نشهد فريقين ما قد تواجهوا أبدا في تاريخ CSGO حقهم، وأول مرة نشهدهم بيكون في Gamers8 في آخر بطولة ممكن تكون في عالم CSGO.
Now, when it comes to this matchup, we're expecting this to be a closer affair. Both teams going through some changes, trying to find their way, trying to find their form. So, Fancy, I want to find out from the crowd here as we're starting to fill out a little bit more. Have we got some Furia fans in the crowd? Yeah, that's not bad, that's not bad.
You know what though? I think the Navi fans are like here, and I can see a lot of them wearing the jersey as well. في أحد من الموجودين من Navi fans أعزائنا المشاهدين؟ موجودين. I'm telling you, man, they're there.
Well, that does make me a happy man as well, but it's going to be a tough game either way. This is going to be a brutal fight between these two teams. In the interviews, they were saying, right, it could be a 50-50 coming into it. JL was sounding mighty confident, but ultimately, this is where all the pressure is on these teams now.
Yeah, you know what's really cool about this match? That we haven't seen a match happening from these two rosters like in a really long time. We've seen some individuals facing each other back and forth, but we haven't seen anybody, we basically haven't witnessed this match happening in the history of CSGO. So I'm very excited to see how it's going to go, and definitely the communication thing that's happening with Navi and also Furia with the new roster, it's going to be a good one, I'm telling you.
It definitely is, and I would say, right, for the Furia camp, the guys on the desk have been touched on it as well. It's like they, yes, have the communication down, but some of their results, it's looked a little bit touch and go for these guys, right? You'd expect the name of Furia alone to be handling a little bit better, but for Navi, they started off strong as a new team, then Clone didn't kind of go their way. There's so many questions that we still have to be answered here, and that's the beauty of Counterstrike. We're learning about all these teams.
Exactly, every day you learn something new. أعزائنا المشاهدين، زي ما احنا عارفين كل الفريقين سواء كان من عند نافي أو من عند فيوريا كلنا نعرف عنهم شيء معين اللي هو الروستر كلها تغيرت من كل الفريقين. معناته ان المباراه اللي راح نشهدها الان ما قد صارت في تاريخ CSGO ابدا، خصوصا انه مع تواجد الكوميونيكيشن ايشوز اللي كانت موجوده عند نافي كلها تصلحت الان، فاكيد انه بيظهرون بطريقه افضل. احنا جاهزين نقدمهم لكم على المسرح.
Well, we've been eagerly waiting for this game to begin. So let's bring our first team to the stage. They're rocking the black and yellow. They're rocking their hearts on their sleeve right now and trying to find success here in Riyadh. The Navi Nation right now stand at the top. They've definitely got the fans on their side when it comes to this game. And now when it comes to going into this battle, yes, we can talk about what Simple can do on the server as an individual, but Alexi B has to lead this new team in style. Bit, we spoke about his communication, what this man can deliver, but he's been looking better individually, but now he's got to do it when it matters.
That's exactly right. أعزائنا المشاهدين زي ما تشوفون نافي وصلوا على المسرح الآن وكلهم متحمسين للمباراة هذه، خصوصا مع تغييرات الروستر. عارفين إنه سيمبل وبيت موجودين معهم من زمان، لكن مع دخول أليكس خصوصا إنه كIGL جديد زيادة على كذا آيام وجي كلهم الآن في أقصى درجة حماسهم. ودنا نشوف الروستر الجديد هذا وش اللي ممكن يقدمه في هذه المباراة اللي ما قد صارت في تاريخ CSGO بالكامل. لكن جاء الوقت أعزائنا المشاهدين أن نقدم فريقهم الخصم. كلنا نعرف الفريق البرازيلي هذا المحبوب عند الكل، خلونا نرحب فيهم. رحبوا بالفريق البرازيلي فيوريا. من اكثر الفرق المحبوبه في عالم CSGO متواجدين اليوم في المسرح، خصوصا بعد تغيير الراستر حقهم. الكل يتساءل هل فريق فيوريا هو الفريق اللي احنا نعرف عنه دائما، هم الليجندز اللي موجودين عندنا في عالم CSGO، لكن الراستر مع بعض كلهم يعتبرون ستارز، فهل يقدرون انهم يؤدون الاداء قدام ايضا ليجند من فريق نافي، خصوصا مع تواجد سيمبل وغيره؟ هذا الشيء اللي احنا قاعدين نشهده، سواء كان من يوري وارت وسيراتو اللي يعتبرون من اقدم اللاعبين الموجودين مع الفريق، لكن مع دخول تشيلو وفالن بيكون شيء مختلف تماما.
There's a lot of experience on the Furia side, and they've got to make that experience work together. They've got to find their own play style, their own dynamic of what they want to do. And the main thing, right, is that they're learning in each and every game. They're learning from the losses. But right now, a loss would see them go home early, and they don't want that to happen.
Definitely they don't want that to happen. Let's not forget that Symbol and Fallen, when they had the interview, they both respected each other and they both think that it's a 50-50 win. أعزائنا المشاهدين، احنا زي ما احنا شفنا في المقابلة اللي شاهدناها ما بين سيمبل وفالن، كلهم يقولون انه المباراة جدا صعب تحديد من اللي بيكون الفائز فيها، وكلنا عارفين ان المباراة هذه بتكون من أحمس المباريات إذا ما رحنا الماب ثالث أصلا.
Well, let's find out how it's going to go in this game. But first of all, Fancy, you know I'm going for Navi, so where are you going? You joining me this time, or are you staying over there?
I think I'm going to join you this time. Yeah, I'm with Navi.
Oh, wow. Okay, we've agreed on this the whole way through. But I want to see how it goes down in this game. It's time for Navi to take on Fury.
خلونا نشوف شنو ممكن يصير في هذه المباراة، وعلى طول نروح مع المعلقين نتكلم أكثر، لكن قبل كذا على طول نخلي اللاعبين يجلسون في مقاعدهم ونبدأ في المباراة على طول.
Man, oh man, I'm enjoying the show for sure, and they're getting themselves bums in seats. My name's Machine, I'm joined by Chatty B, or Spoonge, as he likes to be known.
Sorry, I got to turn my microphone on, Alex. The official terminology around here. Just got up here myself with my own ears, but got a bit of a banger on our hands. Navi taking on Furia. Now, once upon a time, quite the contrast to these two teams, but now brand new rosters. We've seen a little bit of them this year coming out of the season. But going into Nuke, Furia do not have a Nuke on record as far as HLTV is concerned. Now, we know that they've been playing in open qualifiers and whatnot, but hasn't been going well whatsoever. Last little team huddle before we get things underway, and as has been discussed, I would say, all day, is the nature of this matchup. The fact that it is the single elimination, so a lot of pressure on the line, and, well, no slow starts. So hopefully we get another banger, because the other two A-Stream games today have delivered.
Oh, they have, absolutely, and no slow starts. Yeah, I mean, just going through that, the idioms to summarize what's coming in here, it's cutthroat. It's cutthroat. $1 million prize, the best teams in the world, and you lose, you're out. It is so brutal. We've got huge names clashing day after day, and this is no exception. However, as the desk has kind of painted the picture, and I want to hear your kind of thoughts on it, Furia's integration of Fallen, it hasn't been a flying start. They haven't hit the ground running, as it were.
No, and I've had this conversation with Jason and Yanko plenty of damn times.
Yeah.
So Yanko out the gates, he was very critical of the idea of keeping the old leadership around while bringing Fallen in. And I was opposed to that. I was very curious to hear that, but both Yanko and Jason have worked with Fallen a whole lot more than I have in my career, and I only got beaten by the man. They actually got to coach him. So they have a better look behind the curtain, and they say he's, you know, Mr. Nice Guy.
Mr. Nice? What, as in, like, too nice?
Well, this is the thing. You don't want to step on any toes, right? At least that's the sentiment that I'm getting. But I think that he needs to really grab control of this team. Yanko pointing out the way Furia approached the game. They had good base. They had...
They played good counterstrike.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see here with Furia, because he's working with arguably better pieces of the puzzle. The idea of Art being an entry fragger, that's great. Fallen on the AWP, we know Art can do the secondary. He used to do that in a lot of the different rosters they've had here. K-Serrado, the best Brazilian player at the moment, no question, one of the best riflers in the world. Yuri, his sidekick, the Fangs of Furia, and then Cello, bring him in. We know that he packs a punch in terms of the fire in the belly, but not only that, aggression in the server. And there you go. They've been cheers quite along. It's great to see them out again.
Swaggy.
Gawler Stream going to be loving this one. But we are waiting just for one more to get in the server here. So we shouldn't be too many moments away from getting things started here on Nuke. But the Navi roster, of course, led by the Finn Alexi B. Ima joining the team. JL as well. They're two revelations of the previous major. No, major win. Simple and Bit. Still coached by Blade. And this team is... This one here really blew my socks off throughout the break, seeing this roster come together.
I think my main standout takeaway from this is that Navi are thinking long term. Navi are thinking big picture.
Now the world is literally their oyster.
Yeah, truly. I mean, international, you know, you come and talk to me 5 years ago and say Navi goes international, I wouldn't believe you. I wouldn't. But taking a look at the groundswell around the rising stars, the fact that most of the most successful teams in modern-day Counter-Strike are international, well...
Sad, man.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Coming from someone who, of course, was flying that Australian flag proudly, but it has... Things have changed, times have changed.
And it comes with problems, right? Communication being one of those, but we are about to get things underway. Hello. On to Nuke and as Furia yet to have an official logged on this map. Navi, however, a couple under their belt. We can take you through their CT side setup. Should we bit over towards ramp? Emma and that of JL towards the top side. Simple towards yard and LCB the float. Let's see what Fallen and Co want to exploit here. We're out the gates. Right away, a smoke and a flag for Fallen. P250 in the hands of Cello here. Been tasked with the pistol at range. Emma with the Julies on top of Hut. Vent broken. The access now available.
Let's see what their game plan is. The rip.
And this is an interesting team to see on Nuke, Alex. A team that always played an unorthodox style. Rarely went yard. When they did, missed their smoke walls.
Yeah, interesting to see it picked by Furia, given no nuke on record. Alexi B, first to receive. Oh, a mess of that one. Okay. At least he gets away, and Simple onto Yuri. Never mind, not just Yuri. Cello as well. He's picked up 3 headshots from the main position. Oh, Simple, he's had a few highlights from there, and that is a snappy start. Really completely rumbles the yard approach. You send 3 players yard, and all 3 are end towards UAV.
I don't expecting him to be main, right? The smoke, the single box, the box towards yard. With Alexi down the vent, Simple from main. Easy pickings right there as Art and Quesarado. A little bit more damage here would be nice. Neither of them to find a frag just yet.
Put yourself in Alexi's shoes as well. He was perfect. He was the bait. He was the bait. All eyes on Secret. Simple streaks. I'm sure we'll get something like that in the replay. Now the bomb retrieval mission takes place. They've got 35 and Emma, next victim, Quesarado.
Oh, the ace.
It could be, should be, if he can find that. It's a bit of a mess of it. JL to sweep it all under the rug. Start from Simple. That is a great start for Navi.
He was more than happy to go down with the ship there, wasn't he? Just jiggle it, it's all right. JL's coming and didn't get his ace. A little bit disappointed with himself, but still the smiles on the faces. That's great for an individual playing yard. Simple doesn't need to be dropped. They're not even looking at him. They're not even looking at him. Too easy for Simple here.
Well, that's definitely going to be getting flowing, and in one direction specifically. The Fury are going to be deflated after that one, and we are going to be seeing a minor investment. Fallen has opted to whip out the scout. I'm not sure really how much he's going to be able to get done. I guess in a dream world, he's killing M4s.
Yeah, and next round, he's likely to scout here as part of the game plan, so understandable to see Fallen make this investment. I'd be loving just 1 kill. With the Glocks around it, if he gets a tag towards yard, you could call a couple of these little pesky players over to pepper away, but this is great. Alexi and Simple both investing into M4s to take these ranged fights, and there's the first tag. So Fallen, that's successful, but that's all you're going to get, I'm afraid.
Good patience from Alexi, didn't go too far forward, gets the free frag, and it's JL on that top site. Comfortable with his MP9, $600 per frag. And Quesarado with a Glock. Not going to be having too much fun with this one. Hunted down now by JL, a little bit impatient. Doesn't need to bring the fight to them, but they will. And Quesarado, a couple of bursts into the glove of nice conversion.
So at this point, obviously having the conversation, you see the scout, you understand that that was in play, but the rest were Glocks, the rest were Ecos, and we know that the buy is coming. And Fallen not opting to scout again here. We'll be operating with a Tech 9.
Does that imply pace, perhaps?
It could do. The HE in the mix from Art here, right? As we discussed, he's a player that we know can be used aggressively. He loves to make those plays. He likes to be around the smoke.
And I saw him swap his AK for a Galil.
Yeah. So we might see him go for something aggressive as a move, maybe down the vent, maybe out that squeaky door. And it's a bonus round here for Navi.
He's cooking. Deep Molotov to the floor. Emma goes looking for answers and has got a smoke to buy time.
Well, this is very standard here for Furia, isn't it? Very lobby-centric. No smoke balls towards yard, not trying to force out a rotation here. Simple might have a lazy day at the office as they peer out. There's the first kill.
Just in that moment before the blue.
Space.
Yeah, not for long. Alexi B, he's been finding a lot of success from the lower side. Down that vent early, and he's rewarded for it. Now back up. Yuri starting to explore his options out on the yard position.
I like this from Furia earlier, though, right? The fact that they are going still with what they're known for, with the old rock. This, hopefully, and I want to say this with bated breath, opens the door for Furia to be able to play more yard-centric, and this is just a ruse. Hey, we haven't changed, even though it's a roster, but only rounds will tell us. Door smoke once again, below the minute mark, 4v4. Yuri's position on top of main, just waiting to be able to pick up a kill, and he might get an opportunity here against Alexi.
Depends how far Alexi pushes the issue here.
All comes down to timing, doesn't it?
Yeah. 40 seconds, and does look like the Finn is poking his head out of his side. Oh, talk about timing. Yuri's still going to strike into the side. Comms went quick. A nice one back from Alexi, spamming through, now smoked off at a 3 versus 2. Not comfortable for Navi.
Bomb's going B.
Was that audible?
Yeah, they should have heard that, but out of position now is Bit, so they're not going to be able to rotate. If they can deal with K-Serrado, it's a 2-on-2, but would you expect it?
Yeah, that's a tough clear, a really hard clear required by Alexi. Or Bit. And he's found him. Okay, 2-on-2 emerges. They have
Remember,
kit.
it's a bonus.
And they will give it a good look in. Finding an AK as well off of K-Serrato's corpse. Cello yet to frag. 0 points of ADR, a whiff of the flash short, and the bomb's still ticking. We've got plenty of time for this.
Are they saving? Where's Bit off
it
to
looks
here?
like they are. I think the AK...
They will hold 2 guns, carry those forward, but Furia get on the board quite early here, so even with the emissions of the Galil, the Tech 9, they were able to get this one through. I was talking to some statisticians.
Statisticians?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the official pronunciation. But I don't want to give away too many secrets here, but they were saying that a Galil on a full gun round, just one Galil on a full gun round instead of an AK, like statistically, it's just as good as 5 AKs.
Okay.
That could be completely wrong. Someone's probably going to tell you. I'm not a numbers guy.
No.
And, I maybe should have cited my sources,
well,
but I don't give away people's jobs.
Nor do I. Nor do I. I had a similar conversation with a statistician and learning about the impact of just having one rifle on a otherwise full eco. Dramatically increases. I mean, we would have known, but the number is about 20%. I mean, that's crazy. It's
pretty damn good.
And that's a good reason why a lot of players, especially Furia, they tend to do it. They always have a little bit of something to dig their teeth into.
Important round here. Navi could be forced down to an eco. They're not able to contest. A bit more pace, and again, it was Yuri to take the initial pick. Now Art to take the space. Unbreakable smoke, main smoke, look for the gap. If he just waltzes through this, Simple will deal him that dud hand, but you can see the gap there that Simple's watching.
Oh!
He had the shadow.
He did. I thought that was a guaranteed frag. It went from one to the other, and now Art, can't build a second out of the round. Nice hold from Imer. JL Molotov'd off. Eyes up, Imer to support him for any squeaky leaks.
Would have heard the burn there onto JL as well.
They'll have to reposition a little. They are dumping util. JL focusing his attention still towards that squeaky quiet, and Alexi B. Would he dare fly up that ladder? He might have to. Not going to be overlooked. K-Serrato spins around, collects it, and the round. That's great.
That's ugly though, isn't it?
Furia going to be loving life, but Navi quite the opposite. After saving in the previous, especially considering a 2v2 with kit. 30 seconds left on that one, and now, yeah, they're just falling flat.
Well, they know what Bit is, and they're starting to spring into action here. They deny his rotation away, and it goes down towards lower. How susceptible is he to this bomb explosion? Are they going to give it a go? Looks like they might be calling it off here. So players looking to stay for the Brazilian side, and this is great out the gate. Talking about the fact no Nuke official for this new roster. They've only played a handful of maps since this team was formed.
And I know when I'm referencing the old roster, we've got 2 new names. It is like not comparable, but Nuke was a bit of a homestead for the previous roster, right? In terms of the 3 still remaining, they are going to be very comfortable, albeit flawless changes.
This is the thing, right? Like you want, and you hear this dialogue coming out of the camp, making players comfortable. You want to be able to allow Art to have his type of plays, but it needs to work in a more rigid system. One of the issues we had with Furia was, yeah, it's great when the aggression works, but when it doesn't work, they don't have anything, right? So you need to have that stable base and throw in the spice of the aggression when necessary. But see, Simple there, looking quite frustrated.
Yeah, well, we saw that kill. I think everyone would be frustrated about that one, and now Bit's going to be set up for success. Near flag, Yuri just gets away from that last bullet. They know he was up, and you can see that silo position should be in prime position.
Yeah.
Ooh, they have only got USPs around. There's a Deagle as well. The Fallen is across. Alexi B tucked, and I mean, he's in the right place to at least try and voice concerns. Doesn't seem particularly positive, especially not now. Yeah, messy spray, some damage inflicted, but that's not a lead to a round. Looking for their 3rd consecutive Furia.
But Yuri and Cello into more members here. This is troublesome. Goes down behind. Cello could fall as well.
And for Cello. Now that damage from Bit could have been translated into a frag. It doesn't. Fallen dead as well. Alexi really making a round out of this. Just hold your horses. Cello saved them from the first. But still, with JL's rifle gone, Cello has saved them from red faces and an awkward anti-eco loss.
Well, now this is all coming down to a gamble. 40 seconds left, and they're going to have to explore. Do they allow Quesarado, the highest HP member, to have a look first? Cello and Yuri can just park the bus here. 35 seconds remaining. It doesn't look likely that they're going to fall into Simple's domain.
I think, yeah, it's very likely that Cello investigates Hell or Heaven, or they just all group up, say they'll trade off. I'm sure they've also said it's simple.
Yes, but this is looking great, isn't it? Vent mollied in towards that A side. Bomb should be planted momentarily. Simple out of position, even making a couple of sound cues here. Doesn't look like they have noted his position. The molly likely obscuring that. But if he can get towards Yard and try and find one of these guns, that would be the best he could be hoping for. No armor, just a deagle. You see here, bomb almost halfway gone, so chances extremely limited now.
Yeah.
And that's that. All right, this is a fantastic start. We have Mirage up next as well,
But, I mean, we need to return to the tone of you saying smoke wall. Can we explore that?
Yeah, and there wasn't any gaps in it. It might sound like I'm being a little bit facetious, right? But we're being quite serious. We even had Drop, right, who he's no longer on the Furia roster. He's moved over to MIBR with Safe. But we even had Drop, who joined us on a Pro League catch, and we asked the question, like, bro, like, what's going on with these smoke balls? Like, we're talking, and he goes, yeah, we heard you guys once in a car saying, like, we did it on purpose. We're like, nah, we just kept missing them. And it's like, well, we're trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here, mate. So that's at least something. And you notice how they ran it against a low buy as well, right? So maybe not confident with it against the full guns.
Like, let's just see if they land. Let's see how we're feeling today.
Boys, we'll try it against an eco. If we get it in, we'll run with it again. But this is a tactical timeout call from Blade. You saw him getting on the mic there, so wanting to steady the ship here before it gets too out of control. And one of the keys here is mistakes are amplified in a single elimination format, right? If sure, you lose the best of 3 series in double elimination or some of these even more generous formats we have, you can always recover. But one bad day of counterstrike here, and you might be on the plane on the way home, you have to be able to find that level of intensity and make sure that you're not missing some shots, and we've seen some shaky aim so far.
Well, I mean, it goes both ways, doesn't it? Yeah, you certainly have to deliver your best from the get-go.
Orbs are out here, one for Simple, one for Fallen, so big greens in play.
But you also feel the pressure of having to do so. Well, you get consumed by it. Yuri going for a walkabout. Alexi B's gotten across without it getting spotted, but he's got the angle for any aggression towards main. Yep, Yuri spanked. Alexi profits. And a leg up in this round for Navi to equalize.
One of the keys here, if you are Navi and you believe that they were going to go for the lobby-centric play, what it will do is it will draw your Yard player, Simple, and your float player, Alexi, right, to be a bit more focused towards the upper side. And that's what I think the Furia have hoped to exploit in a few of these, that they're playing a little bit closer towards A, or towards ramp, worrying about these explosions. Now Alexi playing a bit more of a standard position. See Apex playing red pole a lot as well, and that's key, right? These Yard players, you can be back warehouse, you can be aggressive Yard, you can be down secret. There's so many places we've seen him drop down the vent as well here, so it's about staying agile. But knowing that he hasn't gotten out of his hidey hole, they will try and deal with Alexi to level things up.
They're coming for him, and he doesn't have any real support. No one is currently housekeeping the cross. Maybe Simple will take a cursory glance at some point, but he's currently invested towards ramp.
Well, they're getting across, making any sound cues, so this is actually very key. It's one player down towards lower of bit, who doesn't have block utility available here.
They're coming. They're going to have to be quick about this. When do they start making sound? Is it on the door swing? It's going to be very tight. If Bit can delay, if he can get that bomb, Navi. 14 seconds, toes are spotted. Bit just needs to delay. That's the bomb down. Time running thin.
Simple's
they need to push in. Need a frag. One from Quesarado isn't enough. We need to see the bomb down. Simple's done enough. He's taken down the bomb carrier, and that's a Navi round. Neat, tidy. Was Furia sent back to spawn.
Oh, I think Alexi, did he find Fallen just after time, or was it before? Either way, 2,800 in the bank balance there. That one is going to sting. And yeah, maybe just not understanding how much time they required. The feet were spotted a bit immediately. I don't know what that says.
No.
I haven't been keeping up on my...
Once you get, you know, the integrated kind of cyborg implant,
yes, okay.
It'll translate it for you live.
That would be great, actually. Yeah, I would love that. Okay, Furia bounced back with a timeout. Bit did well, right? He got spotted first with the toes there, so great job from Cello.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I thought Cello had done a world of good by actually spotting out Bit on that angle. It's not what you'd expect to be clearing. Well played by Bit in the end. He did deliver, and Simple closed nicely. Where does that put Simple? He's been fragging. Yep, 7 from him, 6 from Alexi.
Well, what did he have? 4 on the pistol.
Yeah, that's true too.
So that's an impact round. So good work from him. Those are 2 key rounds with multi-frags. Both teams staring down the barrel of 1,900 loss bonuses into the next, and you can see scraping together another one. We've seen a buy like this out of Furia already. It was their first gun round. They were able to pick it up.
Oh, and Alexi B, he is keeping it interesting. He's mixed it up again. Doesn't want to be overlooked. Oh, he's hearing a lot of footsteps. Look at his mouth moving. Will they find him around the smoke? Diligent of Furia. And Caserato's fragged 2 elsewhere in the meantime, so he's definitely back into his usual form. Alexi trying to catch a timing. They descend already. There's no info other than the steps he heard, so they will be able to rotate.
And they're probably going to start... Well, see, look at this. You can tell they've gone for the lobby aggression once he's called all of that out towards Yard. So they are going to be accounting for this. Here, deep red play. Alexi almost getting a double there. It's just Simple and Bit.
Oh, he's going to be upset about that one. Felt like he could have done enough to resuscitate hope.
Good job by Fallen here as well, knowing the number advantage, playing for, well, he's got the bomb. Hold on, maybe not playing for, for info, playing for the rounds here. And that's all going to be Caserata, right? 2 freebies as Fury will spot out the AWP.
Dinged him too, Simple, with 20 HP to try and maintain his AWP here.
Just with that 1,900 loss into the next, Navi don't have enough for a full buy, so holding onto these guns extremely important. Simple could drop something.
So there's the Caserato frag, someone flying up that ladder. And then we saw 2 of those from his Galil. 9 frags total from Caserato, and he had one of these least impressive performances in their foray recently towards Cologne.
So 1 aggressive squeaky and then 1 up the ladder. Okay, well, the lobby push.
Can be happy with that then. Furia very quickly returned to their winning ways after that 3 consecutive run. And you talked about the finances already, Chad. It is going to just about work out with some sacrifices and omissions given that save.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to get M4s out in the hands of Alexi here. And MP9 for JL, not the worst weapon in the job to be trying to lock down that top site. Him into a buy as well. So still staying competitive here with the gun rounds. 5 AKs for Furia. They could just break Navi. They could open the levy and get an awful lot of rounds. Top Ramshello looking for this initial fight.
It's not fun with the FAMAS in this position. Bit's good, but how good is he up against a whole squad coming his way? Alex. They are just knocking on his door. Contact style, a quick flashbang. He has to concede. He's given up ramp. Molly's there. Simple disrespect. It doesn't hit his shot, but information flows. He loses half of his health for braving the flame. Caserato still responsible for the lobby push in a spot of another jumping CT towards the yard position.
Looks like the information is flowing well though, right? Oh, okay, this is extremely odd. You don't see this from a T perspective. They're going to just park Cello here at ramp. So if a rotation from Bit comes back at any point or anybody from Elbow comes to investigate, that's his kill. You're not clearing that at all. And they're retooling back towards A, but just look at the economy of utility for Navi. They've held on to an awful lot of smokes here. Also 2 mollies in play as well towards A.
JL's going to be Molotoved off the hut by Fallen.
Could it be smoked off here? He might have an individual.
True. What's he working with? He only has the incendiary.
Yeah, so nobody with a smoke close enough here.
Smoke main and go.
There's only this MP9.
Yeah, Imma's going to have to do an awful lot here. Well-placed incendiary. JL dismounted. And a spam comes through onto Alexi. It's good work from Imma in response. Fallen down. Lots of bodies behind that smoke. Great find from Imma. And a 3-on-3. They're light on time, trying to brave the vent, but look at JL. He's hunting, sniffing him out. 1 not enough. Yuri can perhaps get down. He needs to find that bomb as well.
15 seconds. It might just have to be a save, boys. Yeah, this you got to back off. Simple. He's going to offer himself up here, giving Yuri a chance. And Simple even hanging around. 8 seconds. The bomb's not going to get planted here.
Oh, it fell down the vent on that SMG frag from JL, and the round falls apart because of it. Bit just by existing. He'll take 1. Simple going for some Hail Mary. No scopes. It's not far off the mark, but we stay nice and close. Tied up 4 of each. And what's the situation for Furia?
It's touch and go for both teams here, right? This is not the worst case scenario for Navi, winning around on the CT side and everybody going down like off the back of a defuse and then dying out. That's miserable, right? So at least they keep a couple of players alive, but the players who are rebuying in are going to need to ask for a couple of drops here.
Oh, I mean, yeah, just spitting the bomb out. doing a little cartwheel down the vents, and the round was lost.
Yeah, so the drops have come in. They're pretty tidy looking buys right now, but Navi would love to build the economy.
That they would. There's a lot of high intensity util. Are they going down the vent early? It looks like Art's trying. Oh, through the smoke.
This is
main.
This is an old Furia play.
Yeah, and it might work out. How aware is Alexi? He does clear it. Hyper vigilant from the in-game leader.
Yeah, great awareness there, wasn't it? Jail again with an MP9.
We heard from JL in the interview that they've kind of tidied up some of their protocols and principles.
Oh, he's faked that. He's trying to draw attention here.
For Simple to drop in. So he's committed to this top side too.
He's so worried about a push. He's expecting lobby re-aggress.
Momentarily flashed, but still no commitment out of Furia. They've got 50 seconds to try and recover. Very limited on the util department now. The remaining Molotovs try and flush Simple out. MS still postured, prime position to catch this hut push, and ooh, Fallen confirmed presence. It's Simple. Good on to Quesarazo, needs another, but a good work out of the AK. Now they're in trouble. Navi collapsing. Imet still lingering. Oh, the multi-kill out of Imet, and the round falls back in Navi's favor. It was up for debate for a while, but they save it. Nicely worked from Imet. I think that's 3 in total from him, so he really comes alive and converts around.
And he was using that hut smoke against them, right?
Yeah.
You saw them lob that out so they could try and take the top hut fight.
And he
did
was
the
on
fake
top of
sound
hut.
queue as well, which was a genuine sound queue. They had 2 of them on top of hut right there, and it got very dicey. A couple of missed shots from Simple here. They're looking for the fights, but the dots not connecting. Great job for Yuri getting 2 on the way in from Yard and Main. But another round, and Furia scratching their heads a little bit here. This is an odd-looking purchase. They've got Scout, AK, 3 Glocks, and, well, the Scout's gone already. Fallen 1 and 7, having a tough time getting things going. Simple is just, well, he's going to try his luck. He doesn't have a whole lot of support out here, but he's got the biggest gun.
He's not scared of them. He is not scared of them. It's like, great, you got a Scout, that means you're going to try and fight me. Keep trying. Anyone else fancy their chances? Yeah, we've got a 3rd body on the Scout this time, and it is Art and Cello combined that do manage to convert. So Simple put back into the spectator position. Want to watch his team try and convert this one and get going for some crazy shots. Is Art, no surprises there.
Yeah, that'd be cheeky. Why the hell not? A little bit more damage would be great here. It's difficult to see things getting out of hand unless Yuri is able to find a multi-kill here. Getting boosted on towards red. Lexi has been pretty prepared for a lot of these plays. And he shouldn't have too much trouble dealing with both of them. Pair of frags. And just Yuri with this AK-47. Does have the bomb on the back, does have 45 seconds.
Yeah, and they don't know that he's equipped with a fully invested buy. They will shortly, though. Whether or not he can profit from this surprise remains to be seen. Oh, he's paid a heavy price for that first one. And JL, quick to just sweep it up. Collect a 6th, and Navi extend their lead now. A run of 3 from the defense.
And this is where there can be some real issues here, right? Because Furia haven't found success in recent history. This roster coming together, you were hoping it was going to usher in a new era, knowing that Fallen was going to come in and be the in-game leader, but the results aren't there yet. Fallen was talking about the longevity of this team and saying that they wanted to play together in CS2. And, well, we don't know exactly when that's coming out. Summer is it's a curious time of year. But
when does summer end?
Well, it depends on which part of the world you're in.
Oh, I see.
It depends if we're on Valve time or not.
Yeah.
Here we go. 2 taggers to Wreckers, a couple of AK-47s, pressure towards A. This late activation of Yard presence has worked for them in certain scenarios here. So, yeah, you take that.
That's a gift.
You take that every day.
Such a gift from him. Deep smoke. Re-smoke on towards Squeak, and he starts his silent mantle into that elevated hut position.
He loves making some noise, doesn't he? He's everywhere, Mr. Imet. Squeaky smoke redeploy.
Squeaky smoky.
The most abused door in video game history. Blown off, spam through.
Yeah, can't really get stuck, can it? And now, it seems like this is a bit of a kind of a sequence that Navi like to run.
Yeah, especially against Furia, because one of the keys on a map like Nuke is to late walk out Squeaky, and that's not just for Furia, that's for everybody.
Now you try again, you've got Simple to... Oh, come on, he hit the no-scope! Straight through the vents, finishes off the job, gets away from the flames. You might go for a repeat. You're crazy! You're absolutely mad.
All you can do is laugh, can't you? You love it.
Oh, Simple might even jump at the USP. I wouldn't be surprised if he went and tried to hunt that one down. Yep, very nice from Simple. He's definitely in A-game form, as he has to be, as he has to be. When you are that talented, the GOAT in the server, and you can't lose. You cannot lose a single series. You're going to be on a plane that feels like the same day as you arrive.
I do love this though, right? They're just dealing with any late moves that Furia may have because they do have good individuals to walk out Squeaky, but you post the AWP there, you don't want to re-peek.
And bearing in mind, for Furia, you've been staring at smokes for 40 seconds, hearing M4 spam, the next time you jiggle out, it's Simple laughing at you. Brilliant work.
Well, this is going to be the second time out for Furia here on their T campaign, and with about 3K across the board, we're talking 2.9 with the loss bonus. They should be able to get out a half buy, right? We're going into the next round of play of max loss bonus 3,400. You can spend yourself a little bit of the chunk of change, get out some pistols of choice, a little bit of util. They have a bunch of smokes here, so will we see another smoke wall in play?
Cello's T-side CZ75.
Oh yeah, we did enjoy that, didn't we?
Yeah, he had some mad moments with the CZ.
Okay, Squeaky lurk smoke thrown out here to try and facilitate a drop down the vent. Is K-Srado going to give this one a go? No, the CT is able to deploy an aggressive incendiary to hold them at bay for now.
He's trying his luck, his art. That was his opportunity. Now the smoke has locked him in.
You see that little game right there? Both teams are essentially trying to just block. So the deep Squeaky molly blocking them from being able to drop down the vent, but they'd molly top hut to make sure players can't be up there. Right? So now that it's faded, Imma has the power position, and their opening move when unable to find that space.
Simple throwing that util and leaving. Does that mean they're going to find the gap? Yeah, Bit's not quite going to get back in time. He'll hear all of this.
He can let him pass.
Simple to address it. Turns the nade nicely. Looking to avoid any leaping Tech 9s. Oh, he pre-aimed it. Still getting run at. Needs more. Nice damage. Still needs help. Alexi B needs to sweep the rest
bullets.
up. He's only got 6. He has a HE, and he just needs to survive right now. They know the AWP has fallen into enemy hands. Furia hunting him. Cello with 6 bullets of his own. Oh, can't finish off on Imma. Neither can Alexi. Needs a multi. Is Imma there? And the AWP not hitting its shot. Finally, Art does convert with Simple's AWP.
Still dicey.
Very much so. Alexi hasn't reloaded. He's just opted for the USP. Perfect off angle. Well, not going to be cleared. And Yuri with a Tech 9, an AWP, and perhaps the bomb. They never found Bit. Is it a safe
Just been told he
assumption?
doesn't have the bomb yet. All right, 20 seconds. Need to grab that now. We'll have to reload.
Very, very audible.
Might get the plant here. No one's acknowledging this just yet.
Oh, that should be a dead man. JL just in time before that bomb was a guarantee. Navi, they've won out the CT half now, and it was a threatening one from Furia. You could see the pressure they applied to Simple.
You love the details from Simple as well, though, and that's just the fact that he's ready for the jump around the corners on both of them, knowing in these lighter buys that you are going to throw a player into the wind. Like, that's one of the better ways to clear the corners to make the crosshair have to adjust. His crosshair was already adjusted.
Yeah, so super cool.
Just unable to connect anything too lethal. One hand up there from JL.
Just in time.
Smoke wall being thrown, Fallen having to do it all. So that's the solution. If you want the smoke wall to land, give it to the Professor.
Yeah, and Alexi B, he's managed to get himself into this power position as well.
4 players out here, just K-Srado on the lurk.
See what Alexi can cook up. And will Fallen, after his perfectly placed smoke wall, get that opening kill as well. K-Srado hiding behind that squeaky smoke as the lurk. That's the clear. Oh, Fallen's done a lot for Furia.
That's only his second kill.
It's a big one from Fallen. K-Srado can't piece together the round-winning double. But it still feels like this round looms for a Furia 5th. Love this from Art. He's even cutting off the rotate. Oh, perfect positioning. Rewarded for it. Bit. The only man on the site that can perhaps destabilize this 2 versus 4, but they push through. He's been spotted. And now Cello eliminated. Just as easy as that. They're going to have to pivot.
They're going ahead. Into the
Simple resigns. He's heard this. Fallen's not going to clear him, and now they've lost the bomb. A fumble from Furia in pursuit of their 5th. A 2v4, now 2-on-2. Art, here's you. Bit. Oh, hits his headshot still. Loud and just charging into Art. Yuri trying to do some damage control, and oh dear, timeout please, that is a tilter.
Apparently they're everywhere. That's what Furia are thinking. What the hell just happened?
Oh, I'm tilted for them.
Bit was isolated towards Dark and is able to get away with that 1 kill. They rotate the bomb, they don't punish that position. Straight into the AWP as Simple, bomb down on the side, delivery service, thank you very much.
Both of these bit kills, I felt like Cello knew he was there,
But he
pre-aimed
only
it.
just got his molly off in time. He was isolating that fight on purpose. It's a very common flight path. So Bit did phenomenal work right there. This could have been a great half for Furia. They can still get 6. They've limped in here again with a couple of purchases. There's a chance for them, but they could have had a whole lot more here on this T side.
Here's Art doing Art things, and Simple aware.
And this is the thing, in the previous round, it was a strategy, it was a game plan. This is letting the leash off a little bit and hoping to find those gaps, which is a bit more Art-esque, but him in the dirt, 4 and 13. Fallen struggling as well, 2 for 10. And you can't really say too much about Cello either, but Queserato, Yuri, trying to chip on in here. Always something dangerous with Furia, isn't it? And Alexi trying to tap it in at range.
Yeah, it makes sense that he's trying to at least hold them off at the gate.
Well, Bit's down here again. Let's see if he can handle this just as masterfully. Squeaky, blown on open. It's a nice little play that Alexi likes to run. I was watching scrubbing back through some of their demos. They even timed the top HE and the lower HE at the same time at start of rounds.
Ooh, and I mean, in terms of an angle now, you can see, look, Yuri's processing this. Like, okay, well, with that angle persistently open, there's no sound cue, there's no deception. Bit likely resides, and Simple's here to defend the ramp assault. Now, bomb's on the back of Cello. He has to be bringing it towards this low side if that's the final go. Ooh, whiff of the molly.
Still works.
Simple smoked. Jumping, spotted. He's in trouble now. Dead man. Queserato good for it. Oh, Alexi finishes it off, but now he's in trouble. He's only got a few bullets left. 7. Yuri to clear him. Oh, and damage inflicted now, making
Still going B.
work, considering that AWP as well with the low HP. Bit, 11 bullets, all he needs as he finds the head of Cello. That was the healthy one. Now that orb is retrieved, but missing. No hope for him here. And with only 9 seconds left, it's going to be hard to hold on to this AWP. If they choose to chase, they have got the liberty to do so. And JL could have him. It's the smoke, overlook. Oh, okay, at least you leave with something to celebrate. But otherwise, Furia, this T's half, they got their 3 of their 4 rounds in the first 5.
Yeah, well, when you put it like that, Alex. Okay, well, yeah, as mentioned, they have had some opportunities for a few extra rounds
They
here.
certainly have, Chad, but it hasn't translated or manifested.
If they get 1 on the nose here before the halftime break, it could be enough, right? CT side get the pistol, maybe show a bit better on the defense here. Aggressive nade, Simple and Alexi being combination.
Oh, this is a lot to deal with. Simple's so blind. Alexi, though, overlooked, forward in the position, pushing up yard. Cello will trade. And Simple's dead too. That's the orb they saved. Fallen, 3rd frag, but it could lead to that 5th you were discussing. Quick reaction out of Ime. Protocol's in place. He is now to fill the gap in the absence of Alexi. We talked about the iconic Navi yard duo of Electronic and Simple. Well, Alexi and Simple making a pretty strong case.
Yeah, that's the 2 heaviest hitters down right now.
Oh, awkward,
no!
Awkward as hell. They block him for the follow-up as well. He tagged up Bit to 2 HP.
Every time it feels like they put themselves into an advantageous situation, something just goes wrong here. You can see that smoke. Skew-if, I think, is the definition.
Yeah.
Well, for Furia's sake, you hope they can pull this one off. Might be down in the dumps here. Bit not acknowledging the creep up the ladder just yet. Again, 40 seconds, so still plenty of time for Furia to work with.
He's holding the
His
right
aim is
angle.
going to have to be perfect here, Alex. He's on 2 HP.
Let's see that crosshair placement bit. Let's see. Is it bang on the mark? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What a flashbang. And now on to JL. He's very exposed here, hoping to be overlooked. The first is great. The second, not quite on the money, but up the vent. And Fallen caught out. Perfect timing, accelerating into him, masking the chase. Queserato very low. And he's all getting pushed. The spray's not there, and Queserato secures it. An important round. Messy all over the place, really, but they can work with 5. 10-5 on the half.
What if I told ya? I know exactly what you are. What have they sold ya? On that red hot boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. And ain't no one telling me nothing, I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lies. What if I told you? I know exactly what you are. What have they sold you? On that blacktop boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
Hope you enjoyed the break, because we are back with your second half. It's our third series of our first day here at Gamers8 and the playoffs, day one. Read it at the top. Read it at the top, because that's exactly what's going on here. It is do or die, sink or swim, and a whole lot of more of this. Navi with 10 to boast, and Furia, I mean, they got a half that they can work with.
Oh, definitely.
Most definitely. But in terms of the counterstrike we witnessed, there is, at the moment, a clear front runner.
Yeah, a bit of a disparity so far in some of these multi-kills or late-round scenarios where Furia felt like they were tripping over their shoelaces, but now onto the CT side is Simple with the P250 in hand. 4 kills in the first pistol. Let's see if he can do one better this time round.
Got to get through Serato, though.
Ah, the man who won the previous round.
Yeah, he did. He closed with style, got them there 5th. 1v1, Immet remissed, and oh, Serato, he hits! A second onto Immet. Problems for Navi, as this is really going to give Furia a chance to really get this second half rolling.
This was almost over. Just Mr. Alexi B.
Yeah, Alexi B with a lot to do. No bomb.
Very similar pistol rounds in how they unfolded, didn't it?
He's going to be cleared. Serato! Whoa, okay, laser beam Glock in action.
I'll take that, thank you very much.
Cheeky P2K to finish off the job. What have you got for us here?
There's so many traps that he has to be worried about here. You'd be worried about individuals sitting on top of the bomb. Yuri with the steps should be noted now, so Alexi springing into action quite loudly.
He's loud about this, but I mean, if he hits his shot, it is still just a one-on-one as it currently stands. And now he's slowed it down.
If anything, you want them to take these fights against you.
Thank you, yoink. See you later, alligator.
If he went back up the vent to top, he would have a clean A site.
Yeah, he hears him chasing. Oh, he's going.
A is clear right now. Fallen would have to go towards heaven. Oh, he doesn't know it. He's hoping to call the bluff here. So Fallen rotating away is actually giving him an opportunity. 20 seconds.
Fury found. They're not going to expect a second either, though. Alexi's clutch falling through his fingers with the time against him now.
I don't think they'll let him plant.
Swing open the door. They're not going to let him plant now. You can hope, you can pray, you can punch in the code. All the angle he's chosen, it's good. Gets it down. Extra cash to Splash, and Yuri converts after all that hard work from Fallen and Serato. So they lock down Yard, an important pistol. And Furia trying to be competitive on their map pick. I think we need to reiterate that Nuke was their choice.
Yeah, indeed. So we have Mirage coming up next, selected here by Navi. But yeah, you want to be in a scenario like this, at least getting your map choice, right? It sets you up for the potential 2-0, but also goes, hey, at least we can go the distance, we can go all 3 maps. And that third map, in case you were wondering, is going to be Ancient. Most popular map over there in Cologne, and that's Serato's opening. But this is similar scenes, right? We had Furia try and make their way down Secret Yard, and Simple just popped a couple of domes. Well, this was Serato and Fallen's turn. And Art, we've seen a lot of changes in positions, right, in recent times for Furia. Now, they've started posting over towards ramp an awful lot. Let's see if that's still where he finds himself. Ooh, he's been given an AUG here.
Yeah, and look what they're up against as well. An interesting variety in Navi's second round investment. Fallen teaching us all a good stop molly if the wall of smokes is thrown, but this third is missing. There it comes. And the spam does connect nicely. Doesn't find the frag. Imet across the whole squad descending. The reaction required. So Yuri's down there.
This is quite cheeky, right? So the late smoke, Alexi hoping that someone wants to have a little bit of a glance around it. Now fading, now getting a move on. And this is very standard once you have that lower control to try and pincer in through ramp. But they only have two bodies, JL and Bit. And Art's Org is extremely powerful from a position like this. He should be good for both.
You'd think, yeah. Yuri's trying to get that information safely, just bouncing his head off the door frame, but with a boost, it's not so powerful. This is where the Orb comes into play. Now Bit gets a chance, but you need Art with his eye to the scope. As he prophesized, he's taken the first. Will he get JL as well?
He has support coming, these MP9s.
Yeah, JL's just pausing and cleared out nicely. This is solid out of Furia. Second round force by 1 kill to both so far. They'd love another bomb plant. All around as Simple's hit another banging headshot. Deagle to the brain of Art. Now that bomb plant will go down. Imet, if you could even find one, Simple can give this a good go, a good shake of the stick. Keserato hesitant. He wants them to take contact ramp side first, and it's good work from Cello. He continues to do damage. Imet, though, wow, threatening with low HP and a MAC-10. And all things considered, Navi bomb plant, 3 frags. It's not the round they wanted, but it keeps Furia honest.
Good value out of that round. So another plant here. I'm going to be interested to see what type of approach Navi are hoping for into the next, because they have 2 players, Simple and Imet, both with 4,200. So they could buy our AKs here. It looks like they're just going to limp in and try and keep it threatening. So Deagle, head armor. Nothing too crazy as they are looking at their notes. Must be fun doing homework every game of Counter-Strike. But some good shots there, a good plant, a competitive round. But Furia make this just a 3-round game now. Alex, we have a nade stack. So we got a couple of options with these. Blow Squeaky open, nade in towards the top site, save the nades, everybody get in the roof, nade towards the back of the site. Okay, so you see here, a bit of both. Trying to get the player in their early spawn timing, dropping on towards the site and in towards the lower of the deck. And, well, only a little bit of damage.
He left his treach at spawn. He's gone back to get it. Now he's got a Deagle as well.
Well, now you'd expect them to work yard here. At least have a look towards top, see if you did soften anybody up. Just try and look for some picks. A few more kills, as done in the previous, would be great. A plant would be phenomenal. And a round win. Unlikely, but maybe a little bit more likely now.
Simple.
Okay. Yeah, they've still got a smoke to work with as well here.
Certainly taking every opportunity that presents itself, no doubt about it.
Only 1 kit on Fallen as well, so we keep that in mind if we do find ourselves in a post-plant situation. They've done the L block smokes, but not the capital, just a little L.
Oh, no, car crash television, folks, as every Deagle connects. Maybe Fallen's lobby pushes next. Nice crouch. He saves himself from that Deagle headshot. Simple. Pre-aiming for the standing. But still the bomb down in a 2v4.
That's about putting it in here.
Yeah, it is. And I don't know if Bit's got... Oh, he's got more. He has surely got more. Keserato comes to find him, save his leader. And now it is just about preservation. They've accepted that this one's fallen through their fingers, and already it is alarm bells ringing for Furia. This was the one you're supposed to be able to take across the line without too much sweat on your brow.
Yeah, okay. Well, they got much more out of this than they were worth, you would think, right? And Cello, the one softened up by those nades, is the first one to fall to Simple's Deagle there. Simple having a great game, 20 for 11 right now. Top of the server. Keserato doing his best to try and keep up with things. He has 19. But saving these 2 guns is going to be paramount here for Furia going forward, with only 1,400 loss bonus coming into the next. It's going to be quite hit and miss regarding the buys. Might have to be one of these scenarios where Fallen just takes it on the chin. He can drop a FAMAS, someone could drop him a scout, he could drop that rifle across here, and they could make an awful lot work, but we'll have to wait and see how this one comes together. But that could be the breaking point here, potentially. So that's, yeah, okay, lovely shot. Be able to do the same one towards Yuri. Just some bangers here from the Ukrainians, making mash of Furia. Yeah, this is where the game gets away from Furia. If they can't make this one competitive, if they can't steal one back in another force buy fashion, and especially now that Gary has opted to take the timeout here, his 3rd, they really need to make something of this. It's going to be 12-7 for Navi. If they win this round, it's going to mean that Furia will have to take an eco into the next, so we're talking 13-7 before we see anything too actionable. Rough shake of the stick here. Not a position you want to find yourself in, and once more, their map choice. This is where you need to be able to reset and forget. Yeah, you lose a silly round, but let's see if we can strap back in and steal one away of our own. Deep yard smoke in play, not opting to joust behind it. And Navi, quite a yard-centric setup.
Oh, and already frags have been drawn, taking down K-Serato as well. That's like one of the
squeaky push, I think.
Prize fighters. Dead and gone. JL catching him just with some spam, and you can see that they're considering even further aggressions, considering the weapons. You've already highlighted just how important this one was for Furia to try and have a viable route to converting their map pick. There he is, trying his aggression. Not rewarded, quite the opposite.
Nima showing a little bit of leg down towards lower here. Molly in play. He's showing to be more than one individual, and as they're going to redeploy smoke towards Squeaky. Oh, Simple even doing a bit of trash work here, just picking up a few of these loose guns, making sure they can't be salvaged.
Shows he's well aware of not only the importance of this round, but what his opponents are likely working with.
Yeah, and they've hit pause here, so they've allowed Ima to work towards lower. Now, Yuri's going to rotate down, but there's so many unknowns for both of the teams here. It might even be back turn for poor Yuri.
Oh, he's actually going to make some noise. Yeah, Yuri's going to hear all of this. He'll have...
Ima's gotten so much room, though. 30 seconds. They're going to go in towards the top side stack, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Cello, he is primed and ready.
Fallen can come up the ladder here at any moment. Dicey for Navi.
Just in time. It's not going to be easy, but Cello, he's holding his own. Holds his nerve on the MP9 spray. Finds JL. Down the vent they go. Simple still trying to work with Hut. Presence and Yard.
That'll be it.
This is tough with 10 seconds left. I don't think there's a way to plant the bomb. Alexi's coming and knocking, but seriously, you have to roll over. You have to accept it.
You can see the frustration on Simple and both Alexi's face right there. And essentially... Hold up, do we have anything else here? Any more kills to come through, Simple? Yeah, he's going to get away. The problem is, if a player is towards lower and getting as much space as what Ima had, he doesn't want to overextend it to the side, because that's where he has to worry about the rafters above him, the bomb box, dark, up towards ramp. All of those options become possible. But if a player is down lower and he has that much room and he's not taking any traction, there's nobody pushing back, there's nobody stopping him, nobody's investigating, no footsteps are heard, Alexi's hoping that it's a fake that draws multiple bodies on the rotate. And they just called their bluff. They said, hey, we don't think, or maybe not that. If they go B, we're just going to save. Either way, it worked out very well for Furia. So that sinking feeling we had from the previous, that's all gone. We're back on. Both teams can buy. I don't know if I've ever seen, other than the AUG meta, the Ts and the CTs, both having AUGs out here. So it's been a couple of years. And they're going to keep running with this one, Navi. But that timeout, I'm sure they're just trying to settle things. Saying hurry up and wait didn't really come into fruition right there for Alexi B. So Blade either telling them where they went wrong or getting the focus forward. Fallen, unfortunately, still with that scout. Let's keep him agile, but we'll have to be aiming for these headshots here. So this time a bit more of a pause. Navi don't have that yard space. They've held on to a bunch of smokes. They can do exactly this, regather, retool, get this smoke wall up. Makes a lot more sense, right? If you throw these out the gate, there's so many ways that the CTs can disparage your smoke walls.
Right.
And they can...
Be it disruptions or pushes.
Exactly. Yeah. So they're removing the unknowns here, right? Let's just babysit. Let's wait out there, Util. They're opening Gambit on the block as we'll see the L block in play.
Yeah, and Fallen's throwing out that incendiary, but of course, it only really allows an extra bit of time for that rotation to settle in. You can see Yuri's going to have time to kind of... Ooh! Damage inflicted through the smoke.
He's got a full kit of nades as well here.
Unconfirmed, but Fallen has chipped away at Ime. Alexi not expecting this presence, and a nice find from Yuri just on the tip of the head. Simple on top of Red, dead. Furia for redemption. Ime already low. This is quite the angle he's opting for, really deep. Nice find from K-Serato, extends Furia's advantage. A 3 versus 5, Molotov out, does have to take a fight. Nice work, team play out of Navi. Is there more to be said?
Oh,
Fallen doesn't think so, back of the head, stabilizes the aim. And real contribution from that scout. Real contributions, big win from Furia as they get another taste of victory. That's 4 CT rounds. We're only 5 rounds deep.
Yeah, that should get you fired up as well. So a bit of energy now in the room out there in the tournament stage. as it might just have to be something light on. 2,900 into the next available here. And yeah, Fallen there, just making sure that was the headshot. You don't want to get a tag and let him get away. You don't want this big fish back in the ocean. So there's going to be some deagles again for Navi. This time it isn't looking as juicy. Sure, there's some head armor.
Don't think he'll be returning to that one, and well, at least spotted out and eliminates Simple. Nice work from him on the reposition.
Yeah, thank Yuri for that.
It's nice. Got any more of that with the AK now? He's found himself a weapon, but he knows that there was an AWP barreling towards him. They used the lovely bait to get bit across.
It's nice. Good swing together.
It's clear there's some team play upgrades here from Navi. They're kind of calling for each other, baiting for each other. It does seem that there is a little bit more of a tightness to the unit. However,
just a one-round game, Alex.
Yeah.
The intensity about to step up a level here.
Most definitely, considering the way Navi stepped into this
What
half.
is that?
I think that's illegal, actually.
Yeah, I think if there's one way to incite violence on the server right here and get Simple riled up, that is the purchase we're looking for. An auto sniper in the mix here.
Do you know what's even worse than buying an auto sniper? Buying an auto sniper and doing nothing with it.
Okay. Well, he's only got 6 kills right now. Let's see if he can turn this into something. A great position for it over towards ramp. Actually quite versatile as well. It's Yuri. Hold up a second.
I love it. I love it. So aggressive. Yuri draws first blood for the defense bit. Could find the rebuttal. I think he will. No, he won't. He's gotten away. Perfect work out of Yuri. Throws caution to the wind. And now looking to make it a tied game.
That's the type of play that they need to make happen here against Navi. You're going to rattle them. They're down a man. Remember, with only 11 kills to his name here, it's going to make this 4v5 all the more difficult. Now, Arts, look, if he gets tested, he has to be good for a multi-kill. Like, it's such a great weapon for the job.
In my mind, this is all psychological warfare. Art has bought this exclusively because he wants it to be seen in the feed as Furia claw their way back into the CT side.
Oh, bring it back into fashion, I'm saying.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen a whole lot of it since Sean Gares and Get Right hung up the mice.
Yeah.
Well, they're across. Fallen, he's seen something.
He can work with that. Perfect. Onto Alexi B. Fallen it back to his AWPing prowess, and how Yuri's gone caught looking out main. It's a bit that's given something for Navi to have a conversation about. Where do you finish? You've got 35 seconds. Bombs navigating back towards the lobby side. And with JL down, now Simple's walking into the unknown.
Do you save?
They're going to switch language, likely. 2 Ukrainians. Make it 1. Simple, alone, with 20 seconds and 4 to find. Art hasn't had to lift a finger with that big gun.
Yeah, they don't know it's in play yet. I don't think he's even had to fire a shot. So Simple should be looking to save here. And we're all tied up 11-11.
Wow. Okay. It's time to make a wish. I think Navi are wishing this would go back to that first half. It was feeling very good. I mean, consider the amount of rounds they won on that CT half where they had like 2 alive, like 2v1s. It was a ton of them.
They had 7-round streak on that CT half. Pistol, conversion.
Yeah, but how many of them? 1, 2, 3, 4 of those 7 were down to like these last 2 alive. Like Fury were getting close, just couldn't quite find the close. It was a very convincing half in the end, numbers-wise.
Look, the buys are so good over there on Fury. We've even got about 8.6k left over on Cello. So there's a residual buy here for Fury, even if they lose a round. So they're out of that scary territory here, whereas Navi are down to a lighter investment, that's for sure. We got this AK on Simple. You'd love to get something out of it as they want to test Fallen. This time they're going to obscure his vision with smokes early. Should be able to get him across. Now, Molly doesn't even lick him up here, so a missed throw. As he gets on down, Simple going to park himself behind main, and Alexi with some sound cues, but does make it across as well. So plenty of room here early for Navi. But what type of rotation has that forced? Absolutely nothing. Nobody from Furia has responded down towards the lower side yet. A sound cue is going to have to be made, a door open, a window smashed. With the type of buy that they're dealing with, obviously not feeling too much of a threat here are the Brazilians. Counting out the smokes as well, just 2 remaining for Furia. So with a minute left on the clock, they've already siphoned through a whole bunch of nades. And still, no worry over towards B. Art, the Dak, here we go.
It's time for it to have its moment in the spotlight. Art spotted and starts to unload as this is the perfect weapon for the job. Look at them, just 1 by 1 ducks in a row. 4 Art sorted.
He might get all of them here.
I think he might. We could have a Dak ace. You don't get them all too often. That's 4. Needs one more. Imer spotted out. Art not going to hunt it.
Come on, Fury, man.
I reckon there's a handful of those. There's a handful of those.
Let him have it.
In the history of CSGO. The crowd loves that one, though.
Why not? And he's going to hold on to this as well. It's the type of weapon close range as well that you're not too worried to be using no scope. So Furia in the lead. Here we go, down the home stretch now. Navi scratching their head a little bit here. Haven't been able to draw anything out of the bag for what has been 5 consecutive rounds. We're talking 1 round in total so far on this T campaign. They need to get activated, and now. And Blade, well, he understands that problem. Takes the time out, the 3rd one for Navi. What is the chop and the change going to be here? I think more conviction down towards the lower side as a unit. They might be able to eke their way in here, but right now the blue wall of Furia has been put up.
However, with Fallen pursuing his own signature weapon, Art on that now noted Dak, there's something those rifles are not too comfortable with, and that's retaking. I see Simple's actually pulled out another, so 3 scoped rifles in the mix for this one.
Yeah, I think breaking into that A side.
Getting a plant would just really rustle the jimmies of Furia.
That's true. There's only been a couple of those, and that was early on in this half.
Yeah, getting into the site is the first step. You're right. Let's see if they can even get that far.
So the AWP has some, it's got some room to move here. Fallen's playing on quite a passive angle. He's done a great job in these caretaker positions where he gets the info, goes for a peek, and then he can rotate around. So not overcommitting. The Simple want to boost, that's the question. And quite the turtle setup here. Like, look at this from Furia. Got Cello on the hut. Quesarado over towards main, and here comes the smoke ball. Aim map smoke ball in place. They want to try and pressure around towards ladder base here.
Fallen's still going to at least be able to call that cross. Now one is slipped. Imer across, very forward position. Does he want to mantle up, perhaps catch them off guard on this one? Still, with 60 seconds left, they are limping with a man disadvantage.
Bit's talking a lot here, right? I think he may have heard Fallen drop off of Heaven in towards the site, which is pretty classic with the regress. I don't know if they're going to expect Yuri's position. Yeah, this is wild. Like, top site is fortified as hell.
3 hut. JL, he's got the bomb. Oh, he is in dire straits. He doesn't even know it. He's in such hot water. Cello's coming. JL's not looking. And the round falls apart. As easy as that. One more kill for the boys of Furia. And Quesarado had more. Look at this setup. It's so perfect. Bodies everywhere. And Navi helpless.
Oh, they're going to spot him. He might get... Oh, Simple's lost everything. Not Fallen. It was Simple in CT spawn on the T side trying to save that AWP.
They got cash for days, bro. 13 grand, 10K on Yuri.
And nothing on the T side. Like, Alexi and Blade unable to contribute anything here. That was a clear change. Off the back of the timeout, we're going to put pressure around to Heaven and Hell. We're going to try and pressure Fallen's AWP, make him feel constricted. This is the nade kill from Quesarado. Just on the underarm bowling from Shane there.
How's that?
And that's, look, Quesarado, this is the form you want to see. This guy's a beast, 24 kills. We've been talking a lot about Simple. He's been stalled out on 20 for some time now.
Yeah, for sure.
When was the last Simple kill?
I think he's asking himself the same question.
And in these rounds, how many frags are they even getting in this spree? It just feels like few and far between. There's not a lot of pressure being applied. That's why there's so much cash in the coffers here for Furia.
Yeah, no, they haven't looked particularly imposing at all.
They've given away 4 kills over the last 6 rounds. That's it. 4 kills over the last 6 rounds. No plants.
And there's more for Art.
This is a shutout, Alex.
Here comes more. Art's got the weapon for the job. Tacking up a couple. Warning shots. Oh, it's lethal. Art is a problem for Navi. They can't get through. It's Fallen as well in the feed. What a lockdown CT side. We saw that 10-5. They just pulled the 5th out of the hat at the end there. But look what it's done to Navi in the second. Their defense is absolutely perfect.
Well, this is what we were saying in that first half. There was more opportunities for Furia to win rounds, but they were fumbling. There were multi-kills coming in from Navi individuals here within some of the later stages of that first half of play. Furia could have had 9-6, maybe even a few more if it had gone their way and the funds had flowed. But this, on the CT side, is great work here. Like, what else can you say? I think if I... Oh, hold up. Doesn't get anything done with this. Found a gap, but they were ready for it. Shut on down, and another round without a kill. We are talking 3 consecutive rounds without a frag for Navi. That sums it up, right? That shows you that this is dominance.
Yeah, this is a drought, a straight-up drought. Navi thirsty just for some bloodshed, something going their way, and You know that these kills from Art are going to be getting under your skin. Just a little bit more. Ramp, you kind of have to rule it out in your head unless you've got a game plan to try and turn up the heat onto Art's ramp hold.
They need an opening pick. They need an opening kill here on this T side. An individual needs to step up.
Oh, Simple's looking at Art. He's gone looking at ramp early. The wall of smokes is deployed. He wanted to see if anything would be given for free. And across, MS sails. This is something. Look at the speed he's descending. Art has rotated. Now, this is a less favorable position for Art. A common pre-aim. Imet, how diligent are you? Oh, not enough, it seems, as Art gets another.
He was on 6 kills.
He was.
And then since the Dak-Dak's come out, he's found 7.
Not too shabby. This is really for all the marbles here, Navi. No doubt you got max loss, but a kill.
Top pincer here.
Kill. A kill is all they need to get the juices flowing. And they've got to get through K Serato. Cello to bait as well. This is a great setup. They're happy to just play these bodies, the bait and switch. And Cello spotted out now, hoping to be overlooked, hoping to be overrun. Cello even finds the frag. Will they be looking for another? No, they won't. Great work from K Serato. Emerges in. Great from Alexia in response. He's going to get the bomb down, and this retake, we discussed it, not comfortable with an AWP and a Dak-Dak. You've got all the kits, all the money in the world, but it's 2v2.
They have Deagles here as well if they wanted to operate with these. I might catch them on a timing.
You might indeed. They're not ready for this. They're not ready at all. Peril sticking out. JL's a dead man. His fate is sealed. And now it all falls to Alexi B. He got 2 on the entry. Now he needs 2 on the exit. Just to keep Navi's hopes of converting Furia's pick alive. Time's on his side. Just needs to stop the defuse. One of them needs to get on it. Art's on the defuse now. Fallen just has to hit the shot. And it's 15 locked in. Furia are running with this momentum.
Oh, and having a good time while doing it. I think Cello's expression right there says it all. What a shutout this has been. The bomb, the first time it has gone down since the opening 2 rounds of this half. The first time Navi have been able to post more than 1 kill since the 4th round of the game here. The round that they won was when Simple got those double deagle kills. They are underway. Furia about to pick up Nuke, and there's nothing for this T side at all. Nothing for this T side at all. This is, look, coming into this game today, we know that things aren't settled in for either camp, but Navi were the favorites in this one. We know that there's bound to be a couple of upsets available.
You and me, we've all done it. A lot of people from watching through HLTV will have done the same. You've looked at Fury's recent results. They've been rubbish. They've been losing to everyone. The Mongols, 500, Sprout, Monty. It's the stark contrast to wins from Navi. They hit the ground running onto G2. They've beaten FaZe, and right now Furia picking Nuke for the first time out of the black box, and they're making Navi sweat.
Oh, we're back underway here, and what do you operate with if you're Navi? Could just be another one of these yard gambits trying to take some space. Now Art's been let off the leash, given a new position to play with here. Now the unpredictable Art is allowed to reap some havoc here.
That's what he does best.
Oh, he's so lucky, that smoke.
Yeah, he's using it well to hold the red cross, so he's serving his purpose, but that's on a timing. Pushing, oh no, he's got an in there as well. Navi, empty-handed at the end of the half. It's all good in the Furia hood. Nuke is theirs.
1 round is all that Navi have to boast on their T side right here. Furia, smiles on the faces for the first time in what feels like a long time, and a great performance from K Serato, Cello with 20, Yuri with 20, and coming alive on the second half, Art and Fallen. They had a really rough go of things on that T-hole, but apparently, Alex, 5's enough.
Yeah, crazy to see Art turn it around, pulling out guns you don't so often see, and locking it down with it. They're a map up in the series. This is a single elimination bracket. I remind you, Navi, 1 map away from elimination.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر انا جيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Got a picture to paint for you, and this one going to detail both Furia and Navi, where in which God, good grief, Nuke.
You got it, baby.
Nuke is the word I was looking for. Nuke did not go the way of Navi. And now that I've got the tongue twister with, hi, my name's Trace. Nice to meet you all over again. And running it back, yeah, Mirage in front of us, but Nuke, we got all over the place with that one. We got Art walking all over the place, walking people down, scoped full with a Arto sniper.
Yeah, man, that's...
Sorry about that. I'll take that one back. I'll take
Great one. Yeah, I think here's the thing, actually. Auto sniper is, we talked about, it's actually really good. It should be used more, but on ramp is where it's actually really strong. And to be honest, the only way to counter it is with an AWP. Like, you know, AWP is one shot, one kill. With the auto sniper, you need at least 2 shots. Either that, or you need to have this weird protocol where you smoke off ramp yourself, like the actual sort of exit out of
make the auto sniper
radio
nervous.
room, right, and then execute behind it, which is something that a few teams tried to do a couple of years back, but that's not something that you're able to like
come up with on the fly, or that's not something this Navi team is going to have. So that's actually, if you don't have an answer for it, it's incredibly potent because ramp is locked down.
Yeah, and as you mentioned too in the green room, like just due to the economy in that second half, like Navi, like really the one round Simple kind of bought it during that stretch. They went outside with it.
That round really bothered me because that was after the first time they saw really the auto sniper, the first next gun round that they've had. The Simple buys an op, and I'm like, great, he's gonna like do a boost on ramp, and they're gonna try to kill the auto sniper. Art even moved from behind the box into under heaven, right? So that he's not in that sort of default angle. But then they decide to do this slow sort of yard take, but the op is going to be there. Like the op, there's nowhere else for the op really to be. So the call didn't really make a lot of sense. And Navi's T-sides have been fine in the last couple of tournaments, but this one here was abysmal.
Yeah, Jason, this is STC analysis.
Sure.
So why don't you give me some of that good stuff?
Yeah, I mean, and even as Chad and Alex kind of mentioned, during a certain stretch of that, I mean, there was that long stretch of CT rounds where Furia just ran away with it, but in some massive stretch, there was only like four kills for Navi in like 6 or 7 rounds. It's kind of one of those things. We always have the conversation: is it a bad half due to the calling, or what might it be? Usually, the in-game leader gets pinned with that, but in this situation, it's like no matter what Alexi's calling, the kills aren't coming out. Like Navi was struggling to find opening kills on their T-side.
Even in these half buys, like you're going ramp with not like how are you going to get rid of him?
Right.
Right? Like anything else is a better call, is a better decision. What you think is going to go somewhere else? Where can he go? Except of completely R, but then there's an op. Where will the op go? Well, ramp. You know, it's like you can't.
Yeah, and I think we saw Simple pick up the op and then take it outside rather than try to fight their own ramp, right? So, yeah, it is a formidable force. You can't deny that.
You got to say, too, I mean, Furia's CT side was really, really strong, obviously, or, I mean, whichever way you want to look at it. K Serrato was back. I mean, we kind of mentioned him in the pregame as well, compared to, like, you can't have the K Serrato we saw in Cologne show up here in Gamers8 and expect Furia to do anything. Well, he was a beast in this game.
I don't think it. I think the CT sides, both teams played fine, but it was more the struggles on the T side that enabled that, right? I mean, Navi got 15 kills combined on that T side in 12 rounds. That's horrific.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Serrato himself got 15 kills on the T side of Furia, and you know you want to say that maybe that was difference maker, him finally showing up, and that's a great sign for Furia.
Yeah, that it is. Obviously, you think about the context of not only single elimination. I'll keep saying it every segment because it's very important. But now you're back against the wall if you're Navi.
And two, I mean, again, my philosophy of this is just like the eye test, and like I didn't see anything great out of Navi that makes me think they made any true progress moving forward. You've got a smile on your face over there. You got a big smile.
Yeah,
he's a happy guy. Isn't something wrong with
He's a happy guy. Okay.
So I'm back. You know, back on the desk,
back
Jason.
To you. Yeah.
You guys cool or?
Yeah, I think though, Trace, I wanna, you know, you asked about the T sides and you know the slow starts, some trouble for Furia on the T side as well. I got an example for you right here.
Oh, do you now?
Yeah.
Well, show me something cool.
You want to show you something cool?
On the Telestrator, right?
On the Telestrator, Trace?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you want to, man, you done did all it, so let's get it. Like you done got us here, so let's see what happens.
All right, so just open this round to show you some of the struggles that Furia still has with some of those late round decision-making communications. So here you guys see how the round started, right? Advantage for Furia is going to be a 4v2 situation after Art gets the second kill. And right now they're probing down towards the B bomb site. Right here you see Bit is downstairs. There's a smoke. He can hear the guy in windows as well. He gets a kill on Cello, right? And you can already see Fallen back here. He's running towards the A bomb site to go up the vents. And you can also see right here on the radar, that number 9, that's Art going up from Secret. So now the call is let's go away. Why? Because Fallen is thinking Bit is down. He heard multiple players. He got a kill. Simple has to be like coming down ramp, right? To help him, and we can just go back up A fast and plant the bomb and win the round. The problem is Simple is in the A bomb site, actually. He might have been even thinking about possibly saving if Bit doesn't do anything. He gets a kill on Fallen. The reason for this is Art, who was going up Secret, he decides to try to go under Heaven, which you will see soon. This is where the Bit will find a kill on him. Like in that situation, the only important thing is to go as a unit or go together as much as possible so you get the trades, right? Like you're thinking that they've over-rotated, you want to counter them. There's no need for fancy lurking and going under Heaven. You just need to go run main, and potentially maybe he would have been able to trade Fallen there, plant the bomb, and give his team the chance. This situation, they were way too separated, and the round fell apart. It was really important because it was a reset round.
You got to say, too, Simple in that first half on the CT side with the AWP was quick.
Oh, he's everywhere,
His AWP was on point. That looked like old school Simple. I was loving it.
Like 2014 Simple.
Yeah, about that time. And it just kind of faded away on that T side. And, I mean, which is such a shame because he seemed to be on fire at that point. But, I mean, this pistol round started almost at ace. Homeboy JL takes it away from him.
Yeah, there's always that one guy.
Yeah, there's always the one guy on every team who takes the ace. But at the other hand, you know, you got an entire magazine to get that 5th kill. You fail, it's your fault.
And he was just ADing till the other reloaded. So.
Sure. I think, though, we've already heard it from this Navi camp a couple of times. You know, even in Cologne, prior to the FaZe game, it was like we're going to focus a little bit more on having good energy during the game, you know, trying to stay positive. And they had a great game there. But this sort of, you know, losing out like this on T side where you only win one round and the whole T side look terrible, to be honest. This is where they need to show some of that mental fortitude, right?
Yeah.
With this new roster coming back on Mirage, you know, which is their
pick,
map pick, yeah, their map pick as well, and sort of bouncing back and saying, hey, whatever happened doesn't matter. We're better than this. Let's show it on Mirage.
That is the quote out of Alexi B. You know, a mental coach, you know, sort of strengthening that fortitude. Jason, how do you do that as a coach?
Well, that's a great question. If I had the answer, I'd probably still be coaching. I mean, a lot of it. Look, you can
self-dunking around here.
Yeah,
okay.
Like look, you can do a lot of work with players, but at some level they have to buy into it. Especially if you want to bring along a mental coach. If the players don't think it's going to work, you know, you get out of that what you put into it. So it's up to the players really to kind of put that work in with the mental coach to be able to have that. If you want to go that route, I mean, part of the reason why we talked about JL as such kind of an interesting pickup for this team was he is such a positive attitude. He is such a fun personality to be around. Maybe that can increase like the cohesion.
Let's see him 6 months from now or a year from now.
Let's see him drag down.
So let me ask you guys this. We know how cutthroat it is. What are the odds Navi just goes home now?
I'd say high at this point in time, right?
Okay.
Because, I mean, at the end of the day, even if they bounce back, there's still a map down. There's still a 3rd map left to be played, which Furia got a couple, you know, 2 out of the 3 map wins they have so far with this roster have been on Ancient. So I think they must be feeling great after being able to almost shut out Navi in that second half. But yeah, they're also a WIP, so anything is possible.
One round is not going to work for the T sides, Jason.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, that's the big thing that we kind of just already touched on is that mental fortitude that Alexi B talked about in Cologne and everything. And now you come in here after a half where you just got destroyed and blanked and no real chance in that second half.
I'll give a shout out to Art, man. Like, not only like picking up, it's actually a good gun for that position, but also just the mental sort of game as well.
Struggling in that first half.
That the guys on the other team, some of them like have a problem with maybe getting overly frustrated. They're prone to tilt at some point, right? So if you're adding that sort of psychological aspect to it, you're laughing around, you're wrecking them with it constantly, you're getting kills. So yeah, play with their heads.
Shutting down a 1/3 of a map and making them play a half where it's like they can't even access the ramp room. That's like, that shrinks the map so much that you just feel so suffocated.
Yeah, and we don't want to feel so suffocated.
No, not at all.
Oh no, that's a different song. Anyway, we're ready to jump back into the games here, the action. It is Gamers8, it is Mirage, it is chance for Navi to redeem themselves or not. Let's find out.
Alrighty then, getting ourselves set and ready for our second map of this series. It is very cutthroat here at Gamers8. Day 1 already waved goodbye to 2 teams from the mainstream. And of course, we've seen that B stream running as well simultaneously. Now, last time I looked, that Liquid Ents game was going all the way. Worth checking out. Looks like a bit of a banger-anger happening over on that B stream.
Sorry, Alex, I'm still struggling with this whole...
It's all right. Normally we hold it, and now we can toggle it, you know?
I'm a button pusher, and the buttons have been pushed, so getting this one back underway here, and I think shell-shocked at Navi right now with that miserable T-side. Yanko highlighting some of the issues that Furia were having. Well, Navi couldn't even get out of the gates, but Mirage, everybody's favorite map, we're about to get things underway here. I think I had to say that one through my teeth, but can Navi turn it back alive? That second half of play, if you break it down, we only had 1 kill on the T side from ML, only 1 kill on the T side from JL. I think Simple only had 5, right, after a massive haul of 16 in that first half.
Yeah, he did get shut down. It was very much a tale of 2 halves and 2 very different looking Navis. It's great from Furia to win their map pick. Now we've got Navi's territory.
Yeah, lots of space here already. Look at this, out-connected. They're just running straight towards A.
It's working. A lot of space. JL stretching his legs. Oh, catches one, spins on a dime into Cello. Bomb across. EMS supporting. Alexi planting and pushing. Simple making a meal of the full clip. spamming away on the P250, pre-aiming to try and find Fallen. Now Bits, hitting every shot he takes on short side. Fallen not giving up without a fight, but it's only one and a 1v5. I got a triple kill out of Bit there. Yeah, Imir's gone and closed the door of the round, picking up that pistol. But solid work out of Bit there. He was supposed to just kind of be maybe even strafing through window or catching that short rotate, but he did it so precisely. Find 3. And we are going to be seeing Navi go for that first pistol win.
So now they've started both maps with the pistol rounds under their belt. Right? And it's been some great shooting from Navi on these pistol rounds. Simple over there on Nuke with 4 kills. Bit here showing his proficiency on the P250. And it will be a force buy back from Furia here. Eagles sound off throughout window. Quick smokes through mid. Connector as a molly will land, and that'll force them back. So the mid control they were looking for under their remit as Art is just around that corner. The only defender of B needs to be cautious for now. In terms of reinitiating for Furia, they don't have any flashes to pop and peek, so waiting on the fate of these smokes. They've got a couple of their own to continue to block here. Event smoke and into a B split, so getting peppered, but Art under pressure.
Smoke to delay, but short advancing. It's going to be very hard pressed. Yeah, good work from Simple. Hang on. Fallen's nailed the scout shot.
The smoke's a bit scary as well.
The bomb should be planted any second now. While that smoke's still up, JL gets it done. Re-smoke towards the window, so they're really locking this out. It makes it almost impossible for Furia to kind of get back into things.
Yeah, Belt and Bridges right there with that late smoke, right, removing one choke point to be able to retake that side. There was nobody on a quick flank, and they're looking to keep these 4 players alive, being that only casualty. So crisis averted here, as it will just be 3 digs and a scout. So danger still on the horizon for Navi. They're taking care of business here, and I think that both teams should have an easier go on the T side just with general moves and getting space. Navi got quite shut down. We were discussing just how few kills they were getting, the inability to get into the sites and get the bomb down. So quite a few issues for their T side. But here on home turf of Mirage, maybe we'll see if any smiles come back onto the faces of Navi. With the single elimination, I think the serious nature of things, it has definitely reared its ugly head early. No time to acclimatize either, right? You know you get to go into these group stages and you get one game, okay, maybe things felt a bit funky, we come back tomorrow, we try again. No second chances here. So if you're having a bad day at Counter-Strike, that's your bad day at Counter-Strike. That's what I love about this. We are grabbing a snapshot of these matches, a snapshot in a week, and it is the best team in this week who is going to lift the trophy come Sunday.
Yeah, I do love that element of it. No bad days allowed, and consistency rewarded here at Gamers8. Flush Yuri off of the balcony, and we have had first blood drawn. That's the B defender Art cut down. B is wide open right now. I wonder if they just send him in for a feeler. Because there's a gamble of the remaining resources. Lots of conversations. Re-smoking window. And Fallen. Beheaded by the Simple Galil. There's Keserato's Deeg for good measure. Nice one back, long range. Surely Bits probing B.
You should have a look now, especially there's some resistance over towards A here. Defensive smoke from Immer. The bomb could be scooped up here from JL. A reroute. And yeah, looking to split B again here, so just being quite diligent. Dropping that Yuta before they run into the bomb site. Don't quite know what lies on the other side, but they'll be in. Now, if you want to try and hold on to this armor and Kevlar for Furia, that's fine as well. You can look for more damage, you can try and take away a couple more rifles, you can make your buy into the next round easier by not having to buy that armor to get out the full nades. So we'll see what their intentions are, and well, with the 40 seconds now thrust onto the clock, it looks like they'll be going for exactly that. So
lay down their arms.
Yeah, we get a nice calm ending here to round number 3.
Probably good for Navi as well to be starting off on the T side, given their shortcomings on that T side of Nuke.
Yeah.
Just kind of maybe
Wash
shaking it off. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think as well here, with their map choice, you're naturally feeling more comfortable, right? Were you expecting Furia to pick Nuke into you today, right? Maybe that came a little bit outside of the box here. Regardless, this is a good start, and immediately we can see the intentions of Furia starting to take shape on our screen. So double AWP We discussed the possibilities of that for Furia. We even saw the Dak and the AWP. That's a great find from Simple there. And a bang up from Quesarado as well. But double AWPs, it does free them up here, and it might lull Navi into a couple of tricks if Fallen's AWP strikes first.
Fury, he's fancying himself a bit of a mid-aggress. Oh, yeah, the Imma's got 6 HP left after that opening exchange. Cello will finish the job. It's a 4-on-4, just like that. Nice find. The advantage slips through Navi's fingers. And they have still got 2 AWPs in play. That's going to really have ramifications should they not convert here. Never mind losing them both.
Top mid box with that C4 in play here. They can take their time, they can park their bus, they can hope for a CT regress here. Quesarado is still hanging around connector, and there you go. You bide your time, you are rewarded, so the inquisitive Quesarado falls to Simple's AWP. You still have the JL Palace plate, bit on the extremity of the B apartments, and even a late window smoke to be lobbed out of Simple's hands here.
I think Fallen is going to be hard-pressed to hold on to the A site should they arrive. You can see Art, he's got full info of mid after he's swept through. Doesn't have answers behind the box, but no one home.
But what's going on here? With JL still parked towards Palace, Alexei floating back now to regroup with the Ukrainians. Oh, he's actually going to opt to go through middle here. So the round finish still up for debate. With the bomb going through the underpass, it's quite telling of what should be an A split for the finish.
Most definitely. Fallen, though, he's just averted his gaze from middle as that crawl. Oh, and they heard it. Simple heard the scope jungle. So what do they do to approach this? Certainly don't send JL out first. He'd be made of mincemeat. Now, Big happily confirm Fallen's presence. Strafes through. Simple trying to find the rebuttal. Doesn't do so. Fallen's skedaddling towards CT. He's going to be there in time, and Art's fired off another shot. Double AWPs noted. And Fallen. Oh, what? Through the smoke! The AWPs connect. The round is lost, and Navi, again, with salt sprinkled into their wounds. And Simple talking an awful lot as this one wraps up.
Oh, he dropped the bomb across to Alexei right there. The spam of the AWP keeps coming through. You have to ask yourself, where can you plant that's safe? And, well, this is quite the juxtaposition. You see the smiles on the faces as Fallen gets straight back into another call here.
Wow.
Yeah, that feels like a bit of daylight robbery, doesn't it? They did a good job to draw it back over towards middle, but both AWPs being able to find some form here. Important stuff. This was the Quesarado frag. Oh, you see Simple just catching a little look at the noggin. And this is perfect. Art, he understands where that plant spot is, taking Hail Marys and able to connect. So that one is going to inspire them as they get their first CT side round on the board. The double AWP's retained and staying aggressive, staying forward and looking for fights. Fallen, he's done a great job. CT side of Nuke, he was being a nuisance. These barbs, these AWPs are fine lethality here.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not lost individual form during this integration process. If anything, he seems very, very comfortable with these new tools in his tool belt, setting him up. That's not to call Quesarado a tool, more, you know,
well,
within the analogy.
He's the sharpest one in the shed.
Yeah, he is. That's nice.
That's the one you're going to first. But Fallen, when he's calling a good game, right, and he's feeling it, that's when you're going to see the better Fallen AWP. I'm not talking the flary stuff.
Ooh, nice find from Simple. Now, it's not lethal. Art just saved by the clip of the wall.
And they bowed him out with a smoke as well, so Art can try and get out of here and reposition. And Fallen has stayed forward. So he's got another kill on the plate right here. I don't think this would be expected.
Oh, yeah, especially if Quesarado starts taking contact. Fallen's already got Simple. This is a perfect hold. Furia with 5 still alive. There's only 2 left now, and Bit 1.5 now after that nade goes straight down his gaming jersey.
This is where you really start to worry for Navi. I know we're really early on within the second map of play here, but it's exactly that, the second map of play, and they've lost the first. And we're already talking about Simple, talking an awful lot. We can only speculate what's coming out of the mouth, but the demeanor in the camp, when you're losing a couple of these rounds, it's going to start to sting. Jail really want to hold on to a Galil here. 27 seconds left on the clock. Bit just hoping for a regress into him, and with the bomb down top mid, you just have to concede this one, don't you? So 5 staying alive, likely for Furia here if they don't overstep the mark. And good guns. They had a shutout on that CT side.
He's giggling. He's giggling. I think they're
Bad
having
Fallen.
fun. Yeah, Bad Fallen is definitely in the server.
First, see the jaw coming out a little bit lower there for them. Get those sunnies out.
Wow. So first we had the AWP and the Dak CT holds from Nuke. Now we've got the double AWPs immediately. Like, there's a clear priority list.
Well, this was the thing, right? Art, as an individual, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, right? But always known as a secondary AWPer within these Furia ranks because he does JWS in a way, right? So he loves to go aggressive, but it's Fallen this time. Aggressive at mid, using this smoke, obscuring the view from the underpass, getting stuck in the face, and staying aggressive, right? They're not backing down. They're not giving away territory for free, and that's some of the keys here, right? You want to make sure you're playing confident CS, and Simple looking more than frustrated.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not the demeanor you want to be seeing out of your superstar when you're so early into a must-win map. I mean, we're talking elimination of Navi in the first round, in the first day of play, if Furia can hold on to this form. They are full flow state, hyper-focused on the goal and the task at hand. And for Navi, you know, we know in Counter-Strike, the smallest things can make that biggest difference.
Oh, for sure. And you're looking here at this side of the bracket as well. Winner of this matchup. There's no, the loser of the matchup's going home. Winner of this takes on Vitality.
Oh.
Right, so, and then the winner of that takes on, well, there's a long way to go before we get there. Just know, Vitality, they're up next.
Yeah, and Alexi's yet to frag. He's actually been caught out by 2 different Orpers in 2 different hands. Up and fallen in the previous rounds. See if he can get that T-side juices flowing.
There's a big gap here. If they think the connector smoke's in play, it's been body blocked.
Oh, Alexi's going to die to an AWP again! Oh, that's a tilter. 3rd round in a row, Alexi's opening death. Of course, before it was on that plant, but still, Art's the one to pull the trigger this time, and now Simple. Invested fully and boosting over like this. Oh, Yuri should be spotted, should be, but just on the edge of that smoke. Re-smoking window from the boost, hoping that he can catch Yuri upon the fade, and he does. A profit for Navi, brief. Oh, it was short-lived. I think JL did some damage, but Fallen's managed to find another frag. These setups from Furia, it must be frustrating for Navi given that they can't keep track.
But that's the thing. In isolation, in a match like this, if you can find that flow state, and these individuals in it might be, oh, not expecting another. Why would you? The point is these unorthodox setups and this more flary Counter-Strike of in your face, if it's working, you can continue to snowball with that because Navi, they're not just playing a standard game of Counter-Strike right now. And in isolation, in a match, that's all you need to get the victory.
Right. Just find something that's working and it takes too long to solve. Look at this angle. It seems like it's going to be rewarded. Again, Art posted, rewarded. Simple. Thrust into the clutch. Let's see if he's still got his individual prowess about him. Ready for the Fallen, clear, not ready enough. Another AWP-centric round. Art with 3, Fallen with 2, Bob's your uncle. Double AWPs, convert, and 3 on the board for Furia. 3 consecutive, mind you.
And this means we can continue to build on what was being spoken about on the desk, right? They were discussing, hey, that dak towards ramp, it means that ramp's essentially shut down, and maybe Navi don't have enough in the book to be able to deal with that, right? And this is double AWPs quite flary everywhere. Aggressive mid, playing connector. There's an AWP in Palace. There's they've been a bit here, there, and everywhere so far. So it's hard for Navi to get tabs on this and to be able to expect where it goes next. And it's a bit difficult to get entrenched in a half of Counter-Strike.
Oh, the nade molly combo puts Bit on 37. He should be a dead man and is. Keserato backing up Cello on the B side. Simple mid-deagle.
Well, this is where it could get dicey. We've seen them lose to Deagles before. Nuke was a problem.
He's got the aim, and he's rewarded for it. That is a huge opening, but there's more where that came from.
It's Fight Club right now.
Furia, the Hydra. You think you've killed 1, and then 2 more arrive.
But look at this. The bomb doesn't know where to go. It's just scrambling now back over towards A.
Maybe JL is perfect on that. He has averted his gaze. Yuri rotating through CT. Simple bringing the bomb through Palace. No one will hold that, so the bomb will have safe access.
Does Alexi investigate B first? There's gap available.
Yeah, but the bomb's arriving Palace now.
He threw a smoke. That audible's coming into play. Art's investigating. This is a kill every day of the week. Thank you very much, JL. Bomb's going to go down. Alexi let off the leash, and Art now looking to save. And that aggression we were just praising, that unorthodox, that volatile style, comes back to bite them against the Deagles. This is the thing. Navi sharp enough to land those shots.
Immer, yeah, just walking out. Bit the bait, gets the info, and Immer profits. Navi profit.
Great little double there. Plenty of cash available for Art into the next if he doesn't get hunted here. Can drop another AWP across. Fallen would be loving that. And maybe they just go back to a single AWP setup now, right? You've been rumbled. Navi back to a 1-round lead. The first they've been able to accrue since the pistol and conversions. That one's going to feel good, considering some of the rounds here that we saw the frustrations for Navi starting to creep in. That's one way to try and settle themselves here. So they get a free AWP for Simple. That's going to feel very nice. There's a timeout this time round for Furia. So a conversation to be had here. Now, as mentioned, there was money to drop a secondary AWP, or they could have just bought him with a few more rifles, so they're staying stubborn with it. They want to keep out both of these big greens. They like how this one has unfolded for them so far. Enough money for Yuri, Keserato, and Cello to get into the buy as well here. His defuse kit, at least one of which, and here it is again. This is the kills that cracked it open. The second was huge, catching Quesarado, who looked more than ready for the fight. JL with the gap out of Palace, and this was the final kill that was necessary. So a good round between the two imports. Yeah, and Simple still not looking too happy,
he's
but
not.
it's all right. It's simple.
Yeah, absolutely, it's simple, and we've seen him, you know, look like he's losing his cool and then proceed to drop 40. So, not to be written off. No doubt about that. Oh, Bit might be doing the silent drop here, but look at the angle with Yuri. He is. Yuri. Oh! Executed with robotic precision.
Didn't have to move that crosshair an awful lot, did he?
Yeah, not a robot, but a robit.
Oh, look at the rotation that it's drawn right here. Radar, top left of your screen, moving and shaking a Furia right now. They've just left a void of a gap, but it will not be exploited here. Him on that late crawl, connector smoke deployed. 2, Quesarado and Fallen. If they fall here,
Fallen still has a sideline. Him is a dead man. Oh, not with a flash like that. Perfect setup and knockdown. Not going to overlook Quesarado. Maybe they will. He's going to get away. The smoke's still up. Out from the Alexi hunt for the trade. Still an advantage for Navi, but for how long? Cello. He's dug in deep. Hoping to be overlooked. Try and catch the timing. Navi encroaching.
Oh, big rotation here, Cello. You're on your own.
Yeah, he's dead. Nice find from Alexi upon the fade of the smoke. Art, though, he still has his AWP in play, and then Mount Quesarado doesn't. Loses his... Oh! But the collateral onto the bumper! Oh! He's hitting another onto Simple as well! This would be an outrageous clutch, and he's done the hard part now. A one-on-one. JL, can you hold your nerve? Because Art's coming for you. Walking forward. Play the fade. Play the fade, Art, with a collateral 1v4 now to the 1v1. Is he aware? The barrel's out and JL saves him! That would have been ridiculous!
That would have been play of the damn day. Can you get any better than that? The collat on the plant, the scramble, the repick in Art, it was almost brilliant.
Oh, the fact that he gets the third as well. After pulling the trigger on the first, they repeak and he punishes. We'll see that one again. Check this one out. Bomb, bang.
Oh, he wasn't even worried about Alexi, right? He was focusing on the plant, so Alexi was just collateral damage, quite literally. And then
that one,
yeah,
that
Simple
one.
trying to post up on the line just gets wrecked. Well, look at what this has done to the finances here. If Art had won that, that would have been impact from the same position. Remember, he got the kill through the smoke on the plant. Yeah, that would have been massive.
It's so close yet so far, and we can see now how much of a void that creates. It was the 5th round. It's likely the 6th. And that's a good haul already, a good T-haul.
Yeah, this is great guns here from Navi. You take a look at a couple of the individuals here are slow starting right now on Furia in this first half. It's Cello with 1 kill, Yuri the same. So plenty of time for them to get activated. Window smoke lobbed out. So working on this standard mid control, and look at this, they're going to have a biff here.
Yeah, I like it. No flash, not so good. The spray only gets to a couple. Hang on, there's 2 P250 frags here, and Quesarado nearly had another. Simple opt to the Glock. Knowing there's no head armor present, and Art even hitting another good shot. Simple will catch him before he falls. Triple out of Simple, and a 6th for Navi.
Bit of damage there considering the very light on investment, so not too shabby for Furia, but it's the rounds that we're looking for here. Remember, Ancient as the 3rd and Decider if we need to get there. And right now, Navi, they definitely want to take us the distance. Timeout to be called here. 2nd for Blade, and here's that damage over towards mid. But I guess Blade wants to make sure that they can, like as we said, it's already pretty good first half on the T side here, but I guess he wants to do as much damage as possible because you win this one, you rip everything away, you're going to see another Furia partial investment here. Buys are through, no kits, light on in the util department. We've only got 3 incendiaries in the smokes, we've got 3 as well. So this is where if you're Furia, you might have to operate with something a little bit more aggressive. You might need to go for a big move, but you don't have the double AWP setup that we've seen Art and Fallen rocking. It's just Fallen. Out of the gates here, we're going to see more preference towards A here from Navi. Alexi selling a bit of something towards top mid. And it is a very standard 1-3-1 opener from Furia looking to defend this middle. Now, util raining over towards A. This is to keep them moving, keep them rotating as Someone's going to scuttle back, grab a little bit more. They're going to continue to sell this fake over towards A here. That's all this is. And look how much util they've bled out of Furia. They didn't have a lot to deal with in the first place.
It's nice. It's valid, and it gets better for Navi. Immer catching Cello through mid, advancing through the underpass. It forces what little remains of their util out. You can see Queserato trying to re-smoke towards the connector. Gets it done. More pressure applied. Oh, he's looking for Yuri. He's actually hit him in the smoke. Doesn't have anyone to confirm that. Oh, kissing in the smoke. This is not okay. Alexi, 30. Oh, no. It's worked absolutely in the favor of the South Americans. 4v3 now. Make it 3-on-3. With JL onto Queserato, they can. You'd think. Im's trying to kick up as much of a fuss as Simple's pushed into the site to do it on his own. The bait and switch. Immer spamming his gun. Draws the attention. Simple will find him.
And do your save. As mentioned, if they lose everything here, going into the next one, that 2,900 hanging around, lingering here is Fallen.
It's in their interest to hold these guns, but you can see that it's tempting.
Especially these two, who felt like they've had an awful lot of impact here, but to close this one out, no kit, no smoke to get on that bomb.
Doesn't even have enough bullets to kill 3 of them. He's only got 2 left, so I guess with exits, he can safely hold on to his orb from CT, and after firing off that shot,
you gotta be careful. Mark
the hunt.
Yeah.
Oh, Simple. He's lost out. Fallen. Running away, backpedaling with his P2K. Someone needs to finish him off. Okay. JL takes the AWP away.
That's going to feel good as Art's grabbed it. Oh, Immer's just found him there. You can see JL celebrating. Just to let you know what's happened off camera. Immer's come through the vent room. Art's picked up the AWP and he's made that kill. So nothing carried through. What could have been an M4 if he had just stuck to his guns on that box. So you can see JL's celebration there. It shows you into this next round, it's almost a freebie. What would have been some scary weapons. That's huge, right? That is massive work. This is, I know people are fed up with banging on about it, but there's nothing more important in Counter-Strike than the economy, right? It dictates the guns that you can have, the type of opening moves that you can have, the amount of resistance you can put up here. And this is it, Furia, just being able to offer a couple deagles, a 5-7, a couple of smokes, give Navi a taste of their own medicine if they can, and that would be a great way to get back into this game because it's now a 4-round run here from Navi. They are looking hot. Again with these B splits against the lighter buys. They've opted for this a couple of times. At range, coming up short.
Yeah.
You know, you don't hate those type of fights.
That Molly not going to do anything for them. It means Art can perhaps start to do some parkour. Oh, good awareness from Alexi. More required of him. He's got the bomb as well, so it's risky. But he's only up against these unarmored pistols.
B's scary now. Queserato's known.
Look at this angle as well from Queserato. He's kind of clearing through short side. And this boosted player, Cello, gets nothing done. Deagle shots are hit. Great one out of Queserato. He makes a pair before he's finally sent down, and the rest falling into place for Navi.
Yeah, need a miracle here, wouldn't they? Fallen and Yuri. 2v3. Doesn't feel unwinnable, but really against it. If Yuri had the go-go gadget arms, he could get his... Ooh, grubby mitts on that AWP. Now this could still be on here.
Oh, it certainly could have been. I think with the loss of Yuri, Fallen's going to be hard-pressed with no armor, and yeah, no hope. That's 8 in the bag. It looks like Navi certainly more comfortable on Mirage on this T side. The Nuke did look like a little more rough around the edges. Simple trying to motivate the troops, trying to get himself resituated and just shake off some of the murk that had accrued.
Probably for himself, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah, exactly, exactly.
But here we go, back into double orbs. This is where Furia have found their success, but still, Cello having a hard go of things here.
Double orbs are clearly in demand from Furia's defense.
Fallen's pushing Palace here.
Yeah, mixing it up. We'll see how
find JL.
Considered JL is on his approach. He's only really responsible for a late arrival Palace, so...
Yeah, and I think that's because he threw some util from spawn. So he's aware of the possibilities. He's traversed this very well. You can see that he didn't go the standard pillar for that usual fight. He's crept up a little bit closer. So he does keep in the back of his mind that this push is available here. It's actually really important for your players on the anchors to be aware of that, because if he used the spawn, he could get there and take that fight initially. But if you come late after you throw top mid or window smoke, you do need to be a little bit more diligent.
Well, it's worked out well for them to get this ground undetected.
But there's 3 players towards A, essentially 4 with Queserato floating window, who will be able to try and contribute from jungle here. Just a big cut of noise, so no sound cues for Navi across the map here, and well, that's about to change.
Right, Immer to smoke window, Alexi for connector. In unison, mid is now a question mark for Furia.
It's not the biggest threat though, they are banking on it being an A, and here they come.
Bit first, dead to Fallen, good catch back. JL goes wide, he gets another. Somehow, JL doubles up. Still competitive though, look at Fallen. He's ready for all of the engagements, now looking for him. It's Serato caught out upon the fade. Imma's doing so much, he knows there's more. Oh, and on the jump, Art makes it a 2-on-2. Orps still trying to fight tooth and nail to make this around, and oh, a missed shot onto Alexi. It's absolute pandemonium. Simple's got his Orb trained too. Going for pot shots, Fallen does not want to give this angle to Simple. He wants to take it from any other possible means. Jumping, baiting, hoping. 2 Orps for this retake, and that's the fight Simple was waiting for. He gets one. Will Art have the clutch? It doesn't seem so. Simple locks it down for Navi, extending to 9, and it's been quite the run of rounds. How many is that on a row? 6 on the trot.
Captain Obvious here, but too many misses there, Alex.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ah,
that's okay. So many cracks, aren't you?
See, that's why he's here. That's why he's here for that hard-hitting analysis.
Too many misses. Oh, dear. Not the problem you want to be having right here. That was a good shot from Art. Yeah, Simple.
King Solomon.
But you see, both of them want to take the fights. Both of them really want to keep taking a lot of duels. So
well, it's been working for them, certainly, in the short term. But conversion's been few and far between. Oh, nice work. Takes down Alexi. Art's the only one with the rifle, and he's managed to already draw first blood. Alexi's been having a real tough time, a real tough go of things, but Art's allowed to escape. This is very proactive from Serato. He's actually pushing out the apartments, calling it all clear. That information flows.
How far does he go? The bomb's down top mid.
Interesting boost they're going for to kind of catch an underpass angle that you're not ready for.
Serato should be hearing Simple running right now. This is the next head-up duel here. JL onto Yuri. So responsive on the jiggle. Needs to be careful about this, considering that 5-7 packs a punch. But yeah, that's problem solved, isn't it?
Lovely work.
Quick little Rubik's Cube. Oh, hello. Hi.
Nope. Yeah.
Wait. What?
Huh? Go. So,
didn't Simple hear him? Isn't that why he stopped?
I thought that's why he stopped moving.
That's what I thought as well. Because he was definitely running.
Yeah.
It's like, ha, I'm not going to run into you. Jokes.
Changed my mind.
What was that?
That was peculiar.
Okay, well.
Well, now there's an AWP that they weren't otherwise going to have. Perhaps going to be brought through. We'll see. You can see JL is hot on pursuit. And Serato aware. Grabs himself an extra nade for good measure. We'll drop that smoke to hopefully ward off the hunt. You can see they're mad. Navi are really quite mad. Give me that AWP back, sir.
They have mollies here. They could just lay in the floor with flames. Why not? Can't be too far, can he, boys? Has to be in the stairwell.
Always fight off the shot. That's enough. That's all they needed. And Ime will remove it. So 4 in total from Ime. Simple. I think he's probably a little bit baffled about that one, explaining where the AWP got lost.
Well, this is some of these things as well, and it's difficult for us to be able to understand. But I imagine the comms in that moment, it's like they're talking about where this last guy could have been. You know, I'm planting the bomb, or I'm covering this, I'm covering that. So maybe that obscured the sound cues. It's always difficult to be able to tell in those moments. But Emma did bail them out, right? They lost that opening kill, gets 3 kills, controlling the rotations from that window room. So great job from him, and then even removes the AWP. But we're back underway. Round number 14, aggression again.
Will we see another opening death for Alexi B? Oh, Ime had Art in his sights. Should still be finished off. Nice cold from Simple on the boost. But quickly leveled out. Good from Yuri. Over the smoke on Con. Molly forces him back, and mid-control is Navi's. Serato throws a couple of spam bullets into that window smoke and has a lineup for his Con smoke. Does Yuri need it now? It seems he does.
They have exchange connector smokes here. Yuri not opting to play in front of it as well. So with that Molly combo, I think both teams are probably more than happy just to leave it. And the bomb heading back over towards Fallen's AWP. How many can the Professor get?
Well,
maybe nothing now.
Yeah, that could be the end of that. He might just head on out thinking that the AWP firing off a shot.
Yeah, I think he's puffing up his chest. He's not that scary, is he? It's Palace redeploy right there. He can hold off from kitchen. Market, checkers.
Yeah.
But
I think it's a case of if he hits this first shot, Serato could be with him to do some more. 2 now on the side. This is awkward for Navi. It gets better for Fallen, hitting all the shots he takes. Multi-kill out of the AWPer. Locks down Navi on the B side. Only Simple remains. Barrel spotted. Simple missing. No scope. Headshot on top. Fallen popping off for the fourth.
It looked like he was just leaving the site, evacuating, thinking it was going to force that rotation. He was just redeploying. He was helping out the A defenders and then locking down B. Fallen doing it all.
Gangster.
And they are going to grab 4, so something before they head into that halftime break. But remember that first map, Alex? It was, you know, it was a 10-5 half. They salvaged it at the end, and I understand that this is the CT side of Mirage. It is the CT side of map, so we'll pump the brakes. But at least something for Furia and the Brazilian fans to celebrate here.
Yeah, style points for sure. He's going to get another one. He's going to get another one. Fallen playing these angles so well. Sets himself up for success. Going to get away with this as well as another body dropped. It's Ime this time. Removed from the equation. Fallen, he liked the way that no-scope felt. He is playing the fade of this smoke with his AWP. And Alexi B is his next victim. So stylish from the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Might have another hit.
He certainly might.
Bit will have to move at some point.
Yes, if Fallen doesn't bring the fight to him as he has been.
Well, he's found success from this aggressive. Yeah. We've seen this setup before.
He's communicating.
The only difference here is they have an AWP watching underpass and an AWP.
Oh, gosh!
Okay, simple 1-on-5.
Yeah, okay, right.
Art was to drop so bad.
He does, he's just resisting the temptation and he's rewarded. Ladies and gentlemen, Furia with a stylish finish. Take a look at that, 15. Make it 17 at the end of that one from Fallen. 17-9, he's on one. find out if we get a third map in this elimination series. I don't know if I can call it elimination. It's single elimination. You do or die. Right here, right now, Navi, they're working with 10. They got 10 rounds to boast on their T side, but still. Is there a conversation to be had, Chad? I don't know. After the second half of Nuke, anything's possible.
I agree, but I feel that we should be headed here towards Ancient. Navi would have to implode
give me an Ancient.
right
give me
now.
an Ancient. Yes, please.
They would have to fall apart at the seams.
Fallen is on one, by the way.
He is.
After having, you know, a full team effort, a full fantastic Serato, Yuri, Cello, all in 20 plus on the first map. Now we've got Fallen at 17 and 9, and he just looked divine on that first half of play here on Mirage. Maybe he can do something. A pistol would go a long way.
So be fake here, Alex.
Okay, let's see if Alexi can find that kill cleanly. He's actually been smoked off. This works to their favor. It's going to force a rotate. He doesn't have answers. He doesn't have answers. Oh, but simple. He's found someone on the boost, hoping with the bomb plant now that they can get back in. Not faked in the end. They still have a late arrival. Simple. He's not dead to Fallen's Glock. He's surely dead now. Fallen, yeah, gone. A 5v3, the Serato doesn't get anything. Okay. Navi, they'll make short work of this one. Yuri very late to the party. He's still hanging out with Bit in kitchen. So you see 11, a clean 11.
Yeah, not a single death there, right? So that's a huge start here. Both pistol rounds.
CSGO Ancient, right? Yeah,
cool. Green maps. We like those ones.
I do like those.
Yeah, but I like the idea that I think that pistol keeps it. The reason I thought it was a fake, I guess it's because Fallen could keep it versatile. Right. If they get into B, they can follow through and plant. If they don't get into B and it's a B stack, well, then the players coming through connector and through window, they can try and make their way either back towards A. So regardless, a decent attempt there from Furia. Bomb goes down. It does facilitate a force buy, but this map has not been going swimmingly for them by any stretch of the imaginations. We've got a couple of Galils, one Scout, one AK, and a Deagle. So a tasty looking second round here for Furia to sink their teeth into. So much damage done early. Immo will get tagged by the Scout. We'll also cop a little bit back in exchange here. Right now, they want to try their luck over towards B. It is just a Lexi Jail extended here out short as highlighted. But they're in no rush. They're trying to level the playing field, wait out some of this early CT utility, make sure that you take your time. And here they come. Yuri through the underpass, 3 out top mid.
Nice exchange from JL. He gets his smoke down as they deploy their own. Simple, forced to acknowledge the flames. In fact, he's actually gone forward.
They won't clear this.
Heard them. Trigger discipline is a risky game, but it can be rewarded. This time, not the case. Yuri quick to the draw.
Bit's in trouble.
No, JL's got a lot to deal with. Art's managed to get away as well. Not for long. Not enough bullets. And Bit holding on that Tetris box, playing around that smoke well. Delays by catching that bomb player. Retrieved now by Cello. Sandwich occupied by Yuri from behind the stairs as well. This favors Navi. Lexi reveals himself. Cello distracted. Yuri upon the fade. Good awareness from Bit. He's zoned in, and so are Navi, as they're making it very clear they want to make this second map a quick one.
Yeah, and that was great from Bit, right? Dropping that smoke, it creates so many options to play around as well, but it also puts so many question marks out there for Furia and what they have to deal with. So instead of just being able to deal with the extremity, they have to worry about it the entire time. You see how cheeky he is up and over the boxes, so great work from Bit over towards A. And now Furia will be down to an eco. So as you're mentioning, yeah, it is going to be quite a quick one over towards Ancient. So 13-5, all but locked in here.
Something I'm really interested in is to see how quickly Bit adapts to the language change.
Well, he's the youngest member of this team, right? So
yeah, you'd think.
For him as well, I'm curious. Like this is one of the biggest hurdles, and it's something that I've spoken a lot about. But now that we'll just see a bit of a cleanup here. Now that almost every team is international, it kind of takes the punch out of it. It's just how quick you, as a team, are able to I guess, get those code words, be able to talk CS lingo.
Well, yeah, but it's also about the mental picture you paint yourself. You know, like. We all know it when you're playing with your 5-stack and everyone's communicating. You create a mental picture of gaps and what's occupied and how you have to play it. When that's all in a second language, your picture's a bit blurry, you know, and sometimes you make a foot fault that you otherwise wouldn't.
It also is like what what level of intricacy are you used to in your communication as well? Because some teams, they like you're saying, with a phrase or a saying, it might imply a lot more. So creating that database, that log of the way that you want to talk about the game is huge as well. But I think for Alexi, that may be one of the benefits that he has, right? Coming in, and same for Jalen Imma, because they've both been in international teams before this. Alexi has had an awful lot of experience in international teams ever since the Ents project, which was in Finnish. So he's had a long time, and he's also played with a lot of different players. So at this point, you would hope that Alexi understands some shortcuts, right? I'm sure he won't give us any of these tips, but maybe once he, retires, there's going to be some golden nuggets from somebody like Alexi, playing with such a plethora of players over so many different international teams, so many different players and cultures. But regardless, let's get this one back underway. Bit of a limp smoke out mid here. You see this from the tees. It helps them scale behind it and take a window fight. You don't have to smoke window. Yeah, Imma being cheeky.
Really cheeky, really cheeky. Gets one, looking for more. Cello emerging from the smoke, successful. JL advancing into the AK as well.
Not bad.
Not bad at all, considering Cello started the round with 2 frags. He's done an awful lot. He's doubled his score. Impressive frags as well on top of that. Now, Bomb is the back of Fallen. He is isolated at the moment, so that bit hunt could have been the end of the round.
You see they've hit the pause though, right? You've got Yuri and Cello not moving in mid. Caserado posted towards Palace here as well. Simple's actually cheating on over here. So trying to work out the finish. They can just save here. For Navi, they have so many rounds to work with. If they gamble incorrectly, it's all good. But Bit, he's been tested over towards ramp. Now it's Alexi's turn to activate. Cello keeping his head down, and almost another there for Cello. Good round of damage, but Alexi's still in this. 2-on-2.
Yeah, they made a game out of this. Alexi, huge plays from him. Default plant this time.
It's not bad. Oh, a bit deep.
40 HP. Fallen heard close. Caserado catching the cross. Furia looking to at least get something going on this team side, unless Simple's feeling clutchy. Damn, it's Fallen again. A narrow miss for the clutch from Simple, but that's Furia back to their winning ways with their first T round.
And I say naded a little bit deep there. He's going for the default plant. So it was a perfect nade. Yeah. He just didn't know which side of the box it was being planted on right there. So a great attempt considering the circumstances for Navi. They will have enough to get another buy going here.
What can we use to differentiate between default plant default and default plant sandwich side? I don't know.
Reverse?
Reverse default. Yeah, that works. Just as a quick way to indicate, even when you're comming, you know.
Yeah. I'm sure it has a name.
I'm sure people have one.
Well,
let us know. What do you use
I think
with
we
your
used
friends?
to call it reverse.
That's cool. Okay, what? So reverse would be the sandwich side?
Yeah, but we even called like things weird. Like the corner back here.
Yeah, which has got 6 names in.
We would call that Goblin.
Yeah, Goblin. It had nasty names as well in some of the games I've played, yeah.
But you'd always have to be a little bit of a Goblin hiding there, trying to come out late with a
yeah, exactly. Well,
little naughty
perfect.
play.
I'm stealing Goblin. Goblin's fine. And Firebox is 6 different boxes.
Anything that's Molotov, I guess.
Yeah, right. Here we go.
Oh, look, should we start? No, we can't.
If they win this one, we can start.
Okay. Well, you can see it's a bit hodgepodge for Navi here. AWP Shaw, Deagle and Famous, that's the emissions. Imma with the aggression.
Look at the gap he's got to work with, but no one's interested. Alexi's alone and only equipped with the Deagle. There is no first responders here. If they find him, they're running at him. Rotations are through. JL just about in time. Already 2 bodies spotted. It's Cello, first victim. JL light on ammo. He's still sticking around. You've got to reload, gets away from it. Alexi's not been spotted, needs to stabilize the aim and gets at least Caserado down. Messy spray. How does he tame that for a second as well? Gets bit with the Galil. 2-on-2. Very much up for debate still. That Deagle's not great, but that spray from Imma catches Yuri all onto Fallen. Rapid. This round, so many bodies have already dropped. And it just leaves Fallen.
Right now, the bomb not spotted here. So they have no idea Fallen could be rotating around the world. There's no idea Alexi's still lurking around the site, but Imma with the complete reposition. A one-on-one available here for Fallen. In-game leader on in-game leader action.
Let's see whose brain is all switched on.
Gonna be spotted here any second.
Ooh, Alexi's tight. Doesn't actually spot him now on the crouch crawl. He's not ready for him. Alexi's missed the shot. Could it cost him? Fallen can hunt him. Alexi, he's gone down. This becomes a 1v1 now.
Did he spot him?
I think he might have. The fact he's opted for
bench. Mouth moving.
Yeah, he knows. Now there's a smoke on him, no kit, but it's going to come down to a duel. Now with 15 seconds, he does have to plant. He does eventually have to plant, but does he brave a fake? or has the audacity to go for the full plant. Fallen in this 1v2. To give Furia hope of a 2-0 and to eliminate Navi. This would be a huge one, but Imma's holding his nerve. The patience on Imma.
That for Fallen, right? Great attempt there, isn't it? Both of these guys look almost mirror in terms of the frag distribution. Fallen with 21, 13 deaths, 21 and, well, 12 deaths for Imma there. That could have gone either way. Good attempt from Fallen. The key right there, and the options that he just put in the head of Imma is when he starts planning at 10 seconds, Imma can't just go.
Because he's got time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it could always be a fake. So he allows him to get that bomb down, which is great for Furia because they know how many casualties they just took down. They won the previous round. They can get another buy going here.
Whilst I completely agree with your sentiment, we've all seen those 10 seconds left and he has to plant, you make sound.
Yeah.
You make a couple of steps.
Try and pull him off.
Fallen, and then you hear that second plant, you know it's GG. You know it's GG.
I think with somebody like Fallen, he's probably the type of individual who'd full commit anyway because he's an in-game leader. He's thinking
Money.
about he's thinking if I get this down, we're all going to get a little bit of a cash injection here and see what it's facilitated. So right now, Navi, they're not out of the woods just yet, right? Their finances are still quite bleak. So even though the scoreline is 14-6 here, this still feels like a Navi map. If Furia can win this, take everything away, break them, right? They're going to have to deal with this, then a force buy with Navi on the bottom of the barrel loss bonus. And then at that point, it could be a 14-8, but they're going to have to fight tooth and nail here.
All right, well, he's got a call. It's a bit more of a set piece this time.
I think the bigger issue right now is the forward position of Alexi. It's great for info.
Yeah, he's got nothing to report B-side. Quite the opposite. That's a good molly. Forces him back. He goes wide. He actually wants to try and take the fight, and Cello dead. Oh, nearly another 1 HP left on him. Fallen, dinked down.
He's heard all this.
And Yuri knows. Alexi should be a free kill for Yuri.
Fallen's doing it all.
But that bomb is still very much not down. Now molly CT. JL. Oh, God. Fallen's not dead again. He lives on. Bodyguarded by K-Serato.
He's planting now as well.
He's done it all. He really has done it all. And now an awkward retake as well. Furia, they can send Navi back to the Shadow Realm. If Imek wasn't such a hero, K-Serato. Oh! With the headshot, and he's popping off as well.
Yeah, well, they know what it means. We just discussed the finances. We just discussed what this is going to do to Navi's buy going forward. There's still a chance in this map for them to try and claw it back, and that's a confidence builder right there. The bop from K-Serato sits him on the arse. That's massive work.
Stylish as well. Onto the orb, that tiny gap. Whew, stunning stuff out of K-Serato.
I'm saying Fallen doing it all right. Like, he's obviously going to call the round. There's throwing util. Then he comes out. Then he grabs a kill. Then he gets across on 1 HP. He smokes off a choke point. Then his teammate dies. Then he has to plan.
It's so intense, isn't it?
You just keep it going.
It's super intense. I mean, when there is elimination always on the line, you get mistakes, but you're having your hero moments too.
It's interesting to note here, Navi didn't go for the all-in shove, right? You can see they've left a little bit of residual cash behind these Deagles, so they can have 2 rounds back-to-back with lighter investments here. But I want to reiterate, we've already seen Navi look extremely deadly with the Deags. Go back to Nuke, there was a massive couple of rounds where they were able to pull them off. No slouches in the aim department, right? So Furia, you need to make sure in a round like this, you really tighten things up because Navi, this is where the individuals will take a few more risks, they'll put that aim on display, and they could steal 15 away from you. Right now, it's really good work. Oh, there's that Deagle.
Oh, not again. They can't concede to a Deagle round again. 1 is enough, says Fallen as he catches bit.
Yep, send that MAC-10 in towards that site because as we can see, it's all open for business right now. So a call from Alexi to try and lock down the other bomb side, and I think as the sound cues are coming through, they understand they've gambled incorrectly. Now the question is, do we just want to hold on to this, or do we want to look for exits? Because the finances of Furia aren't great either. Do we want to let them get away with 4 saves? Art might be able to try and pick up this rifle off of Cello's dead body. So he's at least investigating it here. They're boosting up. They're trying to stay a little bit of a nuisance and spot it out here. Yuri will see 2, and there you go, damage. So not bad. They might even be able to grab this AK. Fallen coming over to try and hold this one safe, but you don't want to give away the AWP. So an AK should be retrieved here.
These are working out nicely. By taking Simple down as well, you can see how humble they are, and he is chasing even more. I think JL's well aware now. Certainly, Alexi B and JL should be fine. Hot shot, not far off.
Careful now, JL. You really want to carry that through, don't you? Okay, so a couple of extra traps available here into the next round, but it should be more of the same, right? This is an opportunity for Furia to get themselves up to 9 before we see a full bite for Navi come back into the hands here. Just on the fade, so not a bad one there from Bit whatsoever. This one from JL at range, he's having a pretty decent map. 18 kills for JL. And he's, well, been given the graces of retaining that AK, so we'll see how much more damage he can do.
See if he can add 5 to that. That would be very impressive. Seems almost set in stone that Furia are going to be making this just a 14-9 scoreline.
Oh my God.
Has actually found Yuri's walk. First blood drawn, the AK save rewarded, but the A site being tested. With the knowledge of that rifle's position, they do walk out. I say they, it's Cello, supported by Fallen. JL has opted for a reposition.
You don't love this for Furia, do you? The Brazilians feel like they're on the rope with this opening death going against them.
Yeah, and they're rejigging the defense as well.
They only have 1 smoke, so the choke points are limited here.
There is definitely a world, but do we live in it? Where JL can find some more. Util sails through. Cello, access to sandwich. Oh, and the Eagles, they're distracting. JL connecting, hitting his headshots. Furia with only 2 alive. Can they really recover this, or are they in a fumble against the light buy? Just to save rifle USPs. A Deagle. Cello doesn't seem to think so. He's taken down Immer. Art strikes as well. JL's rifle still a threat. Still a threat. Maybe not for much longer. 10 HP. JL still nails it. They're so low. Cello, can you be the hero they need? 14 points of health on your opponents. You just have to hit the bullets. 1 more onto JL. Cello says play on. Hope is not lost for Furia now.
Biggest round for Cello so far in this map. He was on 4 kills coming into that round, and 4 added to that tally. Gets himself up to 8. Sure, it seems slim. You know, he's not having a huge amount of impact, but that right there is massive
That would have been
work.
curtains. That would have been ancient.
That's 15 locked in. It's against that lighter buy. Everything starts to fall apart. There were so many issues that they had to overlook right there, but a clutch here for Cello. Big stuff. Navi, they need to be able to shrug that off. It's like, hey, we just brought in an AK. It was saved. We had a couple of deagles. It's all good. We've just forced a 3rd timeout. The score line right now, 14-9. This is still our map, but it's starting to heat up out there. And for players who, you know, had a bit of shaky aim on map number 1, you're starting to see some tidy taps. The confidence from Cello, he needed that one. He's going to be, look, he's a pocket rocket, Cello, right? You wind him up, you let him go. If he can have a game, he can be a bit of a force. And you've had a good clutch from Caserado, a good clutch from Cello now. Impact from Fallen and Art. Sure, Art slowed down a little bit here. Yuri just needs to have his moment in the sun. And everybody from Furia will have found some contributions here today.
That's 3 in a row. Will there be more, or can Simple disrupt? He was perfectly flashed off of the line, and Fallen was posted. Gets the info, gets the frag. Simple gone. Advantage Furia. Can they convert cleanly? Navi, their hopes of taking it to 3 with such a convincing lead, winning the pistol, getting themselves up to 14, and now, well, that gap, it's closing.
That's Fallen's 5th opening kill here. Doing a great job, and that's Simple's 1st opening death, so might be able to shift the tide here as we are just about to head down that home stretch. This time round, plenty of utility left over for Furia for that finish. Navi on the other side of things, nothing really to work with, so have to throw bodies here, hoping to find a fight, and they're going to find absolutely nothing. Mid is called completely clear. Ima's going to go forward and check tap. They're slowing them down now.
It's only Bit, and he's gone now as well to Cello. Another contribution from him, puts himself up to 9, and now Navi, they may not get away with even the rifles. Look at this positioning from Art.
He's going to miss him completely. Oh, no, he's not. Just in time, huh? Art, fortunate.
Oh, and Lexi's going to be kicking himself as well. That was the AWP. He thought his mission was just to post up on the apps. Now, Immer's heard the scope. You can see him acknowledge that.
Art might want to find a fence to throw that over.
Yeah, otherwise I think it's going to be falling right back into enemy hands here.
Oh, head spotted.
Yep. And AWP retrieved.
That could have, look, if Art was able to dispose of that, and I'm trying to think where he possibly could have, he didn't have too many options, maybe thrust himself back towards middle and try and connect with his teammates here.
Throw it down the underpass.
Yeah, this would be a massive save. Cello's just made the jump, so at least applying a little bit of pressure here, but they don't have a big T-side economy to deal with. So the AWP retained, 2,900 loss bonus into the next. That should mean M4 drops are available here, so we should see another Navi buy, but 10 now accrued here, and it's only a 4-round game. So this is Furia. They're not giving up.
3 of Furia's 5 on this T side have come down to 1-on-1s.
Yeah, it's been tight counterstrike. And I feel like some of the rounds in Nuke could have gone that way as well, right? We had some close moments. Here was that opening pick. As you mentioned, Simple flashed off that angle.
Yeah, perfect flashes. It's actually very common to see people making that jump and not being flashed. They'll kind of turn it, but it seems like they've been diligent enough with their lineups. He ate it.
Oh, they have fully invested here, so...
Well, they're trying aggression. And Queserato, he's taken down the rifle already. Ima only using the 5.7. Steals JL's M4. Leaves it on the floor for bit. They will have a little bit more to boast now.
I feel like the territory of Palace is just given up at this point, right? Do you risk going back through that key choke point? It feels like they're slinking back over as they're feigning a bit of mid-presence here. So window smoke deployed. Try to throw a flash over towards mid. I think they bunged that one off the wall. At least they're doing this together. In the previous round, they used Molotovs to remove an awful lot of choke points, right? Or at least hidey holes. They removed Sandwich, they removed Firebox. Even burned out the balcony. I don't love the look of this here. Water falling through Palace into Bit, and Ima's close by. This is risky business.
Ooh, yeah, Navi are going to have a lot to deal with. Maybe Bit. Hyper aware of that ramp fight, but who's holding his Palace walk? It's supposed to be in there. He's not looking. Bit.
Scope heard.
Scope! The sound cue doesn't help him. Still goes down to Yuri, and another body drops as Navi look to concede another round. It started with an opening. It started with extra weapons. But Furia, they keep calm, they regroup, and they collect an 11th.
Yeah, you think that sound cue there might be the undoing of them. I thought they were going to like explode. It's probably much better that they took contact in that environment right there. So the explosion out there into Bit, there could have been a contribution from Ima, but with the type of buy that Navi had here, all good. They made it interesting out the gates. At this point, you're getting hot under the collar.
Oh, yeah.
So now you're starting to get a bit worried here. We're talking 5 on the trot. 6 out of the last 7 rounds. Both pistols in this map, we have to reiterate, have gone in the favor of Navi. And it's not just both pistols and then force ball back from Furia. The Brazilians had to stomach 3-0 starts in both of these halves. So they are doing a good job to continue to fight here. And we know just how the woes have been going for this team, struggling online, not looking great in Cologne. We're talking about, you know, overlapping of leadership. But right now, the leader is doing great. 25 kills, leading the server is Fallen.
Yeah, he's looking great in that Furia jersey. In the server and out.
Yeah, I think understanding the situation that's unfolding here, Navi will take the 3rd time at it, and Blade, I think he knows they need to get themselves up to 15 just to take that pressure off.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, side eyes, a full like monkey emoji. Not sure. Not sure.
Well, they have got the AWP. Everybody can buy a rifle. Does Alexi want to try a double AWP setup? Do we want to see them rip a page out of that Furia book from their first half of play? What is Blade advising here? It feels like there's been a few rounds where we haven't had full buys from Navi. Some of the rounds that they've lost in the 1v1 as well. With those rounds, they could have really gone either way. So maybe Blade hoping to keep them up to a little bit more of the usual, saying, look, we just got unlucky in some of these situations, or we didn't have the best weapons in some of these situations. We can get it done with a full gun round, and that's what we're about to see here. So the max loss bonus in play, this is a good position to find yourself on that CT side, right? Being able to have the 3,400 round after round, it means you can stay somewhat competitive. Not as good as the T side, sure. Sound off that AWP towards middle here, so wants to make sure they're aware of his position. Very concerned is Yuri with that A-ramp push. Queserato, oh, yeah, good highlight right there. So we've got a couple of smokes and a molly in spawn. So this is telling that you maybe want to throw out late connector, late window smoke, maybe late short, late window smoke here. So that through the opening gambit, hoping to get the CTs either into a fight or to move, and now forcing them through the util because Ima doesn't know how much scaling has happened in middle here. Now heading back towards spawn, this util, is it going to be for A? That's the question. So coming in, picking it up, getting the goods, and all right, they picked a side of their affections here. I think Alexi's just made noise short, so Art's going to be calling some steps from the B apartments. Simple trying to get over towards Ticket. Ima investigating middle. It's going to be the Ukrainians to deal with this attack.
They're at least poised. With Simple in that power position, coming out of ramp is going to be a nightmare without good util. Again, the flash is good. Furia are through. They're pushing in, full commit, rotate is needed. Art will arrive late, but still Bit with only the one, humbled as Furia continue to look to maintain their winning wave. 19 seconds through the smoke, Yuri prevails.
Bombs down.
Bombs down. Alexi gets the frag. It's awkward now.
Where's
really
Art?
awkward. Where is Art? He's taking his sweet time, catches Immer on the reload. Alexi's in the no-scope, they just have to kill him. Art's not gonna make it. Alexi's gonna clutch with the no-scope in 3, 2, 1. It's 15, they find it, and Alexi has his moment in the spotlight off the back of a timeout, but good God, was that down to the wire.
Well, finally feels like a clutch going in the favor of Navi there. You don't hate the play from Art. He's playing on the clutch. He's going to come in late from short. He's going to guarantee the round, but also he's going to deal with them if they try and save. It's those plays that flurry on the side there as they're trying to get out. The bomb goes down in the smoke on Fallen's back, and now 15-11. Furia called the timeout. They're the ones feeling the heat. Oh, they've worked so hard to turn this into a competitive-looking map. You would hate for that to be the way it goes down. Good trades onto the site. They deal with Bit and Simple. You think it's enough. But just good showings here again. Emma at 26, JL 21. These two leading the charge here for Navi.
Yeah, some great contributions. Emma, especially. This was Fallen's catch onto Simple. And at that point, you thought it was cool, but Emma's catching these timings so consistently. Up the stairs, that's the no-scope. And Art just didn't have the position. You can see Simple just, yeah, premature celebration.
Yeah. 2 more seconds, he could have made that fight, but this is it. Furia can break their money yet again. I know that.
Oh, spotted Simple. Fires off the shot. No blood drawn, and Simple's not going to shy away from an engagement. He's happy to take an AWP-on-AWP duel.
He's been blind more often than not, hasn't he? They're able to deal with a lot of these angles here, and they're going A again. Everybody all in, no lurk from Art this time.
Poor guy. Gonna get run at, needs support, needs it imminent. Oh, and he's got nothing done. Cello again, good for an opening. Is there anyone that can disrupt? Simple, considering his options. Imex, successful on the spam, but nothing lethal. Cello lives on towards the firebox.
Gotta get the bomb down. Smokes are fading. Guys, you got no smokes.
They'll just take some duels, I guess.
They have to fight.
They're hearing one. Furia spotted on the cross back, and they just take all the jewels. They push on the fade.
Screw the objective. Let's take every rifle we possibly can. They just moved them down with the round win 2,900 loss bonus, right? So coming into this, by taking away all these rifles, if they save 2, they could have dropped 2. It could have been another gun round. So right now, Navi, it's just going to be Alexi holding on to this, and with, well, what is about 30 seconds left on the clock, Art is already starting to hunt. He's making some moves over towards window. Where's Alexi? That's the biggest question. But yeah, the smokes were fading. They redeployed over towards connector and whatnot, but just taking the fights right there, it worked out in their favor. They didn't want to get caught off guard in the fade.
It felt like the majority of them were staying silent, and they could only hear like one. So in terms of with the util down, maybe there was a kind of a question mark. They kind of got Navi second guessing themselves.
Well, Alexi B, I was watching him on the radar for the longest time when that hit was coming in. He was still worried about B apartments, maybe thinking, are they running a similar strategy as the last round? Is Art going to come in late? So they kept him disconnected. But Alexi B will save. He will get to hold on to this M4. And maybe, just maybe...
This would be some insane comeback techers out of Furia.
This is the problem for Furia in this moment. Because of that loss bonus that we're talking about for Navi into the CT side, they can take a couple more risks. Like, you lose this one, you still only need one more round. So, you know, a few players can invest a little bit more money. For example, JL's just bought in with an M4 here, right? He spent 3,500 bucks to get an M4 and Kevlar, thanks to it being cheaper, saved 700. In the next round, he can still buy, right? He can still buy next round with a 3,400. So, managing the economy perfectly to stay threats.
Yeah, see if that threat can be realized, as Art is going to be poking his head out of this ramp and gets the info onto Bit, but manages it perfectly. Bit takes a big step towards that third map for Navi.
Again.
Stubborn about it.
So
Bit can't believe his luck as he nearly finished off Cello. Good work from JL, but Yuri on the trade low, but tagged up. Imet with that just a P250 manages to get away for a moment longer. Up the tiny hole, the no-scope from up top. Fallen, trying to get another round on the board. Smokes occupied. Yuri burrowed. AWP searching. Just let Fallen work is the conversation they're having. Oh my God, Fallen! He's playing like a 16-year-old Russian right now.
Yeah, he's hitting some incredible shots, isn't he? It's great to see from the old man. Like,
What's going on?
Let's be honest here. He's playing some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen in a while from Fallen. 29 kills and counting here. And this is to keep them in the team. In the team? In the map.
In the
Alexi
map.
B, he's got a kit.
Maybe they say play on. Fallen gets the info on the jump as well. That's ballsy. Element of surprise is gone, and Fallen is absolutely godlike here day one.
Well, I don't think he has any problem staying in the team. What am I talking about? That right there. A great way to bail themselves out from another dicey round. Navi had 4 bodies over towards the A site. Bit got the first kill with the MP9, and they still brave this. Imma gets an absolute freebie. Caserado not ready for that. Fallen chased him down, up, down, everywhere, and the flick is great. Great walk from Fallen. Can just keep this up. Keep this on our screens here.
Gosh, that's really impressive. It was down to a 2-on-2, but Fallen was in full control the whole time. And what does that do as well? When you've joined this, you're leading these boys who have idolized you and obviously come up through the ranks to then be at the top of the scoreboard, dropping 30 frags.
It's definitely going to be inspiring here as this comeback.
The timeout's over.
Want to remind people, it was 14-6 at one point in this game. 14-6. Managed to bring it all the way to a 14-11 scoreline before Navi snatched away 15. But if Furia want to do this in 2-0 fashion, they've got to get it done in overtime. 2 more rounds required here to take us there. Surely a fake, Alex. They've gone A 3 times in a row here.
Yeah, I like this setup, though. If they keep coming A... What? Fallen nails it onto Bit. Simple's there, though. This is the setup I was referring to as he hits another banger of his own. It's Fallen. Cut down by Simple, the bomb carrier. Forced to watch as this could be the final round on Mirage. Stubborn of Furia, but so is JL. He wants to see Ancient. 2 more. Make it 1. It's all onto Caserado. And he's disconnected from the bomb. He's got 4 to find, and after what has been a valiant comeback from a very limp first half, first taste, Furia look to Caserado to extend play.
Well, this is the man that you would want to have alive in the clutch. This is the best Brazilian player in the world right now. So the first is great, has given up his position in doing so. The bomb, though, so deeply entrenched right now. Emma literally sitting on top of it. Smoke deployed in. He's going to have a couple of hard fights to get through here. Sound cue. And a deploy of a smoke to block in 40 seconds. And he's in trouble.
Oh, yeah, they're using everything they can to ensure this is all in vain. Caserado understandably going to give it everything he's got. Fired off the shot. He knows the orbs towards the stairs. He's considering the potential flank. And yeah, Imma converts. We're off to Ancient. Navi survive, extending play, taking us the distance, do or die, and Ancient the battleground to separate them.
Great performance here from Imma and JL. 2 individuals showing up here on Mirage. Big bags, big hauls, but they were pushed, they were tested. They should have the confidence now going into that third of Ancient. They've got their map pick under their belt. But we've made it the distance. The best of 3, going to the third.
Give me more of that, Fallen. Give me more of that.
friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Well, would you look at that? Another game of Counter-Strike and another victor. Of course, in this scenario, it is going to be Navi taking map 2. They did concede map 1. That was 16-11, and now we push ourselves into the midnight hour. No midnight oil. We are looking ancient right down the pipe, though. That is for sure. I can tell you that much. Welcome back, everybody. It's G8. It's Gamers8, and it is Yanko. It is Moses here with me. Gents, let's start with Moses, a quick sort of deposition about your entire life.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I don't know.
Born in Grand Rapids,
Born in
Michigan?
Grand Rapids,
Okay.
Michigan. Oh, no, I wasn't actually born in Grand Rapids. I was born in Los Angeles, California.
Were you
See,
really?
yeah,
I don't even know
I was.
where you were born.
Orange County, baby.
Really?
You know it, you love it. Moved to Texas, moved to Dallas, then moved to Orlando, and then I moved to Grand Rapids, Michigan. I played a little bit of Counter-Strike at some point.
In Orlando, too?
Yeah.
Wow, you're
I was-
multinational
I was
type.
all
dude.
You know who was also in Orange County? Brazilians when they first came to North
Absolutely.
America.
Yeah,
that's all
they
great.
all slept together in the same
Sharing the same room.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that
like-
did happen.
Yeah.
Which is why we're going to cut straight into the STC analysis, guys.
Yeah, and
that's what it is.
And that's when Fallen was at his best, fragging hard, just like he was in this game. And here in Mirage, it was
Fallen's
rolling back the
baby.
years. Yeah, he's still got some
You
game
saw
left
it
in the
here
tank.
First. You heard it here first from Trace in the green room.
Yeah, man, that's what I said.
yeah.
I think maybe. Yeah, there were some years rolled back here,
No,
obviously.
this game, it looked like Furia is going to run away with it after the first, 6 rounds.
Yeah, the
right?
double-off setup looked deadly.
Because Navi won the pistol and converted 3-0 up, and then Furia just wins 3 rounds in a row, and they win them in a dominant fashion. As you said, Jason, double op came out immediately, and they were aggressive. They were playing, with a lot of courage in some of those rounds, and then I think it all started falling apart when they lost to those Deagles. Ima showed why he is on this Navi roster.
Yeah.
That double kill towards the B bomb site, and that's where things are going.
And you mentioned it in the pre-match when we saw the video. You were like, Garage, a comfort map pick for Ima.
Yeah.
And he showed it. I mean, this was a great performance from him,
I
which
was
is
right.
nice because he's had some struggled ones here in this Navi lineup, but it's obviously really cool to see him pop off on Mirage.
Let's go back to what you just said right there, which was what?
Ima, double kill.
No, I was right.
I was right.
I saw just the elation on your face. You say, look, you're smiling right now.
Yeah, sometimes you got to let the guy have it.
Let him have it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we can highlight that as well.
Yeah, but no one cares really.
Yeah, you're right.
I should probably say something like, I think Simple is the problem in Navi. He has to go, and that will generate, impressions and talk.
Oh yeah, it would.
No,
That get the people talking.
Here it is.
Yeah, this is
Bang.
it. Give it to me, baby. Nice.
There it is,
That's
yeah.
the second one. Thing of beauty. But yeah, Imo was just a beast this whole game all the way through. He had a great T side, providing openings, being really dynamic in his positioning, aggressively sliding into gaps in the defense.
Look at this, man.
Yeah. And remember, that kind of a double window setup caught him off guard when there were double ops in play. And later on in the half, Imo was like, nah, I know what you guys are up to. I can smell it.
And sometimes that's all it takes, right? You just need a couple of rounds to get back into the game to sort of shake the confidence of your opponents, right? And for your teammates to start to feel some confidence again and be able to get on a roll. And I think that's exactly what happened in that first half. Got shaky, of course, in the second half.
Yeah, it did. It was like Furia did it right back to him, didn't they? Shook the confidence in Navi and went on that little bit of a streak. What they won, 5, 6, 7, carried the 2, 7 of 9 rounds. And they almost made that comeback entirely happen.
I think it came down to, that very last round where Simple gets the double kill from playing headshot close to ramp. It was him versus Fallen the second kill. If Fallen got that kill, they would have had the site and probably in a much better position to win the round, but Simple manages to shut it down. They know where the rest of the players are coming from.
And that was cool because that was the round after Fallen just destroyed him with the op as well. That was the following one. So it was Simple was just no. Not on my watch, baby.
Yeah, well, let's just dive right into rounds then, shall we? Let's look at round number 7, I think, to start things out.
Yeah, that's the IMA round.
Yeah.
And it's nice. Sometimes it happens, You need to have these rounds in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and you need to have the players who are capable of doing stuff like this. I mean, how many times have we seen FaZe, right, win a BS legal round to sort of, when they weren't supposed to turn the tide of a game. And, on top of this, JL got the kill at almost the same exact time on Fallen, and that was pretty much it, right? The round became incredibly difficult. JL just posted up with the AWP. Yuri has to try and find some information, try to do something, and, you know, bomb gets planted, the round is done and dusted. And Furia was rolling up until this point. They were rolling, and it's just such a gut punch, really, to drop around to only pistols when you've been owning them in gun rounds.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it's like that round was, like, kind of over by positioning once JL gets that kill, right, and gets the op over in the A bomb site, but it was still a 2-on-2. So they still, like, felt like they could go for it, right? And that takes the last two guns away and takes money away from them as well. And when you want the double op setup, economy is an important thing, Trace.
It is an important thing. Inflation, also something to be considered. I don't think maybe in this regard, but it's definitely up there. Yanko, you know a thing or two about money and numbers.
Yeah, I wish I had more of it.
Yeah, I think that is a general sentiment across everybody, everywhere, all the time. Now, of course, for Furia,
fun fact.
Yeah, fun factoid. You can just put that one in your pocket if you're at home watching. You want to know what the hell are these guys talking about? Sometimes, well, sometimes we don't even know. Isn't that right, guys? But in this instance, we do know we're going to Ancient. I can tell you that much at the very minimum.
Yeah, Ancient's going to be a cool map to kind of end this on. I just hope, honest to God, I hope we get like that. I hope we get the Fallen that we had, like still hitting shots like he did. Simple on Nuke, hitting shots like he was there. That'd be really fun to get a little bit of an op clash. But again, another map you're going to see. I think like it's going to be really interesting to see how Furia has been able to develop and what kind of style they're going to come in with this on this map and this deciding map.
I'll tell you, man. After everything I've seen on the first two maps, I had Furia going into the decider. You know, I think they've looked more solid, they've played with more initiative, and what they got ruined by was some individual plays at different times and some close rounds. Not to say that they didn't have some BS rounds of their own, you know, Art with some kills through the smoke and this and that, and Cello and some good shots, right? and Fallen had obviously a banger of a game, so...
Also, I was going to say, you have to look at, too, at Navi, where, like, there's just been stretches of this series in both maps where they've disappeared. You think the second half of Mirage, where they got one round on their T side. You look at the second half of... did I say that right? No, first, the Nuke, they got one round on their T side.
The back half of Nuke and the back half of Mirage.
Yeah, that one's easier. Thank you.
The back nine, there you go.
Yeah, for the assistance.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, you know, I mean, you kind of went into it right there. You know, what is the real shortfall right here? What is it that makes Navi not able to keep up at times?
I think it's growing pains within the team, obviously, like we've touched on, like new in-game leader, two new players, completely different philosophy. Communication issues are always going to be there. And I mean, those communication issues, when you lose a round just due to some like, you know, crappy communication or crappy talk, that gets really frustrating as well. And that can easily spiral it out of control. So I think it's just growing pains of a new team, learning how to play together and learning how to win maps.
Even in the first gun round on Mirage, right, they were in a 5v4, in a 4v3, right? And it's just taking so long to like move on the map, rotate, and like execute whatever Alexis' call is, and then, you know, one kill from Art through the smoke on the bomb planter, and the round is over. And that's just like, it's a bad feeling that you have. It's like, this round, we could have done something like more simple and just grouped, and, you know, we didn't really do much with all this time we wasted, and then that came back to bite us.
So talk to me a little bit about, as we go into the last map of the series, and what is the last map of the night, talk to me about some of the key factors here that are going to make a difference on either side. Perhaps we just split it right down the middle. Furia for Jason.
I mean, we touched on it, the ops, Fallen, especially if he's going to have another good game, that op can dictate a lot. And he was super mobile, he was super aggressive and super confident with his plays. So if he had a great, you know, B defense on Mirage, had some great A rounds as well from the T side. So if he's going to be that dynamic and that aggressive and that confident in his moves, he can be a deadly factor for sure.
And that is one of the driving forces, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I feel like for Navi, it has to be the individuals. You know, they seem pretty disjointed at the moment. The game, it's not polished at all, and it has to be, you know, in some of those crucial close rounds, Ima getting the swing kill or two, you know, Simple continuing in the same pace and so forth, because it's not looking good, Trace.
It's not looking good, you say. It's a rough way to go about it, Jason.
All darkness, yeah. That is it's interesting because I mean I think I agree with the sentiment that Yanko put out there. Like Furia, at times like seemed like probably the better team at different stretches of this. So I mean Navi's getting bailed out a couple of times, but if they can avoid having one bad half, right? If they put two halves together here on Ancient, that'd be a beautiful time for it to occur.
And I'll also tell you, again, for Furia, it's easier to communicate, right? That's going to play a factor. It's the third map. It's getting a little bit late, right?
True.
So to deal with all of that stuff, the margin for error is going to be smaller.
Right. And so are we still expecting somewhat, not sloppy, so to say, counterstrike?
Yes.
It's going to get a little scrappy, if you will.
Yeah,
right?
there's going to be some sloppiness in there. Okay.
Sloppy seconds.
There's just the perfect amount of slop that we all like.
Yes. And on that note, not entirely sure. Jason talking about the toppy and what we do look here as the timer ticks on down. Jason,
Give me a banana peel.
A banana peel. Oh, it's, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a Crash Bandicoot reference. Oh, wait. Wrong game. Nonetheless, yeah, just 10 seconds away. We get the last map of the day started. Yanko, anything you want to add before we do that?
Please, casters, take it away, guys.
Please.
Chad and Alex.
Take it away.
One last time, baby.
Whee!
Brilliant stuff from the desk, scene set, sloppy. Indeed.
It has been a pretty scrappy game of Counter-Strike in certain moments. That's why we have so many clutches. That's why we have had so much fun. And it's great that that trio right there are having fun as well. 2 Americans and a Serbian walk into an analyst desk. And, well, that's what you get. But right here, right now, we can tell you Navi, they won the knife. They'll be opting to start here on the CT side. And we'll give you a bit of a rundown of the setup that you can expect. JL over towards B, dealing with the ramp. Alexi B over towards the cave position. You're going to have Simple rotating around with that AWP. And, of course, that means we're going to have 2 players dealing with mid and A. Bit will be the A anchor. He'll be assisting Emma over towards middle. So you'll see a lot of flexibility. And I really like the way that we saw GamerLegion approach this map with Emma and Isaac. He had A-core rotating around. So let's see if Emma can bring a little bit of that to the server. And what I have to tell you, everybody, is we have just had a technical issue call. We just lost 1 player from the server. It's JL. We'll get him back any second now. Don't you worry. It's a false start. They happen sometimes.
They certainly do.
You have a whistle, you know, that's how you can... Ooh. I'm liking this.
I'm bopping.
This would be great for tracing these land stompers.
Feels like we're about to watch a frag movie. Or maybe we are.
I would hope so.
Honestly, with Fallen playing like the way he's been playing, I think we're guaranteed to have a couple more high-octane moments in this third map. Now, if you have just joined us, obviously it's been hammered home. And
You've missed a day.
You've missed a hell of a day.
Should we recap the day?
Could you?
We can recap the day.
Because we started with 16 teams.
Now, I want everybody to remember, single elimination. So every team in the loss column here, bye-bye. Pack your bags. We'll see you in the lobby. Cloud9, 2-0 over Fnatic. GamerLegion 2-0 over Apex. Heroic taking down the hometown team Falcons 2-0. Vitality with a 2-0 clean sweep of MIBR. ENCE toppling Liquid 2-0. And guess what, Alex? You know what that means? This is the only 3-map series of the day.
Damn.
So you picked the right one to tune into, everybody. JL's still not back. That would have been the perfect time, JL. I'm just saying.
So there's a couple more round of 16 games coming up tomorrow, right? We get to
the quarterfinal. Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yeah, FaZe versus Virtus Pro.
Yes.
9 versus G2.
That's a scary game for G2, Alex.
Isn't it?
I think that's a scary game for FaZe as well. Quite scary because
VP have been kind of like off the realm for a bit.
Yeah, and they're currently using Kicker in lieu of Norbert having a hand injury.
Right.
But they're still playing, you know, somewhat of that Virtus Pro style that we can expect. So that's why I think it's a tough game for FaZe. It's a grindy game. It's something that might draw them down into the mud. But yes?
So it looks like the tech issue. I saw fist bumps. It looks good. I just wanted to get us back on track to get this pistol started. Furia are going to be on that T side start. Fallen going to be calling the shots and throwing the nades, and Navi take to the defense. Let's get this started. Third map. We're losing one of these teams at the end of Ancient.
3 sets of nades here from Furia and no spawn smoke. So this is very heavy B execute here. Fury leading the pack with a cave fight. Fallen with a deep smoke at the ready here. So straight in towards cave. Simple's hearing an awful lot.
Yeah, he's been set up for this. They're running into Simple's domain. Can he deliver? Can he live up to that superstar expectation? And into the site, overlooked is Simple. Cello already switching to the bomb with no help whatsoever. They thought they'd locked him out, but Simple will take 2. Finally put to rest, and if he can get a second, it would all be even Stevens. Bomb going down, Fallen on the jiggle, aware of long side, crawling through short smoke is another. It's Alexi B. Oh, wow, bit. Long range on the Julies has found another head, so it's only Fallen and Serata. Would have to be quite an insane sequence from the 2 of them. Already finding 2, make it 3, 2v4 now, all onto him. He's alone, and their hope wanes after Simple starting so strong, and it falls to Imer to seal the deal. Okay, Serato's only got 7 HP, but he's going for a deep round clear.
Oh,
he's got 10 seconds
that's the round, that's the round.
He's lost the round. Serato will clutch up in a 2v4 converted by Fallen's handiwork.
I can't quite believe that. So essentially, oh yeah, a bit of a clap and a bit of a smile right there, Case. Already just out-position Imma, and you understand the play from Imma. You want to chase him down. You don't want to allow him to get away.
Low.
He's already a country mile away from you there, so great job and a huge clutch for Furia off that pistol round. But the Molotovs that they had, notice how they weren't deployed. Right? I think they essentially were assuming the site would be completely retake. That's why Cello runs out on his own, right? And then I think the Molotovs are probably saved for as the smokes are fading, to take some territory, to hold them at bay, to isolate a couple of fights that you're looking for. We didn't even get to see the full intention of Furia's round there, and they still pick it up.
And their pistol rounds, even on Mirage, the ones that they didn't win, looked like they had legs and dynamics to them. And that's a great start for Cesarato to convert this second round.
I think very important because flak damage was done down B lane. We know how vogue it is at the moment for teams to go on the second round and do B pops, right? Especially as you isolate Cave with the smoke, you get the mollies in the site. You're able to put up a lot of pressure there. So an important opening kill considering the nade damage to Yuri and Art. Here comes a push through the smoke.
Important actually for an Alexi B and these pushing down rams. Now, Cello should be good for the first and not the second, because Simple's Dig is primed and walking through the grey screen was Yuri. That's a mistake that could cost them.
A big mistake. They're going to make their way over to Bit's territory right now, and he's got the perfect weapon for the job here. Only one avenue, and the rotation's coming as well. Navi could steal this away.
He hears them. He's ready. And so is Alexi. Double spray on the Galil. Cesarato in the clutch. He's aware of Simple. He spotted his booty, but he's going to overlook Bit. Bit should have him dead in the back of the trade. Perfect work. Navi take the second round conversion.
Cool. Necessary there as well, wasn't it? Simple. If that one was lost, it wouldn't have gone down so well whatsoever. That is massive work. And you mentioned a mistake, right, as Yuri pushes through Cave. It was a mistake. Alexi is the Cave player, right? JL plays ramp, Alexi plays Cave, and they've just wandered into this. So I think when you see two players coming down ramp, they're just calling two. They're not probably focused on names in that moment, and they're just hightailing it. This is one of the bigger mistakes, right, on Ancient. Teams like to rotate back towards A, but if you don't already have a player in A main or a player forward in Donut, it's so risky. You're rotating through a black box.
And that Galil that fell into Alexi's hands was the double spray on Donut that won the round.
Precisely. So great round here for Navi. Now they just have to hold on.
JL should be set for success here. How many is he going to get? One is enough. He's got teammates with him. The Simple just getting vision back on the Famas. They're still trying to plant. Art down. Double more from Simple. Oh! Long range, damn. Yuri combined. Actually, this is a 2-on-2. Hold on. Gets away. He gets away with the bomb chatter. 2-on-2, and they can go anywhere they want.
We just spoke about the rotation time, right? And they don't have a player forward here, but they're still going to test the luck. You may as well force Navi to play their hand here. So Imma to investigate B, Bit to rotate back, and a full around-the-world maneuver here. This time, not going to opt through Donut. As Imma clears out B, starts to free up Bit, and both of these players have rifles.
So Bit's going to end up in Donut, you'd assume.
And maybe well-timed here. He might even be able to deny the plant. That would be huge.
Yeah, what's the util situation? Nothing at all.
He's about to get a face full of lead here.
Yeah, can he catch them just as they emerge from the big box? They're lined up for him. Bit will collect and recover, as it did get sketchy.
But do you see as they're entering the site right there, how many angles you have to worry about? Once you get through A main, okay, tall box, platform, big box, boost, temple. I didn't even mention Brokey. Then we're going to talk about CT. We're going to talk about side box.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about Donut. And then there's about 6 different angles in Donut, right? Like, it's so scary. You're hoping that you just out-position your opponent.
With that said, does that mean you'd argue that perhaps the round-the-world maneuver isn't always the #1 play?
You think going back to A, it's really difficult. I don't...
Like in a 2v2 where you know where Imma is, you know Bit's the A player, likely rotating, you just try and group up and take that duel?
They just hope that this should be a farm fest here for Alexi. Yeah, 2's not bad. It's just difficult, right? I see a lot of it, and there's probably good reason for it, but I don't know. I just feel like Hampus once upon a time, he just said, just go B.
Yeah.
And that's stuck with me ever since.
I think I'd also argue that when you go full A main round the world as well, just because of how long it takes.
So much space, you're going to be heard from Donut.
If you're doing it, you take the gamble that there's no one Donut, and then it's a very quick rotate.
Yeah, precisely. But regardless, it's Navi 3-1, 2-round gap being established here. The gun's about to come back out for Furia. And remember, mistakes at this moment are amplified. So 2 rounds where Furia had good opportunities. It slipped through the fingers. There's no second chances here today. And as we've made it to the 3rd and final best of 3 on this main stream, it is late. Made it over midnight local. Standard mid defense coming out here. Imma trying to turn the flashes, and this is quite the dance. The mollies, and a gap to be found already towards Tetris. Just look at all these flashes. Look at all the flashes. And he hasn't been cleared. Imma, absolutely beautiful work towards mid.
Oh, he nearly left with another on the Cesarato for the trade. Bits passive, but still delivering. Takes down Cello. All committing and running into these M4s. Imma and Bit. Not necessarily a guaranteed round. Fallen races our interest once more.
And this is where the Queserado lurk is going to have to do an awful lot here. Fallen will need to park the bus. Queserado taking the space that has been granted to him here. 19 points of health, and the first jewel that he might find will be the AWP of Simple. Time, a minute on the clock. Plenty of that to work with. Now for Fallen, as he comes back, sure, Queserado has space, but think about everything that Fallen has to traverse here. Right? If he was to go all the way through T-spawn, has to be worried about making sound cues. Players could have pushed out of that cave, but yeah, you can see he's trying to dip closer towards spawn as to not give off those aforementioned sound cues. So now that he's through, he does have an open runway. But look at all the retake utility available here for Navi. They've got Molly, Smoke, a couple of HEs, and even a flash, as Fallen needs to be extremely diligent. This is what he's concerned about. Are they up ledge? Are they in cave? Are they pushed into Polly's pocket? Well,
yeah, I mean, and Queserado, we can't let go for a super deep push given his health.
And that's the thing. There's not even a flash to try and facilitate this. So as the bomb goes down, just Fallen buddy up with Queserado here. Both with a kill so far in the round. They're going to need 3 more between them, and here Navi comes.
Down goes Fallen. Queserado in an impossible clutch with just 19 points of health. Simple clearing. Dead to Queserado. With the AWP, though, that's the easy one of the bunch. And yeah, traded by Imet. Nice work from the squad. Navi extend their lead. And Furia, it looked like an attempted recovery, considering that the damage was done very early. We saw it from Ime's POV, we saw it from Bits.
Yeah, Bits was key. The double kill, that was key. So great job from Bit there over towards A. And you see that mid defense. We spoke an awful lot about that mid defense during Cologne, right? It's been popular for a while now, but the divider smoke, the mollies either side, it allows the... This is the thing. If you're a CT playing close to that smoke, you have to spam through. You have to make sure it's clear, because otherwise it's a window for the Ts to come and pounce behind you late. But Alexi happy with that one. The bomb did go down again, which will facilitate a Furia buy, but no Fallen AWP. See here a variation, just double mollies this time around. The extinguish now, it's looking for space.
Yeah, Imma's got the flash though, forces him back into that smoke. He'll regress on it, Imma. Oh, this is very aggressive. Using that smoke against them, they're going to overlook it. Art's back is turned, Queserado is heard. A re-smoke underhanded. Now surely Art's going to work that out, not to be. Bits there as well, Queserado can't respond. Onto A, tagged up, Simple's in trouble. Simple's going to get overwhelmed, he could love to believe with a frag, he's going to get run out. Does go down to Cello. 4 on 4, and they have access to the side. This is really shaping up nicely for Furia, who can disrupt its Bit, giving it a good go, and another double. The A anchor just dealing doubles every time. Puts it on to Cello and Queserado.
Well, they can see the bomb here, right? It should have just been scooped out in front of Emma's line of sight, so it's a problem for Furia. They don't have any space. You would love to get a player across towards Temple here.
Oh, a little deeper, and we'll see how well restrained the jiggle is. Oh, the crossfire is well established now. Spotted out, at least one occupying that position. Queserado is convinced of Bit's position. Perhaps he has information. 20 seconds. Counting on Cello to find one on these jiggles. Fake, there's the fight. Bit, another quick headshot. He's swift, and this could be an ace if Bit was to chase. With only 10 seconds left, let him go, let him off the leash, let Bit have it. He's 4 kills deep. And just trying to hold on to the AWP, they're going to double swing him. 2 seconds left, 1 and done.
Oh, after time, 650 left in the bank balance for Cello. That one is going to sting. It leaves a mark. It's a parting gift for Navi in round 6.
They waited deliberately. You saw them.
Yeah, and that's what you would hope to do, because that is soul-crushing right now. A round that wasn't going to be a buy. It was going to be a light investment here. Now it asks some real questions. That's a bit activated towards mid. This double just being very stubborn. I think the barrel must have been spotted just there. So that could have been exactly why Queserado is glued. It's hard to tell when the guns get dropped, and is it their M4? And Volvo, please, hopefully it's CS2. Get a better look at that.
Saw that Molly, look at that, Molly on ledge, off the skybox.
Yeah, that won't be available in CS2 either. You'd have to find a way to... I think someone already has found something to bounce it off of. I was watching some stuff on Reddit just the other day. But they can't get this mid control at all. Simple's AWP posted up on the line. Jo and Alexi here, and Imma now investigating mid. Furia in this round where they've made a couple of investments. I think they're quite screwed here.
Yeah, especially considering the damage already inflicted.
They could just get clamped down on, right? Imma can activate mid at any point. Alexi's still with the cave control. more utility to hold them at bay.
Lexi B's being run on, but he has got that AWP posted and supporting. Now they've thrown the rifle to a healthier member. Queserato makes sense, making sure that they are as potent as possible as they look to test him on this
Simple's
mid
coming
cubby.
over here as well, Alex.
Yeah, this could be perfect, especially if Simple fires off a shot first, which he has. Oh, and onto the rifle as well. It's perfect from Navi. A triple out of Imet. And a very flaccid Furia.
Yeah, it's a 6-1 start right now. We will see the guns come out into the next tier. Obviously, the max loss bonus is in play. It has been a 6-round run, and Navi running away with this one. 10 for Bit, 9 for Simple, 7 for Imip, 6 for Alexi. JL not having to do a lot so far. They've been testing more mid and the A side of the map here, so the game plan for Furia not panning out in the early stages. And now they're going to have another one of these weird half-buy scenarios. So if you're Gary, you want to get on the mic, and he's done exactly that. They've called the timeout on the Brazilian side of the server. I think you want to try and level out the cash. Do you want to get the AWP going? Like Jason was mentioning on the desk, you take a look at this map. Yuri's actually the highest rated player for them on Ancient, then Queserato. Fallen's down the bottom. So they've only played it 3 times as this unit in HLTV official capacity here. But when you have Art as your mid player, you're going to see direct comparisons, well, depending if they get enough rounds, with the way it's approached by Imma on the other side. Right, this mid position with certain defenses, it's hard to get out early. Right, the Divider smoke, the molly's either side, the double nades in, the spam through.
The flash off the donut,
it's really risky.
Yeah, and it's something that I can see lends it to Furia's appetite. You know, I can see why they're trying, but it is not comfortable. This, however...
Yeah, but it's such an easy side to retake. If they don't fight for Donut or Temple, you need control of one of the two, Temple or Donut.
So Bit, see if he can find anything on the way in. Big dump of util. Alexi's trying to distract them with the flashbang. And he's actually found a headshot on the gap on that smoke. Is beautiful manufactured success. As we see 2 in the feed, they're trying to plant. Alexi B has the same realization. And Cello, shoulder spotted, swings through, loses the bomb, delivered, express, 2-Bit. And with only 2 left, this is really not looking good for Furia. A full charge into the A site, and they leave with nothing. That's twice they've come A, and twice Bit's left with 4.
Yeah, he is mauling them right now. And I said miss smokes. Maybe that was intentional. I think Ents with Snappy ran something similar, but this was a long time ago to try and get that site access, doing like a bridge of smokes between the two. And as you pointed out, it was even used against them. So if that was their intentional smoke wall, maybe check it out, because it's got some clear gaps in it.
Alexi B couldn't believe his luck. I mean, if anything, he was just trying to set up so that the attention was drawn away from Bit. Left with a frag, and another round for Navi. They are looking good to collect on this third map. Look at what they're working with. They're just throwing Hail Marys. Now they've flashed themselves.
So much?
I don't know. Bit doesn't know either, but he can't quite believe his luck, because that's 15 and counting. Make it 16. Simple in support. And Navi looking to send Furia back to the airport ASAP. Day 1.
Oof, this is rough to watch, isn't it? They're just getting brutalized right now. Took his time on that one, but Joe will get the better of Yuri there. And when we started on Nuke, right, it was the 10-5 first half, and then they were still able to pull it back, right? They were on their own map choice. They had a strong CT side. The issue here is Furia haven't started this half strong. Their game plan hasn't been established, and we're already going into round 10. They haven't done anything to really condition that of Navi. As you've mentioned, they've gone A, and they have just been bludgeoned to death here, round after round. And Bit, he's probably licking his chops. How often on this map do you get fed this many kills? They're just going to be loving it, and the smiles on the faces are saying it all right now.
Yeah, contrast that with the first map. Donut smoke being lined up. Imma, ahead of the molly. Art is not going to be ready for this one at all. And Yuri, great screen. Oh, saved by Art's forward position. Talking of forward positions, Alexi B's working on one of his own. He's actually in between them. There's no way they're ready for this. And Art's his first victim now. No traders are immediately there. Nade looks good. Trajectory on the money. Oh, and he peppers them to finish. Queserato recovers, but the round seems all but lost. Was Queserato beheaded by Bit, researching for that elbow fight.
And look where that bloody bomb is. Jello trying to play the pixel gap here, but JL won't be able to make his way past, and that's noted. Ding from behind, Simple gets the kill. 9-1. Well, looking for a quick finish. Navi want to get to bed. Remember, what this sets them up for here. You were mentioning, sure, we've got a couple more round of 16 matches to go tomorrow. G2 versus that of 9. FaZe taking on Virtus Pro. But as we make our way into the quarterfinals, we already have a couple of hot matches. Heroic versus GamerLegion. That should be a fun one. Cloud9 taking on Ents. And we're going to have Vitality taking on the winner of this. And at the moment, if we continue in this trajectory, it will be Vitality versus Navi. And everybody loves a bit of Simple versus Iwu.
Oh, don't we just?
But second timeout call for Furia here. I just wish that they had some cleaner buys. They brought out the orb, like what was... I understand, we mentioned before, Fallen doesn't have the most impact on this, on the T side especially. Where are you going to set that orb up? Some of the better positions is to boost it on the box over towards B, just post up and look for picks. Good to get it out middle late, take fights towards Donut. Once you're in Donut, it's pretty good as well. But again, another one of these rounds with some pistols, an AK for Art, a couple of bits of util. Just going to get denied every time in middle here.
Yeah, and Imma's route must be very well ironed out. They did a stack nade there.
He was great at this in GamerLegion. I really enjoyed watching him play Ancient in middle. I even got to play with him in that fun tournament.
Yeah, right.
And I was like, look, I'm watching the demos. I'm seeing what Isaac's doing. I'm trying to, right. I still sucked, but
did you? No, I'm sure he didn't.
I was like, yeah, and that orb. I think it was Pimp. I was like, you can learn this smoke for connect. I love Ancient. I really do enjoy this map, but Furia right now, oh, I don't think they're enjoying this whatsoever. Late deploy, so they're going to wait it out. Mid giving up now. Finally, the chance to apply a little bit of pressure towards Red, but JL understanding this, the ebbs and flows of Ancient. And also Apex loved this map as well. So two of your imports really enjoyed Ancient in their previous teams.
Yeah, well, it shows, most definitely. And right now, it's actually Imma that goes down, but Bits, the A-anchor, they know he's not... Oh my god, team kills as well. Art's done a lot, but Bits doing more. Finally, Art will close him down. But it cost him a great deal. He's being cleared, Simple, hyper-aware of the angle. Leaves it all onto Yuri. You sort of say he's the highest rated player of Furia's Ancient, but right now, only with 2 kills to boast, Simple gets the info and will close. A no-scope for extra style points as we are already up to 10.
Now, before the buy, Bit has 16k. Simple, before he drops and repurchases, he had about 14 or 15, so there's so much money here for the home stretch. As they're purchasing on in, you've still got JL with almost 13, so this is great for Navi, right? Even if they lose 2 rounds here, they should still be able to keep up a little bit of resistance in the buy department. So Furia, you've got a hard task ahead of you. You've at least bought in. The Fallen AWPs come out. The AK's around it. A few emissions in the util department, and Art's going to try his luck again. Art's being stubborn about this. This time has a bit more room. Look at all the util they're dumping for this space. They have to get a kill here. They're not even forcing their way out, Alex. Ooh. They only have 3 flashes left for the whole round.
Oh, it's a team. Dead team. At least here in Gamers8.
This is insane. They do not want to give up mid-control at all.
Yeah, and look what they've got left to work with. It's a 4v5 with a single flashbang. XCB can even add one here as he's got Queserato and Fallen on his plate. Flash to set him up. He doesn't want to overcommit to this. He catches Queserato, so his patience is rewarded beautifully there. Perhaps there's a gap they ask of Simple. He'll be tucked in. JL confirms occupation. Smoke to force him to run into Simple. Ooh, okay, yeah, he's still working with that. 50 seconds just to try and get into a bomb site, try and get a bomb plant, and yeah, hoping and praying he can catch something on the wall bank, because otherwise this one's just going to peter into an 11th.
Needs to be an individual here, and I don't see a way. 30 seconds into Simple. Yep. Okay, nice. That's something.
Yeah, the individual Fallen. We had a fantastic Mirage, but he needs to do a whole lot more of that. He's got Art in tow, and Fallen's hitting his shots, but overlooking the corner. JL1, Cello into the site. He's done enough with Fallen and Cello combined. It's all on to Alexi. And Art's holding this. Art's holding. Oh, does convert. A big frag, a big round to get Furia off the starting mark. It was the pistol. And now round 13, or round 12, excuse me.
I can't quite believe that. I said it had to be an individual. I didn't think Fulham would get the first kill, let alone the second kill. And after the first 2 frags went down in middle, there was only 3 flashes left for them to contest. So that is massive from Fallen here. The first one is great. The second, perfect. JL, the first time he's really been tested over towards B, and he only gets 1. So he's going to be kicking himself. But that should have been their round. That definitely should have been Navi's round. That's a bit of a blunder here. I mentioned they can lose a couple. Things going to get very touch and go quite quickly, and there's just so many bodies dealing with middle. Again, Navi were using 4 players throwing U2. Art's found a gap this time.
Maybe he can profit. What a spray through the smoke. Bit dead, traded by Imit in the flames. Case Toronto holds on.
But they're into A during all of this. They just contacted out towards A. Nobody responded. They've seen how much they want to fight towards A here, so they just continued to keep that pressure there. Contacted out A, and now Navi might even have to save.
Yeah, I think Alexi's going to have a look, but with power positions like this from Yuri, he can replace that Molotov and delay it. Oh, it's perfect. It is absolutely perfect. They'll flash on top. They'll find the frag. This is Furia starting to get the gears in motion.
I just can't believe how stubborn they've been to this mid and A approach, and then finally they've broken through so late. So if it works, if they can get themselves 5 here on the nose as we go in towards half-time, they've cracked the code of this one. Simple might go down here. Has to be careful. Yuri very, very close by. Not on the clear. A missed shot. Simple under so much pressure. Another one doesn't connect as JL using the bomb radius to hold them on in here. They remove Fallen's AWP. It gets snatched back. So yeah, there was going to be another buy. It could have been dropped, but that is actually going to alleviate a lot of pressure in that department.
Yeah, and just the simple stress is going to be relieved as well, knowing that that's not going to be an investment they have to make. Because, I mean, you talked about their cash just before this run of Furia. You know, you talked about max money. It's going to be it's the hard way for Furia to close out this half, but they are going to try and make a half out of it.